Hello everyone, join Discord, you can suggest me novel. Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. You can support me on Google Pay. Chapter 101. The three tails, as huge as an island, waved their three sharp tails full of barbs, covering the sky and the sun. Even if it was hit by accident, several peaks were smashed down the middle, and the sound was so loud that Cloud Shinobi Village could hear it. Damn it, my opponent is not you. The disgraced two, led by Wooden Golem, looked at Three Tails angrily, and the dark blue chakras surged on their bodies. His enemies are obviously Namikaze and Uchiha Shisui. But these two guys, unexpectedly, did not take themselves seriously at all, and even disdained to fight with themselves. Fire Rat Jade! The two were roared by Wooden Golem, and spit out a deep blue flame from their mouths. Boom! The blue flame ball hit Three Tails hard. Did you get it? The two, led by Wooden Golem, looked nervously at Three Tails. Roar! Three Tails let out a growl, shook its neck, and slammed one tail at the two wooden golems. The two wooden golems were knocked into the air again, and their bodies hit the mountain wall. They spat out a mouthful of blood again, gritted their teeth and said, "Damn it, it doesn't work at all." From the wooden golem, the defense of the Three Tails is the strongest among the nine-tailed beasts, and your form will not be able to harm it no matter what. A female voice came from Wooden Golem's head. It was the tail beast in Wooden Golem's body, the two-tailed cat. The strongest defense? It does seem to be so. The two were watched by Wooden Golem gritted his teeth at Three Tails. As the only amphibious-tailed beast, the huge barbed turtle shell makes people feel powerless just by looking at it. Come again. The two stepped on the mountain wall by Wooden Golem, and sharp claws grew from the end of their slender fingers. Jumping a few steps in succession, the two of them, Wooden Golem, successfully jumped onto the shell of Three Tails turtle, and their sharp claws ruthlessly scratched across the shell, accompanied by a harsh friction sound. Where the claws touched the shell, there was a dazzling fire, and bursts of sparks flew everywhere. No, Three Tails' defense is really too strong, this kind of attack alone can't hurt him at all. The two led by Wooden Golem looked at Three Tails unwillingly, their own attacks were useless against this huge monster. Turn around and look. The two were even more angry in Wooden Golem's heart. During the period when I was entangled with Three Tails, those two people ignored me and walked towards Cloud Shinobi Village. Damn! 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 The two roared unwillingly from Wooden Golem's heart. He obviously planned to kill the two intruders first, but in the end, neither of the two intruders made a move, and only one summoning beast forced himself to be at a loss. Grit your teeth! The two, Wooden Golem, yelled at the tailed beast in his body, Two Tails, lend me your chakra, and I will kill these bastards. I know, but Wooden Golem, you have to be careful, that Namikaze's face is numb, it makes me feel very dangerous. Two-tailed cat said worriedly again. For some reason, she could always feel a sense of oppression on Namikaze's numbed body. It wasn't Sharingan's oppressive feeling, but more like a certain familiarity, which made him feel extremely dreadful. Do not worry about it. The two, Wooden Golem, said coldly, they actually dare to invade Cloud Shinobi Village, then their end will only be a dead end. Damn, the explosion at the foot of the mountain. Could it be that Wooden Golem and Namikaze fought at the entrance of Cloud Shinobi Village? Fourth Hokage AI frowned, and looked at the Cloud Shinobi Village ninja beside him. What's going on down there? The Cloud Shinobi Village ninja swallowed. Reporting to Lord Hokage, the following is, two of Lord Wooden Golem and Three Tails are fighting. Fourth Hokage AI's eyes widened in an instant, and he couldn't care less about yelling at Wooden Golem for not obeying orders, and hurriedly asked, what did you say, Three Tails? Aren't the only enemies Namikaze and Uchiha Shisui? Why is there Three Tails? The Cloud Shinobi Village ninja nodded stiffly, Master Hokage, I don't know what's going on, but it's definitely Kirigaku's Three Tails, and it seems to be in a liberated state. Fourth Hokage AI was extremely angry, and the wolf punched the mountain wall. He never thought that Namikaze Minma and Uchiha Shisui, these two guys are so bold. Actually threw the rampant natural disaster to Cloud Shinobi Village. Damn it, Mizukage of Kirigaku is not only dead, but the tail beast is stripped from his body. What a waste. Fourth Hokage's face was ugly, and when he was about to speak, his face suddenly changed, and he subconsciously looked towards the foot of the mountain. This chakra. A touch of blue chakras surged up there. Roar. The two roared from the mouth of Wooden Golem, and huge changes took place in their bodies in an instant. The palms turned into sharp claws, the teeth turned into fangs, the skin turned into burning blue flames, and the two blue flame tails flicked around on the back. His body was taller than a dozen kanglu. Seeing this scene, the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village were all frightened and dumbfounded. They raised their heads dully and looked at Airway Mao's complete body. This is a tailed beast. It's a two-tailed cat. The two are fully body-tailed beasts used by Master Wooden Golem. This is really incredible. The opposite is Three Tails. Two-tailed cat fights against Three Tails again, is it true or not? This has never happened in history. God, I look at these two giant tail beasts, I don't know who can win. The Kirigakure ninja stared at the two-tailed beasts in shock and nervousness. The two transformed into tailed beasts. Wooden golem bared his fangs, swung his sharp claws, and ruthlessly struck three tails. When two huge tailed beasts fight, it can be said to destroy the world, and the attack of any tailed beast can change the surrounding terrain. The mountain peak was shattered by one tail, the ground was stepped out of cracks, and the moment of the collision, a large forest was broken in half, and the places where the two-tailed beasts passed were all turned into ruins like wasteland. Flame and water collided wildly beside the two-tailed beasts. Two-tailed cat has blue flame burning on its body. A violent stream of water poured from Three Tails' mouth. One fire and one water, the collision between the two is even more astonishing, the overwhelming water vapor almost covers the entire mountain peak. The Kirigakure ninja was even more shocked, taking a breath from time to time, not daring to approach the battlefield of the two-tailed beasts at all. Completely tailed beast. There was shock in fourth Hokage AI's eyes. This was the first time he saw two-tailed beasts confronting each other head-on. By wooden golem, in half-tailed beast form. Can't solve three tails. Another mountain peak has been crushed. It deserves to be called a natural disaster, but, who can win the two-tailed beasts in this state? The Cloud Shinobi Village ninja swallowed, and said dryly, Master Hokage, we shouldn't care about these things now. Those two S-level rebels, even their summoning technique is three tails, their strength will only become stronger, but I haven't seen them now, so it's impossible, they have entered Cloud Shinobi Village now. Fourth Hokage AI Rumen woke up, trembling all over. Really? What about Namikaze Noodles and Uchiha Shisui? Could it be that they really entered Cloud Shinobi Village? That's impossible, going to Hidden Village is covered by the results. Adamantine ceiling chains. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the barrier in front of him and said. Four golden locks sprang out from Uzumaki Naruto's back, and in an instant, a hole was broken in the Cloud Shinobi Village barrier that was as solid as a rock. Uchiha Shisui couldn't help admiring. As expected of adamantine ceiling chains, it can break almost all barriers, does Zhao. 17. A patrolling Cloud Shinobi Village ninja noticed this, his face changed drastically, and he opened his mouth to shout. Uzumaki Naruto flickered, grabbed the ninja by the neck, and eternal Mangekyo Sharinan spun in his eyes. Tell me, where are the daimyos of Thunder Country and Cloud Shinobi Village putting their money? The Cloud Shinobi Village ninja whose neck was strangled hung his head down, his eyes were blank, and he said dully. The money from Cloud Shinobi Village and Thunder Country is all in one scroll, and the scroll is in Master Hokage's office. Uzumaki Naruto smiled and looked at the particularly conspicuous Hokage building. Is there? Let's go, die. Uzumaki Naruto took the lead, and after a few flashes, he steadily appeared in Hokage's office. It is said to be an office, but the office at this time is more like a ruin, as if it was destroyed by the fourth Hokage. And in this ruins, the scroll on a cabinet is particularly dazzling. Money. Just when Uzumaki Naruto stretched out his hand, he suddenly glanced sideways to the window and saw a familiar yet unfamiliar figure. Uzumaki Naruto frowned. Shisui, kill him. Chapter 102. Someone. Uchiha Shisui's face changed, and he didn't welcome Uzumaki Naruto at all, and shouted. Fire style great fireball technique. Boom. A huge fireball smashed through the window, like a fire dragon breaking through the shadow building. However, an octopus tail protruded from the back of the figure outside, and with a fierce swipe, the flame was directly shattered into pieces. A hole, idiot, idiot, I was just doing something lazy here, I didn't expect to meet you stealing here, idiot, idiot. Dark skin, light yellow hair, black sunglasses, and the word iron on the right shoulder representing the iron armor seal. A man dancing and rapping broke through the window from the outside wall. Uchiha Shisui looked at the man solemnly, and said. You must be Eight Tails Jinchuriki. The octopus tentacles just now are the tails of Eight Tails Jayaki, right? Killer Bee's rap paused, staring at Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Shisui and said in a deep voice. No, it should be Eight Tails Day. Over there are 160 called Namikaze Myanmar and Uchiha Shisui, right? Strong people like you, can you still use them to steal money from Cloud Shinobi Village? Although he looked carefree, Killer Bee was extremely vigilant in his heart. Both of these guys are powerhouses. To be able to break through the defense line of the Big Brother, the enchantment of Cloud Shinobi Village, and come to the Hokage building quietly, is definitely a strong player in Apex. It seems that the rumors are not wrong, these two S-rank Rebel Ninja Year 10 have the strength of legendary level. Uchiha Shisui didn't answer, looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said in a deep voice, Master Naruto, you continue your business, I won't let him disturb you. Uzumaki Naruto nodded slightly, and forcibly suppressed the crazy Nine Tails demon fox in his body. Karema, calm down, you are Nine Tails. The most powerful existence among tailed beasts, there is no need to bully this little octopus. Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, Nine Tails folded her arms arrogantly and stopped making noise. Nonsense, I just want to teach Eight Tails a lesson, but since you say that, I really don't want to bully this guy, so I'll save face for you today and let him buy fish. However, if we meet again next time, I will definitely, beat this 8 tails hard. Fine, fine, but then you have to be merciful, after all, you are Master 9 Tails Kurama. Listening to Uzumaki Naruto's flattery with a slight smile, 9 Tails was so satisfied in her heart that she lay down on the ground cheerfully. Uzumaki Naruto smiled, opened the scroll, and slapped it. Seal solution. Boom. The banknotes exploded. That's right, it literally exploded, and the entire office was filled with large banknotes. Uzumaki Naruto made a rough estimate, and the banknotes piled up in the entire office are at least hundreds of billions. As expected of Cloud Shinobi Village in the Land of Thunder, in terms of money, it is more than 6 times more than Kirigakure. Uzumaki Naruto sighed with emotion. Idiots, bastards, thieves like you, give me your money, Lord Killer Bee won't let you go. Killer Bee got rage in his eyes when he rapped. Stealing money in front of my face, when did Super Rebellion become such a crazy thing? Although your strength is very strong, but this is Cloud Shinobi Village, my eldest brother and Wooden Golem haven't rushed over yet. Killer Bee raised his right hand, and Red's chakra boiled over his body, holding 8 knives on his body in a weird way at the same time. It feels good now, so let's play with you, idiot, baby, you will shatter your dreams, and then, you will wipe out the whole army. As a Jinchuriki, the true face of my uncle is a monster. Let you see and see, the human pillar changes, yet. The moment the voice fell, Killer Bee stepped on the ground and slammed into Uzumaki Naruto who put away the money like a bull. Clang! There was the sound of blades hitting. Uchiha Shisui's short sword and Killer Bee's knife slammed together, sparks flew, and the harsh sound was endless. No probing. The battle between the two became fierce in an instant. Clang, clang. Killer Bee's attack was very fierce, with 8 knives attacking Uchiha Shisui in various ways at the same time with a stormy attitude. Uchiha Shisui was relatively calm. Although he only held a short sword in his hand, he perfectly blocked all the attacks of Killer Bee. The series of collisions almost caused a gust of wind in the room. The violent sound quickly attracted a large number of ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village, and they broke in without any explanation. Then was shocked. 2 people who couldn't even see their figures clearly, holding sharp knives, were colliding at high speed. Every fight is full of sparks, lightning, and flint, you can't see where the attack is coming from, you can only see the reflected silver light of the blade. Who is Killer Bee fighting against? The Cloud Shinobi Village ninja said in shock. I can't see Lord Killer Bee's attack at all. This speed is too terrifying. How did the other side block it? If I go up, I'll be defeated by Master Killer Bee in seconds. These 2 people are too strong. I never thought that they could reach this level with blades and body skills alone. I can't see clearly. It's Shisui, why do I feel like he's got the upper hand, over Killer Bee-sama? The Cloud Shinobi Village ninja said in shock. After regaining his senses, the Cloud Shinobi Village ninja looked at the 2 entangled and fighting wildly, feeling at a loss. This, I can't even see clearly, how can we help Master Killer Bee? Both of them are very fast. Killer Bee held 8 knives, and his attacking style was like a violent storm, with constant dew. Uchiha Shisui was even faster, blocking the continuous attacks of 7 knives with only 1 short sword in his hand. If you want to attack, you can't tell who is the enemy and who is the friend. The 2 who were fighting didn't care about the ninja who came to support them. Compared to the powerhouses of their level, the few ninjas who came to support them could not affect the battle situation at all. Uchiha Shisui's eyes were fiery, and when holding short sword to block the attack, he said, "Is this your absolute speed? It's still too slow, I can go faster." Uchiha Shisui is intoxicated by his full return to his prime, and even expects Killer Bee to be faster. Killer Bee's heart sank. Sure enough, the shadow of the famous tree of people, the speed of the instant water, your speed is really a fast partner. A roar. A light red octopus tentacle suddenly spread out from Killer Bee's back. The tentacles of the octopus are very flexible and covered with suction cups, like a lion majesty, quickly sneaked towards Uchiha Shisui's feet. Chapter 103. What? Uchiha Shisui's pupils shrank. He wanted to use the blinking body technique, but he was a step slower, and was directly wrapped around the ankle by the suction cup of the octopus tentacles, and his body was firmly fixed in place. Wash the dishes. Killer Bee's eyes lit up, and he attacked more and more quickly with a sharp blade. Killer Bee, the perfect Jinchuriki. Uchiha Shisui couldn't help admiring while defending with the short sword. You can actually turn part of the tailed beast into a tailed beast, and perfectly control the characteristics of the tailed beast. You are much stronger than the 2-tailed Jinchuriki based on this alone. Killer Bee attacked like a storm with 8 knives, and rapped at the same time, "Idiot, BD, the cooperation between my uncle and 8 tails is the most tacit understanding. Look at me strangling your ankle with my tentacles, if that's the case, let's see how you can still use your proud instant technique, prepare to die, idiot, baby." 8 tails. Killer Bee yelled in his head. Bullish and octopus like 8 tails Jayaki growled. I know, but you have to be careful with Namikaze, he has an aura that makes me feel very uncomfortable. While speaking, Eight Tails Jayaki was a little annoyed. It doesn't know why, but whenever it sees Uzumaki Naruto, it feels disgusted in its heart. Why does it feel like that? BD Nine Tails. Muttering to himself, Eight Tails Jayaki suddenly tightened his octopus tentacles. The octopus tentacles wrapped around Uchiha Shisui's ankle burst out with powerful force, and the suction cups kept tightening, as if they were about to break the bones. At this time, Uchiha Shisui Mangekyo Sharinan spins. Susanoo. Boom. After a loud bang, green chakra burned on Uchiha Shisui's body, and thick green bones formed rapidly. With the arm formed by Green's skeleton, he grabbed the octopus and tore it apart, ignoring the suction force of the sucker. What? 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 What is this, idiot, BD? Killer Bee took 2 steps back, looking at the green skeleton that suddenly appeared on Uchiha Shisui's body in surprise. Bye, you have to be careful, this is Susanoo from the Uchiha family. Eight Tails Jayaki growled and reminded. Susanoo's strength is almost the same as our tailed beasts, and to some extent, stronger than our tailed beasts. Look at this guy's pupil power, it won't be solved in a short time. Killer Bee's eyes became serious. What a troublesome guy, especially when there is an even more troublesome guy next to him. Killer Bee stopped rapping and glanced at Uzumaki Naruto fearfully. Such a powerful Uchiha Shisui actually wants to surrender to this Namikaze, so how strong is he? Run! Killer Bee turned his head and roared at the ninja at the door. The Cloud Shinobi Village ninja froze for a moment, then his eyes became terrified, and he ran out without saying a word. Lord Killer Bee actually let us run away. Could it be that he doesn't have the confidence to defeat these 2 intruders? What nonsense, Mr. Killer Bee clearly asked us to leave because he was afraid of hurting us. That's right, how could Master Killer Bee lose? He is the 2nd member of our Cloud Shinobi village. Although he is crazy about doing things and likes to play around, Master Killer Bee's strength has been affirmed by Master 4th Hokage. Let's leave. Killer Bee-sama is going to liberate 8 Tails in the middle of Cloud Shinobi village. Cloud Shinobi village fled the Hokage building talking in horror. The second they left. Boom. The Hokage building exploded with a bang, large pieces of walls flew out, and the ceiling was formed and hit. The complete body-tailed beast as huge as a mountain directly exploded the Hokage building. At this time, Killer Bee completely turned into a tailed beast. With a pair of horns, the upper body looks like a cow, but the lower body is like an octopus, with 8 tentacles. A random slap of the tail made the ground tremble, and the Hokage building was completely reduced to ruins. Roar! Killer Bee, who transformed into 8 Tails Jayaki, roared, aimed at Uchiha Shisui with sharp horns, and hit him hard. Uchiha Shisui showed no signs of weakness either. Although it was Susanoo in the first stage, it was a hard punch to the head of 8 Tails Jayaki. After a loud bang, the 2 mountain-like creatures took a step back at the same time. What a powerful force, huh? Uchiha Shisui was short of breath, leaving a trace of blood at the corner of his eye. Is this the true power of 8 Tails Jayaki, the tail beast second only to 9 Tails? I can't believe that even the 8 Tails are so strong. If Naruto-sama completely transforms into a 9 Tails tail beast, to what extent will his strength be improved? 0. Seeking flowers. Shocked, Uchiha Shisui also looked forward to the moment when Uzumaki Naruto fully demonstrated his strength. That will definitely shock the entire ninja world. Susanoo rumbled and 8 Tails Jayaki entangled each other, and every confrontation between the 2 would smash large areas of buildings into rubble. The other side. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the ruins and sighed helplessly. Really? I wanted to see what valuables were inside, but they were all destroyed. Turning his head, Uzumaki Naruto looked at Uchiha Shisui, waved his hand and said. Shisui, stop playing. Uchiha Shisui paused slightly. Master Myanmar, are we leaving? Uzumaki Naruto nodded. Well, the money is already in hand, there is no need to waste time here, go back. 17. Uchiha Shisui understood. Don't try to escape. Killer Bee, incarnation of 8 Tails Jayaki, let out a loud roar, and lashed out at the 2 of them with 8 huge tails. Uzumaki Naruto frowned, stepped on the ground, and tightly grasped the tentacles of the octopus with both hands. Really, you and Uchiha Shisui are fine, but you still want to trouble me and die. Dead bone pulse. Sage body. The 2 blood inheritance boundaries act on both arms at the same time. Following the fierce force of Uzumaki Naruto, he swung 8 Tails Jayaki, which was as huge as a mountain, with both arms. Impossible, how can humans have such great strength? Killer Bee, incarnate as 8 Tails, stared wide-eyed and wanted to withdraw his tentacles in disbelief. No, then, this guy's strength is too great, even stronger than that of a tailed beast. 8 Tails Jayaki's shocked voice came. He also didn't expect that mere human beings possessed the power to crush themselves with such a small size. Whoosh! The strong wind blows 8 Tails Jayaki, almost turning into a spinning top. Uzumaki Naruto let go of his hands violently. Call out! 8 Tails Jayaki was thrown out like a cannonball, and with a bang, it hit a mountain not far from Cloud Shinobi Village. The huge weight and terrifying impact force smashed the towering mountain in the middle. Chapter 104. Boom. Killer Bee, in the form of 8 Tails Jayaki, slams into the rubble. Uzumaki Naruto clapped his hands, looked at the stunned Uchiha Shisui, and couldn't help but smile. What's the matter, is it so surprising? Uchiha Shisui swallowed dryly. But, that's a tailed beast. 8 Tails Jayaki, who was like a mountain, was thrown away by Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Shisui wouldn't be a bit surprised if Uzumaki Naruto used Susanoo, but it was thrown out. The human state throws a mountain away. This sense of contrast must be a little too big? Uzumaki Naruto laughed dumbfounded. This is where we are, the enemies we will meet next are much stronger than this, let's go. Wait until the 603 people leave. Only then did the Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas dare to swarm over, looking at the struggling Killer Bee in the ruins with a shocked face. Really? That guy just now threw Master Killer Bee in the tailed beast state. That's the state of a tailed beast, and its weight is not much different from a mountain. Namikaze's face-numbing strength is probably comparable to 4th Raikage's. It's too strong, and it's not an opponent at all. When passing the gate of Cloud Shinobi Village, Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his temple helplessly, and looked at the 2 people in the distance helplessly. Is it really? Is luck so bad? 4th Raikage AI. Senju Princess Tsunade. The 2 stood there like door gods, looking at this side angrily, as if they could rush over at any time. 4th Raikage, Master Tsunade, these 2 are actually here. Uchiha Shisui became alert, feeling something was wrong. The 2 in front of me are undoubtedly cage-level powerhouses, besides these 2, Wooden Golem and 8 Tails Killer Bee are also nearby. The former is dealing with 3 tails, and the latter is thrown into the mountain wall by Naruto-sama, but both of them can come to support soon. 4 cage-level powerhouses. Equivalent to Konoha's fighting power at its peak. On my side, there are only 2 people, the situation is a bit bad. Master Naruto, what should I do? Do you want me to use Distinguished Heavenly Gods? Mangekyo Sharinan swirled in Uchiha Shisui's eyes, and he looked at Uzumaki Naruto firmly. Strongest illusion Distinguished Heavenly Gods. If Uzumaki Naruto agrees, he will use the illusion Distinguished Heavenly Gods here to change the consciousness of 4th Raikage and Tsunade. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head, shook his shoulders, and said lightly. Stand behind me, I'll make a move. Tsunade, I didn't expect Namikaze to offend you. 4th Raikage AI crossed his arms and said. Tsunade gritted his teeth and looked at Uzumaki Naruto, this brat, I won't let him go. 4th Raikage, stop me Uchiha Shisui, Namikaze is mine. 4th Raikage AI agreed aggrievedly. Okay, let me repay the kindness last time. Before, he begged Tsunade to heal one of his subordinates, for which he owed a big favor, and now, even though he was furious, he could only agree. However, before the 2 of them finished their discussion, their pupils shrank at the same time. Coming. This guy, does he want to fight alone? 4th Raikage and Tsunade looked at Uzumaki Naruto in disbelief. This guy. Rushed over by himself. Don't underestimate Raikage. 4th Raikage was so angry that he didn't care about any promises, and punched Uzumaki Naruto hard. Weird power. Uzumaki Naruto whispered, and punched 4th Raikage together. Next second. The figure of 4th Raikage was thrown like a bowling ball, hitting the October mountain wall heavily. Uzumaki Naruto kept casting, gave Tsunade a cold look and kicked him. Dead bone pulse. Sage body. Boom. With fists and kicks together, there was a loud bang like an explosion. Tsunade's face changed suddenly, his body was sent flying tens of meters, and his feet wiped out a long trace on the ground. Punch and kick. 4th Raikage and Tsunade are all knocked back. Uzumaki Naruto shook his neck, red wings spread out from his back, burning like a flame, and said lightly. What's wrong? Come on, you don't even have the strength. While speaking, the corners of Uzumaki Naruto's mouth curled into a subtle arc, and Wei Blue's eyes stared at the 2 people on the opposite side with contempt. I hide my strength and identity, not for rubbish like you. Boom. 4th Raikage pushed away a big rock, climbed out of the mountain wall in embarrassment, and looked at Uzumaki Naruto angrily. Tsunade also gritted his teeth, looking at Uzumaki Naruto angrily. Lightning-style chakram mode. 4th Raikage roared loudly, the thunder on his body exploded, Wei Blue's thunder flickered, and his hair stood on end like a supersun. 100 healings mark solution. Part of the diamond-shaped imprint on Tsunade's head was broken, the lines of the black curse imprint spread, and the chakra on his body boiled. The 2 did not have much conversation. At the same time rushed to Uzumaki Naruto. Bang bang bang. The fists and feet collided constantly, and the speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to keep up with the naked eye. Every collision was like an explosion, and the ground where the 3 of them stepped on caused huge black cracks to spread out in each collision. Heaven guards the feet. Tsunade roared, raised his right foot high, and slammed down hard. Uzumaki Naruto grabbed Tsunade's wrist with one hand in his left hand, his feet sank, and he stepped on the ground with cracks. However, Tsunade was also thrown to the cliff by Uzumaki Naruto. Thunder bombs me. Fourth Raikage AI appeared behind Uzumaki Naruto, and the fist in his hand slammed down towards Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto's expression moved, the wings on his back directly blocked Fourth Raikage's fist, and then he kicked back violently sideways. 0.3 Boom! Fourth Raikage AI was kicked several steps away, gasped heavily, and looked at Uzumaki Naruto in shock. You guy, you actually rely on physical skills. Just using physical skills to block myself and Tsunade, this kind of strong, actually really exists. Uzumaki Naruto licked his lips, it's not over yet. By 8 inner gates. Uzumaki Naruto spoke in his head. Immediately, a torrent of memories poured into Uzumaki Naruto's mind, and Konoha Forbidden Technique 8 inner gates also mastered it instantly. Bring it on. The first gate of the 8 inner gates is open. 8 inner gates second gate Hue gate open. 8 inner gates third gate open. 8 inner gates fourth gate Injury gate open. 8 inner gates 5th gate Duman open. 8 inner gates 6th gate Jingman open. Chapter 105. 8 inner gates. Startled, Tsunade rubbed his eyes, looking in disbelief at Uzumaki Naruto, who burst into chakra. 8 inner gates is Konoha's forbidden technique, which is sealed in the sealed book. Even the physical ninjas in Konoha village rarely learn this ninjutsu. UBD, who the hell are you? Tsunade's expression became serious. Before, she thought that Uzumaki Naruto was just disguising Yes' identity. But now it seems that this guy definitely has a lot to do with Konoha. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use 8 inner gates, know about Jiraiya, or even, know about his phobia. Uzumaki Naruto ignored Tsunade, looking at his palm with a little surprise. Red chakra is boiling on both hands and body, and the chakra in the body has surged dozens of times at this moment. I originally thought that 8 inner gates was a physical enhancement technique. Unexpectedly, 8 inner gates is to lift the restriction of chakra, and then let the strength reach a limit. And I feel that 8 inner gates doesn't hurt me that much. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fist violently, it was only an empty grip, but there was an explosion sound of pinching the air. The body didn't take much damage, it's not like Might Guy, is it because of my sage body and dead bone pulse? While muttering to himself, Uzumaki Naruto's figure flashed like a flash of red light, running around Fourth Raikage and Tsunade at super high speed. Swish, swish, swish. In just 10 seconds, Uzumaki Naruto ran hundreds of laps around Fourth Raikage and Tsunade. Fourth Raikage and Tsunade looked dazzled. This is, what speed? Cold sweat broke out on Fourth Raikage AI's forehead. Although I don't have the dynamic vision of Sharingan, my eyes have been tempered, but I can't even see the figure of Naruto, the vortex. Tsunade swallowed. Dangerous. 8 inner gates is a forbidden ninjutsu that unleashes the potential of the body. Namikaze facial numbness can explode that kind of physical skill without using 8 inner gates. Now with 8 inner gates, it is equivalent to improving the original basis by dozens of times. While speaking, Tsunade's body trembled slightly. Namikaze, who was already so strong, will be strengthened dozens of times after using 8 inner gates. What kind of terrifying strength will this be? Boom! Uzumaki Naruto stepped down, and his figure stopped firmly on a mountain. However, the mountain peak was trampled and exploded, spider web-like cracks spread all over the entire mountain, and then it collapsed rumblingly. Not bad, it's exactly what I thought. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes are fiery, Dead Bone Pulse has strong osteoblasts, and Sage Body has strong recovery abilities, which means that I can do far less damage with 8 inner gates than Might Guy. Now it's the 6th gate, I can try to open the 7th gate, and I won't die if I manage the 8th gate. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help swallowing. 8 inner gates. When the 8 gates are fully opened, it is called 8 inner gates formation, which can instantly gain 10 times the power over the 5 shadows, but it will also die due to the exhaustion of its own vitality. But the vitality of Sage Body is dozens of times stronger than that of common people. The bone-forming cells of Dead Bone Pulse can also continuously provide vitality. If these are not enough, I still have 100 healings mark. In the state of 100 healings mark, Zyonju Chakra will replenish life history crazily. Try it. Uzumaki Naruto completely ignored 4th Raikage and Tsunade and just wanted to study 8 inner gates now. If you guessed right. 8 inner gates, it seems, probably, maybe, very suitable for me. 8 inner gates 7th gate shocking open. After a loud roar, the seething chakra on Uzumaki Naruto's body grew larger, almost forming a human-shaped torch. Uchiha Shisui's face changed drastically, and he shouted loudly, Master Myanmar, there is no need to do this step. The opponents are only Raikage and Tsunade-sama, there is absolutely no need for you to open this door, even if you let me do it. The 7th gate of 8 inner gates is different from the previous 6th gate. After opening the shocking gate, it will already cause irreversible damage to the body. Uzumaki Naruto was in the flames of chakra, squeezed his fist lightly, and said with a smile, no, it's just an experiment, it won't hurt. Really? And what I thought was right. With his own body, he can fully withstand the backlash brought by 8 inner gates. Opening the 7th gate of the 8 inner gates, I didn't feel any physical injury at all. On the contrary, I could feel the surging power in my body. The dead gate of the 8 inner gates, what if I open it? Uzumaki Naruto is a little eager to try. If even the 8th gate of death can be opened without injury, no, even a few injuries are fine, as long as he does not die, it means that he has a powerful trump card. But in the end reason prevailed. It's still a little dangerous, right now. It's not in a hurry. Uzumaki Naruto looked at 4th Raikage AI and Tsunade, the corner of his mouth curled up, and the figure disappeared in place as soon as he stepped on the ground. Boom! The ground under one step was stepped out of a huge pit. So fast. 4th Raikage's pupils dilated, and he quickly turned his head to look around. It's so fast, I can't see it at all. This speed is comparable to Minato's flying thunder god. Where are you, looking? A faint voice came from behind. 4th Raikage IZ-073 felt his scalp go numb. Without saying a word, he turned around and punched his back. Punching the air, 4th Raikage's eyes widened. Where are people? The sound was still here just now, why is it suddenly gone? Tsunade's pupils shrank, and he pointed at 4th Raikage's back and shouted, "Be careful, he's behind you." 4th Raikage was terrified, and when he turned around, Namikaze appeared behind him with a numb face. This time, as soon as 4th Raikage turned around, he saw a hand pressing towards his face. Uzumaki Naruto pressed his right hand on 4th Raikage's face, slightly hooked the corner of his mouth, and exerted force with his palm. With a bang, 4th Raikage's head was directly smashed into the soil. No way! That 4th Raikage doesn't even have the speed to react. Tsunade's face turned pale, but he still braced his body and punched Uzumaki Naruto hard. Snapped. Uzumaki Naruto easily grasped Tsunade's wrist, and the huge strength was invisible. Ugh! Tsunade groaned, fell to one knee with a plop, and looked up at Uzumaki Naruto with shocked eyes. Uzumaki Naruto bent his right index finger and placed it on Tsunade's fair forehead. Fly! Boom! Chapter 106. Boom! Tsunade felt his forehead was struck by lightning, his mind went blank, and he stopped thinking completely. When he came back to his senses, Tsunade supported his body and floated out of the water, completely ignoring his clothes getting wet. Looking around for a while, Tsunade was shocked to find that he had been blown into a lake 100 meters away. One flick of the fingers, there is such power. Tsunade clenched his fist unwillingly. In the past, I would flick other people away with my index finger, but today I was humiliated in this way. But Tsunade also knew that it was Uzumaki Naruto who showed mercy, otherwise his head would turn into a shattered watermelon if his strength was increased tenfold. This kind of powerful body art, Namikaze's face is numb. What is your relationship with Konoha? Tsunade gritted his teeth, no longer caring about consumption, and said in a deep voice. 100 healings mark solution. In an instant, the diamond-shaped pattern on Tsunade's forehead completely shattered, and the lines of curse marks spread all over his face. As soon as his footsteps stepped on the ground, Tsunade rushed back to the gate of Cloud Shinobi Village at the ultimate speed, and was stunned by the sight in front of him. The burly 4th Raikage was grabbed by one leg by Uzumaki Naruto and slammed on the ground like a whip. 4th Raikage was furious, held Uzumaki Naruto's arm with his backhand, and roared angrily, "Little devil, don't underestimate Lei." Heavy storm. While roaring, 4th Raikage's right arm hit Uzumaki Naruto's arm hard like a sledgehammer. Dead Bone Pulse Dance of Tang Song. Uzumaki Naruto opened his lips and teeth slightly, and calmly spit out a few words. This BB. The sharp bones covered with red chakras spread out from the skin of Uzumaki Naruto's arm. 4th Raikage's fist hit the bone and was instantly pierced by the end of the sharp bone. Ugh! 4th Raikage's eyes were as wide as a bullfrog's, and a groan came from his mouth. Blood flowed. The bright red liquid flowed from 4th Raikage's arm, flowed along Dead Bone Pulse's sharp bones to Uzumaki Naruto's arm, and then dripped to the ground, and the blood exploded into bright red flowers. No! Tsunade swallowed uncontrollably, his already high chest heaving. That BD 4th Raikage can't even defend against it with his strongest lightning-style armor. Tsunade wasn't alone in being shocked. All the ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village stared wide-eyed. Really, the movie master was injured. With those bones, Lord Raikage's lightning armor was actually broken. That is the strongest defense. Master 4th Raikage used this ninjutsu to cut off a horn of 8 tails Jayaki, how could he? Ignoring the shocked voices around, Uzumaki Naruto flung his hand and slammed 4th Raikage's body against the mountain wall. Boom! After a loud noise, 4th Raikage's body was embedded in the rocks. Uzumaki Naruto stepped forward again, the bone in his right hand spread out, turned into a bone-sharp gun, aimed at 4th Raikage's throat, and said indifferently, "Don't move, you are not my opponent, just move and you will die." 4th Raikage's eyes were filled with endless anger, and he looked at Uzumaki Naruto angrily, but he didn't dare to move. "You BD, how could you break my lightning armor?" 4th Raikage asked through gritted teeth. He also knows about Dead Bone Pulse, a type of blood succession boundary that is reputed to be the most suitable for body arts. Shouldn't it be so lethal? Uzumaki Naruto said flatly, "It's not just Dead Bone Pulse. Dead Bone Pulse, Strange Power Fist, Sage Body, 8 Inner Gates, all 4 are Apex's Blood Successor Limit and Ninjutsu. The lethality is not 1 + 1 = 2. Not to mention the ultimate power of human beings, even Uzumaki Naruto has the confidence to break his wrist even if it is a tailed beast. But Uzumaki Naruto didn't explain too much. The white bone in his right hand pierced Fourth Raikage's throat like a sharp knife, let the blood drip, and said lightly, "I didn't intend to do this at first, but since I've come this far, there's no need to be polite." The Cloud Shinobi Village ninja was so frightened that he didn't dare to breathe, for fear that if he was not careful, he would send his family Raikage to die. Uchiha Shisui also looked nervous. "Master Naruto, it should not be to kill the fourth Raikage." Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Uzumaki Naruto looked at the Cloud Shinobi Village ninja, and said coldly, "Now. At this moment. If you don't want your fourth Raikage to die, give me all your village's money. 10 minutes. I only give you 10 minutes, I want to see the money of every household in Cloud Shinobi Village placed in front of me." Uzumaki Naruto's voice was cold without revealing any emotion. "I have wanted to do this for a long time. The money of a country is definitely dozens or hundreds of times that of daimyo. It's a pity that Kirigakure surrendered to himself. No matter what he said, he was ashamed to rob those people's money, and Cloud Shinobi Village just hit the gun." The Cloud Shinobi Village ninja almost suspected that he had heard wrong. Money. Wait. Namikaze said, what did he want? Want money? Really? Does a strong man like this need to use it to steal money? The Cloud Shinobi Village ninja was in awe. A strong man like Namikaze has the power to destroy a country, so why would he threaten fourth Raikage's life for that little money? Uzumaki Naruto frowned slightly. The Cloud Shinobi Village ninja took a deep breath, dared not stay any longer, rushed into Cloud Shinobi Village frantically and started raising money. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto's eyebrows turned cold, and he looked towards the direction deep in Cloud Shinobi Village. "Killer Bee, you want your money rather than your life." In the state of a half-tailed beast, Killer Bee with the white skeleton on his shoulder rushed out like a bull with his arms raised. Fourth Raikage's eyes lit up, completely ignoring the blood that was drawn on his throat, and also stretched out his fist and swung at Uzumaki Naruto's neck. Lightning Style Double Lariat. Lightning Style Double Lariat. Fourth generation, Neo Qianzhao, Raikage AI and Killer Bee have a high degree of tacit understanding, and almost at the same time, they aimed their two arms at Uzumaki Naruto's neck. Just when the two arms were about to intertwine, there was a trace of coldness in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. "You guys, really think of me as a pure taijutsu ninja? Susanoo." Boom. Under the action of strong pupil power and huge chakra, Uzumaki Naruto directly opened the full-body Susanoo. Fourth Raikage and Killer Bee were knocked and flew far away, and before they could recover, they saw a dark red sword slashing down. Boom. Fourth Raikage was knocked into the air like a meteorite, crashed deeply into the wall, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterwards, Susanoo, who was like a valkyrie, slashed heavily on Killer Bee's miserable white-tailed beast skeleton. Click. The miserable white-tailed beast skeleton was instantly shattered, and Killer Bee also flew upside down, crashing into the interior of the house with a bang. Chapter 107. Wow! Both Fourth Raikage AI and Chirubi were seriously injured. He fell to the side, spitting out blood continuously from his mouth. "This guy is too strong." Killer Bee looked in disbelief at the towering Susanoo Valkyrie. "You can throw me away with physical skills alone, and you can also use this terrifying ninjutsu. Is this still human history? Since you have such strength, why do you want to invade Cloud Shinobi Village?" Not only Killer Bee, but even Fourth Raikage can't understand. Cough cough. Killer Bee barely crawled out from the ruins, gritted his teeth and said, "Eight Tails, it looks like we have to go all out this time." "Oh." Eight Tails Jayaki agreed. Next second, the mountain-like Eight Tails Jayaki reappeared at the gate of Kirigakure. Fourth Raikage and Tsunade also came over. They must join forces, so that it is possible to defeat this terrible Namikaze. At this time, there was a roar from the foot of the mountain. The two-tailed cat, which looked like a giant cat demon, threw off the slow-moving three tails, and rushed up with the burning and boiling blue chakra. In a blink, 4 cage-level powerhouses appeared at the gate of Cloud Shinobi Village at the same time, and surrounded Uzumaki Naruto tightly. However, Uzumaki 073 Naruto has no fear either. 4. Uzumaki Naruto took a look, and the four punched together. "Okay, let's go together." Before he finished speaking, Uzumaki Naruto paused slightly, looked in the direction of Konoha Village, and frowned slightly. Shadow Clone disappeared. What happened? There is only one Shadow Clone, and that is Uzumaki Naruto in Konoha Village. His disappearance must mean that something very important happened, so he had to use this method to convey information to himself. Under the puzzled eyes of several people in Tsunade, Uzumaki Naruto gradually Tsukuyomi's Shadow Clone memory during this period. When he opened his eyes again for a few seconds, Uzumaki Naruto let out a sneer. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, you really belong there." Uzumaki Naruto is actually asked to deal with Namikaze's face numbness. I laughed so hard, I really laughed so hard. Although he said he was going to die laughing, Uzumaki Naruto didn't have a smile on his face, instead it was full of indifference. It's kind of boring. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at 4th Hokage and Tsunade, and he lost interest in fighting, and looked at Uchiha Shisui. Shisui, let's go. Uchiha Shisui respectfully agreed, flashed technique, and stood on the shoulder of dark red Susanoo. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto who was gradually going away, Tsunade and the others were full of astonishment. They thought they were going to be in a tough fight, but unexpectedly, Namikaze's face went numb so suddenly, as if there was something more urgent. This is, what happened? 4th Hokage's brow furrowed. Tsunade's face was slightly serious, and after thinking for a moment, he said in a deep voice, since Namikaze left with a numb face, I will take my leave first. Leaving Cloud Shinobi Village, Tsunade returned to the innkeeper of a certain village. Master Tsunade, did you get the money back? Shizune asked expectantly while hugging the pup. Tsunade's face turned black. No, not only did I not, but I was beaten again by that BD. I didn't say I didn't grab the money, and I got hit on the forehead. Thinking about it, Tsunade touched his forehead that was still in pain, his face was flushed with anger, he clenched his fists, and said with gritted teeth, let's go back to Konoha village, I want to see what Namikaze's facial numbness has to do with Konoha origin. By the way, send a message to that BD Jiraiya to go back to Konoha village too. The giant Susanoo Valkyrie walks the soil of the land of thunder. With every step of Susanoo, the ground was trampled with a loud bang, and huge black cracks spread out. On Susanoo's shoulder, Uchiha Shisui asked with some doubts, Master Naruto, we clearly had the upper hand just now, why did, Ufda, leave? 4th Hokage AI, Tsunade, Killer Bee, played by Wooden Golem, although the 4 are cage level strong, but they are not irresistible. With Uzumaki Naruto's fighting power, it's not a problem to kill 3 cage level powerhouses, and he can kill another, why did he choose to leave Cloud Shinobi Village with so much money? Uzumaki Naruto showed a hint of indifference in his eyes, and said, Shisui, do you still remember what you told me about reanimation jutsu? Uchiha Shisui froze for a moment, then widened his eyes. Master Naruto, what do you mean? Konoha is really going to use this forbidden ninjutsu? Have no idea. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head, then sneered, but I guess that's the case. Just now, Sarutobi Hiruzen came to my house hypocritically, first brainwashed me, and then asked me to follow that BD Danzo to perform tasks. The content of the mission is, to kill the S-rank traitorous ninja Namikaze. When he said this, Uzumaki Naruto showed a half-smile expression. Let yourself kill yourself? Uchiha Shisui was also a little speechless, but said with a little concern. However, Naruto-sama, just based on these, you may not be able to conclude that Konoha will use reanimation jutsu. Uchiha Shisui still couldn't believe it. Reanimation jutsu, but the forbidden technique of the taboo level, it is impossible for Konoha to use it so easily. Uzumaki Naruto said lightly. Shisui, has anyone told you one thing? Uchiha Shisui froze for a moment, what's the matter? Uzumaki Naruto said in a deep voice. That is, the moment the weapon is manufactured, it is destined to be used for sure. The reason why it has not been used is only a matter of time. In other words, we're really going to face the ninjas in Legendary this time, for example. 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. Uzumaki Naruto was flying all the way. Using chakra regardless of consumption, I finally returned to Konoha before dark. Looking at the familiar village, the coldness in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes became more and more obvious, and it was not until he saw the lights in his home that he gradually recovered. Crunch. Uzumaki Naruto pushed open the door with a smile. Little Hinata glanced at Naruto in surprise. Welcome back, Mr. Naruto. Why did you leave suddenly at noon today? You didn't even eat the bento I made for you. Do you want to eat now? Little Hinata hurried out of the kitchen carrying a big food box. Uzumaki Naruto's smile became more and more obvious. He took a step forward to hug Little Hinata, and rubbed Little Hinata's head vigorously with his right hand. Long time no see, Little Hinata. 0. Chapter 108. Little Hinata's cheeks turned red all of a sudden. Feeling the warm hands above her head, Little Hinata blushed and said in a daze, Naruto-kun, don't we still go to school together in the morning? Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but laugh. He poked Little Hinata on the cheek, and said with a slight smile, no, as long as I don't see the next time ahead for a minute, I miss Little Hinata very much in my heart. Although living together for 5 years, Little Hinata is still as shy as ever. Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's bold love words, Little Hinata shyly turned her cheeks into big apples, and bursts of white smoke rose from her head. Seeing Little Hinata dizzy, Uzumaki Naruto quickly hugged her in his arms. Really? Hinata, you are too slender. Uzumaki Naruto helplessly scratched the bridge of Little Hinata's nose, and under the latter's shy eyes, kissed her forehead lightly. Boom! A bigger puff of white smoke exploded from the head of Little Hinata. The next day. Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen read the information with a gloomy face. Namikaze, Uchiha Shisui, teamed up to invade Cloud Shinobi Village, the Kingdom of Thunder, and used the summoning technique to summon 3 tails. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help rubbing his temples. This guy is really getting stronger. Continuing to look down, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became more and more gloomy. Uchiha Shisui went head-to-head against Killer Bee, then Tsunade and 4th Raikage took on Namikaze. This guy Tsunade, when did he get involved with Cloud Shinobi Village? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned ugly again, and he continued to look down, but his eyes became wider and wider. 8 inner gates. 7th gate is amazing, defeated Tsunade and 4th Raikage with only physical skills. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help rubbing his eyes, wondering if he had presbyopia. How could it be 8 inner gates? Isn't this the forbidden ninjutsu of Arcanaha village? Namikaze's face numb. Why did he 8 inner gates? And, even if it is 8 inner gates, it is impossible to defeat 4th Raikage and Tsunade at the 7th gate. These two are the most apex physical ninjas in the current ninja world. Enough, Sarutobi. Shimura Danzo scolded with a gloomy face, stood up and said in a deep voice, no matter whether the information about Namikaze's face is true or not, it is impossible for him to continue to live. In a moment I will take Uzumaki Naruto to Kirigakure, where he will surely die. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little relieved. That's right, no matter how strong Namikaze's face is, as long as he uses that forbidden ninjutsu, he can only die. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. Then it's up to you, make sure to get rid of Namikaze Myanmar and Uchiha Shisui in Kirigakure, and say hello to the teacher for me, just say. Konohagakure everything is well. Noon. Ninja school happens to be on break at noon. Many Xiaoqiang gathered together, picked a shady place, sat together and ate the food in the bento with their companions. And under a big tree. Inyazuka Fang looked at the bento in front of Uzumaki Naruto with cold sweat on his face. Well, Naruto, although it may be my illusion, but your bento, is it bigger than yesterday? A bento that is close to 1 meter, this kind of bento, is it really for people to eat? Little Hineda's face was flushed, and she lowered her head shyly. Because of Uzumaki Naruto's bold confession yesterday, I was too shy and accidentally made more weight than usual. Uzumaki Naruto looked as usual, opened the bento with a light smile and said, don't make a fuss, the bento made by little Hineda is so delicious, there is no problem with having more. While speaking, Uzumaki Naruto held 2 rice balls in his left hand and 4 tempura in his right hand. Under the stunned gazes of the Xiaoqiangs, Uzumaki Naruto ate all his food and emptied the huge bento. Thanks for your treatment. Uzumaki Naruto looked at little Hineda with a smile. I am very fortunate in my heart, fortunately, I have a sage body, and the digestion speed is dozens of times faster than others. Little Hineda nodded happily. There is nothing more satisfying than seeing someone you like eat your own food. Just when Uzumaki Naruto was about to hug little Hineda and take a beautiful nap, his expression suddenly changed, and Wei Blue looked behind him. The expressionless root ninja appeared behind Uzumaki Naruto and said indifferently. Uzumaki Naruto, follow me. Uzumaki Naruto rubbed little Hineda's hair regretfully. 0, ask for flowers. Little Hineda, I'll go out first. Little Hineda nodded reluctantly. Looking at the back of Uzumaki Naruto leaving, the Xiaoqiangs began to discuss in surprise. Those ninjas just now, are the roots. What are they doing looking for Naruto? Could it be that Naruto wants to join the root, but he hasn't graduated from ninja school yet? But Naruto's strength should be enough, think about that chain. The Xiaoqiangs talked a lot, but Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists unwillingly. Naruto, how strong are you, just now? Come to the familiar and unfamiliar roots. Looking at the burnt marks on the corridor, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help showing a sneer. Go through the long hallway. Uzumaki Naruto soon came to Shimura Danzo's office. At this time, many ninjas had gathered here. There are quite a few guys that Uzumaki Naruto looks familiar with. Hey, take Kakashi. A ninja of the Hyuga family. Inyazuka Flower. Sunset Red. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto approaching, these ninjas looked over in unison, with expressions of surprise in their eyes. Uzumaki Naruto. Kurenei frowned and looked at Shimura Danzo. Master Danzo, are you sure you want Uzumaki Naruto to participate in this operation? If I remember correctly, Uzumaki Naruto doesn't seem to have graduated from ninja school yet. That's what other ninjas want to ask too. Master Danzo, what we have to deal with this time are 2 S-rank rebels, won't such a brat slow us down when he comes in? That is to say, although he is the one, but it's too much of a hindrance, it's just a kid. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, interrupted the noise in the office, looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said gloomily. Uzumaki Naruto, show them your abilities. Uzumaki Naruto chuckled. Yes. While speaking, Uzumaki Naruto raised his right hand, opened his lips and teeth slightly and spit out 4 words. Adamantine ceiling chains. Clatter. The chains filled with golden light appeared like golden dragons in the sound of friction, circling the sky above the office. Chapter 109. Crash. Crash. Crash! The sound of intertwining golden locks can be heard endlessly, and the golden locks swim like golden dragons. In Danzo's office, the pupils of all the ninjas who saw adamantine sealing chains for the first time shrank. This is the strongest sealing technique in the ninja world. Adamantine sealing chains. Sure enough, just seeing these chains, I feel that chakra in my body is hindered, and the ability to suppress chakra is too strong. Fiery red pepper is mastering this kind of blood inheritance limit, golden locks, and can even suppress the Nine Tails demon fox. No wonder the Hokage family will be pierced by Uzumaki Naruto, this is really too restrained for a physical ninja. If it's this kind of blood inheritance limit, Uzumaki Naruto is really qualified to participate in the mission. The eyes of the ninja in Genbu's office slowly lit up. 617. Adamantine sealing chains have the ability to imprison chakra, but if they can touch Namikaze's numb skin, no matter how strong the latter is, they will be imprisoned. Thus, maybe just by creating an opportunity, Uzumaki Naruto can kill Namikaze in an instant. I just don't know how about chakra? Can it support the consumption of adamantine sealing chains? Kakashi muttered to himself. He naturally knows the ability of adamantine sealing chains. However, adamantine sealing chains are physical blood succession boundaries, and the consumption of chakra is larger than that of ordinary blood succession boundaries. Shimura Danzo knocked on the table. Ninaki, take a look. Hearing the words, the root ninja of the Hokage clan closed his eyes first, then opened them again, with bulging veins in the corners of his eyes. After looking around, the root ninja of the Hokage clan said, Master Danzo, the chakra in Uzumaki Naruto's body is almost the sum of 12 Kakashi. 9. Since when is self a measure? Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a hint of greed. As expected of the Jinchuriki of the Uzumaki family, there is such a chakra content at this age, if I can control it. Kakashi coughed at the right time. Master Danzo, should we explain the mission? Shimura Danzo became gloomy and cast a dissatisfied glance at Kakashi. He knew that Kakashi was Sarutobi Hiruzen who came to spy on him. But Shimura Danzo didn't say much, looking at Kurane Ui, read, please explain to Uzumaki Naruto. Kurane Ui nodded slightly, walked up to Uzumaki Naruto, squatted down slightly, rubbed Uzumaki Naruto's hair and said, Little friend, we are going to catch a big villain this time, will you be afraid? Uzumaki Naruto laughed, what kind of villain? There was a hint of sadness in Yuhi Hong's eyes, and he sighed and said, he is a heinous S-rank rebellious ninja. My sister's boyfriend was injured by him. Naruto kid, can you please catch him with chains? The corners of Uzumaki Naruto's mouth curled up slightly. It's a pity. Your boyfriend was injured by me. Uzumaki Naruto nodded vigorously, and then asked curiously, Sister Hong, is your boyfriend seriously injured? Is he not going to participate in this mission? Uzumaki Naruto remembers clearly that he was not too seriously injured Sarutobi Asuma, who should have recovered from his injury. Yuhi Hong's face was a little embarrassed, no, it's almost recovered now, just. Before Yuhi Hong finished speaking, Sarutobi Asuma rushed into the office with red eyes, looked at Kurane Ui and said with gritted teeth, just what? It's because I was seriously injured there, so even you look down on me. Yuhi Hong's face instantly turned pale, and he waved his hands in a panic, no, Asuma, I didn't mean that, I just. Shut up. Sarutobi Asuma glared hard at Kurane Ui, clenched his fists, looked at Shimura Danzo and roared loudly. Danzo, why don't you let me participate in this operation? I am also an elite jonin from Konoha village who is fully capable of joining. Shimura Danzo frowned, and said impatiently, Sarutobi Asuma, control your emotions, it is because of your appearance that Sarutobi Hiruzen will not let you join the action. He looks down on Sarutobi Asuma. Although this guy is the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he has not inherited Sarutobi Hiruzen's insidious and cunning strength at all. It's just that the lower body is damaged, and he is actually angry. Yuhi Hong also persuaded, Asuma, calm down, your injury is not impossible to recover. Shut up. Sarutobi Asuma's face was flushed, and he roared angrily at Yuhi Hong. His lower body was damaged, which was the shame of his life. Now, was actually said by Yuhi Hong brightly, almost giving him an urge to kill. Forward. Kakashi and other ninjas showed embarrassment and turned their heads away. They also felt sorry for Asuma, who was about to get married, but ended up with this kind of thing. Sarutobi Asuma was even more angry, striding forward, looking at Yuhi Hong with red eyes. Hong, I am like this now, are you still willing to marry me? Do you also look down on me in your heart and think that I am a useless person? Yuhi Hong's face showed pain, and he pushed Sarutobi Asuma's hand with his hand. Asuma, I didn't mean that. Then what do you mean? Sarutobi Asuma's eyes were red, and he roared loudly, why have you been avoiding me all this time? Didn't you agree that you will get married after a while? Shihai Hong was pinched in pain, and the pain on her face became more and more obvious. It's really ugly. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head slightly, and with a thought, the gold chains like a golden dragon instantly imprisoned Sarutobi Asuma. What? Sarutobi Asuma froze for a moment, then saw Uzumaki Naruto, and roared angrily. Little devil, let me go, don't you think I can't even beat you now? While speaking, Sarutobi Asuma struggled desperately, trying to break free from the gold chain. However, no matter how much he struggled, the golden lock remained as still as a mountain, not even a trace of loosening. The ninjas around were amazed. As expected of adamantine sealing chains, it completely imprisoned the flow of chakra in Asuma's body. Although Asuma is emotionally unstable now, he is still an elite Jonin 4.6 after all. I didn't expect to be solved so easily. Having Uzumaki Naruto participate is indeed the right choice. In this case, maybe we can get rid of Namikaze's facial numbness easily. Hearing the comments of his former companions, Sarutobi Asuma felt angry, annoyed, and even went mad. Little devil, let go of me quickly, believe it or not, I will kill you. The noisy ones are going to die. Uzumaki Naruto showed an impatient look, waved his right hand and said, at any rate, you are also a man, and you yelled like this after suffering a small injury. It's true that you are angry when you are hurt, but don't you know that the people who care about you are more sad? Be quiet. The end of the gold chain moved slightly and hit the back of Sarutobi Asuma's head, knocking him unconscious. Chapter 110. The root office fell silent. All the ninjas, including Danzo, looked at Sarutobi Asuma who was lying on the ground with weird faces. Good guy. Although I know you are a little irrational now. But I never thought that you would be defeated by a teenager. Adamantine sealing chains are indeed powerful, but the user is only a boy from common, can't you use the instant body technique to dodge? A dignified elite Jonin, unexpectedly, was beaten to the ground by a student, and the news made elite Jonin feel ashamed. More or less, ninjas have some mockery of Sarutobi Asuma in their hearts. Shimura Danzo was no exception. With a sneer in his heart, he became more and more determined not to give up the position of Hokage to Sarutobi Asuma. Cough cough. Kakashi coughed twice, and said, well. Adamantine sealing chains are really strong, with the help of Uzumaki Naruto, our trip may go very smoothly. The rest of the ninjas followed suit. That's right, Asuma is still being careless. You can't underestimate the young geniuses of today. Yes, Uzumaki Naruto 05 is the most talented boy in this year, maybe he will have the strength close to Jonin after graduation. You can't blame Asuma, let's help him up and send him to the infirmary. The ninjas said with embarrassment. After all, Asuma is also Hokage's son, so we can't embarrass him too much. Kurane Ui looked at Uzumaki Naruto gratefully, with tears in her eyebrows, she rubbed Uzumaki Naruto's hair vigorously. Thank you, Naruto kid. Uzumaki Naruto gently pushed Yuhi Hong's hand away with his right hand, it's nothing, it's just that I don't like it. If I get hurt, I will never bring my anger to little Hinata, who is my beloved girlfriend. But what Sarutobi Asuma did really made Uzumaki Naruto look down on it. Kurane Ui clenched her lower lip, if only Asuma could be like you. I obviously didn't care about it, but Asuma was too sensitive, and would get angry if there was something unsatisfactory. Looking at the bruise on his shoulder, Ui Hongzin Chinin couldn't help but sighed. If only you could be like Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. I don't want to get into any romantic debt now. Hearing this, Shimura Danzo had an idea in his mind, knocked on the table and said, Yuhi Hong, Uzumaki Naruto is still young, and it's the first time he left the village, so he might not be used to it, so you will take care of Uzumaki Naruto next. Yuhi Hong was a little surprised. But after looking at Uzumaki Naruto, Yuhi Hong's face gradually recovered, showing a smile, and nodded slightly. Yes, I will take good care of Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi frowned, Danzo-sama, Hokage-sama asked me to take care of Uzumaki Naruto. Shimura Danzo's face darkened, Kakashi, I don't know your character yet, do you think you can take care of Uzumaki Naruto? Kakashi frowned, but he couldn't say anything more, but there was an ominous premonition in his heart. Danzo, don't you really want to attack Uzumaki Naruto? Shimura Danzo sneered in his heart, and looked at Uzumaki Naruto more and more greedily. Adamantine sealing chains. What a powerful ability, a common brat can kill an elite Jonin directly, at least he will be an elite Jonin in the future. And, just might be the first perfect nine-tails Jinchuriki in history. Uzumaki Naruto, you are mine. Greed in Shimura Danzo's eyes has almost formed substance, and he keeps thinking in his heart how to get Vice Admiral Uzumaki Naruto in this journey. Uzumaki Naruto pretended to be ignorant, but sneered in his heart. The whole house. Everyone is fighting. True to its name Konoha village, disgustingly disgusting. Karema, see? This is the insidiousness of human greed, and it's just not as good as Sarutobi Hiruzen's Shimura Danzo. Nine-Tails flicked his tail in the sealed space, and lazily said, well, do you want to kill him during this journey? The corners of Uzumaki Naruto's mouth curled up. Of course, but let's take a look first. Shimura Danzo is very insidious, even if he is in Konoha now, he is already ready for Izanaki. Little Naruto, do you feel tired? Do you want to take a break? Running through the woods, Tadehong looked at Uzumaki Naruto worriedly, and said while jumping, "Today we have to rush to the beach first, and there is still a long way to go. If you catch me, I can carry you on my back." Looking at Ui Hong's beautiful back, Uzumaki Naruto turned his head slightly. "No, no need. I didn't want to have a good relationship with Shi Hong, and I didn't want to trouble this woman who just lost love." Yu Hong nodded slightly, and said with a gentle smile, "If you are tired, you must tell me, otherwise you will have no time to rest when you arrive in the land of water." Uzumaki Naruto nodded slightly. Kakashi slowed down by 2 points, walked side by side with Uzumaki Naruto, narrowed his eyes and said slightly, "Naruto, although it is your first time to travel far, you look very skilled." Uzumaki Naruto's heart sank. Kakashi is so sharp. No. Just learning from the ninja-sama, I learned the movements of the ninja-sama without knowing it. Uzumaki Naruto said with a smile. "Is it 320? Kakashi was a little suspicious. He didn't know why, he always felt that Uzumaki Naruto seemed to go out often. Whether it is the pace or breathing, it is not like a novice, but more like a ninja who has experienced many battles. An illusion." Kakashi muttered to himself, then shook his head with a wry smile. What was he thinking? Although Uzumaki Naruto awakened the adamantine sealing chains, he was only a child in his teens. How could he be a battle-tested ninja? It must be an illusion, but Uzumaki Naruto's talent is really high. Kakashi shook his head. He no longer doubted anything, and picked up his speed to keep up with the large army ahead. When Kakashi left, Uzumaki Naruto looked at Kakashi's back and became indifferent. "Kakashi, I hope you don't find anything now, otherwise, I will get rid of you first." Turning his head, Uzumaki Naruto looked at Kuroyuki with a smile. "Sister Hong, I'm a little tired, can I trouble you to carry me for a while?" Kurenayui breathed a sigh of relief, walked over and squatted in front of Uzumaki Naruto. "Is it finally no longer holding on? I just said, don't be too brave for a child like you to go out for the first time. It's amazing to be able to walk half of the way." Uzumaki Naruto nodded with a broad smile. "Yes, I will not be brave again." Chapter 111. Sailboat sails on the boundless sea. The light of dusk sprinkled on the sea, as if reflecting a piece of Red Sea. Waves of flowers are constantly surging, and white bait jumps out of the water from time to time, reflecting a beautiful curtain of a line of water and sky. "Water country, Shisui, are you ready?" Uzumaki Naruto leaned on the pole of the boat, holding a senbon in his mouth, looking at an isolated island at the end of the sea with great interest. "Naruto, what are you doing here?" Kurenayui came out of the cabin and looked at Uzumaki Naruto strangely. "Don't you need to take a break? If we arrive in the country of water, we will have no time to rest, and we may be attacked by the enemy at any time." No. Uzumaki Naruto smiled and shook his head. "Just this level is not enough to wear me down. I now have sage body and dead bone pulse, among other things. It can be called a humanoid perpetual motion machine in terms of physical strength." "Yet." Shi Hong walked over with a smile and said, "That's good, but, you really looked like an adult just now." Uzumaki Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Really?" Yu Hong nodded. "Just now you looked like a mature man with a story, but maybe I misread it." While speaking, Shi Hong couldn't help but smile. "What are you thinking about?" Even if Uzumaki Naruto graduated, he was only 12 or 13 years old. How could there be any story? Uzumaki Naruto smiled and said nothing. "After experiencing so many things, my temperament has long been completely inconsistent with the common boy. But a woman's intuition, Kakashi's eyesight, the combination of the two is really troublesome." The sailboat moved slowly. Finally, in the middle of the night, I came to a remote pier in the country of water. When the boat was about to dock, Shimura Danzo said solemnly, "Everyone, be alert. According to our information, Kirigakure's fifth Mizukage is very likely to be Namikaze's numb-faced woman. This shows that Namikaze has a strong grasp on Kirigakure. From now on, we must be careful not to let Kirigakure ninjas discover our tracks. It doesn't matter if you get caught." Murderous intent flashed in Shimura Danzo's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Kill him directly, and we must not let our news be exposed." The Konoha shinobi on board nodded solemnly. Unexpectedly, after Namikaze killed the daimyo of the water country, Kirigakure Mizukage, he could still let the fifth Mizukage be his woman. What a terrifying guy! Not only his strength, but also his yet is extremely fierce. It's really quite difficult to fight in his homeland. That is to say, are we really capable of killing Namikaze and Uchiha Shisui just by ourselves? These two guys alone are 2S rank rebels, let alone the fifth Mizukage is his woman. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto frowned. Wei Blue's eyes coldly glanced at the ninjas on board. "Damn it, when did this rumor spread? Master Danzo, when do you want to use that forbidden technique?" Kakashi looked at Shimura Danzo and asked. "We are about to enter the land of water soon. I am worried that we will be discovered when we go ashore. When your forbidden technique?" Shimura Danzo frowned. "Don't worry, we didn't bring an offering this time, we have to find an offering before we can use it. Reanimation jutsu." Second Hokage summoning forbidden technique from another world invented by Senjo Tobirama. This technique can summon the dead ninja souls back to the world and resurrect them in the form of entities. This technique can be said to be the most terrifying forbidden technique in the ninja world. But there must be a prerequisite for launching this technique, that is, sacrifices are required. Use the body of the living as the container for the soul of the dead, call back the soul of the dead from the underworld and bind it, let the soul of the dead attach to the container, and cover the body of the living with dust, so as to transform into the appearance of the dead. The strength of the sacrifice is getting stronger and stronger, and the strength of the resurrected ninja will be closer to that of his life. It was the first time for Kakashi to hear about impure world reincarnation, and when he heard that sacrifices were needed, his brows could not help but wrinkled. This technique is really cruel. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly. What kind of ninja are you being soft-hearted? Having said that, Shimura Danzo's face turned gloomy. The sacrificial offering, at least one ninja with elite Jonin's strength as a sacrificial offering can maximize Nidame's strength. Shimura Danzo slammed his fist on the pole of the boat. Damn Sarutobi, why don't you just hand over Yamato to me? As Yamato who can use the incomplete wood style and has a part of Hashirama cells in his body, he is undoubtedly the best sacrifice for impure world reincarnation. But Sarutobi Hiruzen disagreed anyway, and told him to capture an elite Jonin in Kirigakura as a sacrifice. Snort. Kakashi, this task is entrusted to you. You must catch me a ninja with the strength of elite Jonin in a short time. Shimura Danzo said in a deep voice. During this period, you must be careful not to be discovered, otherwise, reanimation jutsu may not be activated. Kakashi frowned. Master Danzo, it is not an easy task to catch a living elite Jonin in a short time. Just when Shimura Danzo and Kakashi communicated. The other side. Uzumaki Naruto put his hands on the pole of the boat, chatting with Kurane Yui one after another. And at the place where Kurane Yui's eyes could not reach, at the end of Uzumaki Naruto's index finger, a trace of undetectable ice crystals gradually condensed. The ice crystals gradually spread and touched the rough sea water. The corners of Uzumaki Naruto's mouth curled up slightly, and he said softly. Ice escape Silver World. Yu Haihong was stunned for a moment, and asked, Nyozeo how, a little puzzled, Naruto, what are you talking about? Uzumaki Naruto smiled and shook his head. No, not at all. The tiny ice crystals that spread out from Uzumaki Naruto's index finger touched the sea water and gradually spread to the surroundings. Kaka. Shi Haihong was about to speak, but suddenly she was stunned for a moment, her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her beautiful eyes became more dignified. What sound? Cracking, it sounds like breaking ice, this is the sea. Yu Haihong poked her head out from the pole of the boat, her beautiful eyes glanced at the ocean below. This look immediately made Yu Haihong's red eyes widen. I saw that the rough sea was turning into pure white at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the waves were all fixed in midair. And this touch of white is still expanding rapidly, gradually covering the bottom of the ship and the ice surface firmly, and fixing it to the sea surface. Not, it's icy. Chapter 112. Not, it's icy. Kurane Yui looked at the ice at the bottom of the boat in horror. The endless ice seemed to freeze the entire sea, and one could even see wisps of cold air rising from the ice. It is completely impossible to see where the enemy is releasing ninjutsu. What can be seen is only the ever-expanding ice surface. Not only the seawater at the bottom of the ship is frozen, it is even spreading crazily. What? The faces of the Konoha shinobi on the ship changed drastically, and they rushed out of the cabin in a hurry. When they came to the pole and saw the endless ice, they all fell into shock. Really? The sea is frozen. This is such a huge chakra, it can actually change the terrain of a sea area, turning the sea area into a world of ice and snow. The terrain has been completely changed. This is simply a miracle. Is it really the limit of what humans can do? I can't even imagine how huge the opponent's chakra is. Jinchuriki's chakra may not be so huge. Konoha village ninja shocking comments. Suddenly, the root ninja of the Hyuga family looked into the distance with white eyes, and said indifferently. No, the ice has almost frozen the pier, and we can't get to the shore at all. The Konoha village ninja quickly raised his head and looked at the pier 900 in the distance. The pier, which was hundreds of meters away, had now turned into a frozen area. Not just the ocean below the pier, but the pier itself is covered in a thick layer of ice. This kind of power, did Namikaze come over in person? Shimura Danzo ran to the bow of the boat as if his butt was on fire, looking at the white snow and ice, his face was extremely ugly. It's completely turned into ice, how can we fight in this situation? In the end, Namikaze's face is numb. Why did he know our tracks? Could it be related to his unknown identity? Shimura Danzo almost gritted his teeth, ignoring the issue of leaking news, he punched the bow of the boat and shouted loudly, "Get off the boat quickly, you can't stay on the boat, otherwise you will be a target for the dolls." The Konoha village ninjas nodded and hurriedly got off the boat. On this vast expanse of white ice, the ships fixed on the ice are living targets, and a round of focused fire can completely smash the ships. Naruto, don't be afraid, you must follow me, I will protect you. Yuhihong said nervously. Uzumaki Naruto nodded with a smile, yes, I will definitely follow behind Sister Hong. Yuhihong blushed slightly, then took out a handful, and looked around without vigilance. Uzumaki, of bite, smiled, looked to the southwest, and said softly. Is it time to do it? Next second. The ice surface was blasted away by a huge emerald green skeleton fist, and biting cold water poured out from the ice surface. At the same time, several Kirigakure ninjas appeared. As soon as they stood on the ice, the Kirigakure ninjas shivered all over. It was so cold, I thought I was going to be frozen into ice when I was underwater. That's right, the entire sea is frozen, it's a miracle, God's calendar. I can't believe this is the blood successor boundary of the Wu Yu family. It should be the user's chakra is too huge, completely changing the blood succession boundary. Stop talking nonsense, do it. Qing scolded in a deep voice, her hands quickly formed seals, and a water dragon formed by a stream of water behind her opened her teeth and danced her claws. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. The rest of the Kirigakure ninjas also knew that the situation was urgent, so they stopped talking nonsense, and at the same time formed seals with their hands. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. Several Kirigakure ninjas used the water dragon bomb technique at the same time, and water dragons with teeth and claws roared and rushed towards the Konoha village ninjas. Water style. The ninja of Konoha village stared wide-eyed and lost his voice. It's Kirigakure's ninjas, are they crazy? We're here to help them get rid of Namikaze, how can they attack us? Damn it, it's on the ice, there's water under the ice, it's the home field of water-style ninjas, we can't give full play to our strength. Sure enough, 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei is Namikaze's blushing concubine, this pair of adulterers. The ninja of Konoha village had an ugly face, but he didn't care about thinking too much, and formed mudras with both hands at the same time. Fire-style Great Eruption. Fire-style Great Eruption. Ton Great Eruption. Since it is on ice, it is extremely difficult to perform earth-style ninjutsu, so the Konoha village ninja simply uses fire to restrain water. Just when the flame was about to touch the water flow, Uzumaki Naruto stomped the ice surface slightly and said softly, Ice Escape Absolute Zero. Biting cold air gushes out from the ice surface, and the actual white cold air can almost be seen, and the temperature begins to drop sharply. Kaka. The water dragon formed by the water flow was frozen into an ice dragon in an instant, the scales were crystal clear, as if forged from crystal, and the body exuded a terrifying cold air. The moment the ice dragon hit the flames, the whole body was filled with cold air, and it directly broke through the flames. Water overcomes fire, and fire also overcomes water, but water is the superior of water. Uzumaki Naruto twitched his lips, watching the ice dragons crashing towards him. Boom! 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 The huge ice dragon hit the ice and exploded in an instant. Countless snow and ice crystals flew around, hitting the surroundings like bullets. The Konoha village ninja groaned miserably, and quickly left the ice and snow area without saying a word. After this battle, the formation of the ninjas in Konoha village was completely disrupted, and everyone fled in all directions, completely ignoring the confluence. Naruto, hurry up and hug me. Kurenayui hurriedly hugged Uzumaki Naruto, stepped on the ice, and quickly ran towards the forest of the land of water. In a blink of an eye, all the Konoha village ninjas on the ice fled, leaving only Kirigakure's ninjas and Uchiha Shisui. Qing looked at the fleeing Konoha village ninja, couldn't help sighing, looked at Terumi Mei and asked. Master Terumi Mei, do we really need to do this for 2S rank rebels? Shoot for the ninjas of Konoha village, which means that we will start a war between Kirigakure and Konoha village, and maybe there will be a ninja war. There was one more thing Qing didn't say. Could it be that, Master Terumi Mei, you really turned into Namikaze's numb woman? Terumi Mei's face remained unchanged, and she said in a deep voice, no, it's not because of Namikaze's facial numbness, but simply to weaken Konoha's strength. Qing frowned, Konoha's strength isn't too strong right now. In the Second Ninja World War, Konoha burst out with powerful power, and survived the attacks of 4 hidden villages with 1 hidden village. That's when Konoha is at its strongest. But now the wood leaves are green and yellow. The strong will die and run as fast as they can. They are not considered strong enemies at all. Terumi Mei took a deep breath, I thought the same before, until I got a message from Uchiha Shisui. Ayo, have you heard of Forbidden Technique? Reanimation jutsu developed by Konoha's second Hokage. While Kirigakure ninjas were talking, Uchiha Shisui stared indifferently at the disappearing back of Shimura Danzo with Mangekyo in his eyes. Danzo, do you think you can escape this time? Shua. The figure of Uchiha Shisui flashed, and he went straight to the place where Shimura Danzo disappeared. Chapter 112. Who? Kurenayui hid behind a big tree, panting heavily, hugging Uzumaki Naruto tightly. I really didn't expect, that Kirigakure would obey the order of renegade. Yuhihong gasped and said. No one should be chasing me. Hong leaned against the tree trunk, glanced back nervously, and found that no one was chasing her, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Great, but, what to do now? That, should you put me down? Uzumaki Naruto spoke. Only then did Kurane Yui react, and she lowered her head to glance at Uzumaki Naruto, her face blushing involuntarily. I was too nervous just now, and almost stuffed Uzumaki Naruto's head into my chest during the escape. Uzumaki Naruto walked out of Kurane Yui's arms, shaking his hair slightly. Kanuri Yui, you look nervous. Sunset Red smiled wryly. Of course, what we faced just now were Kirigakure's ninjas, and this is Kirigakure's stronghold. Uzumaki Naruto smiled, don't worry, I just checked, and no one came after us. Only then did Hong relax, leaning against the tree trunk, and said in a daze, then what should we do now? After all, I am just a special jonin of the Grandmaster Illusion, who has never experienced war or great danger. This is the first time that Hong has no backbone. Uzumaki Naruto smiled, leaned against the tree trunk and said, don't worry, just listen to the sound. Listen to the sound. Hong was a little puzzled. Uzumaki Naruto nodded, wait a minute, as long as we hear the sound of fighting somewhere, we will go there then, and we will definitely be able to join the big army. Hong's eyes lit up. Yes, there is another way. Suddenly, Kurane Yui looked at Uzumaki Naruto, blushing inexplicably. Naruto, why are you so calm, like a real ninja? Do not know why. Hong always feels that Uzumaki Naruto is more mature than Sarutobi Asuma. If Uzumaki Naruto were older, maybe he could be his boyfriend. Thinking of this, Yui's face became even more rosy. Uzumaki Naruto smiled without opening his mouth, and closed his eyes slightly. Kagura hard eyes. Instantly. The 10-kilometer view of Fang Yuan came into Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. Damn, the news must have been leaked, otherwise the Kirigakure ninja would not be able to find us so accurately. Shimura Danzo kept jumping in the forest, his face was extremely ugly. This operation is classified. Because of the use of impure world reincarnation, only a few people know the content of the operation. But the opponent found his ship so accurately. Namikaze face numb, who the hell are you? Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth and said, you must have an eyeliner in Konoha village, maybe it has a lot to do with your identity. While speaking, Shimura Danzo made up his mind. When I return to Konoha village, I must carefully screen the ninjas in this operation, maybe there are people related to Namikaze Myanmar among them. Sudden. The root ninja who was following Shimura Danzo stopped and said indifferently, Master Danzo, someone is following us. Shimura Danzo paused. Several people. Genbu ninja said indifferently, a person, but his speed is very fast, and the chakra in his body is also extremely large, at least at the elite jonin level. Shimura Danzo had an ominous premonition in his heart, and hurriedly asked, how fast is that person? The root ninja stopped completely, turned around quickly, and looked indifferently at a big tree ahead. It's almost behind us. Shimura Danzo. Suppressing the wild beating of his heart, Shimura Danzo looked gloomily at the ninja who was both familiar and unfamiliar on the tree trunk not far away. Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui held a short sword and stared at Danzo indifferently. Danzo, long time no see. It's been 5 years since you killed me. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, a mere rebel, who has the right to reminisce about the old days with me. Namikaze's face is numb. Uchiha Shisui said indifferently, just because you are not qualified to let Master Myanmar take action, I will be your opponent. This is what I asked on my own initiative, in order to avenge Uchiha's genocide. 0. Seeking flowers. The voice fell. The figure of Uchiha Shisui flickered, rushing towards Shimura Danzo at ultimate speed. So fast. Shimura Danzo's complexion changed, and he quickly pulled out kunao, and your eyes, 2 Mangekyo Sharinon. Clang. Short sword and kunao confront each other head-on, and sparks fly for a moment. Bah! Shimura Danzo let out a miserable snort, clutching the wound on his shoulder and took 2 steps back, looking at the blood streaming down his shoulder in shock. What a speed! Wind-style vacuum datama. Shimura Danzo's face turned ferocious, and he spit 3 violent cold winds from his mouth. 0. Uchiha Shisui didn't show any weakness, approached quickly with both hands, dazzled, and spit out 3 groups of burning flames in a row. Fire-style great fireball technique. Boom. The flames and cold wind collided with each other and exploded in mid-air. Before the explosion was over, Uchiha Shisui's figure flickered again, attacking Shimura Danzo from various incredible angles. Damn Uchiha! Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth and cursed, with boundless resentment in his heart. The grudge is not for Uchiha Shisui, but for Sarutobi Hiruzen. If he handed over Yamato to himself, he would be able to impure world reincarnation second Hokage now, instead of being passively beaten now. Yamanaka wind! Shimura Danzo roared. Yamanaka, the root ninja who was watching from the sidelines, nodded and took a step forward, aiming at Uchiha Shisui. Hard turning technique. Seeing the movement of the Yamanaka wind, Uchiha Shisui Mangekyo Sharinon turned slightly. Mangekyo Sharinon. Next second. Yamanaka Feng's face turned pale, and he took 2 steps back subconsciously. Master Danzo, I have no way to invade Uchiha Shisui's body, his Sharinon restrains me too much. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, trash. Then use taijutsu to go with me, I don't believe that he alone can kill this old man. While speaking, Shimura Danzo ripped off the bandage on his arm. The arm under the bandage was covered with thick 3-tomo Sharinon, and the orangutan eyes kept looking at the surrounding soldiers. Chapter 113. Sharinon. And they are all the Sharinon of the 3 Guyu. Uchiha Shisui's eyes turned red all of a sudden, and he gritted his teeth and said, Danzo, UBD, how many eyes of Uchiha family members did you gouge out? There are more than a dozen 3-tomo Sharinon on Shimura Danzo's arm alone. There are so many inlays, not to mention other 3-tomo Sharinon used for experiments, there will be more and no less. Just looking at those scarlet eyes, Uchiha Shisui's heart is bleeding. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, how much? Of course all of them were dug up, the Sharinon of the Uchiha family is an important strategic material. Whether it's the 3-tomo Sharinon, the Urguya Sharinon, the Uguya Sharinon, or even the eyes of the unawakened Uchiha family, I dug them all out on May 17th. Shimura Danzo sneered inwardly as he spoke. If it weren't for the fact that I have no way to freely control the Hashirama cells, the 3-tomo Sharinon on the arm will only be more. Danzo. The corners of Uchiha Shisui's eyes were almost dripping with blood. He clasped his hands tightly and roared, UBD, are you really the Uchiha clan that was only exterminated for peace? So greedy, so dark, UBD, are you the Uchiha clan that was exterminated for your own selfish desires? Shimura Danzo sneered in his heart, yes, just be more angry like this, so that you can reveal bigger flaws. To guarantee Uchiha Shisui's wrath, Shimura Danzo deliberately sneered. Yes, but so what? The Uchiha family has been wiped out, you will die here today, who will know? By the way, Shimura Danzo taunts, the Sharinon of the Uchiha clan, is really useful. Ah! Uchiha Shisui yelled with tears of blood streaming down his eyes. FK me! Mangekyo Sharinon! Moment! Shimura Danzo's body froze, sinking into Uchiha Shisui's illusion. Dangerous, Master Danzo! Yamanaka Feng quickly rushed forward with kunao in his hand, only to hear the sound of metal and iron clanging. Don't get in the way! Uchiha Shisui blocked Yamanaka Feng with his left hand, raised his right foot high, kicked Yamanaka Feng away with one kick, and slashed the short sword with his right hand across Danzo's neck fiercely. Bah! Shimura Danzo recovered from the illusion, clutching his neck in pain, but even so, he couldn't stop the blood gushing from his neck. Thump! The sound of something heavy hitting the ground sounded. Shimura Danzo's body fell to the ground, lifeless. Uchiha Shisui panted heavily, looking at Danzo's corpse with killing intent, anger and remorse in his eyes. As early as 5 years ago, I could kill you like this. It was because of my own kindness that the Uchiha family was wiped out, all of which were my own reasons. Sudden. There was a hint of indifference in Uchiha Shisui's eyes, without turning his head, he said coldly. Susanoo. In the first stage, the green Susanoo skeleton, like an exoskeleton, is put on Uchiha Shisui's body, creating a strong defense. Clang. The sound of gold and iron clashing sounded. Shimura Danzo appeared behind Uchiha Shisui's back at some point, with Nakaku no wolf stab on Susanoo Sui green bone. It's such a strong defense, it can't be pierced at all. Shimura Danzo's complexion changed, and he quickly backed away without saying a word. Uchiha Shisui sneered and said quickly with his hands in madras, Danzo, do you think I'll fall twice in the same pit? Last time you used as an agate to sneak attack me, this time I won't let you succeed so easily. Shimura Danzo's heart sank, knowing that it was impossible to use as an Aki's sneak attack. But, Shimura Danzo said with a sneer on his face, then let's see if your pupil power is exhausted first, or if my Sharinon is completely closed. I can still use as an Aki 10 times, which is equivalent to 10 lives. I don't believe that I can't kill Uchiha Shisui in these 10 lives. Wind style vacuum Lianyu. Shimura Danzo kept spitting out highly compressed wind style from his mouth while running. The figure of Uchiha Shisui flickered continuously, easily dodging wind style's attack. Without the attack of Yamanaka Wind and other root ninjas, Mangekyo Sharinon turned slightly. Illusion Fox Mind Art. Bah! The short sword sliced across Shimura Danzo's stiff neck again. Blood splattered everywhere. Shimura Danzo's body disappeared in the white mist again. Wait until Shimura Danzo appears, dragging until the end of Izanaga's time, and Uchiha Shisui Mangekyo spins again. Illusion Shiranui. Bah! Shimura Danzo used an Aki without waiting for death. Magic Hang technique. Bah! Blood gushed out again, and Shimura Danzo's body appeared on a big tree in the distance, looking at Uchiha Shisui with an extremely gloomy expression. Glancing down at his arm, Shimura Danzo's face became even uglier. Just tens of minutes. 4 of my 11 3-tomo Sharinans have been closed, and only 7 3-tomo Sharinans are still open. 7 more times. Shimura Danzo looked at Uchiha Shisui gloomily. Shisui, you must not be able to hold on any more. Uchiha Shisui snorted coldly, and wiped the blood from the corner of his eyes casually. It's still early. With a hard heart, Uchiha Shisui forcibly activated the Mangekyo Sharinan. Illusion distinguished heavenly gods. This time, Shimura Danzo's face changed drastically, and before falling into the illusion, he directly activated Izanaki. After the figure appeared from a distance again, Shimura Danzo looked at his body in surprise, for fear of any unknown changes. The strongest illusion distinguished heavenly gods. It can change people's consciousness unconsciously, even with Izanaki, Shimura Danzo can't rest assured. There is more blood in the corner of Uchiha Shisui's eyes, but he still said coldly at 3.6. Illusion distinguished heavenly gods. Launching distinguished heavenly gods again, Uchiha Shisui's cheeks were almost stained red with blood from the corners of his eyes, but he didn't care, his eyes were fixed on Shimura Danzo tightly. Danzo, that's it, activate Aniki a few more times. In this case, you will have no chance to escape back to Konoha. Wait until Master Naruto comes. This forest in the land of water is your burial place. That guy Shisui is really desperate. Uzumaki Naruto muttered to himself. Obviously Uchiha Shisui can consume Shimura Danzo slowly, but he uses this life-for-life style of play. Because of guilt, or because of anger? Well, the quantity is enough. Uzumaki Naruto smiled, looked at Yuhihong and said, Yuhihong, there is a voice over there, let's go and have a look. Chapter 114. Kurenei was taken aback. Naruto, did you hear anything? Why didn't I hear anything? Uzumaki Naruto smiled, I have good hearing. In fact, it is a full 6 kilometers away from where Uchiha Shisui and Shimura Danzo fought. If it weren't for Kagura's mind, even he wouldn't be able to perfectly detect the scene over there. Good. Distinguished heavenly gods, which can only be activated once every 10 years, Uchiha Shisui, you actually used all of them on this old man. Shimura Danzo turned pale, and looked at Uchiha Shisui angrily. On his arm, the 11 3-tomo Sharinan that were originally blood red had already closed a full 6 at this time. Uchiha Shisui sneered. Danzo, didn't I say that? This forest in the land of water is your burial place. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth and cast a somber glance at his own arm. There are still 5 3-tomo Sharinan, although it still means that 05 has 5 lives, but it is not very safe. After all, there is still Namikaze that has not appeared. But, this situation can't go away even if you want to go away. Shimura Danzo looked at Uchiha Shisui with an ugly face. Shisui's strongest is technique, and he couldn't outrun him at all. Danzo. Do you still have time to look around? Uchiha Shisui's eyes were bloodshot, he roared loudly, and the emerald green chakra flame ignited on his body. Susanoo. Boom. Susanoo, as huge as a mountain, rose from the ground, and the green spiral knife in his hand slashed down towards Shimura Danzo fiercely. What? Shimura Danzo's pupils shrank, and he backed away sharply without saying a word. Uchiha Shisui, you lunatic, you still dare to use Susanoo now, are you not afraid of going blind in a second? Susanoo slashed in the forest, and there was a loud bang, and a gap was opened in the soil instantly. The tyrannical fluctuations rushed straight into the sky, spreading for nearly 100 meters, and cold sweat broke out on Shimura Danzo's forehead. However, he hadn't waited for him to breathe a sigh of relief. Uchiha Shisui waved his hand again, and shouted coldly, don't try to run. Susanoo 99. Emerald green Susanoo's breastplate opened wide, and 99 emerald green arrows were suddenly shot from it. Shimura Danzo ran quickly in the forest, but the green arrows followed Shimura Danzo closely like maggots attached to the bones. Boom! All the trees along the way were shot and exploded by emerald green arrows. Damn it, Uchiha's artifact also has tracking abilities. Shimura Danzo cursed angrily, and was swallowed by the swarming emerald arrows. Izanagi. Shimura Danzo, who used Izanagi again, appeared on the tree trunk in the distance, and his face had become extremely ugly. 4 3-tomo Sharinan. No way. Shimura Danzo looked at his subordinates with gloomy eyes. Although it was painful to use his subordinates as sacrifices, it was the best choice. Yamanaka wind. Naradir river. Thousands of sails and rain. David Wada. Hyaga memory. It's time for you to make sacrifices. Shimura Danzo looked gloomily at his men. These root ninjas were completely useless against Uchiha Shisui. Yes. The root ninja whose emotions had been wiped out long ago stood indifferently in front of Shimura Danzo without the slightest hesitation. Impure world reincarnation. With the seal of Shimura Danzo, the bodies of the 5 ninjas were gradually covered by layers of light grey-white paper. This process seemed to be extremely painful. Even though their emotions were wiped out, the 5 ninjas still couldn't help but screamed. As the coverage continues, the faces of the 5 ninjas are constantly changing. Uchiha Shisui's face changed drastically, and Susanoo stopped walking and looked at the faces of the 5 ninjas in shock. This is second Hokage Senjo Tobirama. Would yabai yahei take Sakumo? Might wear Kato Dan. And Uzumaki Kushina-sama. Uchiha Shisui looked at the last person in disbelief. That cover hole, can't be wrong, it's Master Uzumaki Kushina. Raising his head sharply, Uchiha Shisui roared angrily, Danzo, UBD, how dare you even move the corpse of Master Uzumaki Kushina? Master Uzumaki Kushina died fighting for Konoha, a hero of Konoha, Danzo. How dare you desecrate the corpse of such a hero? Shimura Danzo frowned, Shisui, isn't it strange what you care about? Although Uzumaki Kushina's strength is not weak, but it is elite jonin, not strong enough to make Uchiha Shisui afraid. Not to mention, along with Uzumaki Kushina was Impure World Reincarnation also stronger Heitake Sakumo, and even second Hokage Senjo Tobirama. Why are you following Uzumaki Kushina? Shimura Danzo couldn't figure it out. Uchiha Shisui was already in a cold sweat. He couldn't imagine how angry Uzumaki Naruto would be if he saw his mother being reincarnation by Impure World. That's probably worse news than second Hokage being reincarnation by Impure World? No, even if we try our best to stop that one. Uchiha Shisui gritted his teeth, controlled the huge Susanoo, and slashed at Uzumaki Kushina who was doing Impure World reincarnation. However, before Uchiha Shisui's knife fell, he heard an indifferent voice from deep in the forest. Fire style. Entei. 757. A group of fiery flames erupted from the depths of the forest, like the scorching heat of the sun, instantly blasting the 5 bodies who were in the Impure World reincarnation. What? Shimura Danzo's pupils trembled, subconsciously looking deep into the forest. Uchiha Shisui also looked into the depths of the forest with cold sweat. Uzumaki Naruto, with black hair and black pupils and wearing a black robe, walked out like a Vulcan with a hot flame in his hand. Glancing at the 5 corpses blasted into slag by the flames, Uzumaki Naruto said indifferently, Danzo, your time is near. The voice fell. Holding the scalding flame, Uzumaki Naruto went straight to kill Shimura Danzo. Damn it, it really came. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth and glanced at the 5 corpses. Before he could feel distressed, he quickly sealed his hands and spit out several highly compressed cold winds. Wind-style vacuum super jade. Facing the oncoming cold wind, Mangekyo Sharingan flickered in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. Susanoo. The first stage of Dark Red, Susanoo, is put on Uzumaki Naruto's body like an armor, easily blocking the oncoming cold wind. Tsukuyomi. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan flashed, and Shimura Danzo froze in place for an instant. And at that instant, Uzumaki Naruto's right hand pierced Shimura Danzo's heart. Die. The flame in Uzumaki Naruto's hand instantly engulfed Shimura Danzo's body, burning it to ashes in just a moment. Chapter 115. Highly scorching flames blazed. At this time, Shimura Danzo, not to mention becoming a mummy, even the ashes were completely burned. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the 5 mummies on the ground with icy eyes, and with a wave of flame in his hand, the mummies were instantly burned into ashes. Uchiha Shisui couldn't help swallowing. Uzumaki Naruto, seemed, unusual anger. As for the usual Uzumaki Naruto, even if he kills someone, he just burns the person into a mummified corpse with a smile, and will not burn the person's corpse completely. Is Uzumaki Naruto angry? Angry of course. The moment he saw Uzumaki Kushina, the nameless fire in Uzumaki Naruto's heart was burning, almost breaking through his internal organs. That was my mother in this life. Although I only met once when I was a baby, it was also my mother, and it was the first time I felt maternal love in my 2 lifetimes. The results of it. Not to mention that my mother died of a conspiracy, even the corpse would be taken out and desecrated, and even the soul already in the Pure Land would be disturbed. The drop-in almost drove Uzumaki Naruto out of his head, wanting to destroy everything he saw. Shimura Danzo. Get out of here. Uzumaki Naruto's icy voice echoed in the forest. A white mist emerged from a certain rock, and Shimura Danzo stepped out of it, looking at Uzumaki Naruto with an ugly expression. Namikaze noodles. Shimura Danzo glanced down at his own arm. There are still 3 Tomo Sharingan, no matter what, I can't continue to fight. Glancing at Uzumaki Naruto, and then at Uchiha Shisui, all the fighting spirit in Shimura Danzo's heart has disappeared. Although I still have 3 lives, the opponents are all strong in apex. A single bottle of Uchiha Shisui allows me to consume 7 Sharingan, Namikaze noodles stronger than Uchiha water. Myself, may die. Without saying a word, Shimura Danzo quickly ran towards the distance. Uzumaki Naruto's mouth curved into a sneer. Run now, is it too late? Sage body. The 2 pairs of red spread their wings, and Uzumaki Naruto, like a Vulcan in the night, quickly caught up with Shimura Danzo in front of him. Amaterasu. Scorch style. Lava style. Uzumaki Naruto spoke continuously, and the strongest abilities of the three fire attributes burned in the palm of Uzumaki Naruto, like a sun in the night. Flames are boiling in the magma, and a touch of black is burning in the flames. The Kirigakure ninja in the distance stared at the fiery red sun in the sky, his eyes widened in shock. Is this also ninjutsu? It's so hot, I can't breathe even from this distance. This is not ninjutsu anymore, it's more like a miracle that can destroy the world. I can't believe what the battle over there is like. If we pass by, we will be killed in an instant. The Kirigakure ninja commented in shock. Terumi Mei muttered to herself, it seems that my choice is indeed right. Namikaze's face is numb. What a scary guy. Go. Uzumaki Naruto swung his right hand. The rising sun fell down like a meteorite, and exploded when it was very close to Shimura Danzo. Boom. Boundless flaming meteors, like a meteor shower, rumbled and smashed across the forest in the kingdom of water. The flames burning on the magma ignited the entire forest, whether it was organic matter or inorganic matter, all ignited a raging fire. Even on the empty stones, in the water basin that caused waves, unquenchable black flames were ignited one after another, burning quietly, but bringing people an inexplicable horror. Just for a moment, the entire forest was completely ignited, and the raging fire rushed into the sky, brightly lighting up the night, just like daytime. Shimura Danzo let out a scream in the flames, and quickly slapped the flames in his hands, but the flames mixed with black were like maggots attached to the bones, not only did not go out, but burned more and more vigorously. Uchiha Shisui swallowed in the distance. The fire of Amaterasu, reputed to be an inextinguishable flame, will not be extinguished until it burns the opponent to nothing. Izanagi. Shimura Danzo growled with a ferocious face. Next second, Shimura Danzo appeared outside the flames, looking at the surrounding flames with an unusually ferocious expression. BD, there is no chance for me to escape. Uzumaki Naruto sneered, Danzo, if you still have 11 Tomo Sharingan, even I can't stop you from running away. However, it's a pity that you lost a total of 7 Sharingan when you met Uchiha Shisui. Now, you, with only 2 Sharingan left, can't escape. Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, Shimura Danzo shrank his pupils and said in shock, Namikaze's face is numb, is all this in your calculations? If what I saw before was not Uchiha Shisui but Namikaze with numbness, I would turn around and run away without saying a word. Just because it was Uchiha Shisui, I thought I had a chance to win, so I didn't run away. Think here. Shimura Danzo's heart was inexplicably cold, and his body trembled a little. Horrible. It's too scary, every move of him seems to be in the calculation of Namikaze's face, he knows himself very well. Who is this guy? Uzumaki Naruto twitched his mouth, of course, otherwise how could I let Uchiha Shisui stop you? Go to hell. There was indifference in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, his right hand pointed at Shimura Danzo below, and a flame burned hotly. With another scream, the 3 Tomo Sharingan on Shimura Danzo's arm closed again. This time there was really only one left. The last 3 Tomo Sharingan. Shimura Danzo's face turned pale, and he held on to keep himself from falling down. He never imagined that with Izanagi and 11 lives, he would lose 10 lives in a row here. Only 1 life left. Shua. Uzumaki Naruto's figure flashed. Bah. The sound of flesh and blood piercing through sounded. Before Shimura Danzo could escape, his body stiffened, he lowered his head, and saw the hand piercing his heart from the back. It was a white and slender hand holding a beating heart. Uzumaki Naruto pressed his fingers slightly. With a bang, the bloody heart was directly crushed into pieces by Uzumaki Naruto. Izanagi. Shimura Danzo uttered the last Izanagi in a dry voice. With the last flicker of the body, Shimura Danzo appeared on Uzumaki Naruto's back, his hands swiftly kneaded and growled. This old man is going to be the 5th Hokage, how could he die here? Wind-style vacuum datama. Uzumaki Naruto didn't turn his head back, his lips and teeth were slightly opened, sage body. Dead bone pulse. Red's wings are like a shield, protecting Uzumaki Naruto in it, easily blocking the A-level, and money, wind-style ninjutsu. Before Shimura Danzo could attack again, Uzumaki Naruto kicked back, hit Shimura Danzo in the chest, and instantly kicked Shimura Danzo out. Boom boom boom. All the big trees on the road were crushed by Shimura Danzo's body, and Shimura Danzo vomited blood because of this. Boom. The last big tree was broken, and Shimura Danzo fell to the ground, spitting blood like a dead dog. Shua. Uzumaki Naruto was the first to appear at the finish line of Shimura Danzo, grabbed Shimura Danzo's neck with his right hand, and lifted him vigorously. Danzo. Tell me, the original Nine Tails Rebellion, was it a conspiracy? Uzumaki Naruto asked in a cold voice. Shimura Danzo's pupils trembled, he coughed a few times, and said with difficulty, the Nine Tails Rebellion. And the former Uzumaki Kushina. Your last name is Namikaze. Gathering the only information available, Shimura Danzo came up with an unbelievable answer. Namikaze's face is numb, do you mean, you are Namikaze Minato? Chapter 116. Namikaze Minato. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned for a moment, and then sneered, you can understand it that way, but what is the truth about the Nine Tails Rebellion? Why don't you even come out to help? Shimura Danzo's eyes flickered, You haven't told me what your identity is. Ugh. Before he could finish speaking, a pained voice came out of Shimura Danzo's mouth. I'm the one asking the question now, just shut up and answer my question obediently. Uzumaki Naruto grabbed Shimura Danzo's neck and said coldly. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth and just stopped saying a word. Uchiha Shisui walked over silently, and whispered, Master Myanmar, you can use illusion to control Shimura Danzo so that you don't have to worry about him lying. No. Shimura Danzo struggled desperately as if struck by lightning, and looked at Uchiha Shisui with resentful eyes. By the way, I forgot that. Uzumaki Naruto twitched his mouth, but there was no smile in his eyes, and said coldly, Mangekyo Sharinon. Instantly. Shimura Danzo could only feel that the world was spinning, a tyrannical pupil force crushed his own will. Damn it, Li Xixiang's. Shimura Danzo's voice became smaller and smaller, and it was too late to activate the Li Xixiang technique, and finally 387's head completely drooped. What is the truth about the Nine Tails Rebellion? Uzumaki Naruto said coldly. It was a plan jointly planned by me and Sarutobi Hiruzen. I contacted the Akatsuki organization and asked them to kill Namikaze Minato. Shimura Danzo said nonchalantly, but Nine Tails' runaway was an accident. The original purpose was to kill Namikaze, but I didn't expect that guy to release Nine Tails Demon Fox directly. So, you know that mysterious masked man? Uzumaki Naruto asked. Shimura Danzo shook his head, and said nonchalantly, I don't know, but we have a connection with the Akatsuki organization, and we hired them to make a move. Uzumaki Naruto asked with a sneer, so the Nine Tails Rebellion and the Uchiha clan's genocide night are the same? Shimura Danzo nodded, that's right. Uzumaki Naruto felt even colder. Why are you doing this? Can't figure it out, Namikaze Minato is the fourth Hokage of Konoha village, why do these guys kill him? Shimura Danzo said blankly, I'm too old to survive Namikaze Minato no matter what. Only by killing him can I have a chance to become the fifth Hokage of Konoha village. What about Sarutobi Hiruzen? He wants to pave the way for Sarutobi Asuma, making Sarutobi Asuma the fifth Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto let out a light breath. Unexpected, but a reasonable result. Needless to say, Shimura Danzo, who wants to be the fifth Hokage, has already been enchanted. No matter what he does, it is not surprising. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sure enough, I'm getting old, and I don't have the blood of the past, and I can even do this kind of thing. I should have thought of it earlier. In the original book, Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhihong are the teachers of the young patriarchs of 6 families. If it weren't for the sudden change, I am afraid that Sarutobi Asuma is the most powerful person to play Hokage. But why are you so upset? Uzumaki Naruto's face was icy cold, and the power in his hands couldn't help but grow stronger. Ugh. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but get up despite being in a state of hypnosis. Boom. Uzumaki Naruto threw Shimura Danzo on the tree with a flick of his hand, and said with a sneer, do you think I don't know your Li Xixiang technique? Li Xixiang technique. It is also one of the taboo sealing techniques of the Uzumaki family. Like the ghoul seal, it has powerful sealing power. The performer must engrave the seal of the inner 4 images on his body in advance. This technique will be activated when the performer dies, and the blood in the whole body will spurt out. The matter is sealed together and brought into the underworld. The resentment of the past turned into darkness, and became a skillful hand that kills with one blow. Uzumaki Naruto muttered to himself, and walked towards Shimura Danzo with cold eyes. Crack. 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 The sound of bone breaking, uffy, sounded. Shimura Danzo screamed and was crushed by Uzumaki Naruto, and then, destroy your chakra. Uzumaki Naruto put his right hand on Shimura Danzo's abdomen, and said coldly, scorch-style oversteam kill. The scorching flame instantly burned Shimura Danzo's abdomen into a mummified corpse. Ah! Even in the state of hypnosis, Shimura Danzo still screamed heart-piercingly, but then became weak. The chakra in the abdomen is completely destroyed, which means that Shimura Danzo will be a cripple. Master Naruto, did you kill him? Uchiha Shisui couldn't help asking. Uzumaki Naruto smiled, Shisui, don't you think this is the worst punishment for him? Uchiha Shisui froze for a moment. Uzumaki Naruto smiles brightly, anyway, I don't want this guy to die as a hero. Letting him die as a hero is a kind of honor to him, but how can he be qualified to be a hero? Let him live like this, and watch the Hokage position be taken away with my own eyes. I believe this is his punishment. Uchiha Shisui shuddered all over. Really? With Shimura Danzo's obsession with Hokage's position and his greed for power, letting him live would be worse than death. But this is really cruel. Even with genocide, Uchiha Shisui felt the cruelty of Uzumaki Naruto's move. Glancing at Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Shisui reached out and grabbed it. At this time, Kakashi charged at the ultimate speed, and when he was not far away, he slammed his hands on the ground. Summoning technique. Bang! A coffin broke through the ground, blocking Uchiha Shisui's palm. What? Uchiha Shisui's face changed drastically. Written on this coffin is second generation. Impossible, reanimation jutsu has been interrupted, how could there be impure world reincarnation? Uzumaki Naruto's pupils shrank. This is, prepared impure world reincarnation. Uzumaki Naruto clearly remembers that when Yakushi Kabuto was using impure world reincarnation, he could use summoning technique with the help of impure world reincarnation's people. In the original book, it was second Tsuchikage of impure world reincarnation who summoned Uchiha Madara using the summoning technique. Kakashi wiped the sweat off his head, finally caught up. When being attacked, Kakashi felt something was wrong and immediately sent a message to Sarutobi Hiruzen using summoning technique. The latter knew that the situation was not good, so he directly found a sacrifice in Konoha village, and used Kakashi to summon it here. I can't let you out. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes turned cold, and a violent flame burned in his right hand, aiming at the coffin and smashing it. However, before the flame touched the coffin, a serious and indifferent voice came from the coffin. Water-style big explosion water shock wave. Chapter 117. What sound? Uzumaki Naruto's body shook, and he looked at the coffin in front of him solemnly. Have you already had your own consciousness before getting out of the coffin? Boom! The nearly tyrannical water flow was like a tsunami, breaking through the coffin boards of the coffin in an instant, and rushing towards the vortex Naruto. Lava style. Uzumaki Naruto's arm was flowing with hot magma, and he punched the monstrous water flow hard. Zi la la. The moment the water flow collided with the magma, large expanses of water vapor and the pungent sulfur smell permeated the air. Water vapor shrouded the forest, and it was so white that with the naked eye, it was impossible to see what was happening inside. What is the situation like? Kakashi looked at the fog nervously, completely confused about the current situation. The voice just now, could it really be Master Second Hokage? When the fog gradually subsided, a tall and straight figure stepped out of the fog, looking around indifferently. The figure has grey-silver hair, wears a Konoha forehead protector, wears blue armor, has red facial lines on his face, and looks serious and indifferent. Second Hokage. Senju Tobirama. Uzumaki Naruto read out the identity of the man word by word. Uchiha Shisui's gaze became serious, he held the short sword tightly, and looked at Senju Tobirama vigilantly. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. Although I haven't seen this ninja in Legendary, I have more or less known about Senju Tobirama's deeds. Second Hokage, the younger brother of first Hokage of Konoha village in the Land of Fire, one of the founders of Konoha village, and the Forbidden Technique master who created many forbidden techniques. Because of the emphasis on inheritance, the ninja school and the Chunin examination system were established to cultivate talents, an Umbu was established, and the Konoha police force was established to strengthen centralization and make other villages follow suit. Good at developing ninjutsu, developed Flying Thunder God technique, Shadow Clone technique and Forbidden technique Impure World Reincarnation. If first Hokage is the one who built everything, then second Hokage is the one who built everything. And in terms of strength, second Hokage's strength is only slightly weaker than first Hokage, and he is an out-and-out apex powerhouse. The most important thing is, second Hokage Senju Tobirama is an out-and-out hawk with extremely tough tactics. Senju Tobirama stepped out of the water, glanced indifferently after Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Shisui, Kakashi. Finally, Senju Tobirama's eyes fixed on Shimura Danzo. This chakra, and this look. Are you Danzo? Senju Tobirama said coldly, what happened, why did you become so embarrassed when you resurrected me? F#YF+. I remember I said that impure world reincarnation can only be used in the most critical situation of Konoha village, here, it seems that it is not Konoha village, but Kirigakure. Seeing Senju Tobirama, the Shimura group who broke free from the illusion burst into tears. Ms. Tobirama. It's really Tobirama-sensei. Seeing Shimura Danzo like this, Senju Tobirama softened his heart, and said in a deep voice, explain to me later, what about Konoha's ninja? Why don't you heal him quickly? Kakashi came back to his senses and ran to Danzo to heal him. However, I don't know if I don't treat it, and I am shocked by the day's treatment. Kakashi swallowed, and said dryly, Master Danzo, your injuries are too serious. Limbs are comminuted and your abdomen is burned to dryness. Afterwards, Kakashi could hardly bear to continue. Even if this kind of injury is recovered, he will still be an out-and-out useless person. Not to mention fighting, even daily work and rest are difficult things. Hearing Kakashi's words, Shimura Danzo almost missed his breath and died on the spot. Damn namikaze numbing. Shimura Danzo looked mad, looking at Uzumaki Naruto with murderous intent. UBD, you dare to abolish the old man, ruin the old man's dream, the old man will not let you go. Uzumaki Naruto didn't look at him, his black eyes kept looking at Senju Tobirama. Second Hokage. Fortunately, it's not first Hokage, but it doesn't have to be. For second Hokage, he will use various forbidden techniques, and there is also Flying Thunder God technique, which is a very difficult opponent. But he is not incapable of fighting. But if it is first Hokage, it will be a little troublesome. The battle between two humanoid perpetual motion machines is a scalp-numbing thing to think about. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly. He didn't like Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. Why is he relieved when he sees himself? Could it be that in his eyes, this second Hokage is just a passerby? 0. Seeking flowers. Danzo, calm down, have you forgotten everything I taught you? Ninjas should keep calm under all circumstances. Senju Tobirama looked at Shimura Danzo and scolded coldly. Shimura Danzo came back to his senses, and nodded in shame. Yes, Dr. Jian. Senju Tobirama nodded slightly, and said in a deep voice, now tell me, why did you summon me? Is it because of those two brats on the opposite side? Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth and told the ins and outs of the matter. After listening, Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Shisui and said coldly, sure enough, it is the evil Uchiha who not only betrayed Konoha village, but also fell into collusion with Renan. Uchiha Shisui couldn't bear it anymore, and said angrily, Master Second Hokage, the Uchiha clan has never betrayed Konoha. 0. We just want our own rights, equal rights to Konoha village ninjas. It was Konoha village who took the lead in attacking our Uchiha family. Senju Tobirama said coldly, so what? The Uchiha clan is a born rebellious family. Letting you stay in Konoha village is a threat to Konoha village. Hearing Senju Tobirama's words, Uchiha Shisui's heart went cold. How could I forget? Isn't it because Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo aimed at Konoha because they inherited Senju Tobirama's will? If Shimura Danzo was hawkish to Uchiha, then Senju Tobirama is an iron hawk to Uchiha. So to say. Senju Tobirama turned his cold eyes to Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Shisui. As long as these two guys are taken care of, Konoha village's dilemma will be solved, right? That's right. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth and said, especially this Namikaze, Mr. Tobirama, you must not let him go. Senju Tobirama nodded indifferently. I know, leave it to me. Uzumaki Naruto's expression gradually became dignified, his right hand stretched out, and the most familiar lava style and scorch style were burning in his hand. Senju Tobirama's eyes flashed coldly, and he threw a kunao fiercely. Kunao drew an arc in midair. Shua! In a flash, Senju Tobirama appeared in front of Uzumaki Naruto in an instant, and kunao stroked Uzumaki Naruto's neck in his hand. Chapter 118. Flying Thunder God. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama didn't hesitate at all in his moves, and his move was the ultimate move. Use Flying Thunder God to get close to Uzumaki Naruto, and other ninjas can't react at such a close distance. However, Uzumaki Naruto's gaze became hot, he took a deep breath, opened his lips and teeth slightly and said, Sage Body. Dead Bone Pulse. Strange power. With a roar in his mouth, Uzumaki Naruto folded his left 5 fingers together and punched Senju Tobirama hard. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly, you brat who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth. I am the body of impure world reincarnation, with the characteristic of immortality. Exchanging injuries with myself is undoubtedly the worst choice. It seems, the ninjas of this generation, weaker than the ninjas of my generation by 1, 2, 3. Senju Tobirama muttered to himself. If things go on like this, it won't take long for him to solve the battle by himself. I really don't know how Konoha was cornered. Even though he was thinking, Senju Tobirama's movements did not stop at all, and Lu Wu ruthlessly slashed across Uzumaki Naruto's neck. Clang! The sound of gold and iron clashing sounded. Dazzling sparks burst out where the short sword crossed. What? Senju Tobirama's complexion changed, and he looked in shock at the miserable white skeleton spreading out of Naruto's neck. Dead Bone Pulse. Senju Tobirama's eyes gradually became serious. It was this miserable white bone that blocked his kunao's blade, and even knocked the blade out of the book, causing sparks to fly everywhere it came into contact with. Next second. Boom! Uzumaki Naruto's heavy punch hit Senju Tobirama's chest, instantly sending Senju Tobirama flying backward 10 times faster than when he came. Boom boom boom! Blue's armored figure shattered dozens of big trees one after another, and finally stopped on a stone. Master Second Hokage. Kakashi looked at Senju Tobirama's back in shock. Just now Senju Tobirama appeared on the stage called a haki. He thought he was safe this time, but he was punched and flew out? Are you kidding me? Cough cough. Senju Tobirama coughed a few times vigorously, barely standing up from the large piece of rubble. Looking at the big hole in his chest, Senju Tobirama said solemnly, this power is the strange power of Yu Feng's lineage. Namikaze is numb, why do you know the ninjutsu of our Senju clan? While speaking, Senju Tobirama's body kept surging with white paper, covering the blasted gap, gradually healing it. The corner of Uzumaki Naruto's mouth hooked, this question, let's talk about it after you beat me. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly, arrogant brat, do you think I only know one kind of ninjutsu? As a forbidden technique master, I have developed dozens of forbidden techniques alone, and any one of them can deal with this terrifying power. Senjo Tobirama glanced at the sea not far away. Since it is the sea, it is my home field. Boom! Senjo Tobirama stomped his feet. Huge oppressive force spread from Senjo Tobirama's body, and Blue's chakra kept burning. This sense of oppression is more like haki, but all ninjas who are around Senjo Tobirama are affected without exception. As expected of second Hokage, haki is scary. Kakashi looked at Senjo Tobirama in shock. It's the first time I've seen such a terrifying ninja Kakashi because of his aura alone. Shisui, back off. Uzumaki Naruto let out a light breath. This guy is not something you can deal with, let me do it. Uchiha Shisui nodded respectfully. He also noticed that the terrifying chakra content in Senjo Tobirama's body could even make chakra form an entity. Although it is still far inferior to Uzumaki Naruto, it is also far more than elite Jonin, which is the sum of a dozen Kakashi. As expected of a ninja from the Senjo clan. Uzumaki Naruto sighed in admiration. But Senjo Tobirama didn't appreciate it, took a few seals with both hands at random, and shouted in a cold voice, water-style big burst of water. Water-style ninjutsu will be enhanced near the sea. Especially the user is Senjo Tobirama. Just after using it, the overwhelming sea current rises on the flat ground. In just a few seconds, the violent water flow filled the entire forest, and the crazy surging water flow could be seen everywhere. Even the walls of the room were filled, and the original burning flames of the sea water were constantly extinguished under the washing of the water flow. What is that? The Kirigakure ninja looked at the blue tsunami in the distance in shock. It's not an ocean, it's just a forest, which is usually very dry, but it bursts out with violent currents comparable to the sea. Is this also caused by namikaze facial numbness? No, I've never heard that namikaze uses water style, and the level of this water style is at least S level. S rank water style, even Terumi Maesama can't activate it. This requires a high degree of compatibility with water flow. Who is it? Can mobilize such a powerful water attribute ninjutsu? This rotten chakra reveals the ashes of death. Is this Konoha's reanimation jutsu? Terumi Mei looked solemnly at the water flowing in the sky. Ching Ching swallowed her saliva. Master Terumi Mei, which strongman in Sleepy Leaf Village can use such a powerful water style? Reanimation jutsu can reanimate a dead ninja and fight for the caster. But, there are not many such powerful water style ninjas in the history of Kirigakure. Who in Konoha Village can do this? Konoha Village second Hokage Senjo Tobirama. Terumi Mei said solemnly, according to the information I checked as Mizukage, the second Hokage of Konoha Village is quite powerful, and the best thing is water style. Water style is strong. Ching couldn't help asking. The whole ninja world knows that Kirigakure is best at water style ninjutsu. Could it be that a Konoha ninja is better at using water style 2.4 than Kirigakure? Very strong. Terumi Mei responded, saying in a deep voice, according to historical data, this second Hokage's water style can almost be called Heidun. He is the most powerful water style ninja ever. Because he is by the sea, his strength will be even stronger. Terumi Mei couldn't help but look in the direction of the water flow. Namikaze face numb, are you going to die? This huge flow of water. Dried persimmon ghost shark is not worthy of carrying your shoes compared to you. Uzumaki Naruto admired sincerely, and then magma billowed from his body soaring into the sky, and the hot flames were no less inferior to the overwhelming tsunami. But I'm not as weak as you think. Fire style fire extinction. Chapter 119. Brilliant. Torrents of flames gushed out from Uzumaki Naruto's mouth, and not only flames, but also hot magma, hot lava, hot fire, and the unquenchable fire of Amaterasu. The three formed an overwhelming flame tsunami. The momentum was like a rainbow, and the confrontation between fire and water collided suddenly, and the sky seemed to change a color when the two collided. In the distance, the Kirigakure ninja looked at the scene of natural disaster in the sky in shock. Real or fake? The sky seems to be burning. I can't tell it's night at all, it's almost the same as daytime, even hotter than daytime. Look, the fire and the water are colliding together. Seeing it, it's really amazing. The flame was not swallowed by the water in an instant, but burned against the flame. The flames are not just flames, there is also magma inside, so what is Black's flame? Even the water is ignited. The Kirigakure ninja was dumbfounded. It's hard to imagine what level the battle over there has reached. A game between gods? First there was a huge tsunami approaching hundreds of meters, and then there was a torrent of flames hundreds of meters high. It is impossible to see that this is a confrontation between human beings, but it is like a natural disaster. Ching, let's go over and have a look. Terumi Mei swallowed her saliva, and said dryly, this is really the most apex battle in the ninja world. If we miss this time, we will probably never be able to reach the gap between the apex powerhouses. Ching Vinian, who was stunned by the sight, suddenly broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. Master Terumi Mei, are you sure? Just looking at the aftermath of this kind of battle. It seems that we cannot compare. There was one thing Ching didn't say. That's the kind of aftermath that can almost kill yourself. Stop talking nonsense. Terumi Mei urged, and rushed towards the center of the battle first. Qing and several Kirigakure ninjas looked at each other and smiled wryly, but they all followed with full expectation. Is the battle between the apex strong? Swish, swish, swish. Multiple Kirigakure ninjas appeared in the forest, standing on tree trunks, looking into the distance. Next second, the Kirigakure ninja looked at the center of the field in shock. I can't believe these two, are they still human? I saw it in the center of the battle. Senju Tobirama and Uzumaki Naruto are like two rays of light, constantly clashing and interlacing, producing the Emperor's metallic sparks. The former holds short sword, and the latter holds bone blade. The speed is so fast that it is impossible to see clearly, only one blue light and one red light can be seen. Senju Tobirama's figure kept flickering, using the Flying Thunder God technique to attack Uzumaki Naruto constantly around. Uzumaki Naruto, however, seemed to be frantically refracting red light, relying on his physical speed to block the attack of space-time ninjutsu. Whether it is the former or the latter, the speed has reached a limit. Breaking through the limits of human beings, almost no one believes that someone's speed can surpass these two monsters. Water-style water shocking waves. Senju Tobirama appeared behind Uzumaki Naruto, and suddenly spit out a violent stream of water from his mouth, suddenly forming a violent waterspout. Lava-style great eruption. Uzumaki Naruto's hands were boiling with magma, forming a fist like a titan, aiming at the waterspout and hitting him. Boom! The huge waterspout was blown up with a single punch. But Senju Tobirama didn't take it seriously at all, the technique disappeared in a flash, and his hands formed a mudra again. Water-style water-severing wave. This time Senju Tobirama shot a high-pressure water line and everything in its path was split in two by the highly compressed water. The towering trees that rumbled to the ground, the stones with neat cuts, and even the ground that left a crack. Water-style, which can cut the sacred tree, really deserves to be the master of forbidden technique. Uzumaki Naruto praised, lit a hot flame in his right hand, and swung at the high-pressure water knife. Scorch-style oversteam kill. Even if the water flow is highly compressed, it is still water flow, and after being evaporated instantly, it will not have a trace of attack power. What a fierce battle, even this piece of terrain was completely destroyed by the battle between these two people. If I go up, I will be killed in less than a second. I didn't expect that water style can be used like this. The highly compressed water flow is even more penetrating than lightning style. Namikaze's face is not weak, and it can block so many terrifying attacks. 1. The Kirigakure ninja was amazed. Although they are the Kirigakure ninjas of Grandmaster Water Style, there is still a sense of astonishment when seeing Senju Tobirama's Water Style. Whether it is Senju Tobirama or Namikaze, the battle between the two is not like a human being, but more like a confrontation between gods. Every fight can change the terrain, making people doubt whether the soil can withstand the ravages of these two people. What a terrible guy, no wonder Konoha village fears you so much, but since that's the case, I can't keep you any longer. Senju Tobirama looked at Uzumaki Naruto with cold eyes. Konoha village is the continuation of the dream of myself and my brother, and a symbol of peace, and I will never allow anyone to destroy it. What's more, his disciple was seriously injured. Shadow clone technique. Senju Tobirama yelled, and several shadow clones appeared in succession around him, roughly 100 of them at least. Hundreds of shadow clone flickered at the same time, surrounding Uzumaki Naruto. Don't call me mean, after all, you are the holder of the eternal Mangekyo. Senju Tobirama looked at Uzumaki Naruto coldly. The corner of Uzumaki Naruto's mouth curled up, and the index and middle fingers of his left and right hands stretched out, crossing each other. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. Countless white smoke exploded on the flat ground, on tree trunks, soil, and water. After each white smoke appeared, a clone of Uzumaki Naruto appeared. The Kirigakure ninja's eyes widened as he looked. Really, how many people are there? It's all over the mountains and plains, I feel like I'm going to faint just looking at it. Is this a clone technique? It's like summoning a legion. Kakashi, who was treating Shimura Danzo, also widened his eyes, and Uzumaki Naruto looked at the mountains and plains. This amount, are you kidding me? The trunk, the water, and even the sky are all surrounded by Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clone. There are 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. It is impossible to see how many there are, but at least there are more than 3,000 people. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the main body of Senju Tobirama, and Chi-Chi said, this is how to bully the few with the more, don't call me mean, after all, you are second Hokage. Senju Tobirama's pupils trembled, looking at the figures all over the mountains in disbelief. This is, the multi-shadow clone technique I developed. You can actually separate out so many clones. Chapter 120. Multiple shadow clone technique. Senju Tobirama looked at Uzumaki Naruto in shock. It's hard to imagine that an army of nearly 4,000 to 5,000 people actually has the clone technique of one person, and everyone has a terrifying chakra. The most important thing is, this is a ninjutsu developed by myself. When I was developing it, I never thought that someone could create so many clones. Senju Tobirama's heart trembled. When I first developed this ninjutsu, I once estimated that it would be quite remarkable to be able to separate hundreds of clones. Thousands? Is this something a human chakra can do? Even if he is himself, he can only get 1,000 shadow clone, and this is already the limit. Damn it, I am now the body of impure world reincarnation, logically speaking, I have unlimited chakra. Senju Tobirama couldn't help cursing inwardly. Konoha village bastards, has the sealed forbidden technique spread out so easily? In the sealed space. Nine Tails couldn't help laughing. Naruto, did you see how stupid Senju Tobirama is? This BD is like this. He has a serious expression all day long, yelling about the danger of my uncle. Now he looks like this, it's really not too pleasant, ha ha ha. Nine Tails felt happy in his heart. When I was sealed, it was Senju Tobirama who danced happily. Naruto, do you want you to undo all the seals and create 10,000 clones to scare this BD to death? Nine Tails spoke enthusiastically. He knew that during the past 5 years, Uzumaki Naruto's body had been absorbing the magic chakra all the time. Only a small part was consumed, and most of the celestial chakra was sealed in the 100 healings mark on his forehead. Even he was shocked by the terrifying energy contained in it. Uzumaki Naruto laughed, is it necessary? If the seal is really broken, this forest alone won't be able to hold my avatar. For other people to listen, they must feel that Uzumaki Naruto is talking big, but Nine Tails nodded in agreement. Well, it's better not to trample that Senju Tobirama guy to death. Consciousness returns. Approaching thousands of Uzumaki Naruto's avatars, at the same time, the corner of his mouth curled up, looking at Senju Tobirama's mouth and saying, "What's the matter, can't you bear it? I can create more avatars. You have a mere 100 avatars, don't use it to embarrass yourself." After the voice fell, thousands of Uzumaki Naruto's avatars stretched out their right hands at the same time. Scorch Style Oversteam Kill. Scorch Style Oversteam Kill, this is the first move that Uzumaki Naruto knows to limit the limit ability of Blood Follower, and it is difficult to keep up with Uzumaki Naruto's strength. But, quantity changed into quality. Anything too much is an extremely terrifying existence. Thousands of Uzumaki Naruto's clones used this trick at the same time, and the flames almost turned into stars. Senju Tobirama's eyes widened sharply. I saw fiery red fireballs in the sky, emitting light like stars. It is beautiful but also extremely dangerous, and the violent scorching heat contained in the flame can be felt just by looking at it with the naked eye. Not good. Being hit by this kind of attack, even impure world reincarnation's body will take a long time to recover. Senju Tobirama didn't say anything, hundreds of avatars formed seals with both hands at the same time. Water style big explosion water rush. Boom. 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 The tsunami-like water flow is turbulent and gradually converges to form a huge oval water fluid with a height of several hundred meters. These two monsters are trying to destroy Kirigakure. Terumi Mei's face changed drastically, and she roared towards the ninja behind her in panic, "Quick, get out of here quickly, the aftermath is not something we can bear." With intuition, Terumi Mei knew that the next attack would be quite terrifying. The Kirigakure ninja ran away in a panic like burning his A. However, before he could run a few steps, he could only feel the overwhelming heat wave sweeping over, and he was instantly placed in the flaming mountain. Ah! What's going on, this heat wave? It seems to be steaming me, the steam is too hot. Damn it, is it just the aftermath that we can't bear? Hurry up and defend, or we will all be evaporated. The Kirigakure ninja scared the 7 souls and lost the 6 souls. Even if they were just exposed to the scorching heat, it gave them a feeling that the water was quickly evaporating. This is not an illusion. The Kirigakure ninja looked at his companion's gradually dry and wrinkled skin, only feeling his scalp tingling. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. A Kirigakure ninja frightenedly used water-style ninjutsu, which managed to cool down the surrounding temperature. The other Kirigakure ninjas also learned how to use ninjutsu in a panic. Water-style water column. Wind-style great breakthrough. Hashtag water-style great waterfall technique. With the successive water styles, the temperature of the water vapor that could have evaporated people has gradually dropped. The Kirigakure ninja looked at the central area with lingering fear. I saw scorching little suns bombarding the giant water ball like meteors. Every little sun that hits the water polo will inevitably set off a large amount of water vapor, and even burn the water to scald. As a result, terrifying water vapor permeated the air. In just a few tens of seconds, 90% of the giant water polo with a height of 100 meters evaporated. Phew, what a scary guy, if I wasn't in the body of impure world reincarnation, this heat wave alone would have killed me. Senju Tobirama panted heavily in the current. Even with elite Jonin as a sacrifice, his impure world reincarnation body can still only exert 90% of its combat power. Available at this moment. I have to thank the body of impure world reincarnation. If it weren't for impure world reincarnation's body, his body would have been evaporated to dryness, and he would even die of suffocation due to poor breathing. We'll see him next. Wang Haozhao. Senju Tobirama stared at Uzumaki Naruto with icy eyes. Namikaze's face is numb. With such a large-scale ninjutsu, you should almost be unable to hold on. Scorch style is not like his elder brother's wood style, which can constantly absorb chakra. Such a large-scale consumption, not to mention human beings, even tailed beasts, is estimated to be exhausted. The corner of Uzumaki Naruto's mouth twitched. Master Second Hokage, what are you talking about? I won't be able to hold on. Instead of caring about me, you might as well care about the two guys over there, their situation is not good. Senju Tobirama shrank his pupils, thought of something, and hurriedly looked in the direction of Kakashi and Shimura Danzo. At this time, Kakashi and Shimura Danzo, with pale faces and large areas of burn marks on their bodies, desperately ran to blow out of the range of water vapor. Damn it, your target is not me. Senju Tobirama cursed loudly, and his body disappeared instantly. Flying Thunder God. Chapter 121. Flying Thunder God. The figure of Senju Tobirama flashed and disappeared in the water in just a moment. When it reappeared, it was several hundred meters away, in the forest where Kakashi and Shimura Danzo were. Flying Thunder God, but I didn't see Flying Thunder God Kunao. Uzumaki Naruto watched Senju Tobirama leave and muttered to himself. Flying Thunder God Seal. Flying Thunder God is a time-space ninjutsu. The caster will leave the Flying Thunder God spell on the target in advance, so that the caster or objects in indirect contact with the caster chakra can move instantly. After being marked, the spell cannot be erased. In other words, Senju Tobirama should have applied the Flying Thunder God mark to Shimura Danzo in advance. I just don't know if it was the imprint that was just placed, or the imprint that was placed decades ago. Uzumaki Naruto smiled. Well, it doesn't matter what kind, after all, my purpose is to let you send these two guys who are in the way. Danzo, how's it going? Senju Tobirama looked at his disciple with a frown. Although it has been separated for decades, in my heart this is still the paranoid little guy from before, but... Sharingan. Senju Tobirama looked at the Sharingan in Shimura Danzo's hand and sighed slightly. He has long seen and felt that the 963 arms of Shimura Danzo have his big brother's cells and Sharingan. But forget it. Senju Tobirama didn't intend to pursue it anymore. His life had ended decades ago, and now interfering with the ninja world has been counted as touching the taboo between life and death. As long as everything is fine in Konoha village, he has no interest in understanding the many dirty things in it. Ms. Tobirama. Shimura Danzo looks weakly at Senju Tobirama. Can't even Tobirama-sensei kill Namikaze? Senju Tobirama shook his head. I can't say that yet, but this is indeed a troublesome guy. I will send you in first and then continue to fight with him. Kakashi said in a deep voice, Master Danzo, your injury is too serious. If you don't treat it quickly, you will really die. Shimura Danzo clenched his fists. I know, I can't die in this place, I'm not the fifth Hokage yet. As they talked, thousands of Uzumaki Naruto's clones were simultaneously using the instant technique. If you want to run, you can't do it. Dead Bone Pulse Dance of the Fern. As thousands of Uzumaki Naruto touched the ground at the same time, sharp white bones broke through the ground one by one. Aft, ba. Pi. Pi. Just in the blink of an eye, the entire forest turned into a bone forest. Ugh. Kakashi let out a groan. He saw a sharp, miserable white bone piercing his thigh, and blood flowed down the leg to the ground. Senju Tobirama's eyelids twitched. This is, the dead bone pulse of the Kaguya family. Namikaze's face is numb. How many kinds of blood successor boundaries does he have? This kind of terrifying strength, even in our generation, he is by no means weak. It wasn't just the ninjas of Konoha village who were attacked. The Kirigakure ninja in the distance is also scalp numb. Be careful, there's a bone sticking out next to you. Damn it, it's too late for you to say, the sole of my foot has been pierced, and the bone grows too fast. Oh my god, this large forest of bones, are all indiscriminate attacks. I just said that you can't come to watch the battle. Even we are included in the attack range. It is extremely difficult to run now. God, the roads are all blocked, and there are dense bones, and I can't see how to get there. Kirigakure looked at the surrounding bones with numb scalp. It is densely packed with miserable white bones, even taller than a person. With so many bones as a cover, it is impossible to tell the way. Lava-style solving monster technique. Terumi Mei's red lips parted slightly, and the highly corrosive red liquid was sprayed on the bones. Zi la la. There was a puff of blue smoke on White's bones, which were gradually corroded by lava-style, but this process can be said to be fast or slow. No, bones are harder than steel, and there are so many miserable white bones. Cold sweat broke out on Terumi Mei's forehead. It would be very difficult to corrode such a bone, let alone there are at least tens of thousands of bones like this. A group of people who don't know how to live and die, how can Naruto-sama's strength be guessed by you? When you enter the range, you are already in the range of Naruto-sama's indiscriminate attack. Uchiha Shisui stood on the tree trunk in the distance, looking at the bone forest, shaking his head involuntarily. 5 years ago, I could still clearly see the strength of Uzumaki Naruto. But 5 years later, even though I have Mangekyo Sharingan with double pupils and my body is back to normal, I still can only feel the depth of Uzumaki Naruto. Kirigakuer ninja, be careful, the aftermath of the next battle may destroy you all. Danzo, Kakashi, I'll send you back first. Senju Tobirama said in a deep voice. While speaking, Senju Tobirama gave Uzumaki Naruto a cold look. Namikaze is numb, I will kill you. Next second, Senju Tobirama grabbed the hands of Shimura Danzo and Kakashi, and the figures of the three disappeared in place with a swish. Uzumaki Naruto tilted his head slightly. Where did this go? Shouldn't you have crossed several countries and returned directly to Konoha village? Konoha village. Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen was walking anxiously in the office, walking up and down, giving the buyer a glance at the time from time to time. Yuditen Koharu frowned. Sarutobi, you've been like this for half an hour, haven't you calmed down yet? Midokado Homura said in a deep voice, don't worry so much, this time we are using the prisoners of elite Jonin as sacrifices, Mr. Tobirama of Impure World Reincarnation. Although it is worse than Yamato, it can still display nearly 90% of the teacher's strength. Taking a step back, Mr. Tobirama has Danzo and Kakashi as assistants, so it's not a problem to deal with Namikaze and Uchiha Shisui. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, I don't want to be nervous, the problem is that this is also my first time using reanimation jutsu, in case something goes wrong. And Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said, don't you feel that the time has been delayed for too long? With the power of Tobirama sensei, is it really necessary to delay so long? Midokado Homura shook his head and laughed, you worry too much, Namikaze and Uchiha Shisui have Mangekyo Sharingan no matter what. If they use Susanoo, even Mr. Tobirama will need to delay for a while. Of course, Mr. Tobirama will definitely win in the end. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little relieved when he heard this. That's right, Teacher Tobirama will definitely win. Thump. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, 3 more people appeared in the office out of thin air, and they slammed heavily on the floor. What? Teacher Tobirama. Chapter 122. Ms. Tobirama. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yuditen Koharu, Midokado Homura, 3 old guys who are over half a century old, their eyes almost popped out. Kongdang. Yuditen Koharu and Midokado Homura stood up in a panic, not even caring about the chairs behind them falling down. Tobirama-sensei, why is the doctor back? What the hell happened to you? How did Danzo get so badly injured? Yuditen Koharu and Midokado Homura stuttered because they were too shocked. Incredible. In my impression, Mr. Tobirama, who is super strong and calm, will appear in Hokage's office in a panic. Sarutobi Hiruzen only feels the scalp tingling. Tobirama-sensei, don't tell me, even you are not an opponent. Senju Tobirama glanced at his 3 disciples dissatisfied, and scolded, calm down, how did I teach you back then? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yuditen Koharu, Midokado Homura, the 3 lowered their heads in shame. Despite the decades that have passed, Senju Tobirama still holds the same majesty as ever. Senju Tobirama stood up and said in a deep voice, get the medical ninja here first, and treat and bandage Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shimura Danzo belatedly. It doesn't matter at this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly took a deep breath, Danzo, what happened? You got such a serious injury. His Izanagi. Sarutobi Hiruzen subconsciously looked at Shimura Danzo's arm. However, he was shocked to find that there were more than 10 eyes on Shimura Danzo's arm, but these eyes were all closed at this time, and Grey-White was already blind. Real or fake? Sarutobi Hiruzen feels incredible. Shimura Danzo is studying the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, he knows this, and he also knows that Shimura Danzo knows Izanagi. But he didn't expect that there are more than 10 eyes on Shimura Danzo's arm. More than 10 3-tomo Sharingan means that Izanagi can be used 10 times, which is equivalent to 11 more lives. Even I don't know this. 11 lives can be beaten like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more shocked in his heart, and wanted to know what the Battle of Kirigakuer was like. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Senju Tobirama after the medical ninja took Shimura Danzo and Kakashi down. Ms. Tobirama. Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to speak, but was interrupted by Senju Tobirama's voice. There is no need to say anything else, I am already a dead man, and I am not interested in these things. Senju Tobirama's expression was indifferent. He is also a Hokage person, so he naturally knows all kinds of dirty things in Konoha village. Don't say anything else. The Hashirama cells and Sharingan in Shimura Danzo can prove that the Uchiha family's genocide is no coincidence. But he is already a dead person, and he has no interest in participating in these things at all. Tell me about the ability of Namikaze's facial numbness. I have fought against that monster for a while, and it is comparable, but that monster, how many blood successor limit ghosts does he have? Senju Tobirama asked in a deep voice. Although it only took half an hour to fight against Namikaze, this half hour almost made Senjo Tobirama doubt his life. Dead Bone Pulse, Scorch Style, Lava Style, Sharinon, and Zyonshu Chakra, physical skills are also very strong. What else does this monster have? Hearing Senjo Tobirama's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled bitterly. Mr. Tobirama, we don't know either. Namikaze is too mysterious. He appears only a handful of times, but every time he appears, he becomes stronger. 5 years ago, his abilities seemed to be only Scorch Style and Lava Style, but now, we really don't know. Senjo Tobirama frowned. For the first time, he felt that it was not a good choice for him to give Konoha village to Sarutobi Hiruzen. With such a powerful enemy, you don't even know his abilities. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled wryly again. Yuditen Koharu and Mitokado Homura also bowed their heads in shame. For 5 years, they couldn't find any information about Namikaze, let alone the growth of Namikaze. Senjo Tobirama was completely disappointed, and said, "Then tell me, how many people Konoha sent there this time? If I can't kill him, then I will rescue all Konoha's people." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, but he could only say helplessly. Konoha has sent more than 20 ninjas, including Yuhihong and Uzumaki Naruto. The former is a female ninja with red eyes, and the latter is our Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from Konoha village. Etc. Senjo Tobirama interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked angrily, "You sent Nine-Tails Jinchuriki out?" Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a wry smile. "Yes, Uzumaki Naruto has the adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki family, which I thought would come in handy." 0. Seeking flowers. Senjo Tobirama said angrily. "Sarutobi, you're just kidding, don't you know how important Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is to Konoha village? Big brother distributed the 9 tails to the hidden villages. I kept the 9 tails just in case. If one day the major hidden villages send Jinchuriki, we can kill them with Konoha's 9 tails alone. You send 9 tails Jinchuriki out. What happened to Shishi?" Senjo Tobirama scolded Sarutobi Hiruzen and left Hokage's office angrily. So annoying. A good Konoha village has fallen into this situation. Hokage's office was in an awkward atmosphere. 0. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Tobirama-sensei can only draw with that Namikaze face. We should really think about whether to revive Shodei or not. Yuditen Koharu and Mitokado Homura frowned. Tobirama-sensei's personality is eagle, so he won't blame us, but Shodei will definitely blame us. Maybe welcome the Uchiha clan. Bang! At this moment, the door of the office was roughly pushed open, and an angry female voice came. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, how dare you disturb the souls that have entered the Pure Land?" Sarutobi Hiruzen froze for a moment, then his eyes widened. Tsunade. Shua. The figure of Senjo Tobirama flickered, slowly emerging from the place where he left before. Lava-style great eruption. Before Senjo Tobirama came back to his senses, he saw the bone-piercing heat enveloped him, and the huge magma fist hit his body. Not good. Senjo Tobirama's expression changed, subconsciously wanting to use Flying Thunder God. And just under Senjo Tobirama's meal, eyes met with Uzumaki Naruto's eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. Uzumaki Naruto twitched his mouth and said softly, "Illusion Skyscraper." Under the huge pupil power, even Senjo Tobirama inevitably fell into a stagnation for a second. Although only for a second. A second later Senjo Tobirama broke free from the illusion with years of combat experience. But at this second, Uzumaki Naruto's magma fist punched through Senjo Tobirama's chest, and the fiery red fist pierced through the heart. 5. Chapter 123. Tick-tock. 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 Hot magma dripped down Senjo Tobirama's chest, and every drop of magma rolled down to the ground would burn bursts of blue smoke. The pungent sulfur smell hits the face, making it almost impossible to breathe. Damn Uchiha! Senjo Tobirama's face was ugly, without the slightest hesitation. A flicker, and the figure suddenly appeared in the forest hundreds of meters away. However, Ice Escape Ice Age. The clone of Uzumaki Naruto, who had been waiting for a long time, touched the ground with his right hand, and pure white ice spread wildly along his palm. Crumbs! Senjo Tobirama lowered his head in shock, only to find that the soles of his feet had merged with the ground and were completely covered by ice. There is also a clone here. And it's still using the 353 ice stun, damn it! Flying Thunder God. Another flicker, Senjo Tobirama's figure appeared in a forest that was scorched black. As soon as he teleported over, Senjo Tobirama half-kneeled on the ground with a plop, frowning and looking at his legs. Because the soles of his feet were frozen in the ice, he forcibly used the Flying Thunder God, and his ankles disappeared. Wisps of ashes are filling the soles of his feet and chest. Although Impure World Reincarnation has an immortal body, it will take time to restore such a large area of damage. Call. Senjo Tobirama took a breath. It looks like there shouldn't be Namikaze's numb avatar here. Before Senjo Tobirama finished speaking, he suddenly raised his head and looked at more than a dozen clones of Uzumaki Naruto who were rushing straight at him. Strange power. Dozens of Uzumaki Naruto's fists came down hard. At the critical moment, Senjo Tobirama roared loudly. Flying Thunder God! Shua! Senjo Tobirama's figure flickered again. Boom! Dozens of Uzumaki Naruto's avatars smashed their fists on the ground, blasting the ground into 10 large pits. Ah! Uzumaki Naruto's avatar raised his eyebrows, pulled his fist out of the pit, and waved the dust off his hand. Run away! Immediately, the clone of Uzumaki Naruto looked in another direction, and said with great interest, but where can you run to? As long as you use Flying Thunder God, no matter where you appear, there will be my clone waiting there. Of course except for that position. For the next period of time, Senjo Tobirama felt that he had been tortured inhumanely. No matter which direction I use Flying Thunder God to appear in, I will be violently attacked by Uzumaki Naruto clone. Even if you don't use Flying Thunder God and choose to confront directly, you will only attract more and more clones of Uzumaki Naruto. Damn it, this Namikaze has a numb face, does he know too much about the Flying Thunder God technique? Senjo Tobirama's brows were furrowed, he felt a little unusual. The Flying Thunder God imprint, logically speaking, is a very secret technique, and there is no possibility of spreading it. But Namikaze knows this well. He has placed avatars in almost all the places where he has appeared, and as long as he appears, he will be violently attacked. It's all about knowing the Flying Thunder God technique like the back of your hand. Shadow Clone Technique, Flying Thunder God Technique, and my family's strange power. Who the hell is this Namikaze? While muttering to himself, Senjo Tobirama's expression changed suddenly, and his cold eyes looked to the southwest. Again. Is it ice escape, strange power this time, or, what? Susanoo. Senjo Tobirama's pupils dilated suddenly, and he looked in shock at Susanoo, who was as high as a mountain. Not good, Flying Thunder God. Without the slightest hesitation, Senjo Tobirama chose to leave the place directly. Boom. Susanoo's big knife swung down, cutting off a mountain, and the violent sound spread throughout Kirigakure. Cut, did you run away again? Uzumaki Naruto in the crystal above Susanoo's head curled his lips and then smiled. Master Second Hokage, the range of your escape is getting smaller and smaller, it won't be long, you will be able to run into it. Dead Bone Pulse Dance of the Ferns. The sharp white bones pierced out of the lake, turning the waters into a forest of bones. Senjo Tobirama left again. Sage Body Strange Power. Uzumaki Naruto, who spread his wings soaring in the sky, smashed down with his fist, cracking the earth like an earthquake. Scorch-style oversteam kill. The scorching flames turned a large area of soil into a flaming mountain, and the temperature in it could instantly steam a person into a mummified corpse. Lava-style magma explosion. The hot magma is flowing on the ground, just like the scene after a volcanic eruption, the ground is full of red magma, and there is nowhere to settle. The other side. The Kirigakure ninja almost cried. Master Terumi Mei, can we really escape? The Namikaze monster is back, this time he is more violent than before, and several pieces of terrain have been changed by him. Oh my god, I remember it was a lake in the front, why did it turn into magma? There are hot and bubbling magma everywhere. No, I can't go this way, look at that side. BD, why is Black's flame burning here, is there something burning here? Kirigakure ninjas wailed. Young life. Before, Namikaze used Dead Bone Pulse to create a forest of bones in front of him. After finally escaping, Namikaze came back with numbness and raised his hand to stab Susanoo, almost killing them. After escaping by chance, he was shocked to find that the surrounding terrain had been completely changed. There are glaciers, magma, flames, and even a bottomless Grand Canyon. Terumi Mei's face turned pale. Ching, can't your white eyes find a safe direction? Ching smiled wryly. Master Terumi Mei, don't make things difficult for me, whether it's Namikaze or Second Hokage, their appearance is completely irregular. Speaking of this, Ching's heart is also extremely bitter. If we are lucky, we may not meet those two monsters. If we are unlucky, the aftermath of their battle can kill us. Terumi Mei gave a bitter laugh. Two monster-like ninjas. Before that, Terumi Mei never thought that the battle between two ninjas could rewrite the terrain on the border of the land of water. Kirigakure ninjas are miserable. Standing in the distance, Uchiha Shisui couldn't help clicking his tongue, he had never seen such a bad luck. Actually broke into the battle place of two monsters. Senjo Tobirama is okay, but Naruto-sama is different. Raising his hand is an attack that rewrites the terrain on a large scale. I hope you can get out alive. Besides. Uchiha Shisui swallowed, and looked at the two people under the tree in the distance. Second Hokage, you may die here. Chapter 124. Hoo. Panting heavily, Senjo Tobirama leaned against the tree trunk, his eyes kept looking around. The evil Namikaze's face is numb, and he left all clones in the place where I stayed. The Flying Thunder God technique is completely understood. Damn it, I developed multiple shadow clone technique and Filii Shendu. What has Konoha village been doing all these years? How can I spread all the taboo ninjutsu I have studied? Senjo Tobirama gritted his teeth, full of disappointment with Konoha. Even if I contradict my elder brother, I have to leave taboo ninjutsu for Konoha. Just to add a little background to Konoha. It turned out well. Konoha village did not use taboo ninjutsu, but a rebel who carried forward the multiple shadow clone technique. Here we go again. Senjo Tobirama glanced at the distance with icy eyes, and left without hesitation using the Flying Thunder God technique again. Next second, a violent meteor shower fell from the sky, completely turning this forest into ruins. It was another Flying Thunder God technique several times in succession, and Tobirama sent multiple Konoha shinobi players back to the office in a row. A total of 24 Konoha village ninjas came, and there are still about 15 left. But where the hell is Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Senjo Tobirama's brows were furrowed. He now expected to find Nine Tails Jinchuriki more than finding those common Konoha village ninjas. Although both are Konoha village ninjas, the importance of the latter is self-evident. Tsukuyomi. Hearing the familiar and hateful voice, Senjo Tobirama's figure flickered again. Senjo Tobirama had just appeared this time. His eyes lit up, and he subconsciously looked at the two people under the tree trunk not far away. Nine Tails, that monster's chakra. That woman is Red's eyes, which should be what the monkey said about Yu Hong. That boy Gold's hair, 6 beards at the corners of his mouth, that's right, Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Without saying a word, Senjo Tobirama strode towards the tree trunk. Naruto, did you really save me before? Kurani Ui rubbed the back of her head, her face was a little rosy, and she looked at Uzumaki Naruto gratefully. When I was close to the explosion, I felt a pain in the back of my head, and my consciousness was completely plunged into darkness. When he woke up, he was lying on Uzumaki Naruto's lap. Uzumaki Naruto smiled. Of course, the Kirigakure ninjas tried to sneak up on us from behind, and I knocked them out with adamantine sealing chains. Yuhihong blushed even more and nodded gratefully. Thank you, Naruto. Although I am a special jonin, but without illusion, my strength is not even as good as some powerful chinin. Compared to Uzumaki Naruto, who owns adamantine sealing chains, he is the one who needs to be protected. Thinking of this, Yuihong's face turned even redder. She thought about it, before she actually boasted that she wanted to protect Uzumaki Naruto, but in the end she was protected by Uzumaki Naruto instead. At this moment, Kurani Ui suddenly became vigilant and looked in the direction of Senjo Tobirama. Konoha's forehead protector, who are you? When talking, Yuhihong murmured in her heart. She didn't know why, she always felt that she had seen this hacky cold man somewhere. Senjo Tobirama glanced at Kurane Ui, and said coldly, I don't have any vigilance at all. Is Konoha village of this generation so depraved? Yuihong's eyes widened. Are you, second Hokage Senjo Tobirama-sama? She thought about it. I know why I have that inexplicable familiarity. Isn't this hacky cold man in front of you the statue you often see on Hokage Rock? Second Hokage Senjo Tobirama in Konoha village. Uzumaki Naruto smiled. Master Second Hokage, please give me your advice. Senjo Tobirama didn't say much, and said coldly, stand up, I'll take you back to Konoha village, it's too dangerous here. Kurane Ui stood up hazily. She still hadn't figured out why Second Hokage appeared here. Hasn't Second Hokage been dead for decades? But Flying Thunder God is not wrong. This is indeed a taboo ninjutsu developed by Second Hokage. 01230410 Fila 1443012771. Just when Kurane Ui was about to hold Senjo Tobirama's hand, there were bursts of piercing sounds in the distance. Damn it, the chase is so fast. Senjo Tobirama cursed angrily, ignoring Kurane Ui and Uzumaki Naruto, and quickly turned his head to look behind him. Dozens of clones of Uzumaki Naruto rushed over. Flame-like red chakra was boiling on the body of the avatar, and with a wave of his fist, a towering tree fell to the ground. Physical avatar. Senjo Tobirama frowned. Although the physical clone is better than Suzanu's clone, it is also a troublesome existence. If the strange force from the punch hits him right on his body will be smashed to pieces. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto stood up from the ground, raised his right hand, pointed his 5 fingers at his avatar, hooked the corner of his mouth, and said, adamantine sealing chains. Clatter. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of chain friction, 4 golden chains shot out like golden dragons. Bang bang bang. The moment the chain touched the boiling avatar of red chakra exploded suddenly, turning into puffs of white smoke. Senjo Tobirama's eyes lit up, and he praised, it's beautiful. When looking at Uzumaki Naruto again, Senjo Tobirama's eyes showed a touch of appreciation. It seems that Konoha village has no successors. Senjo Tobirama was extremely disappointed when he saw Konoha village acting so hip-stretched, but after seeing Uzumaki Naruto, Senjo Tobirama felt hopeful again. Such a young age, but can have such a tyrannical strength. This is definitely the most dazzling talent in Mu 447, Leaf Village. Before Senjo Tobirama could speak again, several clones of Uzumaki Naruto rushed over in the distance. This time, there are several clones of Uzumaki Naruto, their hands are burning with billowing fire, they are scorch-style clones impressively. Without Senju Tobirama opening his mouth, Uzumaki Naruto waved his right hand, and the gold chain clattered around. Bang bang bang! Another series of white smoke exploded. Senju Tobirama's eyes became brighter and brighter. Sure enough, I just blocked and restrained these clones. Adamantine sealing chains are physical seals that can suppress chakra, and as long as the chakra of Shadow Clone is suppressed, these Shadow Clone will explode by themselves. In this way, there seems to be no need for me to run away. With Uzumaki Naruto here, I can definitely fight Namikaze. While Senju Tobirama muttered to himself, he had an idea in his mind. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto, Senju Tobirama smiled and said, "Your name is Uzumaki Naruto, right? What's your relationship with Uzumaki Mito?" Kurenai was stunned for a moment, and quickly explained, "Master Second Hokage, although Uzumaki Naruto is also surnamed Uzumaki, in fact, he is related to Uzumaki of the Uzumaki family. It should be my grandma." Uzumaki Naruto interrupted Kurenai and said with a smile. "My mother is Uzumaki Kushina, she calls Mito-sama grandma, so I should call Mito-sama grandma. Chapter 125. Kurenai's eyes widened, looking at Uzumaki Naruto in disbelief. "Naruto, what nonsense are you talking about? How can you be the child of Master Uzumaki Kushina? Although your surname is Uzumaki, it's just a normal surname. It's impossible to have anything to do with Master Uzumaki Kushina. Don't talk nonsense in front of Second Hokage." Sunset Red said anxiously. "I have never heard of Uzumaki Kushina adults and children. And Uzumaki-sama's child, isn't that also the child of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato? How could Uzumaki Naruto be the child of those two adults? If it is really the child of those two adults, how could Uzumaki Naruto be bullied in Konoha village? Is Uzumaki Naruto crazy to tell such a lie at this time?" Uzumaki Naruto smiled, "Sister Yui, it's normal not to know this, it's a Konoha village secret, and only Hokage-sama and I know it." Yuhihong was completely stunned. Uzumaki Naruto speaks so confidently, is it really the child of those two adults? But it doesn't make sense. There is absolutely no need for Konoha village to hide the identity of Uzumaki Naruto. Senju Tobirama didn't doubt Uzumaki Naruto's identity, but looked at Kurenai strangely. What's the surprise? Adamantine sealing chains can only be awakened by the direct line of the Uzumaki family. Uzumaki Naruto can awaken the adamantine sealing chains, which means that it must be the direct line of the Uzumaki family. Senju Tobirama said. There are not many pure-blooded direct descendants of the Uzumaki family, and Uzumaki Mito, the wife of his eldest brother, is one of them. Since Uzumaki Naruto is also a direct descendant, he must be related to Uzumaki Mito. Yu Haihong was still skeptical at first. But even Second Hokage said that. Kuroyuki was a little at a loss. Could it be? Uzumaki Naruto is really the child of those two adults? JJ. Senju Tobirama frowned. What else do you not understand? Kurenai swallowed, and hurriedly said, no, just, if Uzumaki Naruto is Uzumaki Kushina's child. Then doesn't it mean 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato is Uzumaki Naruto's father? Speaking of this, Shi Haihong wished she could beat her head twice. What day is today? Have you fallen into a hallucination? First, I saw Second Hokage, who had been dead for many years, but I got such shocking news. Will the world be destroyed in the next second? Senju Tobirama looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a more gentle look. 4th generation, Naruto, so you are still a child of 4th Hokage. No wonder this young man is so calm and powerful, it turns out he was born with good genes. Son of the 4th Hokage. The blood successor boundary of the Uzumaki clan. Jinchuriki of Nine Tails Kurama. Adding these three identities together, he is a proper young genius. Senju Tobirama was very relieved. As long as this young man grows up, Konoha village might change its previous depravity. Come with me. Senju Tobirama didn't intend to leave either. With a big wave of his hand, he took the Whirlpool Naruto and Yuhihong to look for the clone. Yuhihong still has some doubts about life. Naruto is the child of those two adults. Adamantine sealing chains. With a wave of his right hand, Uzumaki Naruto flashed the golden chain across the sky, and immediately returned his shadow clone to its original state. Adamantine sealing chains. Adamantine sealing chains. Adamantine sealing chains. With the help of Uzumaki Naruto, Senju Tobirama can be said to be proud of his horseshoe disease, and he will pass all the way. But as long as it is a clone, no matter what blood succession limit, it will be easily solved by Uzumaki Naruto. Seeing how brave Uzumaki Naruto is, Kurenai also gradually believed what Uzumaki Naruto said. Naruto, I can't believe that you are still the prince of Konoha village. Shi Haihong said with some emotion, if everyone knew your identity, they would definitely not treat you so badly. Senju Tobirama heard the words and asked, Naruto, what happened to your father's 4th generation project? Didn't he publicize your identity to the outside world? Although Jinchuriki's identity is somewhat sensitive, but if it is Hokage's son, there is no need to worry about it. After all, Hokage's son is a dangerous identity in itself, and it's okay to add a Jinchuriki identity. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head slightly. My father died in battle shortly after I was born, and I was the only one left. In order to protect me, Master Hokage concealed my identity. Senju Tobirama nodded, but frowned slightly. In order to protect Uzumaki Naruto, so, hide Uzumaki Naruto's identity? What is the monkey doing? Could it be that in his opinion, the identity of the son of 4th Hokage is more dangerous than that of Jinchuriki? Or, for another reason? Senju Tobirama frowned at Konoha's current depravity, feeling more and more that there might be something strange about it. Soon. Nearly 1,000 clones were wiped out by Uzumaki Naruto. Looking at the oncoming Susanoo Valkyrie, Senju Tobirama stopped thinking about it, his expression gradually turned cold, and he said in a deep voice. Namikaze Myanmar is really a dangerous guy, not to mention having so many blood successors, he can still use Susanoo. This is also a doppelganger, really a troublesome and dangerous guy, we must kill him here. Naruto, are you confident? Behind Senju Tobirama, Uzumaki Naruto nodded with a smile and said, relax, this big guy won't hurt us. Senju Tobirama frowned, Naruto, don't be careless, Namikaze is a strong opponent. Uzumaki Naruto laughed. Master 2nd Hokage, your strength is not weak. Senju Tobirama shook his head, no, my strength is not as good as Namikaze, but I can compete with it only because of the Flying Thunder God. Uzumaki Naruto nodded approvingly. Indeed, space-time ninjutsu is too troublesome. If it weren't for your Flying Thunder God, Namikaze Myanmar would have killed you long ago. Senju Tobirama paused, feeling that something was wrong with what Uzumaki Naruto said. Uzumaki Naruto continued with a bright smile, if I hadn't had other plans, I would have really planned to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. However, without the Flying Thunder God technique, it is really not easy to kill you who possess space-time ninjutsu. Senju Tobirama's face suddenly changed drastically. Uzumaki Naruto, what are you talking about? Before Senju Tobirama finished speaking, he heard the sound of flesh piercing through his chest. Bah! A resplendent golden lock that runs through the heart of Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama lowered his head stiffly, staring incredulously at the radiant gold chain that runs through his heart. Crash! The rubbing sound of the gold chains sounded, and 3 more golden locks pierced through, nailing Senju Tobirama to the ground like a javelin. The sudden change startled the confused Yu Haihong. Naruto, what are you doing? Fire! Uzumaki Naruto ignored Kurane Yui, with a big smile on his face, looked at the incredible Senju Tobirama and laughed. 2nd Hokage-sama, if that's the case, you shouldn't be able to escape. Chapter 126. Oh! Uzumaki Naruto let out a breath, completely relaxed, and said with a smile, however, Master 2nd Hokage, you can really run. From Kirigakure to Konoha village, I have come back several times. Thousands of my shadow clones can't even catch your hair. They really have some terrifying abilities. But it's all good now, adamantine sealing chains can suppress chakra, even if you are the body of impure world reincarnation, there is no room for 10 points of movement. Senju Tobirama looked at Uzumaki Naruto in disbelief. Uzumaki Naruto, you. He never expected that the son of 4th Hokage, the direct descendant of the Uzumaki clan, 9 Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto, who has so many identities, unexpectedly stabbed himself in the back at the most critical moment. Struggling hard, Senju Tobirama found that what Naruto said was true. Being pierced by the adamantine sealing chains, all the chakras in his body were suppressed, not to mention resistance, even moving was extremely difficult. Impure world reincarnation also has no effect. Originally, there was a big hole in his chest pierced by adamantine sealing chains, and the ash should gradually fill his wound. 120 But impure world reincarnation did not move for a long time, even it was suppressed by adamantine sealing chains, and could no longer play the role of immortality. Naruto, what are you doing? Kurane Yui swallowed her saliva, and said dryly, that's not an enemy, it's our Lord 2nd Hokage, how can you attack him? Uzumaki Naruto's smile is still bright. 2nd Hokage, I heard that you are a smart person, by now, you should have guessed my identity. Senju Tobirama pupil earthquake. In his line of sight, Uzumaki Naruto's real name and Namikaze's numb figure overlapped. After the images of the two people overlapped together, their faces and smiles were similar, and even the indifference in their eyes was extraordinarily cold. Namikaze, Namikaze. Senju Tobirama took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Namikaze, you are Namikaze, right? 9 Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. A. F. F. Senju Tobirama only feels the scalp tingling. This is almost impossible. Even when I was ambushed by Cloud Shinobi village Jinjiao during my lifetime, I never lived in Jingdong like today. Even at the time of death, I have never experienced such uneasiness. 9 Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha village, the son of 4th Hokage, turned out to be Konoha's enemy, S-rank rebel Namikaze's face numb. This is simply black under the lights. Who would have thought that a teenage boy would actually be a terrifying S-rank rebel? I'm still talking about why I didn't see Namikaze's numb body when I came back. It turns out that it has been waiting for me here. Senju Tobirama gritted his teeth and said. Use Uzumaki Naruto's body to let yourself be careless, then, one-hit kill with adamantine sealing chains. This kind of scheming is too vicious. Uzumaki Naruto spread his arms and smiled. I don't want to, but there's nothing I can do. I don't know how to escape from yin and yang yet, and even if I can escape from yin and yang, you can leave at any time with the Flying Thunder God technique. So time-space ninjutsu is really a troublesome ninjutsu, one counts as one, they are all very hateful abilities. Yu Haihong finally came back to her senses, her red lips parted slightly, and she said dryly. Naruto, what are you talking about? Why are you Namikaze's face numb? Namikaze's face is numb. Namikaze's face is numb, he is an S-rank rebellious ninja, don't talk nonsense, quickly take back the chains from second Hokage. Kurane Yui grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's arm, her voice trembled slightly, and even her cheeks turned pale. Are you kidding me? Uzumaki Naruto is Namikaze Noodles? How can this be? Namikaze Noodles first appeared 5 years ago, 5 years ago. Uzumaki Naruto is only 7 years old. Afi, that's right. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly thought of something, looked at Yu Haihong and said with a smile, Sister Yu Haihong, although I didn't intend to attack you, but since you saw this scene, there is nothing you can do. Kurane Yui was taken aback, and subconsciously let go of Uzumaki Naruto's arm to escape, but, the solace of her feet seemed to be as heavy as lead. Thump. Kurane Yui fell heavily to the ground, looking at Uzumaki Naruto in horror. Naruto, what are you doing? I'm Jonin, don't mess around. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes turned Mangekyo Sharingan, and he said helplessly. I can't help it, I knocked you unconscious before, who let you see this scene again? Yu Haihong suddenly realized. It turns out that, it was not the Kirigakure ninja who stunned him, but Uzumaki Naruto. But it's too late to know now. Illusion Mangekyo Sharingan. There was blood in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. In an instant, Yu Haihong's body froze in place, her movements stopped suddenly, her eyes were dull, and her expression gradually became numb. Thump. Yu Haihong slanted to one side, lying on the grass like a puppet. Senju Tobirama's eyelids twitched. Is this the hypnosis ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Uzumaki Naruto smiled and clapped his hands. As expected of the second Hokage Senju Tobirama-sama, the experience is really different. Senju Tobirama's expression is cold, and he has decades of grievances with the Uchiha family, so he naturally understands Uchiha's ability. Clenching his fists, Senju Tobirama is no longer polite. Little devil, what are you going to do to that woman? Uzumaki Naruto laughed and said, what can I do? I have a girlfriend, just change her memory. Having said that, Uzumaki Naruto smiled. I killed you in her memory, which is absolutely impossible. Slightly change her memory, let his memory become second Hokage's fight to the death with Namikaze for Konoha village, and because of protecting the ninjas of Konoha village, use the ghoul seal and die with Namikaze. What do you think of the result? Don't look at me that way, I've portrayed you as great, you are the hero of Konoha village. Senju Tobirama's heart felt cold, and he looked at Uzumaki Naruto as if he was looking at a monster. I died with Namikaze? What are you kidding? Once the news of Namikaze's death spreads, Konoha village will definitely give up its vigilance. Then, Uzumaki Naruto, the real monster, can hide and become a ferocious beast hiding in Konoha village. Senju Tobirama dare not think about it, just thinking of such a monster lurking in Konoha village makes him tremble. He looked at Uzumaki Naruto coldly and asked. Uzumaki Naruto, what are you doing all this for? Chapter 127. Senju Tobirama stared at Uzumaki Naruto. His body was pierced by 4 golden locks, as if he had been nailed to the ground by a javelin, and he had no ability to resist at all. But you need to know. Uzumaki Naruto, why would he do that? With such a beautiful thing, why did Uzumaki Naruto turn into a S-class renegade? Uzumaki Naruto was going to bluntly seal Senju Tobirama. But upon hearing Senju Tobirama's words, Uzumaki Naruto twitched his mouth, gave up the idea of direct sealing, walked aside and leaned against the tree and said, Hey, second generation, can you understand the experience of being treated as a monster growing up? Senju Tobirama froze for a moment. Treated as a monster? Why? In his time, although tailed beasts were terrifying existences, Jinchuriki did not suffer any discrimination. After all, first generation 9 tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito is the wife of first Hokage, no one dares to disrespect Uzumaki Mito, so Senju Tobirama has no way to understand Uzumaki Naruto's words. Uzumaki Naruto laughed, changed the subject and asked, then what kind of experience do you think, never being recognized by others? If you don't have any expectations, you won't get any affirmation. Even if you try your best, you will only get disgusted eyes. I live like walking on eggshells every day, for fear that if I am not careful, I will be caught and brainwashed, and I will become a puppet who has no feelings at all, and can't even belong to its own life. After experiencing such a life, do you think I will become a normal person again? Senju Tobirama's eyes widened. He couldn't comprehend what Uzumaki Naruto was going through. Uzumaki Naruto is used to it, because he has always lived like this before he had the blood succession limit. Although he was bullied and abused by the people of Konoha village, he still showed a smirk. Because once he showed resentment, Konoha village would definitely not let him go, and it was impossible for them to let a person full of resentment act as Jinchuriki. Whenever this time Uzumaki Naruto thinks, if he is the naive and romantic Uzumaki Naruto in the original book, it would be great. Sometimes the more you know, not only will it not be easy, but it will be more painful. Senju Tobirama took a deep breath. Little ghost, although I don't know what you've been through, but with your strength, there's no need to be an enemy of Konoha village. In Senju Tobirama's view, even if Uzumaki Naruto's strength is placed in the Sengoku period, he can still wrestle with his elder brother. In this generation, that is the shark fell into the carp pond. Uzumaki Naruto can simply have no scruples. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help laughing. Second generation, you don't know anything, so don't speak wild words here. You can have no scruples? Do not make jokes. Not to mention the first Hokage Senju Hashirama of Impure World Reincarnation, Luoyu's Haibo Madara of Ninja World Reincarnation. Just Uchiha Obito, Tiendeo Pain, and Sarutobi Hiruzen are all his enemies. Not to mention the Sage of Six Paths at the Six Paths level, Atsutsuki Kagaya, and the future Atsutsuki clan. Senju Tobirama's expression gradually cooled down. You kid from the Uzumaki family, so you say. Your purpose is to take revenge on Konoha village. Uzumaki Naruto smiled brightly. No, I won't do harm to Konoha. Because, before long, Konohagakure will cease to exist. A cold light flashed in Senju Tobirama's eyes. Then you and I, go to hell together. After the words fell, Senju Tobirama quickly took out a detonating charm from the ninja bag, and stuck it on himself without saying a word. Tandem paper bombs. There was a hint of determination in Senju Tobirama's eyes. This is also a taboo ninjutsu developed by myself, the A-level infinite blasting detonating talisman. Using the detonating talisman to continuously summoning the detonating talisman after launching, it will trigger a continuous explosion of 10 points. It's a pity to kill Uzumaki Naruto, but he was too dangerous. Ha 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 ha. A loud laugh came from Uzumaki Naruto's arm. Senju Tobirama, don't you BD know how strong adamantine sealing chains are? Even my uncle will be imprisoned. Chakra, you thought you could use tandem paper bombs, ha 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 ha. Senju Tobirama paused, subconsciously looking at Uzumaki Naruto's left arm. Immediately, Senju Tobirama's pupils shrank sharply. On Uzumaki Naruto's arm, golden chakras surged, gradually forming a fox's head. 9 tails. Senju Fifu said the name aloud. Uzumaki Naruto, are you a perfect Jinchuriki already, kid? Uzumaki Naruto ignored the shocked Senju Tobirama, and looked at the fox's head in his hand with some helplessness. Kurama, why do you keep yelling to come out? 9 tails snorted arrogantly. Of course I want to see how miserable Senju Tobirama is. 0, ask for flowers. That BD was the one who encouraged that BD Senju Hashirama to arrest me, and seeing him now, it's really not too cool, ha ha ha. 9 tails laughed heartily. Seeing how miserable the person who sealed him was, 9 tails felt relieved. 9 tails felt much better off if the miserable person was Uchiha Madara. Thinking, 9 tails branched out a little chakra, forming golden chakra claws, constantly poking Senju Tobirama nailed to the ground. Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama gritted his teeth, exhausted all his strength and finally ignited the detonating amulet. Take each other and detonate. Enough. Uzumaki Naruto had a thought, and the end of the golden lock directly touched the burning detonating symbol. The burning detonating symbol gradually extinguished, emitting wisps of green smoke. Senju Tobirama gritted his teeth and looked at Uzumaki Naruto and growled, "Little brat, do you think this is the end of the matter? Don't be kidding, as long as I am reincarnated by Impure World Reincarnation, your true face will be completely exposed. At that time, not only me, but even my elder brother will kill you." Uzumaki Naruto smiled. "By then, do you think I'll still be afraid of you? Return to your underworld." With the roar of Senju Tobirama, the gold chains gradually wound him into a gold round chrysalis, with black patterns all over it. Even if the gold chain was retracted, Senju Tobirama was already unconscious. The fox head on Uzumaki Naruto's arm said with some doubts. "Naruto, don't you kill him." Uzumaki Naruto spread his hands and said helplessly, "I can't help it, I don't know how to kill souls. But seal him, even if Konoha village lifts the Impure World Reincarnation, it won't Impure World Reincarnation again in a short time. That's enough." Uzumaki Naruto exhaled lightly, let 9 tails return to his body first, and then sat down slowly under the tree. It was dark. A sleepless night. When the first rays of sunlight came down from the sky, Yu Hihong opened her eyes in a daze. Caught the eye. Then I saw Uzumaki Naruto, who looks like a prince, with gold broken hair, facing the first ray of light in the sky. Well, Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto stretched out his right hand to Kurane Yui, and said with a smile. Sister Yuhi Hong, we won the Yamen. Chapter 128. Win. Yuhi Hong blinked her beautiful eyes, still unable to understand what happened. Holding Uzumaki Naruto's hand, Kurane Yui stood up from the ground and rubbed her temples. Naruto, my head hurts, can you tell me what happened? Uzumaki Naruto said with a smile, Sister Yuhi Hong, have you forgotten? Master Second Hokage killed that rebellious ninja named Namikaze. Yuhi Hong thought about it carefully, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Yes, how did I forget? You captured Namikaze Mima with adamantine sealing chains. Taking this opportunity, Master Second Hokage used the ghoul sealing technique to forcibly swallow Namikaze Mima's soul into Shinigami's stomach. Namikaze died, but Second Hokage Sama's soul was also swallowed into Shinigami's stomach. Speaking of this, 450 Ju Hong's eyes revealed a touch of sadness. Second Hokage Sama is really great. Uzumaki Naruto smiled and comforted, it doesn't matter, this is also the wish of Master Second Hokage, as long as we can live, it is the best reward for Master Second Hokage. Nine Tails. Nine Tails in the sealed space couldn't help laughing and wagging their tails. Naruto, I feel like Senju Tobirama's coffin is about to overwhelm. What a greatness, what an end together, if he heard what you said, he would probably jump out of the coffin and strangle you to death, ha 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 ha. Nine Tails couldn't help laughing out loud. Shut up, you nasty big fox, your chakra was almost exposed before, do you know that? Uzumaki Naruto said with a dark face. Nine Tails flicked his tail and said casually. Well, I don't want to miss such an interesting event. Uzumaki Naruto gives a bad smile, interesting thing. Kurama, I think it would be interesting to find a fox for you to breed. Maybe you can give birth to a little Nine Tails after mating with a fox. Nine Tails shuddered all over, and quickly covered his mouth with his paws. I can't beat Uzumaki Naruto now, if Uzumaki Naruto really finds a fox to bred him, then I have no face to live. Get rid of the yelling Nine Tails inside. Uzumaki Naruto smiled and extended his hand to Kurane Yui, Sister Kurane Yui, Master Second Hokage has solved Namikaze's numbness, we should go back to Konoha. Yuhi Hong nodded vigorously. That's right, the good news must be told to Lord Hokage. At this moment, Yuhi Hong blushed, looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a little shyness and whispered, Naruto, why did you protect me before? Uzumaki Naruto froze for a moment, I protect you. Yui blushed and nodded, didn't you fight with Namikaze to protect me before? Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto let out a light breath. This is the first time I use Sharingan's hypnosis ability, it seems that it is still a little unqualified in all aspects. Well, it doesn't matter, let's go. It seems, there is no sound. The Kirigakure ninja looked at the ruined ground in surprise. It seems that since the early morning of yesterday, the sound of fighting has disappeared, and it has been silent until the sun rises. Who wins and who loses? Terumi Mei was a little tired, but she pulled herself together and said, Second Hokage from Konoha village should have won. Ching was a little surprised, Master Terumi Mei, why isn't Namikaze's face numb? In his opinion, the battle between Namikaze and Second Hokage should be a 50-50 split. Terumi Mei shook her head, you don't know, during the Sengoku period, Second Hokage Senju Tobirama once personally killed a ninja who had a Mangekyo Sharingan. Ching was taken aback, this was the first time he had heard the news. Terumi Mei continued, and not only that Doyo Hokage Senju Tobirama has become stronger and stronger over time. Especially the impure world reincarnation and tandem paper bombs he developed, which are comparable to endless human bombs, and the fixed point blasting is equivalent to a walking tail beast cannon. At that time, all the hidden villages were afraid of Senju Tobirama. It was not until First Hokage listed those techniques as forbidden technique that they could breathe a sigh of relief. Compared to the ninjas in Legendary, Namikaze is still too young. Hearing what Terumi Mei said, the Kirigakure ninjas all sighed. So, Namikaze must have lost. I already know how to release ninjutsu, how can a human chakra survive? But Konoha village is really strong, there is such a whole card. That is to say, as long as there is impure world reincarnation, wouldn't Konoha village always be in its heyday? Master Myanmar won. The figure of Uchiha Shisui appeared next to Terumi Mei, and said firmly, Myanmar-sama has already calculated all of this, and it must be Myanmar-sama who won. Watching the sudden appearance of Uchiha Shisui, Terumi Mei and Kirigakure ninjas made one grit his teeth. Uchiha Shisui, why didn't you warn us before you BD? When we panicked and ran for our lives, you must have been watching from a distance. Terumi Mei gritted her teeth and asked. Uchiha Shisui snorted, a battle like this between apex powerhouses, who would come so close like an idiot? Both Terumi Mei and Kirigakure ninjas are mad to kill. But they couldn't say anything, after all, they didn't expect the battle between apex powerhouses to be so terrifying. Ignore the gnashing Kirigakure ninja. Uchiha Shisui raised his legs and walked towards the depths of the forest. Kirigakuru's ninjas looked at each other, and they could see the lingering fear in each other's heart. But, come on, let's go in and see the result. Terumi Mei said in a deep voice, and walked towards the depths of the forest. Since Uchiha Shisui dared to go in, it means that there should be no danger inside. And who wins and who loses? They also want to know 0.7 results. Go deep into the forest. Through the vast ruins. In the end, a group of people came to a remote forest corner. Here they saw Senju Tobirama covered in seals, lying on the ground like a dead man, unconscious. Really? It was Naruto-sama who won. Uchiha Shisui smiled. The Kirigakure ninja gasped, rubbed his eyes, and stared at Senju Tobirama in shock. Is this the second Hokage Senju Tobirama in Konoha village? I've seen him before, such a powerful person was actually sealed. I've never heard of Namikaze who is also good at sealing. All the ninjas in Legendary were defeated by him. Namikaze's face-numbing strength, isn't it a bit too strong? Chapter 129. So, Namikaze wins. Terumi Mei was taken aback by this result. After knowing Senju Tobirama's information, she doesn't think Namikaze has the conditions to win. Result. It turned out that Senju Tobirama was sealed here. Master Naruto is really powerful. This sealing technique should be the seal that comes with adamantine sealing chains. Uchiha Shisui took a deep breath, finally let go of the big rock hanging in his heart. Although it felt like Naruto's plan was flawless, he was worried at first until he saw the sealed Senju Tobirama. At this moment, a clone of Uzumaki Naruto steps out from behind the tree. Without saying a word, Uchiha Shisui immediately knelt on the ground and said in a deep voice, Master Myanmar, what are your orders? Uzumaki Naruto was stunned for a moment, then nodded, it's nothing, but I'm going back to Konoha next, and I won't be out in a short time, so I'll leave the matter here to you. Senju Tobirama has been sealed by me. As long as the sealing technique is not destroyed, he can only wait for the end of impure world reincarnation. Also, Shisui, go find out the situation in Union Village, and remember not to be discovered by the ninjas inside 05. Uchiha Shisui took a deep breath and bowed his head respectfully. Yes. The Kirigakure ninjas were embarrassed, and they didn't know what to say. Terumi Mei swallowed, and asked dryly, Namikaze's face is numb, so what should we do? Uzumaki Naruto tilted his head slightly. You. Random. When going from the land of fire to the land of water, Uzumaki Naruto and his party took a boat. But from the land of water back to the land of fire, Uzumaki Naruto and Yuhihong can only rely on a pair of legs. Phew, Naruto, I'm so sorry that you still have to carry me on your back. Yuhihong leaned on Uzumaki Naruto's shoulder with a flushed face, wishing she could pass out now to avoid this awkward atmosphere. What a shame. I am also a special jonin anyway. Actually ran out of chakra while running on the sea. On the contrary, Uzumaki Naruto, even after running for a long time, is still full of energy. It doesn't matter. Uzumaki Naruto laughed, I also want to tell Hokage-sama this good news earlier. After a long day and night's trek, Uzumaki Naruto and Yuhihong finally returned to Konoha village at noon on the third day. In the Hokage building. What, so? Tobirama-sensei and Namikaze are dead together. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kuriko Ui seriously. Yudiden Koharu and Mitokado Homura also had solemn faces, mixed with a trace of sadness. Yes. Kurane Ui knelt on the ground and said in a deep voice, Nidame used the ghoul seal, no matter how Namikaze resisted, she was still eaten by Shinigami. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, closed his eyes and said, I see. Although the ghoul seal is his trump card, he is not the only one who knows it. As one of the forbidden sealing arts of the Uzumaki family, Tobirama must have also learned this ninjutsu from Uzumaki Mito. Tobirama-sensei, I'm so sorry. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently apologized in his heart. Opening his eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression returned to seriousness, and he said in a deep voice. Tell me what happened. Why would second Hokage use this forbidden sealing technique? Yes. Yuhihong respectfully agreed, and began to describe the ins and outs of the matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yuditen Koharu, Mitokado Homura all looked serious when they heard that Namikaze had the ability to change the terrain. What a horrible guy, it's a good thing he hasn't been given more time to grow. Said Sarutobi Hiruzen. That's right. Yuditen Koharu nodded, a monster of this level, if given more time to grow, might be able to reach the strength of first Hokage. As expected of Master Second Hokage, even though he has been dead for so many years, he still misses Konoha village deeply. Mitokado Homura said. Continuing to listen, the master showed a surprised expression at the same time. You mean? Uzumaki Naruto wrapped Namikaze with adamantine sealing chains to give second Hokage a chance. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in surprise. Ui blushed and nodded. Yes, Uzumaki Naruto chose to fight Namikaze to save me. Yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. Unexpectedly, Uzumaki Naruto, who was originally just an insurance company, gave himself such a big surprise after the mission failed. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, I know the matter, Hong, you go down first. Kurenai nodded respectfully, got up, and left the Hokage building, hesitated for a while, but still didn't go to see Sarutobi Asuma. Uzumaki Naruto, who has been bothering you for so long, I'm sorry, buy some fruit and go see him. In Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief, and said, although Mr. Tobirama's use of the ghoul seal is not in our plan, the result is good. At least the guy Namikaze has been dealt with. Mitokado Homura and Yuditen Koharu were also relieved. During this time, Namikaze has brought us too much pressure. Fortunately, he is dead. It's a pity that Uchiha Shisui was not dealt with, but one Uchiha Shisui alone is not a serious problem. That way you don't have to worry about Namikaze's numbness. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly asked, what do you guys think of Uzumaki Naruto? Hearing this topic suddenly, both Mitokado Homura and Yuditen Koharu were a little surprised. Mitokado Homura pondered for a moment, and said, 723 geniuses. A genius comparable to Uchiha Itachi, although it is only because of the blood succession limit, but being able to help Tobirama teacher has already demonstrated his talent. Yuditen Koharu also nodded, that's right, since Uzumaki Naruto helped Mr. Tobirama, it means that there is no problem with his loyalty. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly. I think so too, so I'm not going to test Uzumaki Naruto anymore, it's better to try to get him to graduate earlier. He has this kind of strength, and he will definitely be the pillar of Konoha in the future, maybe he can become a perfect Jinchuriki. Who do you think should be Uzumaki Naruto's instructor? After a good argument, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, go and call Asuma, I have something to tell him. Shua. The figure of Umbu Ninja flashed. An Umbu Ninja wearing a fox mask half kneeled in front of the desk, and said with a little embarrassment. Master Hokage, I'm afraid Asuma won't be able to come. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. What is he doing again? It seems that after experiencing that setback, his son who is not up to date, even his spirit has become a little abnormal. Not to mention drinking all day long, even performing tasks is flickering. Umbu Ninja lowered his head and said embarrassingly. Asuma, he got into a fight with Uzumaki Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 130. 10 minutes ago. Uzumaki Naruto's home. In a flash, Uzumaki Naruto appeared on the balcony. Through the window, Uzumaki Naruto could clearly see the little Hinata busy in the kitchen, with a smile on his face. He gently opened the kitchen window, walked behind little Hinata, and covered little Hinata's eyes with his hands. Little Hinata, guess who I am? Little Hinata's eyes lit up, and she said in surprise, Naruto-kun, you're back. Uzumaki Naruto moved his hands away with a smile, and when he saw little Hinata turned his head, he nodded with a smile. Yes, I'm back. Little Hinata, I've been away for so long, do you miss me? Uzumaki Naruto sat at the dining table, pampering little Hinata's head. Little Hinata's face was flushed, but she still managed not to faint, and nodded vigorously, well, I really miss Naruto-kun. Uzumaki Naruto was a little helpless and distressed. Little Hinata, didn't I say everything? If you feel lonely, you can go back to the Hyuga clan first. Little Hinata was blushing and speechless. After a while, little Hinata blushed and ran to the kitchen to bring a huge food box. Naruto-kun. You haven't eaten well these days. Uzumaki Naruto's eyelids twitched. He wanted to say that he would not starve to death without eating for several months. But if he eats what's in this food box, he probably will be starved to death today. Uzumaki Naruto was about to take a break when his stomach was full, but he heard a knock on the door. Who? When Uzumaki Naruto opened the door, he found that it was Kurenai. Kurenai carried the fruit basket and placed it in front of Uzumaki Naruto, and said with some embarrassment. Naruto, I really troubled you along the way, and I still need you to protect me. Please be sure to accept these. Uzumaki Naruto forced himself to cheer up and smiled, you're welcome, this is what I should do, after all we are companions. At this time, Sarutobi Asuma came over, looked at the two people who were talking with each other with a smile, his eyes turned red all of a sudden, and asked angrily. Hong, why didn't you come to find me when you returned to Konoha village? Instead, you came to find this damn brat. Ui Hong's face turned pale. Asuma, why are you here? Sarutobi Asuma gritted his teeth and said, I came to you when I heard you came back, but I didn't expect you to come to this brat first. While speaking, Sarutobi Asuma gave Uzumaki Naruto a hard look. It was this kid who humiliated himself in front of his companions, and even spread gossip that he was not worthy of being an elite jonin. Now, this brat actually dared to take away his red. If it wasn't for the presence of Kurenai, Sarutobi Asuma swore in her heart that she would definitely teach this little fox demon a lesson. Ui Hong's face turned pale, and he waved his hand to defend. Asuma, you misunderstood, Uzumaki Naruto protected me in the battle, I came here specially to thank him. Sarutobi Asuma snorted coldly. Thank you for what this brat is doing, if it wasn't for this brat, I should be the one who killed Namikaze's numb face. Stop talking nonsense, Hurry back with me. Sarutobi Asuma couldn't say anything, grabbed Yui Kuren's hand and pulled him out. Yuhihong struggled desperately, gritted her teeth and said, Asuma, I am already very tired from the tasks for a few days, I want to rest today, don't drag me. Uzumaki Naruto slammed the door shut. He doesn't care about these two guys, he just wants to spend time with little Hinata. However, there was only a moment of calm. There was a boom at the door, and the door was kicked by Sarutobi Asuma, and he shouted angrily. Uzumaki Naruto, come out for me. Although you defeated me, it was just me being careless. This time I have to give you a hard lesson. Uzumaki Naruto's face gradually turned cold. Naruto-kun. Little Hinata held Uzumaki Naruto's hand nervously. Uzumaki Naruto exhaled lightly, restored a smile on his face, and rubbed little Hinata's hair. It's okay, just rest here for a while, and I'll solve it. Little Hinata nodded worriedly. Uzumaki Naruto walked out the door, just in time to hear Kuroyuki's anxious voice. Naruto, run quickly, Asuma is crazy, he insists on fighting you, no matter what I say, he won't listen, he has already entered. There was a loud bang. Sarutobi Asuma flew out of the room at a speed of 120 miles, crashing into a wall with a bang. It's so noisy, why do you two have to involve me? Uzumaki Naruto walked out of the room with a cold expression, with his hands in his pockets and the 4 golden locks behind his back like 4 golden dragons coiling around him. Looking at the dumbfounded Yui, Uzumaki Naruto was even more annoyed. I finally came back to meet little Hinata, but these guys came to annoy me one after another. Uzumaki Naruto. Inside the ruins of the wall, Sarutobi Asuma's eyes were red, and he roared almost madly. You monster, you still dare to attack me? Uzumaki Naruto frowned, and with a thought, the 4 golden locks shot out like 4 golden dragons. Sneak attack, do you think this is a sneak attack? Long-winded. Boom. The 4 golden locks hit Sarutobi Asuma's body fiercely, and every time the chain went down, there was a loud roar. In just a few moments, Asuma was beaten so badly that her nose was bruised and her face was swollen. She was almost invisible and passed out. Ah, this! Yuhihong covered her red lips with her right hand in shock. At the same time, the surrounding ninjas were also full of shock. They were originally attracted by Sarutobi Asuma's roar, seeing that the latter was not in good spirits, and prepared to save Uzumaki Naruto. Unexpectedly. Swirl, Dali swirl Naruto's cooking Sarutobi Asuma. Uzumaki Naruto, after 5 years, it seems to be getting stronger. Hyaga Hayashi said dryly. The ninjas around nodded in unison. Indeed, compared to 5 years ago, Uzumaki Naruto is stronger. An elite jonin, was killed in an instant. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at Sarutobi Asuma coldly, and left a sentence, if you dare to make trouble again, I will break your leg. Finished. The door was shut with a bang. After a while, 2 Umbu ninjas approached. Although a little curious about the surrounding ruins, they still dutifully conveyed Hokage's order. Yuhihong, what about Asuma? Lord Hokage asked us to take him to the Hokage building. Yuhihong pointed at the ruins with dull eyes. I can't take you away, but you can carry it away. Chapter 131. Take it away. The 2 ninjas subconsciously looked in the direction Kurani Yui pointed. B. Is this, people? Master Hokage, that's the way it is. The 2 Umbu ninjas looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in embarrassment. What a shame. A dignified elite jonin, like a gangster, went to find trouble with a young man and kicked down the door of his house. The most important thing is that you haven't played yet. I heard from the ninjas onlookers that you were killed by Uzumaki Naruto, so you are also called elite jonin? Umbu ninja felt ashamed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was livid. I know the matter, you go down first. After Umbu ninja left, Sarutobi Hiruzen slapped the table hard with a livid face. Asuma, you idiot. I am also preparing to make Uzumaki Naruto your disciple. Fortunately, you, an elite jonin who is about to become a teacher, came to the door to provoke you, but you were overthrown by the students. No, Asuma can't be Uzumaki Naruto's teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a livid face. Originally, I wanted to make Uzumaki Naruto 193 people become Sarutobi Asuma's disciples. In this way, when Uzumaki Naruto grows up, Sarutobi Asuma will have a very powerful sleep aid. But things backfired, Sarutobi Asuma was really useless. How do you control Uzumaki Naruto like that? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Yudiden Koharu knocked on the table, and said thoughtfully, Sarutobi, I remember the caged bird of the Hyaga family, is a seal that cannot be lifted. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, then slowly unfolded. You mean to say? Yudiden Koharu said, I don't think Hyaga Hinata should be qualified to be the head of the Hyaga clan anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, if Hyaga Hinata marries Uzumaki Naruto, then he cannot be the head of the Hyaga family. If it is a branch house, caged bird must be imposed. With Uzumaki Naruto's emphasis on Hyaga Hinata, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the case and decided, I'll talk to Hyaga Hayashi after a while. As for Uzumaki Naruto's teacher, I think Kakashi is good. Also, the Chunin exam is about to start recently. Did Tsunagakuer, of say that it will be held jointly with Konoha. Next morning, Uzumaki Naruto opened his blue eyes, looked at the strange ceiling, and couldn't help laughing. Almost forget I'm in Konoha village. After staying outside for too long, I feel a little uncomfortable when I go back to my room. After getting up and taking a shower, Uzumaki Naruto happily and sadly ate the sumptuous meal prepared by little Hinata. With a bulging belly, Uzumaki Naruto and the happy little Hinata came to the ninja school. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto walking in, Akimichi Koji's eyes lit up, and he waved quickly, "Yo, Naruto, long time no see." Uzumaki Naruto also smiled and waved. "Really, long time no see." Inyazuka Tiba ran over excitedly, grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's clothes and asked excitedly, "Naruto, I heard that you went to participate in the mission, is it true or not?" Hearing Inyazuka Ya's words, the other Xiaoqiangs pricked up their ears. Especially Uchiha Sasuke, although he pretended not to care, his ears were pricked up. They are all very interested in the absence of Uzumaki Naruto for the past few days. The students of the ninja school, are they really eligible to participate in the mission? Uzumaki Naruto pondered for a while, and said, "I just helped a little, and if it's important, it's not too much." Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's own confession, the Xiaoqiangs suddenly became excited. "So it's true. I really went to participate in the mission. What kind of mission is it? Is it dangerous? Is it a B-level mission or an A-level mission? Naruto, what kind of service do you say you did a little favor? Naruto, are the ninja-sama who are on missions with you strong? What do they look like?" Many Xiaoqiang formed a circle around Uzumaki Naruto excited questions. Naruto answered a few questions with an evasive focus. It wasn't until Iruka came in that many Xiaoqiang returned to their seats with unsatisfactory expressions, but they also looked back 3 times at a step. "Naruto, are you alright?" Nara Shikamaru in the backseat of Uzumaki Naruto said lazily, "Today is class division. You didn't even take the graduation assessment during the period of your mission. Will there really be an instructor to guide you?" Uzumaki Naruto was a little surprised. "The graduation assessment is over." Nara Shikamaru nodded lazily, "Of course, we all passed the assessment, and you haven't participated yet." Uzumaki Naruto frowned, feeling slightly regretful. "I also plan to snatch the Book of Seals and copy all the taboo ninjutsu on it, which will be cheaper than the price I bought. It is estimated that it is impossible for me to touch the sealed book." Uzumaki Naruto shook his head slightly. Uzumaki Naruto in the original book was too weak. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave him a chance to touch a ninjutsu. And the strength I'm showing now, to say the least, is elite jonin. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen give me the chance to touch the sealed book? While Uzumaki Naruto was thinking, Iruka neatly divided the class into classes. Hyaga Hinata, Abara Meishino, Yinjiaya. Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Koji, Yamanaka Ino. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Harano Sakura. After class ends. Early the next morning. Most of the students who ended up in other classes were taken away by their own instructors. Sarutobi Asuma, who was seriously injured by Uzumaki Naruto, couldn't come, so Ino, Shika, Cho had to leave with Kurane Ui. "Sister Hong, please be nice to Hinata." Uzumaki Naruto greeted with a smile and winked at little Hinata. Little Hinata blushed suddenly, and dared not lift her head from her sleep. Yuhi Hong glanced at little Hinata, then nodded with a smile, "I know, I will take good care of your little girlfriend." Boom! Little Hinata's head exploded with white smoke, and she followed Kurane Ui away in a daze and disappeared. Almost all the students left with the instructor. There are only Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Harano Sakura left in the class. Uzumaki Naruto was not in a hurry, put his feet on the table, closed his eyes and meditated, quietly refining chakra. Until noon. The classroom was pushed away, and Kakashi walked in scratching his head. "Sorry, I was stopped by a black cat on the way." Uzumaki Naruto raised his eyebrows, opened Wei Blue's eyes, and said with great interest. "Hey, take Kakashi, stay safe, last time you ran, you were really fast." Chapter 132. Both Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura were stunned. Harano Sakura looked at Uzumaki Naruto nervously. "Naruto, how could you be so rude to the teacher? Hurry up and apologize." Uchiha Sasuke reacted, and said in surprise, "Naruto, our teacher, couldn't it be the ninja who went on missions with you?" Uzumaki Naruto nodded with a smile. "Well, the guy who was on the mission with me, but, a coward who escaped." Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura stared wide-eyed. "Real or fake? Naruto, you actually performed a mission with the instructor, and, the instructor escaped." Listening to the conversation between the three of Uzumaki Naruto, Kakashi scratched his hair helplessly. "Well, Naruto, that was just an accident, and I can't control it." Kakashi was really helpless. Senju Tobirama and Namikaze fought numbly, and he couldn't even put his hand in, so he left the battlefield. Whoever thought that even oneself could not intervene in the battlefield? But with the help of Uzumaki Naruto, he turned defeat into victory, and even killed the mighty S-rank rebel Namikaze. Snort. Uzumaki Naruto snorted coldly, and said slightly mockingly, "No matter what you say, it can't change that you are a coward who abandoned your companions. Not only that, but you are a treacherous guy who doesn't know how to repay you, and you have simply failed Hokage's teachings to you. How could someone like you be my teacher?" Kakashi's face turned blue. Even though he has a relatively calm personality, he couldn't stand Uzumaki Naruto's scolding all over his face. And Uzumaki Naruto's words reminded him of 4th Hokage unconsciously. "Enough, you come with me." Kakashi slapped the table with a cold expression, and strode out of the classroom. "My name is Hatake Kakashi. What happened just now made me very angry, so I'm not interested in listening to your self-introductions. Now." There were 2 more bells in Kakashi's hand, shaking the bells and said lightly. "Your assessment has officially started. I have 2 bells here. Whoever can take the bell from me will pass my assessment. Otherwise, the remaining person will be sent back to the ninja school." Haruno Sakura's eyes widened. "Mr. Kakashi, what do you mean by sending back to the ninja school?" Kakashi yawned and said, "Just let you go back to ninja school for another year." Even Uchiha Sasuke's face changed now. "Are you kidding? We finally graduated." Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists. "In 5 years, I have waited a full 5 years. If I give up my graduation at this time, how can I kill Uchiha Itachi? How can I kill those fellow traitors?" Kakashi smiled and pointed at Uzumaki Naruto. "You are lucky, I just hate this guy, so if he is eliminated next, you 2 will receive 2 bells for the whole town." The corner of Uzumaki Naruto's mouth twitched. "Exactly, I really hate you, too. If I defeat you, can I change to another teacher?" Kakashi smiled noncommittally, and pinned the bell around his waist. "I'll give you 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the assessment will begin. Sasuke-kun, what should we do?" Haruno Sakura folded her hands on her chest and looked at Uchiha Sasuke nervously. "Or let's give up Uzumaki Naruto, as long as he is eliminated, we can pass the assessment." "Naruto." Uchiha Sasuke ignored Haruno Sakura, walked straight to Uzumaki Naruto, and said solemnly. "Do you want to work together to kill that guy?" Uzumaki Naruto laughed dumbfounded. "You want to join forces with me? I have to say that the relationship between myself and Uchiha Sasuke is still good, and this guy actually wants to join forces." Uchiha Sasuke nodded, and said in a deep voice, "Your strength is a little bit stronger than mine, but I also know some ninjutsu. With the strength of the 2 of us, maybe we can win." Uzumaki Naruto shook his head slightly. "No need, just watch from the side." When he said this, Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his fists, his eyes showed fiery colors. "I want to vent out in this state. It's 10 minutes, I'll take a look." Kakashi walked over holding the latest version of Tamanin, glanced a little, and looked helplessly at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him. "0, seeking flowers. You didn't even hide, are you looking down on me so much?" Uzumaki Naruto taunted, "How could I lose to a guy who abandoned his comrades and ran away and broke his promise?" "Well." Kakashi sighed helplessly. "Naruto, although you have performed S-level missions, you may not know the strength of a real ninja." The voice fell. Kakashi's figure flashed behind Uzumaki Naruto, and his right hand was aimed at Uzumaki Naruto's neck. "The strength of a real ninja, you can't make up for it with adamantine sealing chains," Kakashi said calmly. While speaking, Kakashi reached out and grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's neck, ready to dump Uzumaki Naruto on the tree trunk. At this moment, the corner of Uzumaki Naruto's mouth hooked. "The strength of a ninja. I think so too." Boom. The moment the voice fell, Uzumaki Naruto disappeared into a puff of white smoke. Kakashi, who was originally lazy, shrank his pupils in an instant. "This is shadow clone. No, that's not right, it's just Kamen's clone technique, but it's so skillfully used. Call out." Hearing the sound of breaking through the air behind, Kakashi subconsciously turned around and swung his knife. Clang. The sound of metal and iron clanging sounded, and the kunao in Kakashi's hand was directly knocked out of the lair. Kakashi's figure retreated continuously, looking solemnly and shocked at the 4 golden locks coiled in midair like 4 swimming dragons behind him. The blonde boy leaned lazily on the tree, and 4 gold chains were coiled around his body. Adamantine sealing chains. First use the clone technique to disrupt my judgment, and then use the adamantine sealing chains to try to kill me instantly. Kakashi took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Sure enough, you are a genius. That's how Asuma was defeated by you." Hearing Kakashi's words, Uzumaki Naruto raised his head slightly and shook his index finger. "No, I defeated that BD head-on. It was just a reminder, and the real action will come next. Be careful, don't die. Because, I will not show mercy to a ninja who betrays his companions." Adamantine sealing chains beg. Chapter 133. That guy is such an idiot. Uchiha Sasuke, who was hiding in the grass, gritted his teeth. "I have known for a long time that although he is strong, his character is like an idiot. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want with the blood succession limit? That's not a taijutsu ninja, but a real jonin. 11. Obviously, as long as you join hands with me, maybe you can defeat that guy. Uzumaki Naruto. Gritting his teeth, Uchiha Sasuke remained vigilant, carefully pawing through the grass. Pfft, what is that BD doing? Uchiha Sasuke's eyeballs were about to pop out, and in his sight, Uzumaki Naruto stood opposite Kakashi. Is that BD trying to confront a real jonin head-on? Is he crazy? Physical ninjas will be restrained by his chains, but ninjutsu type 170 powerhouses will die as long as they release ninjutsu from a distance. Is that guy Uzumaki Naruto ready to sacrifice himself? Are you kidding me? I'm from the Uchiha family. How can I accept your favor? Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists and was about to rush out when suddenly his pupils trembled. Clatter! 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 The bright gold chains are in the air, intertwined with each other, gradually forming an absolute defense in Uzumaki Naruto in an instant. The next second of absolute defense formation. The end of the gold chain shot out like a javelin, and the target was... Hey, take Kakashi! Boom! The end of the golden lock hit the ground, like a meteorite hitting the ground, instantly blasting the ground into a big crater. Boom boom boom! Gold chains are bombarded like gold meteors. Not only the ground, but wherever the golden lock went, it turned into a scene of messy ruins. The towering trees smashed down the middle, the broken stones all over the ground, and the big pits on the ground. This. Uchiha Sasuke was stunned, his hands shaking as he parted the grass. Are you kidding? Is Uzumaki Naruto so strong? Kakashi, what's the matter? Didn't you promise to teach me a lesson? Why are you running away in such a mess? Uzumaki Naruto leaned lazily against the tree, looking at Kakashi indifferently. If that's all you have, I'm really disappointed. I heard you're Hokage's disciple. Kakashi didn't speak, and avoided the stabbing gold chain with serious eyes, and put Tamanin into the ninja bag with his right hand. Raising his head again, Kakashi's face became extraordinarily serious. In 5 years, the adamantine sealing chains have become so strong. Now, let's be a little more serious. Fire-style great fireball technique. Kakashi's palm quickly formed a seal, and after the dazzling seal, a large ball of flames suddenly spewed out from his mouth. Boring. Uzumaki Naruto moved his index finger slightly, and a gold chain instantly penetrated the oncoming giant great fireball. Adamantine sealing chains. With the voice of Uzumaki Naruto, the speed of the gold chains has been raised to another level, intertwining each other infinitely in the air. Clatter. In the blink of an eye, the 4 golden locks interlaced on the training ground, gradually forming a huge and impenetrable net of golden locks. Kakashi's room to dodge was cut in half. Not good. Kakashi's complexion changed, and he was about to rush out of Jinshuo's range without saying a word. Call out. A gold chain came head-on, and Kakashi barely blocked it with kunao, only to hear a sound of gold and iron, and the steel kunao was broken. It's so strong, it's really not good. Kakashi swallowed, a cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had thought that Uzumaki Naruto might be very strong, but he didn't expect, far beyond his imagination. No way. Kakashi took a deep breath and pushed the forehead protector up slightly, revealing Scarlet's 3-tomo Sharingan. With Sharingan's dynamic vision, you can dodge these golden locks. Before he finished speaking, Uzumaki Naruto slightly pressed his palm down. Adamantine sealing chains meteor. The 4 golden locks crashed down like meteors, their speed and strength reaching a peak. Boom. Boom. The gold chain pharaoh scattered flowers attacked Kakashi crazily. There are no pauses, no gaps. As if it would never end, I saw golden lights flickering in the sky, followed by deafening bangs. Kakashi was disgraced by the bombardment, and he was no longer as chic as before. Damn it, I've never heard of adamantine sealing chains being used like this. Kakashi gritted his teeth. In his memory, Uzumaki Kushina uses adamantine sealing chains, powerful and graceful, to wrap around enemies with ease to end battles. And Uzumaki Naruto in front of him uses adamantine sealing chains, which has nothing to do with elegance, and completely implements the word violence. I didn't see the sealing ability at all, but the violence was vividly displayed. Damn it, if things go on like this, I will be the first to exhaust chakra. Recalling Uzumaki Naruto's terrifying chakra, Kakashi didn't dare to entangle too much at all. Hyri gritted his teeth and held his left hand on his right wrist. Chidori. A dazzling thunder burst out from Kakashi's right hand, and the piercing sound like 1,000 birds chirping sounded. Swish. With Chidori in hand, Kakashi's speed was raised a notch again, and it was like a thunderbolt heading straight for Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto raised an eyebrow. That's it. I can go faster. With a thought in Uzumaki Naruto's mind, his own chakra was crazily poured into the adamantine sealing chains. The end of the adamantine sealing chains was faster, infinitely extended, and even walked side by side with Kakashi, reaching Uzumaki Naruto's side first. Clatter. The gold chain was coiled around Uzumaki Naruto again. The already strong absolute defense was once again wrapped in layers of gold chains, making it airtight, not even a mosquito could fly in. The moment the Chidori's thunder light touched the golden lock, the light flared up, and the chirping of the Chidori became even more ear-piercing. "Break through these chains for me!" Kakashi roared, and chakra poured 5.2 into his right hand like he didn't want money. Compared with Kakashi, Uzumaki Naruto, who was wrapped in golden locks, looked very calm, and said softly, "Too weak. Run through him, adamantine sealing chains." There was only one chain left around Uzumaki Naruto, and the remaining 3 golden locks stabbed at Kakashi like javelins. Ba! 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 The sound of flesh and blood piercing sounded, and 3 golden locks pierced Kakashi's heart fiercely. Boom! The pierced Kakashi disappeared in a puff of white smoke. Just at this very moment, the ground beneath Uzumaki Naruto's feet cracked, and Kakashi, holding a kunai, emerged from the ground. However, before Kakashi could speak, Uzumaki Naruto stretched out his right hand and grabbed it indifferently. At the same time, the left hand was aimed at Kakashi's face and smashed down. Boom! Chapter 134. Boom! Kakashi's body was thrown flying like a bowling ball. Boom! The body hit the ground and rolled on the ground several times in a row. Kakashi barely stood up, and looked at Uzumaki Naruto in shock. "Uzumaki Naruto, you..." Tick-tock! 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 The bright red liquid dripped down Uzumaki Naruto's right hand, and exploded on the ground like a splash, staining the ground red. Kakashi swallowed uncontrollably. Just now, Uzumaki Naruto grabbed the blade of his kunai with his bare hands. Judging from the amount of bleeding and the size of the wound, it was almost a bone injury, which can be described as a serious injury. "Naruto, is it necessary to do this?" Kakashi spoke dryly. "It's just an assessment, and Uzumaki Naruto has achieved this level." "Are you talking about this?" Uzumaki Naruto glanced at the wound on his right hand, smiled and said disapprovingly. "This kind of injury doesn't matter." While 05 was speaking, Uzumaki Naruto lowered his head and bit his teeth on his right wrist. Next second, the injury on his right hand healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, only a faint scar remained on the bone-deep injury. "This is super speed healing," Kakashi muttered to himself. He recognized the ability, also one of the Uzumaki family's abilities, to heal wounds by biting his own skin. But is it really necessary to do this to this extent? Kakashi's mood is a bit complicated. When they first fought, he could feel Uzumaki Naruto seemed to be, specially, indifferent. He used his hand to block the blade without any hesitation. Such a terrifying coldness and determination cannot be achieved by pure anger. Rather than saying it is anger, it is better to say it is a deeper kind of resentment. "Uzumaki Naruto, hate me?" Kakashi frowned, but no matter what he thought, he couldn't think that he had done something that made Uzumaki Naruto resentful. "What are you still doing? The next game is about to start," Uzumaki Naruto urged, and with a wave of his right hand, the 10,000 jong golden lock extended infinitely, shooting out like a golden dragon. "What noise, it's so loud." In a certain casino, Tsunade frowned and glanced impatiently into the distance. "It's been booming since the beginning, who the hell is it? It's so loud in broad daylight? Is it the Monster Might guy?" Tsunade's expression paused slightly, and he looked at the gold streamer in the distant sky in surprise. "Chain. Adamantine sealing chains." At the same time, the ninjas in Konoha village, counting one by one, all saw the gold chains that run through the sky in the sky. "This is Uzumaki Naruto's adamantine sealing chains." Hyuga Hayashi frowned, ignored the documents, stood up and said, "I'll go out for a while." Adamantine sealing chains are used to such an extent. Who is Uzumaki Naruto fighting with? Adamantine sealing chains. Today is Kakashi's first day as a teacher, so it's hard to fight. Sarutobi Hiruzen also frowned. "Go and have a look." With this level of fighting, Uzumaki Naruto has become too strong in the past 5 years. Naraluyu put down the chess pieces, and disappeared into the room in a flash. Roots. In the underground space. Wrapped in bandages, Shimura Danzo, who looked like a mummy, whimpered with a livid face. The root ninja came over, first looked at Shimura Danzo's lower body, and then said indifferently, "Master Danzo, what are your orders?" Shimura Danzo whimpered desperately, but no matter how much he whimpered, the root ninja still didn't move. After half an hour, Root Ninja nodded indifferently and said, "I understand, Master Danzo, this sound is caused by adamantine sealing chains of Uzumaki Naruto above." Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's name, Shimura Danzo's eyes widened. Shimura Danzo whimpered desperately, furious in his heart, wishing he could rush out and kill Uzumaki Naruto right now. Because of the amputation of his limbs, chakra was abolished, and he could not even make a sound after the treatment. Every day seems to be living in hell, filled with regret and pain, living a life that is worse than death, and the result? Uzumaki Naruto, who went with me, is actually alive and kicking. Shimura Danzo's face was grim, regardless of the bandages on his body, he struggled and screamed desperately. He wants to tell Sarutobi Hiruzen that Uzumaki Naruto is definitely a dangerous guy. Namikaze Myanmar definitely has some kind of unknown relationship with him, and this relationship is likely to spread from Namikaze Minato. Continue to let Uzumaki Naruto grow, and he will definitely be Konoha's enemy in the future. The root ninja just stood aside indifferently. After a long time, Genbu ninja barely understood what Shimura Danzo said, and said indifferently. Danzo-sama, I have already told 4th Hokage-sama about the news you said, but 4th Hokage-sama said that Namikaze is dead. It was killed by Namikaze and 2nd Hokage, so please don't talk nonsense. Shimura Danzo froze for a moment, then his eyes widened. Namikaze is numb? How can it be? Wasn't 2nd Hokage equal to Namikaze before? Woo woo woo. Shimura Danzo looked at Genbu ninja with murderous eyes, and whimpered in his mouth. Such important news, UBD, it took you so long to tell yourself? Genbu ninja said indifferently, this is also Master Hokage's order 737. Master Hokage said that you are seriously injured, and knowing too much news will make it impossible for you to have a good rest. Shimura Danzo nearly exploded his lungs. It never occurred to him that his front foot was seriously injured for Konoha village, and his back foot was taken away by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi, you will regret it. Shimura Danzo's insane roar. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew nothing about Shimura Danzo's pain and madness. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood on a big tree, looking into the distance, just like the training ground of the Golden Lock world, with a touch of shock in his eyes. Naruto, you are so strong. In 5 years, Uzumaki Naruto has not had a fierce dispute with anyone, and there has been no fight. This is the first time for Sarutobi Hiruzen to know that it took 5 years for Uzumaki Naruto to grow to this point. Although there is only one adamantine sealing chains, the ability is slightly weak, but the strength of Uzumaki Naruto has undoubtedly reached the level of elite Jonin. No wonder it helped 2nd Hokage kill Namikaze. While Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered to himself, he made up his mind. Although what Shimura Danzo said to himself is a bit outrageous, it is still a possibility, and even without Shimura Danzo's guess, he must control Uzumaki Naruto. Hyaga's affairs need to be brought forward. Just after the Chunin exam is over, apply Caged Bird to Hyaga Hinata. Chapter 135. Sarutobi-sensei, this brat, is it Uzumaki Kushina's child? Tsunade came over and interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts. Looking at the lazy Uzumaki Naruto leaning on the tree, Tsunade's eyes showed a look of surprise and uncertainty. Gold hair. Adamantine sealing chains. Putting the two together, Tsunade somehow thought of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, yes, Uzumaki Naruto is their child. There was a hint of shock in Tsunade's eyes, Mr. Sarutobi, based on the time when Namikaze Minato and his wife died in battle, this child is less than 13 years old, right? 13-year-old elite Jonin, Tsunade said that he has never seen such a talented boy. Even myself, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, who reached elite Jonin around the age of 20, Uzumaki Naruto surpassed myself by so much. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said, that's right, Uzumaki Naruto perfectly inherited his mother's blood succession limit, his father's talent. Having said that, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also a little emotional. I didn't expect that it was Uzumaki Naruto who made a last-minute shot to help get rid of Namikaze's numbness. Tsunade, who was originally surprised by Uzumaki Naruto's strength, couldn't help but change his face when he heard the words. Namikaze's face is numb. That BD brat who took advantage of him and robbed him of his money actually died? Who killed him? Namikaze shouldn't be so weak. Tsunade hurriedly asked. Myself, 4th Raikage, 2 perfect Jinchuriki phases, equivalent to 4 cage-level powerhouses shot together without killing Namikaze. Result. You told me Namikaze is numb? Who has the strength to kill this hateful guy? Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little embarrassed, but he also knew that this kind of thing must not be hidden from Tsunade, coughed and said. It's teacher Tobirama. After being reincarnation by impure world, he took the initiative to choose to use the ghoul seal, and devoured Namikaze's numb soul into Shinigami's stomach. Tsunade. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Sarutobi. Then there was an angry roar from Tsunade, and a loud bang. Tsunade directly smashed a big hole in the ground. Sarutobi, UBD is hated forever by the soul of 2nd Hokage and the face of Namikaze. Tsunade's eyes were red, gasping heavily, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen angrily. Ghoul seal. One of the forbidden sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. You can summon the Shinigami to devour the soul of the enemy, but there is a premise that after devouring the target's soul, your own soul will also be devoured by the Shinigami. After. The souls of oneself and the enemy will hate and fight each other forever in the belly of the Shinigami, and will never be reborn forever. Thinking of this, Tsunade has the heart to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. She also wondered who killed that powerful and hateful Namikaze. It turned out that her relatives used this forbidden ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled wryly, but couldn't say anything. The other side. Konoha village ninjas came to the scene one after another, standing on the tree trunks around the training ground and looking at the training ground. This is incredible, that guy Kakashi has been pushed to this point. Mitarashi Anko said in surprise. Kakashi was beaten completely helpless. Uzumaki Naruto, is he so strong? No, it's not that Uzumaki Naruto is strong, but the chakra in his body is too big. That's right, adamantine sealing chains consumes a lot of chakra's blood inheritance, but Uzumaki Naruto can support adamantine sealing chains for so long. The content of this chakra is dozens of times higher than that of Kakashi. Kakashi has been cornered by Mantian Jinshuo. Hoo. Kakashi gasped heavily, put his hands on his knees, and looked at the golden locks in the sky with shocking eyes. Really, the adamantine sealing chains that have been manipulated for so long. Does Uzumaki Naruto still have chakra? The consumption of adamantine sealing chains for chakra is an astronomical figure. If it weren't for the fact that the Uzumaki family was born with huge chakra, few people would be able to use adamantine sealing chains. But even for the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan, this chakra is a bit too much. Glancing at the ninjas around him, Kakashi couldn't help but smile wryly in his heart. Even if I win today, I will be reduced to a laughingstock. A dignified elite jonin fought with a freshly graduated genin student, and they were evenly matched. Well. Kakashi sighed in his heart, and was about to admit defeat when he raised his hand, but saw 4 golden locks stabbing like javelins. Boom. 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 Accompanied by 4 deafening bangs, Kakashi escaped from the dust with a disheveled face, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Uzumaki Naruto, are you trying to kill me? Uzumaki Naruto leaned against the tree and said with a smile, Kakashi, didn't you say that? The assessment will be carried out with the conviction to kill you. There was a bitterness in Kakashi's heart. I just said it casually, how can you really come with the belief of killing me? At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke, who was hiding in the grass beside him, couldn't help it. Uzumaki Naruto, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fist unwillingly. 5 years ago, he was the first in the class, and Uzumaki Naruto was just the tail of the class. 5 years later. But I can't even see Uzumaki Naruto's back. Damn it, I'm not that weak. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth and ran out of the grass, his hands crossed quickly. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Uchiha Sasuke opened his mouth, and a hot flame hit Kakashi. The Konoha village ninjas watching were stunned for a moment. Okay Cho, this is Uchiha Sasuke, right? Hyuga Hayashi said with a frown. Narashikageyu nodded, well, after Uchiha was exterminated, the only Uchiha tribe who stayed in Konoha village. Too weak. Yamanaka frowned and said. There is no way to compare with Uzumaki Naruto. There is a huge gap in strength between the two. Kurenayui smiled, of course, Uzumaki Naruto has performed S-level missions, how can Uchiha Sasuke compare? In fact, Uchiha Sasuke is not weak, he can be regarded as the best among his peers. But people are afraid of the spear. Compared with Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke looks extremely small like a firefly against the moon. Kakashi glanced at Uchiha Sasuke's flames, also made mudras with both hands, and suddenly spit out a layer of bigger flames from his mouth. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Chapter 136. What? Uchiha Sasuke watched in disbelief as his Great Fireball Technique was swallowed. Kakashi actually used a stronger Great Fireball Technique, swallowing his own Great Fireball Technique. Seeing the burning flames approaching, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help closing his eyes. It's over, it's over. Next second. Uzumaki Naruto's voice sounded. Adamantine sealing chains. Clatter. One of the 4 chains shot out like a meteor, piercing through the flames of the Great Fireball Technique. In an instant, the flames exploded. Uzumaki Naruto withdrew his gaze, and when he looked at Kakashi, he found that Kakashi only had a back. Run away. Uzumaki Naruto let go of his hand with some regrets, obviously as long as he gives himself a little more time, he can exhaust all of Kakashi's chakra. Feel sorry. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth and said. He knew it was because of himself, otherwise Uzumaki Naruto alone might have won Kakashi. Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand casually. It doesn't matter, well, that's it, anyway, he won't be around for long. Uchiha Sasuke froze for a moment, Naruto, what did you say it won't take long for 060? Nothing. Looking at the back of Uzumaki Naruto leaving, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette and said. Luju, Tsunagakuer seems to have a one-tail human column calendar among the teenagers who came to participate in the Chunin assessment this time. Narashikageyu nodded, that's right, I heard that he is a very powerful boy. Although he is not very old, he already possesses the strength of a jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became gloomy, sure enough, Tsunagakuer is trying to give us Konoha village a bad start. They are delusional. They were defeated by our Konoha in the last ninja war. Do you still think they can defeat Konoha? This time the Chunin exam must be won, who is not selected? Naraluyu pondered for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. Master Hokage, it's difficult. There are only 2 bright talents who participated in the Chunin exam this year, one is Hyoga Niji from the Hyoga family, and the other is Li Lok. But according to the rumors of Tsunagakuer Jinchuriki, neither of these 2 may be rivals. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and then saw Uzumaki Naruto's back, his brows gradually stretched, then let Uzumaki Naruto and his class take the Chunin exam. Narashika Issa's pupils shrank. Master Hokage, what do you mean? The Sarutobi Japanese tapped his pipe and said, you can't let Tsunagakuer get carried away in Konoha village, can you? More than a month passed quickly. On the roof of a house. Chunin exam. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes lit up with excitement. Harano Sakura was taken aback. Uzumaki Naruto raised his eyebrows and asked, Chunin exam, let's take it. Kakashi scratched his hair lazily, well, after all, you have the strength now, so you can just participate in the training. Of course, if you don't want to participate, you can also bring it up. I attended. Uchiha Sasuke spoke impatiently. Instead of answering, Uzumaki Naruto asked a question. Kakashi, why don't we go on a mission? For example, the mission of the Land of Waves. If I remember correctly, in the original book, I seem to be taking the Chunin exam after I have been to the Kingdom of Waves and come back. Why is it gone now? Kakashi was a little surprised. The mission of the Land of Waves, that mission was taken by Sarutobi Asuma and his class. Then what? Uzumaki Naruto asked with interest. Kakashi sighed, it's nothing, it's just that Asuma was almost killed, and no one thought that there would be an S-rank ninja intervening in that mission. Uzumaki Naruto sneered in his heart. You're out of luck. He had just recovered, and before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he was beaten half to death by the ghost again. Okay, I'll join in too. Uzumaki Naruto agreed directly. Although it's a pity that I didn't go to the Land of Waves, but compared to the next Chinese, UFSEB, ninja exam, other things can be put aside. A few more days passed. Early in the morning, Uzumaki Naruto left the house holding little Hineda's hand. Walking on the street, the number of villagers has decreased, but the number of strange ninjas has increased, and most of them are wearing strange clothes. Naruto-kun, there are many strangers. Little Hineda held Uzumaki Naruto's hand nervously. Uzumaki Naruto smiled, well, it's the Chunin assessment after all, and a lot of ninjas from other small hidden villages have come. Oh. Little Hineda nodded, but her expression was still a little nervous. Uzumaki Naruto laughed dumbfounded, rubbed little Hineda's head vigorously and said, don't worry, just because these guys are not any opponents at all, I will protect Xiao Chuk well. Little Hineda blushed and nodded shyly. What a big talker. Is this the Konoha village ninja? An unhappy female voice came from a distance. Uzumaki Naruto looked towards the sound, and happened to see 3 very familiar guys. Tsunagakuer puppeteer Kankuro. Tsunagakuer wind-style ninja Temari. Tsunagakuer one-tail Jinchuriki. Gaara. Temari and Kankuro looked at Uzumaki Naruto unhappily, and Gaara, who was sitting on the tree, also cast a cold look. Naruto. Just at this time, Uchiha Sasuke and Harano-sama also came over. Seeing the tense posture, Harano Sakura was taken aback, and waved with cold sweat. Naruto, Naruto, don't do it. The Chunin exam has not started yet. If they are seriously injured, they will not be able to take the Chunin exam. A tic-tac-toe appears on the foreheads of Temari and Kankuro. What did you say? Kankuro looked at little Sakura angrily, put the unknown object wrapped in a white cloth behind him on the ground, and said with a sneer, just because of that yellow-haired brat can beat us. Harano Sakura swallowed dryly, of course, if you don't want to die, don't provoke Uzumaki Naruto. Even after more than a month, the ruined training ground is still imprinted in Harano Sakura's mind. Kankuro couldn't bear it anymore, and said with a sneer, in this case, let's fight before the Chunin exam. Uzumaki Naruto frowned and was about to speak. Next second. Red's chakra sprang from Uzumaki Naruto's body. Swish. Instantly. Temari and Kankuro felt dizzy, and when they opened their eyes again, they had already entered a dark space. Roar. The roar of a raging beast came from the front. The mountain-like 9 tails bared their fangs, and their fox eyes exuded tyranny, looking down at Temari Kankuro outside the seal. The 2 of them were so frightened that their hands and feet became cold in an instant, and they didn't dare to move. They looked at the violent beast in front of them in horror. Uzumaki Naruto's body appeared, and he pressed his right hand on the forehead of 9 tails in the seal, and said in a deep voice. Calm down, Kurama. Chapter 137. Calm down, Kurama. Uzumaki Naruto pressed 9 tails' forehead with one hand, resisting the violent force of 9 tails. Who? 9 tails breathed heavily and spit out violent white mist continuously, the 9 tails waved, and the orange-red violent chakra churned in the sealed space like a tsunami. Both Temari and Kankuro were stupefied, standing outside the sealed space like stakes. However, no matter how brutal 9 tails is, Uzumaki Naruto remains content. Compared to the almost ant-like size of 9 tails, only one hand held up 9 tails' head, preventing Nine Tails from hitting the seal. Kurama, why are you crazy? Calm down. Is it in heat? Believe it or not, I really found a fox to breed you. Seeing that no amount of persuasion would work, Uzumaki Naruto's face darkened, he clenched his fist, and punched him hard. Kurama, you big fox, calm down. Boom. After a loud bang, Nine Tails' eyeballs were almost knocked out, and his paws were painfully covering the big bump on his head. Naruto, you BD, why did you hit me? I'm still going to ask you. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists and looked at Nine Tails unkindly, why are you so crazy today, what are you doing to release such a violent chakra? I managed to spend a relatively stable month. I didn't experience the bad things in the original book, I thought I could reach the Chunin exam smoothly to put an end to everything. Result. Nine Tails are crazy. Spread chakra in public. Nine Tails barely regained his sanity, but still clutching the big bag on top of his head, he gritted his teeth and said, didn't you see that damn civet cat? Uzumaki Naruto frowned. One tail. Nine Tails nodded, and said slightly angrily, that damn civet cat, felt my uncle's chakra, and dared to provoke me. Uzumaki Naruto nodded, coldly said. I see, I will help you teach that civet cat a lesson, but please calm down first. Are you going to mess with my plans? Nine Tails snorted arrogantly, and stopped talking. He also knew he was being irrational. The Chunin exam is clearly what Uzumaki Naruto is looking forward to, but he is dragging his feet at this time. Glancing at Temari and Kankuro who looked like stakes, Uzumaki Naruto stomped his feet and kicked the two back to the outside world. Thump. Thump. Temari and Kankuro collapsed in an instant, and fell to the ground with blank eyes. Just now, what is that? Temari was lying on the ground, his voice was trembling, his face was pale, and he felt that he had no strength at all. That is, what kind of monster? The mountain-like fox made himself unconscious with just one roar. I just felt the overwhelming darkness and tyranny attacking, and instantly crushed my resistance, almost sinking into the darkness. No, I don't know. It's terrible, I thought I was going to die there. Kankuro's voice was also trembling, and he couldn't even stand up from the ground. Horrible. Just one look made them lose their ability to resist, they were simply a collection of darkness in the world. Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura stared blankly. In their line of sight, Temari and Kankuro directed Uzumaki Naruto to look at each other before collapsing to the ground in the next second. What ability is this? Shua. The figure of Gaara appeared in front of Uzumaki Naruto, looked at Uzumaki Naruto indifferently and said, Ninjas of Konoha, what did you do to them? Uzumaki Naruto took a look at him, and sure enough, he found Chakra, a tiny tailed beast, on Gaara's body. One tail provokes nine tails, are you courting death? Don't want to waste time. Uzumaki Naruto didn't say anything to Gaara, and directly broke into the sealed space of One Tail Shikaku. What? One Tail, who looked like a big cocky civet cat, stood up with a fat body, looked at Uzumaki Naruto in surprise and shock, and shouted sharply. Nine Tails, that BD Jinchuriki of Nine Tails, how did you break in here? Uzumaki Naruto tilted his head slightly, staring at One Tail Shaoruhi indifferently. Mangekyo Sharinon. Moment. Uzumaki Naruto's azure eyes transform into Scarlet's Mangekyo Sharinon. Sharinon. One Tail Shaoruhi's voice became sharp again. Nine Tails Jinchuriki actually has a Mangekyo Sharinon, which shocked Shizuru. Doesn't it mean that Uchiha has been wiped out? One Tail. Uzumaki Naruto said coldly, you should also recognize my eyes. If you don't want to be manipulated by me, be honest with me. 0, asking for flowers, 0. While speaking, Uzumaki Naruto Mangekyo Sharinon spun, and the powerful pupil power crushed One Tail's consciousness. Wait until One Tail Shaoruhi comes to his senses. The huge eyes revealed horror, and looked at Uzumaki Naruto with great vigilance. Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. Uzumaki Naruto snorted coldly, and returned to the outside world from the sealed space. Outside world. Uzumaki Naruto exhaled lightly, brushed past Gaara, reached out to Temari and Kankuro, and said with a smile. Are you okay? Temari and Kankuro shuddered and looked at Uzumaki Naruto in horror. Although Uzumaki Naruto's bright smile in front of them brings a warm feeling, but they will not forget it. In that mysterious and dark place, it was this blonde boy who used only one hand, to block that monstrous monster. If that monster is an extremely terrifying existence, then, the blonde boy is an even scarier monster. Temari reached out tremblingly, and took Uzumaki Naruto's hand. We're fine, please, you must let us go. There was a hint of crying in Temari's voice. Uzumaki Naruto has a big smile on his face. Certainly. After the words fell, Uzumaki Naruto leaned against Temari's ear and said softly. As long as you don't tell it, I won't kill you. It was a very comfortable thing to have a soft voice blowing in the ear, but Temari felt like falling into an ice cellar. This monster is threatening myself. Temari nodded tremblingly. Uzumaki Naruto took 2 steps back with a smile, and made use of Mangekyo Sharinon hypnosis to keep the 3 of them from talking about what happened today. After all this was done, Uzumaki Naruto waved to little Hinata. Let's go, little Hinata. After coming to the examination room, looking at many familiar faces, Uzumaki Naruto comforted little Hinata a little, then went to the bathroom and separated a shadow clone. Here I leave it to you, take the exam as in the original book, and take care of little Hinata by the way. Uzumaki Naruto said to the clone. The clone smiled and gave Uzumaki Naruto a high five. Leave it to me, I will take the exam well, of course, come on. Konoha's other enemies will rely on you. After all, the Akatsuki organization seems to have sent someone here. Chapter 138. Sky. That monster from Konoha village, he is actually in the same exam room as us. Damn, who is this monster? It's just for the Chunin assessment, why is Konoha village sending this kind of monster over here? Temari and Kankuro looked at the back of Uzumaki Naruto's clone, sweating coldly. It's terrible. Obviously there are several examination rooms. They happen to be in the same examination room as this monster. Thinking of what Uzumaki Naruto whispered in his ear before, Temari swallowed, his arms trembling involuntarily. Kankuro, you say, our plan can still be implemented. Kankuro trembled all over, I don't know, it's too scary, I don't even dare to think of fighting that person. The oppressive 823 feeling that Nine Tails brought to them is already strong, but Uzumaki Naruto is even better than Nine Tails. The figure of the blonde boy lingered in their minds like a nightmare. As long as they think of the figure of the blonde boy, they don't dare to tell the truth at all, and they don't even dare to look at it. It's scarier than Gaara's rampage, just the breath makes me feel creepy. Temari said dryly, there is such a genius in Konoha village, why have I never heard of it? Gaara suddenly said, I heard that he is the boy genius who awakened the adamantine sealing chains. Temari and Kankuro froze for a moment. Randomly, he suddenly recalled the news he heard 5 years ago, and he couldn't help but sucked in a breath of cold air. It's him, I remember his name is Uzumaki Naruto. 5 years ago, with the help of blood succession, he broke into the Hyuga clan, and there has been no news since then. What to do, Gaara? Temari and Kankuro looked at Gaara in shock. At this time, they have no backbone, and even have the idea of giving up. Gaara was silent for a moment, don't provoke him, he is very dangerous. Hearing what Gaara said, Temari and Kankuro trembled even more, and lowered their heads tremblingly. Gaara looked at Uzumaki Naruto gravely. It seems, after touching this blonde boy, the monster inside him, quieted down a lot. At the same time, on the rooftop of Hokage Rock, Uzumaki Naruto leaned on the railing, resting his elbows on it, enjoying the breeze with his eyes closed. Gold's broken hair dances with the wind, and at the same time, there is a touch of pale red chakra that is invisible to the naked eye. After about half an hour, Uzumaki Naruto opened his eyes and asked. Shisui, how's the situation? Uchiha Shisui half kneeled on the ground and said respectfully, Master Naruto, the ninjas from Union Village have entered Konoha Village. Orochimaru also replaced 4th Kazekage and is now in talks with Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto nodded slightly. Sure enough, it's the same as in the original book, so that's good. Uchiha Shisui raised his head and asked a question that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. Master Naruto, I have come to this point, can you tell me, why do I have to choose to take the exam at Chunin? This is where Uchiha Shisui was extremely puzzled. Fortunately, 5 years ago, Uzumaki Naruto's wings were still fledgling and his identity could not be revealed. But 5 years later, why did Uzumaki Naruto, with such strength, have to wait until Konoha village opened the Chunin exam? Uzumaki Naruto smiled and looked in the direction of the Hokage building. Shisui, what do you think is the real pain? Death and torture are definitely not counted, because it is just physical torture, and few truly strong people will be afraid of this kind of pain. The real pain is when you're at the top, falling off the edge, plummeting, until you're smashed to pieces. Speaking of this, Uzumaki Naruto opened his hands on the Hokage rock and said loudly, look, Konoha and Sand Shinobi look like they are going to join forces, which means Konoha will reach 10 peaks. And at this moment, smashing them into pieces, how do you feel about the pain? Uchiha Shisui shuddered all over. How about it? Falling from the peak of hope to the abyss of despair, the ups and downs are enough to make people's psychology collapse. Shimura Danzo is just that. From the highest point of power, he fell and became a disabled person who could not move. This is probably more painful than death for him. I understand. Uchiha Shisui nodded respectfully. Uzumaki Naruto smiled, there was one thing he didn't say. That's the kind of pain I endure every day, from the prince of Konoha village to a monster that everyone shouts and beats. Ah. You go to rest first, the good show is about to begin. Uzumaki Naruto licked his lips, and Wei Blue's eyes looked towards a remote alley. Akatsuki, Konan and Ju. In the alley. Konan frowned, looked at Ju and asked, did you find out? How did Namikaze die? Ju shook his head, no, I investigated a lot of ninjas in Konoha village, and there is no way to find the cause of Namikaze's death. Konan frowned even more. According to their undercover information in Konoha village, there is no doubt that Namikaze died at the hands of Konoha village. This was supposed to be a happy event. Konoha village had no intention of publicizing it at all, but instead suppressed the news of Namikaze's death, as if there was some unknown secret in it. Just to find out this secret, I came to Konoha village with Ju to investigate. What cards does Konoha village have? Such a powerful guy, how did he die in their hands? Konan was puzzled. I also fought against Namikaze, the absolute apex powerhouse, and died quietly in the hands of Konoha village. That's because Namikaze is not dead yet. The sudden 4.0 sound startled both Konan and Ju, and turned around subconsciously. Uzumaki Naruto showed a smile. The two members of Akatsuki organization, stay safe. Konan's face changed drastically. Namikaze's face is numb, you are not dead yet. While speaking, Konan almost scolded Konoha village's undercover in his heart. What kind of news are you passing? Namikaze is numb? Where did the Namikaze numbness in front of my eyes come from? Konan held a handful of kunao made of white paper in his hand, and aimed at Uzumaki Naruto very solemnly. Namikaze, are you here to kill us? Uzumaki Naruto shook his index finger and said with a smile, no, don't get me wrong, I just want you to be quiet and don't make any trouble before the Chunin exam, otherwise I will kill you. Chapter 139. I will kill you. Uzumaki Naruto's voice was very soft, but in Konan's ears, it was as loud as thunder. Konan nodded in a cold sweat. The moment she heard Namikaze's voice, she knew that Namikaze was serious. This guy would really kill herself. As for whether Namikaze has this strength, Konan's wife has never thought about it. Joke. According to the news not long ago, the humanoid monster in front of me was born in Cloud Shinobi village in 4th Raikage, 2 perfect Jinchuriki, and Tsunade, 1 of Sunin, fought. 1 man against 4 cage-level powerhouses. It is said that it was a tie, and some people said that Namikaze had the upper hand. But no matter what he said, he couldn't be the opponent of this monster, and he was afraid that even if he tried his best, he might not be able to hurt him. Okay, I hope you don't break your promise. Uzumaki Naruto smiled, stepped on the ground, and disappeared into the alley like a ghost. Call. Konan and Ju breathed a sigh of relief. Haki is scary, as if he is facing a tailed beast. Can't help but say. Up to now, he still doesn't know who Namikaze 05 is. He looks like a human being, but he feels oppressive like a beast with a tail. The breath alone gives people a terrifying feeling. I have also seen strong men, Senjo Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and even Atsutsuki Kagaya. But just now when Namikaze's facial numbness appeared, he still felt a terrible sense of oppression, and even had difficulty breathing. Yeah, it's like a monster. Konan's face turned pale, and he said dryly, fortunately, he seems to have some fears today, otherwise, we might die here. Think about the previous appearances of Namikaze, and every time they did a major event that shocked the ninja world. Only this time it seemed extremely quiet. He didn't say anything, and even came to warn them not to do anything wrong in Konoha village. Obviously. Namikaze's facial numbness is something important, even important enough for him to let his group go. Chunin exam, Konoha village, this is going to be pierced. Konohagakure. Main entrance. It's been a long time since I came back. I don't know if anyone in Konoha village still remembers me, ha ha ha. A tall man, wearing a forehead protector with the word oil, white's long hair down to his waist, and a red mark under his eyes. Wearing a red coat with brown clothes inside, clogs, and armor-like equipment on both hands. A carefree-looking man, scratching his head, laughing and looking at the gate of Konoha village. Konoha's gatekeeper ninja was lazy at first, but after seeing the man, Chi-Chi was taken aback, and then lost his voice. Master Jiraiya. Jiraiya looked at the ninja guarding the gate, waved his hand, and said with a smile, you guys are Gang Zisha and Katsuki Izumo, I didn't expect to remember me, ha ha ha. Gang Zisha and Katsuki Izumo regained their spirits and rushed to Jiraiya without stopping. Of course, you are my idol, Master Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya, why did you come back to Konoha village, is it because Master Tsunade is back too? Jiraiya froze for a moment, and asked in surprise, what, that guy Tsunade is back? In my own impression, Tsunade hates Konoha village very much, and has not even contacted Konoha village for many years. This time, how did I get back to Konoha village by myself first? Jiraiya-sama, didn't you come here when you heard that Tsunade-sama is back? Gang Zisha and Katsuki Izumo were also a little surprised. You know, Jiraiya became a prodigal son after leaving Konoha village. Although he is not like Tsunade, he has not returned to Konoha village for several years. Jiraiya shook her head, no, it's not about this, it's because of Namikaze's face numb. Gang Zisha and Katsuki Izumo looked at each other. You actually came back because of this matter? Naturally, he also asked curiously, who else came back because of Namikaze's numbness? Master Tsunade. Jiraiya, you also came because of Namikaze's numbness. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and looked at Jiraiya. Before I couldn't find you because of Namikaze's face numbness, but didn't you say something was up at that time? Why are you back now? Bringing this up, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little annoyed. When I was dealing with Namikaze's numbness, I obviously wanted Jiraiya to come back to help, but Jiraiya kept shirking and didn't come back because of something. It's fine now. Namikaze's face was numb, but he came back. Jiraiya scratched her head and smiled. Well, because I had other things to do at that time, but I really have important things to do when I come back. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression gradually became serious. What's the important thing you said? Jiraiya's expression gradually became serious, and he took out a book from his arms and said. Sarutobi-sensei, have you heard of the book Tamanin? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a closer look, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, he patted the table, stood up and said with a dark face. Jiraiya, what are you doing giving me this book? Tamanin, one of Konoha Village's best-selling books, of course I know it, but isn't this the Little Emperor Uncle? I haven't seen 187 for a few years, so take a copy of Little Emperor Uncle as a meeting gift. Sarutobi Hiruzen has the urge to kill. Jiraiya shook her head and said in a deep voice, it's not what the teacher thinks. Sarutobi Hiruzen froze for a moment. Jiraiya said in a deep voice, when I saw this book, I was also very surprised that someone could write such a perfect book. Afterwards, I paid a little attention and planned to find the author of this book to share my experience. Result. Speaking of this, Jiraiya's expression became very serious. I found Konoha Village, and the first few books of this book were all spread out from Konoha Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat back in his chair, frowning and asked, so what? If my village can produce one shameless guy, can't it produce a second shameless guy? Or, is this book written by Kakashi? The author of the first few books, his pen name is Myanmar. Jiraiya said in a low voice. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly shrank his pupils. Noodles? Namikaze noodles? Is this book written by Namikaze? Jiraiya, are you kidding me? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya in disbelief. This disciple, whom I haven't seen in a few years, unexpectedly gave me such a big surprise. Chapter 140. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very surprised. If this noodle is Namikaze noodle, doesn't it mean Namikaze noodle has been living in Konoha village a few years ago? An S-rank traitor. Actually common lives in Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt dizzy and couldn't help asking, Jiraiya, do you know the identity of Namikaze's numb face? Although Namikaze has died with second Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still very curious about Namikaze's hidden identity. What enmity does this powerful and mysterious ninja have with Konoha village? Jiraiya shook her head, not yet, because that bookstore was burned down a few years ago. Oh, it's that bookstore. Because Konoha village doesn't often catch fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen still has some impressions. So are you going to investigate now? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. That's right, I think Namikaze's facial numbness method 5 years ago was still immature, and there should be some clues left. Jiraiya said. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Since we still have to look for clues, let others do it. Saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen called Narashiku Haisa, Loyu, go and check the fire situation of that bookstore 5 years ago. After describing the seriousness of the matter in detail, Narashikageyu nodded solemnly. Master Hokage, leave it to me, I will definitely find out Namikaze's true identity. After Narashiju left, Jiraiya frowned and asked. Mr. Sarutobi, why don't you let me go? I also know a lot about Namikaze. 1. Namikaze has been killed by Konoha, there is no need for you to interfere with this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Jiraiya directly. What? Jiraiya's eyes widened, doubting what she heard. Although I have been investigating the Akatsuki organization, I also know a little about Namikaze. This is a very terrifying enemy. Not long ago, the mysterious leader of the Akatsuki organization had a big fight with Namikaze Myanmar, and even suffered a big loss at the hands of Namikaze Myanmar. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually said. Namikaze died in Konoha's hand? Sarutobi-sensei, how did you do it? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, and had to tell the ins and outs of the matter. Reanimation jutsu is a taboo ninjutsu. Since you know about it today, don't spread it. Sarutobi Hiruzen especially urged Jiraiya. Impure world reincarnation is a taboo ninjutsu, once spread, Konoha village will become a thorn in the side of other hidden villages. After all, no hidden village would tolerate the resurrection of the dead. Jiraiya nodded in shock. I know, but I didn't expect that Master Second Hokage was resurrected, and this solved Namikaze's numbness. Knowing the news, Jiraiya let go of her doubts. Originally, he wondered if Namikaze's facial numbness was a fake death. But since Second Hokage shot it himself, there must be no reason for Namikaze to survive. It's a pity that Nidame actually used the forbidden ninjutsu of the ghoul seal. After chatting for a while, Jiraiya said with some emotion. Sarutobi-sensei, Minato and Kushina's children have also grown up, so they can help in this kind of S-rank mission. After the Nine Tails Rebellion, I also went back to Konoha village once, and saw Uzumaki Naruto who was still drinking milk. Unexpectedly, after so many years, the original baby has grown so big. Where is he now? Jiraiya inexplicably wants to see Uzumaki Naruto. How has this helpless young man grown up? He has inherited some of his parents' demeanor? Uzumaki Naruto took the Chunin exam, and now the words, just entered the forest of death. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Jiraiya shook his head, forget it, I'll meet him after the Chunin exam is over. After chatting for a while, Jiraiya asked timidly in a low voice. Sarutobi-sensei, tell me where Tsunade is. The other side. Dead forest. Many students looked at the surrounding environment anxiously, especially the beasts inside the barbed wire. Really? Are we going to be assessed here next? That wild boar feels taller than me, can I beat this wild boar? I heard that there are not only wild boars, but also beasts like wolves and bears. No wonder it's called the Forest of Death. The teenagers taking the test whispered. Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, Wei Blue glanced at the forest covered by barbed wire. Snoring. A few wild boars in the forest roared in terror as if struck by lightning, and ran wildly into the depths of the dead forest. Ah! Harano Sakura said with some doubts, why are those big wild boars scared away? Uchiha Sasuke took a cold look at the fleeing wild boar, took out kunao and sneered, maybe you were scared by us. No. It's the monster next to you. Temari wanted to yell, but Temari resisted the urge. Did Kankuro see that? Temari said dryly, that blonde-haired monster scared the wild boar away with just one look. Kankuro nodded stiffly, that's right, those wild boars have chakra, they are ninja beasts, they were all frightened into this appearance. The two looked at Uzumaki Naruto's back in horror. Sky. When the exam starts, they must stay away from this monster. Otherwise, you will really be killed. Uzumaki Naruto turned around aware of it, and smiled at Temari and Kankuro. The last, good, person was suddenly frightened and did not dare to take a breath. After scanning around for a while, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes fixed on a man wearing a bamboo hat. Orochimaru, is it? This one. During the exam, I was a clone, so I couldn't detect Orochimaru's breath. But now it is the main body. Uzumaki Naruto recognized Orochimaru at a glance, although the appearance is different, but the aura like lion majesty is unmistakable. This is the guy, who killed Sarutobi Hiruzen by surprise in the original. Ho ho ho. Peel. Kid, you seem to be very interested in me. Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue and licked his lips, walked to Uzumaki Naruto with great interest, and said hoarsely. What's the matter, which part of me makes you feel interested? As he spoke, Orochimaru stuck out his extremely long tongue, like a lion majesty spitting out letters, trying to lick Uzumaki Naruto's neck. Chapter 141. Alas! Both Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura were startled, subconsciously took 2 steps back, and looked at Orochimaru with disgust. What, this man? Can a human tongue stretch out so long? Is he going to lick Uzumaki Naruto? It wasn't just Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura who were feeling sick. Even the other Xiaoqiang were a little disgusted. Really, you actually want to lick people with your tongue? Naruto, get away from that guy quickly. That is to say, it gives people an uncomfortable feeling, like a snake. Naruto-kun. Naruto and Uzumaki stepped back slightly, avoiding Orochimaru's protruding tongue. Do you want to die? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Orochimaru with cold eyes. Although he knew Orochimaru's character and actions, he still felt uncomfortable seeing this scene suddenly. Escaped. Orochimaru looked at it in surprise. Uzumaki Naruto immediately showed interest in his eyes, retracted his tongue and licked his lips and said. You actually escaped, Uzumaki Naruto, I'm starting to be a little interested in you 040, ho ho ho. Temari and Kankuro sweated coldly. Instead of worrying about Uzumaki Naruto, they were worried about Orochimaru. No way, you don't want to kill people here. Temari looked at Uzumaki Naruto in horror, although that guy is disgusting, the blonde one shouldn't kill him here. Kankuro swallowed, probably not, but, that disgusting guy might be able to test the strength of the blonde monster. Dream. Gaara folded her hands on her chest, and said coldly, that guy is dead, to mess with that kind of monster. The one-tail shower he in his body was stunned by the blonde one, a monster like this. Chunin is simply invincible in the exam. Ho ho ho. Orochimaru stared at Uzumaki Naruto like a lion majesty, and became extremely interested in Uzumaki Naruto in his heart. Uzumaki Naruto, your taijutsu, doesn't it look strong? Call out. The moment the voice fell, Orochimaru's tongue shot out instantly, like a lion majesty, quickly wrapped around Uzumaki Naruto's neck. The speed this time is so fast that it is almost invisible to the naked eye for many years. Uzumaki Naruto frowned and shouted coldly, adamantine sealing chains. Clatter. A gold chain shot out in an instant, and the chain rattled and wrapped around Orochimaru's tongue with a sudden swing. Snapped. Orochimaru's tongue was split in two instantly. Until then, the Xiaoqiangs around just woke up like a dream, looking at the nearly 1 meter long tongue on the ground in shock. Ugh, it's disgusting that a human's tongue can extend up to 1 meter long. What happened just now? Did these two guys fight? I can't see clearly at all, their speed is so fast. It's too strong. I can't see their movements clearly with the naked eye. Is this the monster of the Chunin exam? Enough, you two. Mitarashi Anko came over with a dark face. Uzumaki Naruto, are you trying to kill everyone here? Uzumaki Naruto smiled and spread his hands casually. Sister Anko, this guy came to trouble himself, I was just acting in self-defense. Mitarashi Anko's face turned black. You're in self-defense. With your strength, even if you kill all the students here, it will only take a few seconds, so you can use it in self-defense. Hearing Mitarashi Anko's words, all the students present were shocked. Kill us in seconds. Really? Is this blonde kid so powerful? I can't believe it, but he is really strong. We didn't see clearly when he was doing it just now. Stay away from him during the assessment. 11. Uzumaki Naruto smiled helplessly. Everyone else is fine, but Orochimaru is not good, God knows what will happen if he bites. Ho ho ho. It's okay, I'm not hurt. Orochimaru laughed hoarsely, and a long tongue appeared in his mouth again. Seeing this, Mitarashi Anko frowned, gave another warning and then left the examination room. Orochimaru looked at Uzumaki Naruto, licked his lips, and said meaningfully, Uzumaki Naruto, the next exam. Please be careful. After entering the dead forest, Uzumaki Naruto played with the sky scroll in his hand, stretched his waist, and said, Let's go. It is different from the cautious one in the original book. Because of the existence of Uzumaki Naruto, a powerful combat force, Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura simply went all the way. It only took half a day to go deep into the forest for nearly half of the distance. And when passing a certain big banyan tree, suddenly, a giant python with a length of more than 10 meters opened its bloody mouth and bit it with a big mouth. What? Uchiha Sasuke's face changed drastically. Ah! Harano Sakura made a heart-piercing sound of panic. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the giant python that suddenly appeared, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Aiming at me. It wasn't Uchiha Sasuke, nor Harano Sakura, the python's movements made it clear that it was aimed at itself. Did Orochimaru BD, haven't been taught by Uchiha Itachi? While Uzumaki Naruto muttered to himself, the movement of his hands didn't stop, and he swung the 4 chains of Rui gold with his right hand and shot them out instantly. Clatter! Clatter! Wow! The sound of gold and iron clanging sounded, and 4 golden chains wrapped around the giant python's body. Die! Lips and teeth parted slightly, Uzumaki Naruto's 5 fingers clenched tightly. Instantly, the giant python more than 10 meters long let out a scream, and the thick python body was broken into 6 pieces, and blood gushed out like a waterfall. Uchiha and Harano Sakura had no time to dodge, and were covered in snake blood. But they completely ignored the stench on their bodies, and looked at the giant python's body in shock. An instant kill. Such a huge boa constrictor was instantly killed. Ho ho ho! Sure enough, it's adamantine sealing chains, but this is not what I want to see. Orochimaru in the depths of the forest let out a hoarse laugh, bit his thumb, and slapped his hand on the tree trunk. Summoning technique 10,000 snakes. Boom! Huge white smoke exploded, and a purple python with a body length of nearly tens of meters crawled out of it, flicking its tail violently and shouting, Orochimaru, what are you calling me for? Orochimaru didn't care about the boa constrictor's unreasonableness, pointed to Uzumaki Naruto with his right hand, licked his lips and said, One snake, give me a try of that brat's martial arts. I want to take a look, what's going on with the chakra in this kid's body, why is it so weird, ho ho ho. Chapter 142. Roar. 10,000 snakes as huge as a mountain roared, and the huge snake eyes looked at Uzumaki Naruto. Is this brat? Orochimaru, wait for me to kill this little guy, and give me 100 sacrifices. As soon as the words fell, 10,000 snakes opened its bloody mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs full of purple venom, and bit down on Uzumaki Naruto. Court death. Uzumaki Naruto's expression turned cold, and the 4 gold chains pierced through like javelins, wrapping tightly around Wan Snake's body. Roar. Wan Snake let out a painful roar. The huge python kept rolling in the death forest, and every time it rolled, there was a deafening roar. Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura were already staring blankly, and the latter's legs were weak, and he fell to the ground. Are you kidding, are you? The previous boa constrictor was already big enough, but now this boa constrictor is actually, even bigger, and it also has poisonous fangs. The venom from the fangs dripped onto the ground, and the ground was corroded into large holes one after another. Boa constrictors, are actually poisonous? Die! Uzumaki Naruto clenched his right hand again, but this time he did not strangle the python into 6 pieces like the last time. The huge 10,000 snake deflated easily like a balloon. The golden locks were all over it, but they couldn't cut off this layer of snake skin, because the latter was too light and thin. Snake's skin. Uzumaki Naruto raised his eyebrows and looked down at the ground. Because it is a snake, it does not need the help of chakra to shed its skin, so as to get rid of the bondage of adamantine sealing chains. Crack. There was a crack in the ground, and 10,000 snakes as big as a mountain broke through the ground, and 2 sharp and poisonous fangs bit down on Uzumaki Naruto's waist. If bitten off by this bite, a normal person would definitely be cut in half. Uchiha Shisui and Harano Sakura were knocked out and fell heavily to the ground, looking at the 10,000 snakes that broke out of the ground in horror. Naruto, be careful! Uchiha Sasuke roared loudly, his face extremely anxious. Uzumaki Naruto's strongest is the adamantine sealing chains, but this python can't even trap the adamantine sealing chains. Doesn't that mean Uzumaki Naruto's life is in danger? At the moment when Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were bloodshot, Uzumaki Naruto stepped forward with his right foot, grabbed forward with his left hand, stepped on the lower fangs, and pinched the upper fangs. After finishing all this, Uzumaki Naruto burst out a violent chakra, and propped up the closed mouth of 10,000 snakes. Wan Shi let out a growl, desperately trying to close his mouth. But everything is in vain. Really are. Uzumaki Naruto lowered his head, and said in an inexplicable tone, "It's already at this time, so don't give me any more surprises." After the words fell, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly raised his head, his eyes bursting with incomparable coldness. Crack! There was a crackling sound. The sharp and toxin-filled venomous fangs shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye, with spider web-like cracks all over the place. Ah! There was a painful scream from Wan Snake's bloody mouth, and the python struggled painfully. My teeth! Damn it! This BD kid! My teeth! Orochimaru, hurry up and save me! Wan Snake screamed and roared in pain, and his tail slapped the ground. This time the pain was not faked, but really painful. Even if I could shed my skin, it was impossible to shed my teeth. Orochimaru's expression changed. Uzumaki Naruto, what are you kidding? What kind of power is this brat? With only 1 foot and 1 hand, it blocked Wan Snake's poisonous fangs from closing. Not to mention the highly poisonous fangs, the bite force of 10,000 snakes' fangs alone surpassed most ferocious beasts, and even competed with tailed beasts. And not only to block, but even with the grip strength of 5 fingers, the fangs were squeezed out into cracks. Orochimaru had never seen such terrifying power in his life. In his memory, the one with the strongest power is Tsunade, but even Tsunade may not be able to reach this point. It's so noisy. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Wan Snake with cold eyes, and he had no interest in this future Uchiha Sasuke's scapegoat. Adamantine sealing chains. The 4 gold chains gave up the snake skin and stabbed at Wan Snake's head like javelins. Not good. Orochimaru came back to his senses, without saying a word, bit his thumb, and slapped his palm on the ground. Summoning technique Rashomon. Bang! A thick iron gate inlaid with reliefs of King Yama rose from the ground. 0. Seeking flowers. The relief of King Yama on the Rashomon gate opened its mouth wide, as if laughing at the opponent's powerlessness, like a steel city wall blocking the golden lock. Uzumaki Naruto sneered, "It's not the triple Rashomon, it seems that I am really underestimated." Next second, under the control of Uzumaki Naruto, the gold chain hit Rashomon like 4 meteors. Boom! There was only a loud noise, and the 4 golden locks pierced directly through Rashomon, piercing the head of 10,000 snakes like javelins. Roar! A heart-piercing roar came from Wan Shi's mouth, and blood poured down his head like a fountain. The 10,000 snakes, as huge as mountains, froze, their pupils gradually became lifeless, and the body of the python hit the ground heavily, raising a large cloud of dust. Rashomon didn't even block it. Orochimaru looked at Uzumaki Naruto in shock with his pupils constricted. Rashomon is the strongest defense in his hands, and can easily block most ninjutsu. However, it didn't stop the adamantine sealing chains. No, it's not that the adamantine sealing chains have too much attack power. In the hands of Uzumaki Kushina, the adamantine sealing chains didn't have such a strong attack power at all. It's Uzumaki Naruto, it's because of him that adamantine sealing chains became so violent. Ho ho ho, it's getting more and more interesting, is it because of the wonderful chakra in this kid's body? Orochimaru couldn't help but licked his lips, his eyes grew wilder. Originally, I was only interested in chakra in Uzumaki Naruto's body, but now, I am interested in Uzumaki Naruto's body. My chakra. Uzumaki Naruto retrieves 4 bloody golden locks. He looked down at his hands indifferently. A hint of red chakra diffuses. Most of them are my chakra, but there are also some fairy chakra, 9 tails chakra. Raising his head, Uzumaki Naruto said coldly, "You can even sense this, are you a dog nose?" Orochimaru said hoarsely, "No, I am very interested in 9 tails, so I have studied the chakra of 9 tails a lot, so that I can detect something wrong with the chakra in your body." 1. Uzumaki Naruto thoughtfully. Indeed, Orochimaru did a lot of research on 9 tails, and even created a replica of 9 tails Jinchuriki in the original work. But, so what do you know? Get out! Man! Chapter 143. Uzumaki Naruto stared at Orochimaru indifferently. If possible, I really don't want to kill Orochimaru in this place. Adamantine ceiling chains. Uzumaki Naruto stretched out his 5 fingers, and the golden chains spanned the sky, like 4 gold dragons, illuminating the gradually dimming death forest. At the same time, the teenagers from all over the death forest raised their heads one after another. What's this? Meteor? It looks golden. What nonsense, how could the meteor be so long? It seems to be some kind of ninjutsu. Really? Then this area is too big. It's the blonde monster. Garl looked at the golden lock in the sky and said indifferently, since the appearance of this gold light, the monster in my body has also quieted down a lot. 223. Temari and Kankuro swallowed. It's the blonde monster, as expected, he is the strongest in our Chunin exam this year. Who is he fighting with, to force him to do this? Adamantine ceiling chains. Outside the death forest, Mitarashi Anko's expression changed when he just discovered Orochimaru's trace. To force Uzumaki Naruto to do this, did Orochimaru meet him? No, let's hurry over. Mitarashi Anko anxiously rushed to the depths of the death forest, and at the same time beckoned the ninja to quickly tell Master Hokage the news here. Orochimaru. Jiraiya's pupil quake, are you sure? Are you sure that Orochimaru guy is back? Umbu Ninja nodded respectfully. Yes, there is nothing wrong with that. Mitarashi Anko discovered Orochimaru's ninjutsu and now seems to be fighting Uzumaki Naruto in the Forest of Death. What? Hearing the news, Jiraiya was even more shocked. Uzumaki Naruto is fighting Orochimaru. The little baby back then, only 12 years later, can now fight against Orochimaru. This is not a battle with the help of second Hokage, but a real fight against a cage-level strong man, who might die. Tsunade, let's go together. Jiraiya turned to look at Tsunade, and said in a very heavy voice, the 3 of us, it seems that we haven't seen each other for a long time. Tsunade took a sip of his drink, slapped the table and said, let's go and see what that BD Orochimaru is doing. Tsunade, who has no phobia, is also vigorous and resolute. In just a moment, Jiraiya and Tsunade rushed to the death forest. The fight was really intense. Looking at the golden locks above the forest, Tsunade couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The golden locks in the sky spread infinitely, intertwined with each other, almost forming a large net in the sky, firmly covering a large forest inside. The 4 golden locks looked like golden dragons, and the ends stabbed down like javelins, and every time they hit, there was a deafening sound. Yeah, the little guy from back then has also grown up. Jiraiya couldn't help but smile. Although he has not returned to Konoha village for many years, it seems that Uzumaki Naruto seems to be growing well in Konoha village. Stop talking nonsense. Tsunade clenched his fists and said, that guy Orochimaru should be waiting for us to pass, otherwise there is no reason for him to delay the class for so long with his strength. Jiraiya nodded. Yeah, let's go first. After entering the forest of death, Jiraiya and Tsunade rubbed their eyes in disbelief at the sight in front of them. Real or fake? This Orochimaru guy. In their sight, Uzumaki Naruto was leaning on the tree trunk with golden locks coiled around his body, forming a brilliant gold defense. With a random wave of his right hand, the ends of the 4 golden locks stabbed out like javelins. Orochimaru looked extremely embarrassed under the continuous attack of the gold chain, and kept dodging to resist the attack of the gold chain. It's not so much Orochimaru teasing Uzumaki Naruto. Rather, Uzumaki Naruto is crushing Orochimaru. Orochimaru, aren't you waiting for us? Tsunade couldn't help but said. Before coming, Orochimaru was teasing Uzumaki Naruto, but after coming, it seems that's not the case. Orochimaru's face turned black, and he said hoarsely, don't be kidding, this brat is too strong. Waiting for you? What are you kidding? The purpose of my coming here is to kill Sarutobi teacher, how can I have time to spend time here with you to go to the doctor? I plan to end the battle quickly so as not to meet Jiraiya Tsunade, but Uzumaki Naruto is too strong? Orochimaru has an urge to curse, when did the 12-year-old elite jonin come in? Here, do we still have to make a move? Jiraiya is a bit at a loss. Originally, he was already ready to fight, but now, it seems, that he doesn't need to fight at all. That guy Wan Snake is dead too. Tsunade looked gravely at the dead body of the huge boa constrictor. That was the strongest summoning beast in Orochimaru, and it died in this forest. Troublesome brat, ho 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 ho. Orochimaru stared at Uzumaki Naruto, licked his lips with his long tongue, his snake pupils erected greedily. Uzumaki Naruto, I am really more and more interested in you now. However, today is not the time, until the next time we meet, I must figure out the chakra in your body. The voice fell. Orochimaru fell on the ground, opened his mouth at an exaggerated angle, and a massive lion majesty crawled out of his mouth. Array of 10,000 snakes. The densely packed lion majesty, superimposed on each other and exposed their fangs, protected Uzumaki Naruto almost like a tsunami in an overwhelming posture. Adamantine ceiling chains. Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand, and 4 golden chains shot out. The gold chains intersected each other, like 4 gold swords, strangling each black lion majesty in two. Only in the blink of an eye. Vortex 2.6 The ground in front of Naruto turned into a meat grinder, and countless lion majesty died tragically. However, more lion majesty climbed on the corpses of their companions, still rushing towards Uzumaki Naruto overwhelmingly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Orochimaru ran towards the depths of the death forest without saying a word. Ho ho ho! Nine-Tails' chakra is so smooth, the brat. Orochimaru licked his lips, and when he was about to escape from the golden lock, he couldn't help but look back. The glance was meant to be for Jiraiya and Tsunade, but Orochimaru's gaze was caught by Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto stood at the Linyi corner of the death forest. Although there were countless lion majesty in front of him, Wei Blue's eyes still didn't panic at all, and watched him leave extremely calmly. What, this brat? Orochimaru frowned, and his figure completely disappeared into the death forest. Chapter 144. Earth-style Huangquan Swamp. Jiraiya made madras with both hands, roared, and slapped his hands on the ground violently. The soil ahead of Uzumaki Naruto became viscous and gradually boiled, turning into a wet, viscous, bubbling swamp. Thousands of lion majesty sank as they passed through the swamp. After finishing all this, Jiraiya stood up and looked towards the place where Orochimaru left, with an ugly expression on his face. Let Orochimaru escape again. Tsunade didn't even chase him, and said in a cold voice, "You don't understand that Orochimaru guy. If he wants to run, there are few people in the world who can catch up." Jiraiya nodded approvingly. Really? Orochimaru is very good at escaping. I have been chasing him for many years, and the number of times I have found him is very few. Call. Jiraiya exhaled, looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a smile and said, "You kid, are you scared after seeing so many lion majesty?" 05. Uzumaki Naruto smiled, "No, after all, the opponent is just a genin, and his strength is not that strong." EXT. Several black lines appeared on Jiraiya's forehead, and she looked at Uzumaki Naruto extremely speechlessly. "If you dare to call Langjun Orochimaru genin, you are probably the only brat in the entire ninja world. I really don't know the heights of heaven and earth." Tsunade snorted coldly, "Brat, if we hadn't come over, as long as Orochimaru gets serious, you must be dead." Jiraiya nodded slightly. Although Orochimaru's summoning beasts are all dead here, this is definitely not Orochimaru's true strength. If Orochimaru really gets his hands on it, let alone Uzumaki Naruto, the entire death forest will be razed to the ground. Uzumaki Naruto didn't argue either, he smiled and said, "I see, thank you for saving me, and I'll treat you to dinner after the exam is over." Jiraiya was very relieved in her heart, couldn't help laughing and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you to treat me to dinner, and you can go on to the exam." Uzumaki Naruto smiled, waved his hand, and carried the stunned Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura away from the soil eroded by the blood of lion majesty. Watching the back of Uzumaki Naruto leaving, Jiraiya couldn't help but look at Tsunade and laughed. "Tsunade, did you see, Uzumaki Naruto, he smiles like his father, like a son, ha ha ha." Jiraiya laughed heartily. It seems that although he has not returned to Konoha village for many years, Uzumaki Naruto is still well trained by Konoha village. Powerful not to mention, but also so polite. Especially Uzumaki Naruto is smiling, like his father Namikaze Minato, he is as warm as the sun, and people can't help but get close. It can be seen that he has perfectly inherited the good genes of his parents. Tsunade didn't speak, but frowned slightly. "I seem to have seen that smile just now." For some reason, Tsunade always felt that Uzumaki Naruto's smile was somewhat familiar, and just seeing it made him feel annoyed. "I'm going back." In a dark room. "That brat is called Uzumaki Naruto, right?" Orochimaru frowned, looked at Yakushi Kabuto and asked, "Is he really just a good kid in Konoha village?" Yakushi Kabuto looked at Orochimaru suspiciously and nodded, "Yes, Master Orochimaru, Naruto Uzumi has always kept a low profile in Konoha village." "Impossible." Orochimaru waved his hand. "Why do you not believe it yourself? The chakra in the body is so weird and powerful, even the physical skills that are difficult to exercise are so exquisite. This monster is a good boy? Will a good boy hide his chakra, will he hide his powerful physical skills? No matter how you think about it, you have bad intentions? If I didn't know about Nine Tails, I would have been hidden from him." Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru was lost in thought. "I went to the death forest by myself, obviously because of that kid from the Uchiha family, but I was actually attracted by Uzumaki Naruto. Not normal, this is so abnormal." Orochimaru muttered, looking up at Yakushi Kabuto, "How about Uzumaki Naruto's taijutsu?" Yakushi Kabuto thought about it carefully, and said, "Master Orochimaru, according to the information I have obtained, Uzumaki Naruto has always been very good in taijutsu. Well, I heard he can run 20 laps around Konoha village." Orochimaru. Orochimaru recalled the scene in the dead forest with a dark face. The blonde boy, with one arm and one foot, opened the closed mouth of 10,000 snakes, and the movement seemed to be effortless. You tell me that kind of stamina and strength can only run 20 laps around Konoha village? Orochimaru was a little dizzy, but when he thought of his plan, he still kept the matter in his heart. Leave Uzumaki Naruto aside, is the offering for impure world reincarnation ready? In an izakaya. With a glass of wine in his hand, Jiraiya patted Uzumaki Naruto on the back with his hands and laughed out loud. Is that so? So, it seems that you are doing well in Konoha village, you actually live with your girlfriend, ha ha ha. Uzumaki Naruto ate some side dishes and said with a smile, of course, Mr. Hokage has always been very kind to me. Jiraiya hiccuped, hey, that old man in Hokage is not a good person, he peeps all day. 387 Uzumaki Naruto poured Jiraiya wine with a slight smile. After beating himself to leave the Death Forest and ending the duel between ninjas, Jiraiya has been sticking to himself, and has been clamoring for himself to be a teacher. Well, it feels good too. Uzumaki Naruto smiled. Although Jiraiya hasn't come back for many years, I can feel that Jiraiya really cares about her. The sky gradually darkened. Jiraiya clamored to ask Uzumaki Naruto to go to the hot spring, but Uzumaki Naruto politely refused. Looking at the back of Uzumaki Naruto leaving, it was a relief in Jiraiya's heart. What a good boy. As he said that, Jiraiya glanced at the surrounding villagers, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Obviously, these guys spoke harsh words to Uzumaki Naruto, but Uzumaki Naruto actually didn't care, which shows that he is extremely mature. As expected of Minato's son, even if I didn't take care of him, he can grow up on his own. Jiraiya smiled and muttered to herself, and walked towards the hot spring not far away, showing a wretched smile. Beautiful beauty, wait for me. Uzumaki Naruto paused slightly, looked back at Jiraiya, smiled and said, Mr. Jiraiya, you are wrong about this sentence. If you had come back earlier, I might not have become like this. Chapter 145. Naruto-kun, during the exam today, Niji big brother seemed to have a problem with me. At home. Little Hinata said with reddish eyes, during the battle, Niji big brother seemed very angry. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but laugh. Of course he is angry, being stared at by him all the time, Hyaga Niji will definitely be angry if he is not an idiot. But the result is good. Since he was watching from the sidelines, Hyaga Niji did not severely injure little Hinata like in the original book. An, you misunderstood. That guy Niji is just like that, with a knife mouth and a bean-curd heart. Uzumaki Naruto smiled and rubbed little Hinata's head vigorously. Sleep, don't think so much. Although I have my own protection, but after going through the Forest of Death and the qualifiers after the Forest of Death, little Hinata must be very tired. Little Hinata nodded with a blushing face, and hid under the covers. Well, time flies so fast. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Akatsuki Organization and Impure World Reincarnation's past movies, it's really lively. Uzumaki Naruto smiled, wrapped little Hinata in a quilt, and opened the balcony door. Master Naruto. The figure of Uchiha Shisui appeared, half kneeling on the ground, and said in a deep voice, Master Naruto, I just passed through Uchiha's backstory and found that Nara Shisui is investigating the fire incident in the bookstore 5 years ago, do you want me to solve it? Uzumaki Naruto raised an eyebrow. Is it the bookstore I burned down? Uchiha Shisui nodded. Well, this. Uzumaki Naruto pondered for a moment, and then smiled, forget it, we've reached this point, and we're not afraid of what they find out. At the same time, in a remote corner of Konoha village, Nara stared at Umbu Ninja for a long time and frowned. How can there be no strange people approaching this bookstore, since it is publishing books, it is impossible not to come here often. Umbu Ninja's face was full of embarrassment. Master Luju, after all, it happened 5 years ago, and few of the surrounding villagers can remember clearly. Nara Luju shook his head, no, since it is publishing books, I will definitely come to this bookstore often. Going in and out of this kind of bookstore often will definitely leave a particularly deep impression on people. It must be that we still have things we haven't noticed. After pondering for a while, Nara Luju said, show me the situation at that time again. Gangzite, Katsuki Izumo, Kakashi. Uzumaki Naruto. After carefully flipping through the file, Qin Liang Luyu's eyes finally fixed on Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, why is he in this place? I remember that Uzumaki Naruto at that time seemed to be about the same time as when he entered the Hyaga clan. Go check it out. The next day. Because it was not yet the start of the knockout round, Uzumaki Naruto was caught by Jiraiya early in the morning by the creek. After a series of temptations, Uzumaki Naruto reluctantly agreed to become a teacher. Jiraiya was extremely excited, laughed loudly and said, Naruto, since you worship me as your teacher, then I will give you a very powerful ninjutsu. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but smile. Extremely powerful ninjutsu? Is it the summoning technique or the raise non? For summoning, I already have a summoning beast, but for raise non. Uzumaki Naruto hooked his mouth. Jiraiya didn't notice, stretched out his right hand and said excitedly, look at my palm, this is super powerful ninjutsu. Chakra spins rapidly, condenses, and gradually forms a blue ball that spins at high speed and contains terrifying energy. This is Raise Non, his might. Jiraiya pointed the Raise Non in her hand at a big tree while talking. There was only a bang. The big tree was destroyed in an instant, as if destroyed by a whirlwind, it spiraled into the distance. Uzumaki Naruto gave a well-timed exclamation. Since I came to tea, I was very satisfied, and I laughed and explained. Then, 10 minutes later, Jiraiya looked dumbfounded at the Raise Non in Uzumaki Naruto's palm. Another period of time passed. The final stage of the Konoha village Chunin assessment has finally arrived. On this day, almost all the ninjas from Konoha village were present, and there was a sea of people in the auditorium, all of them staring down with fiery eyes. Third Hokage, fourth Kazekage also took their seats on the field. The atmosphere suddenly reached its peak. However, Naruto, why hasn't Naruto contacted you yet? Kakashi stood on the audience stand, frowning at Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head, I don't know, Naruto hasn't been contacted since this morning, and even Hyuga Hinata doesn't know where Naruto is. Harano Sakura said anxiously, Mr. Kakashi, you must get Naruto back quickly, otherwise, he will miss the exam. Kakashi scratched his head in distress. Even if you say that, I don't know where to find him. At the same time, Uzumaki Naruto, who was anxiously sought by everyone, leaned against the wall with a slight smile. It's really. I can't let you go and disturb me at this time. You uncle. Narashikageyo looked at Uzumaki Naruto with cold sweat, swallowed, and took a step back involuntarily. Naruto, why are you here? Shouldn't you be taking the exam? Thinking of what I just investigated, look at the Uzumaki Naruto entrance in front of me. Naralu felt his heart beating wildly, sweat poured down his forehead, his clothes were almost wet with cold sweat, and his palms trembled a little. 10 minutes ago. On the ruins of the bookstore 5 years ago. Naralu looked at the document in his hand, trembling slightly, and said dryly, Are you sure? Umbu Ninja said respectfully, It is certain, according to the eyewitness report 5 years ago, the bookstore owner is indeed very respectful to Uzumaki Naruto. Aside from that, the bookstore owner seemed to be making a lot of money during that time, and Uzumaki Naruto became extremely happy every time he passed, which is why eyewitnesses can remember. His. Naralu gasped suddenly. Sky. Really want to pierce the sky. Why is the owner of the book, Chen Nyo's, shop so respectful to Uzumaki Naruto? He's an adult, why should he be so respectful to a monster? It doesn't make sense at all, unless he has something to rely on Uzumaki Naruto for, say, that book. Naralu couldn't help taking a step back, feeling his scalp tingling, and he investigated it because he had some doubts. Unexpectedly, such an astonishing thing came out of the investigation. Phew, why didn't you discover such an important thing, 5 years ago? Narashikageyo gritted his teeth and asked. He wanted to know what those bastards were doing for food back then, why don't you investigate such an important clue? Obviously such an obvious clue, you can't even see it right in front of your eyes? Well, if you have to say it, just look at it at that time. Who would put 10 children who are only 7 years old in their eyes? Hearing a slightly smiling voice behind him, Narashiju stiffened instantly. Uzumaki. Naruto. Chapter 146. Uzumaki Naruto. Naralu seemed to be covered with rust, although the brain tried to turn itself around, but the body remained indifferent. Oh. I was really negligent. I actually left such a deadly clue. Really. Inexperienced, I knew that I should have burned all those onlookers to death, so as to be seamless. However, after 5 full years, I was discovered only now. My luck is really good. Listening to the boy's voice behind him, Naralu's brow was sweating more and more. Can't go wrong. This voice is exactly the same as Uzumaki Naruto's voice. Gulu. Naralu couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Now that it has been proven that Uzumaki Naruto did the original thing, then Uzumaki Naruto. Namikaze noodles. An equal sign can be drawn between the two. Thinking of this, Narashiju had the urge to faint. Namikaze, who Konoha village has been looking for, has been living under the nose for 5 years. Who would have thought of that? How is this possible? 703? That's the S-rank rebellious ninja Namikaze's face numb. Exterminate the Uchiha clan, invade the country of water and kill the daimyo, invade Cloud Shinobi village and fight against the 4th Hokage. The person who did such horrible deeds was actually a boy who was only 12 years old. And this terrifying boy is right behind him. Narashiju felt cold all over. He clearly knew that the enemy was behind him, but he didn't have the courage to turn around. The voice behind continued to come. Speaking of which, I really deserve to be Shikamaru's father. There are people who are smarter. I thought it would take some time for you to find out who I am. But that's not okay, the Chunin exam is in full swing, I can't let you bother. At this time, the Umbu ninja who reported the situation swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Next second, the Umbu ninja escaped into the distance with all his strength. Must tell Lord Hokage what happened here. Ninja was sweating coldly, his heart was beating wildly, and the hormones in his kidneys increased to a terrifying level in a short time. Uzumaki Naruto is actually Namikaze noodles. You must inform Mr. Hokage of such a horrible thing as soon as possible, otherwise something will happen. Don't want. Narashiju's face changed drastically, and he reached out to stop the Ninja who was escaping. If his guesses are correct, then running away is useless in front of Uzumaki Naruto. However, it was too late. Uzumaki Naruto laughed, pointing his right index finger at the fleeing Ninja. Scorch-style oversteam kill. The fingertip-sized fireball hit the back of Ninja like a bullet, and a mass of fire instantly engulfed Ninja. The flames were blazing, and with the screams of the Ninja, Vice Admiral was burned into a mummified corpse. Thump! The mummy hit the ground heavily, and there was no breath left. Timeline backtracking. Nara looked at Uzumaki Naruto, forced a smile and said, "Naruto, this must be a misunderstanding. You are the hero who killed Namikaze, how could it be Namikaze?" Uzumaki Naruto laughed dumbfounded, "Uncle Liu, that guy died right in front of you, is he still talking like that? You are a rare smart person in Konoha village. You have already reached this situation. Do you still think that Namikaze's face is numb?" Nara Liu's heart trembled, and the last glimmer of hope that he had originally had fell to the bottom of the valley. If Uzumaki Naruto is Namikaze noodles. Since Uzumaki Naruto is still alive, doesn't it mean that the battle in the Kingdom of Water was lost by second Hokage? Narashika Issa's body trembled. But the ninjas in Legendary, unexpectedly, never beat a single boy. Swallowing again, Nara Liu opened his mouth to growl without hesitation. Shua! The cold blade touched the throat of Nara Liu, and the sharp blade shone with cold light, which made people have no doubt about the sharpness of the blade. Nara Liu, who was just about to speak, froze suddenly. He could feel that whenever a note jumped out of his mouth, the knife would instantly penetrate his throat. "Be quiet, Chief Nara." An indifferent voice came from Narashizu's left side. Narashizu closed his eyes and said bitterly, "Uchiha Shisui, it's been a long time. Although I haven't heard this voice for several years, but I can't admit it wrong, this is the voice of Uchiha Shisui." Uchiha Shisui stepped out from the shadow on the left, holding the short sword in his hand, and said coldly, "It's been a long time, Chief Nara." Narashizu's expression became more and more bitter. "It seems that there is nothing wrong, Uzumaki Naruto is Namikaze facial numbness." It was so lively. This Chunin exam at Konoha village. Namikaze, who was discovered by himself, Shisui, the instant body of the Uchiha clan, and Orochimaru, the Lengjun who defected to Konoha for many years. These terrifying guys gathered together. Narashizu couldn't imagine the next scene at all. Uzumaki Naruto smiled, looked at Narashika Issa, and Mangekyo Sharinan twirled slightly in his eyes. "Well, I guessed everything right, don't worry, after all, you are Shikamaru's father, I won't do anything to you. But, please be quiet for half an hour." Just when he was about to be hypnosis, Narashika Issa gritted his teeth and asked, "Uzumaki Naruto, can you tell me, what is your purpose?" Uzumaki Naruto paused slightly. "My purpose? For now, destroy Konoha village." As the voice fell, Nara Liu's head also drooped. Uzumaki Naruto let out a breath, looked at Uchiha Shisui and said with a smile, "Let's go to Hokage Rock to have a look, the end of the sleepy leaf." Uzumaki Naruto! Uzumaki Naruto! Uzumaki Naruto! Moonlight Gale, who was the referee, kept shouting loudly. However, after a long time, there was no response from Uzumaki Naruto, so he shook his head regretfully. Uzumaki Naruto was not present, eliminated. The next game begins. Jiraiya's eyes widened and she kept looking around. What's going on, why isn't Naruto here? I originally planned to take a look at Uzumaki Naruto showing off Kamui, but luckily, Uzumaki Naruto never showed up. Tsunade put his hands on his chest and snorted coldly, I guess I ran away in fear. After all, he is fighting against the geniuses of the Hyuga clan, so it is normal to be afraid, after all, he is just a brat. Jiraiya has black lines all over her head. Naruto can fight Orochimaru, do you think he will be afraid of a kid? But, why didn't you come? Chapter 147. That kid, really has no sense of time. Tsunade snorted unhappily. I don't know why from the moment I saw Uzumaki Naruto, I felt very upset. Jiraiya sighed. Jiraiya was not the only one who sighed, Sarutobi Hiruzen also frowned. Why is Uzumaki Naruto missing the game? Ninja shook his head. I don't know, maybe something has delayed it. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned even more. I originally wanted to use Uzumaki Naruto as the last trump card to counter Tsunagakure's one-man history. Result. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki didn't come over. In a hidden corner, Konan frowned slightly. Could it be related to Namikaze noodles? Ever since I saw Namikaze's numb face during this period of time, I have been feeling nervous, always feeling that something big will happen. I hope he didn't do anything to Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, otherwise we will be in big trouble. Ju said. The ultimate goal of the Akatsuki organization is to collect the 9-tailed beasts to make the most terrifying weapons and create peace. 3 tails is still in the lake of Kirigakure, and can be caught by them in the future. But if 9 tails Jinchuriki is captured by Namikaze Myanmar, then things will be troublesome. After all, this is an out-and-out monster. Just when everyone was puzzled, the game was still going on. Soon. Here comes the showdown between Gaara and Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. Gaara stared at Uchiha Sasuke indifferently, and slowly raised his right hand. Fortunately, it's not that monster, but as his companion. How strong are you? Uchiha Sasuke's eyes turned cold. Naruto. Then I'll show you what the real Uchiha is. The war is imminent. Gaara took the lead, and as soon as he raised his hand, yellow sand waved all over the sky, covering the sky and rushing towards Uchiha Sasuke. The battle between the two of them was exciting, and it had already reached a fever pitch in just a moment. The yellow sand on the ground surged, almost turning the field into a desert, and the yellow sand surged like life. Uchiha Sasuke was quickly cornered, looking at Gaara in shock. "UBD, you are so strong." Gaara looked at Uchiha Sasuke indifferently without opening his mouth, crossed his hands, countless yellow sands grabbed Bao. "Compared to that blonde monster, you are so weak." On the audience stage, Temari and Kankuro looked excitedly at the field below. Sure enough, as long as the blonde monster doesn't come over, Gaara will be the best candidate for this Chunin exam. 11. That's right, luckily the gold-haired monster didn't come over. It's really lucky. He should be crying for being late now, ha ha ha. Kankuro couldn't help laughing. I already know that that monster is the strongest genius boy in Konoha village. Although Uchiha Sasuke is strong, he cannot be Gaara's opponent. At the same time, Hokage rock on 4th Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto, who Kankuro thought was crying bitterly, was sitting cross-legged on the Hokage rock at this time, looking at the Chunin exam venue from a distance. Gaara's strength has become very strong, probably because she slept well in the past few days. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but smile. Originally in the state of Gaara, he could fight Uchiha Sasuke as a commoner. But because he frightened one-tail Shikaka during this time, Gaara got a good night's sleep, and his mental state was immediately full, and his strength steadily overwhelmed Uchiha Sasuke. Next, that guy Sasuke, this hand-raising motion. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. Chidori. That guy Kakashi really taught Sasuke this ninjutsu. Why? He obviously didn't teach me anything. It's too much, just because I owe the Uchiha family, so I don't care. Kakashi. Turning his head to look aside, Uzumaki Naruto smiled and said. Shisui. Gun. That move of Sasuke, Kakashi UBD, you gave that ninjutsu to Sasuke. Might Guy looked at Kakashi in shock. Chidori is not a common ninjutsu. If it is not done well, the entire arm will be completely destroyed. Kakashi put his hands on his chest, intentionally or unintentionally pushed away his forehead protector, revealing 3 Tomo Sharinan watching the field below. This boy, I remember, was in the same class as Naruto. Jiraiya frowned, and glanced in Kakashi's direction with dissatisfaction. How did this Kakashi guy become a teacher? Teach the Uchiha family kid such a dangerous ninjutsu, but don't teach Naruto ninjutsu, only let him fight with blood succession limit. Didn't he claim to copy the ninja? Really? I saw a flash of thunder in Uchiha Sasuke's hand, and then, the ear-piercing sound of chirping birds came out. 0, seeking flowers 00. Chidori. Uchiha Sasuke roared, his body was like a bolt of lightning, and he rushed straight to Gaara standing in the middle of the yellow sand. Gaara covered his left eye with his right hand, looking bloodthirsty and frantically at the oncoming Uchiha Sasuke. Bring it on. Let me taste your blood, mother. At this moment, everyone didn't even dare to breathe, and looked down nervously. At this time, Gaara's eyes widened suddenly, and he let out a beast-like roar, and his entire arm instantly became longer and thicker. Roar. After a roar, the khaki paws covered with curse marks slapped towards Uchiha Sasuke's body. What? Uchiha Sasuke's pupils shrank sharply. 0. The faces of many ninjas in the audience also changed drastically, and they looked at the claws spreading from Gaara's body in shock. The arm of the tailed beast, did this guy take it away? Not good. It's just a preliminary rampage, but it's also extremely dangerous. Hurry up and save people. At the very moment, Kakashi was about to make a move when his face suddenly changed and he looked at a golden lock spreading in the sky. Crash. The gold chain is empty. Like a golden shooting star, it circled around the paw of one-tail Showerhe twice, and smashed it into yellow sand all over the sky with a bang. Jiraiya's eyes lit up, and she said in surprise, adamantine sealing chains, this is Uzumaki Naruto coming. Tsunade crossed his arms, what's the use of coming here at this time? His exams are over. Jiraiya didn't take it seriously, and was still extremely excited. That blonde monster. Uzumaki Naruto. The eyes of Gaara and Uchiha Sasuke looked at the end of the golden lock at the same time. Not just them. Everyone in the entire examination room, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Konan, absolutely, all set their sights on the end of the chain. But after seeing the person who came, everyone couldn't help but their pupils trembled. This is Uzumaki Naruto. I saw a blonde boy walking from a distance, with a black scarf tied on his forehead, wearing a royal robe, and carrying a huge scroll on his back. Wei Blue's eyes have red eyeshadow at the corners of the eyes, and 4 golden locks spread from the back. Different from the usual gentle and handsome. At this time, it was even more domineering. Seeing everyone's eyes cast over, Uzumaki Naruto slightly measured his head and said with a smile. Yo, I'm late. 0. Chapter 148. The crisp voice echoed across the arena. The ninjas in the audience rubbed their eyes in unison, and looked at Uzumaki Naruto with incredible eyes. Uzumaki Naruto, he looks like this. It's changed a lot, it's completely different from what it used to be, and it's a little more handsome than before. No, don't you feel that Uzumaki Naruto looks a bit like 4th Hokage? When you put it that way, it's really similar, but compared to 4th Hokage-sama, Uzumaki Naruto is more aggressive. There was a lot of discussion in the audience. Any ninja who has seen Uzumaki Naruto before feels a little unbelievable. The eyes of many young players are shining, looking at Uzumaki Naruto in surprise. Wow, Naruto looks so handsome in this outfit. That is to say, although Naruto was very handsome before, but now compared to before, 700 looks a little more wild. It's more domineering than before. Minato. Jiraiya looked at Uzumaki Naruto's back and muttered to himself absently. The two of them are really too similar, especially their temperament, they become the focus just by standing there, arbitrarily stealing everyone's attention. Then Jiraiya couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, you are indeed my disciple, even if you are late, you are still the object of everyone's attention. Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru, disguised as 4th Hokage, licked his lips and looked at Uzumaki Naruto with interest. What's the matter with the chakra in your body? It's more boiling than before. Moonlight Gale on the field coughed twice, and said, Uzumaki Naruto, you have been eliminated because you were late, hurry back to the audience stand. Uzumaki Naruto smiled, not only did not leave, but stepped on the ground, appearing on the field like a golden light. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion changed, this taijutsu. It's not a quick body technique, nor is it a ninjutsu, it's just a physical technique, and it comes from the audience stage to the arena in an instant. But this power has surpassed most of the physical ninjas. Uzumaki Naruto, does he have such powerful body skills? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face gradually became serious. With years of experience, he felt that there was something wrong with Uzumaki Naruto today. Ho ho ho! A hoarse laugh came from Orochimaru's mouth. Uzumaki Naruto's taijutsu, which even Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know, is revealed today. The Chunin exam, it just keeps getting more and more interesting. Uzumaki Naruto appeared next to Gaara, put his arms around Gaara's shoulders, and said with a smile. That's not okay, if I let go of the chain, Sasuke will die. Unlike in the original book, the current Gaara can be said to be in its heyday, and Uchiha Sasuke is not able to defeat it at all when it goes berserk. Moonlight Gale frowned, and subconsciously glanced at the audience. However, the ninjas in the audience were all thinking about Uzumaki Naruto's change, and no one paid him any attention at all. Uchiha Sasuke's face gradually turned cold, looking at Uzumaki Naruto, with a flash of thunder in his hand, he said amidst the chirping of thousands of birds, Naruto, get out of the way, how do you know that I am not an opponent? Uzumaki Naruto raised an eyebrow. Why, Kakashi's ninjutsu gives you such confidence? Uchiha Sasuke showed a proud smile, raised the Chidori in his hand, and said proudly, Naruto, Mr. Kakashi probably didn't teach you ninjutsu. This is Chidori, a forbidden ninjutsu among A-level ninjutsu. As long as I have this power, I can penetrate even steel. The me now is not the same as before. Speaking of which, Uchiha Sasuke stared icily at Gaara. Say it one last time, drive. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help laughing, I put Gaara's shoulder, looked at Gaara with a smile, this, will you kill him? Gaara's face turned pale, but she still forced herself to speak indifferently. Will do. The moment the monster beside me hugged me on my shoulder, I felt like I was being targeted by some natural enemy. Trembling all over, unable to move. 01230410 Fila 144341101. It's not that it can't move, but Gaara has a feeling. Move yourself and you will die. This is a more terrifying existence than the monster in my body. Uzumaki Naruto turned around and said distressedly, Sasuke, after all, we have been friends for many years, I really don't want you to die like this. You heard this guy too, he's going to kill you. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth, his eyes were full of anger. Uzumaki Naruto, you've been like this since you were a child. You look like you're so superior that no one looks down on you. Don't underestimate people, I'm no longer who I was before. With a loud roar, Uchiha Sasuke clenched his teeth, holding Chidori in his hand, and rushed straight towards Gaara like a ray of thunder. Really are. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head slightly, and also extended his right hand. Raise non. The high-speed spinning blue Maru appeared in his hand. Uzumaki Naruto swung his right hand, and hit Sasuke's Chidori. Is this Raise Non? Kakashi's pupils shrank, subconsciously looking in Jiraiya's direction. Master Jiraiya, you handed over such dangerous ninjutsu to Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya snorted unhappily. He couldn't understand Kakashi, who taught Sasuke such a dangerous ninjutsu, but didn't teach Uzumaki Naruto a ninjutsu. Right now, let's see whose ninjutsu is stronger. Raise Non and Chidori collide head-on. There was only a loud bang, and the light of the thunder was directly shattered by Raise Non. Uchiha Sasuke let out a miserable groan, and his figure flew upside down like a spinning top, crashing into the wall with a bang. What? All ninjas were taken aback by this result. Chidori and Raise Non belonged to the same taboo ninjutsu, the former actually smashed the latter, and even flew the caster out. Jiraiya smiled. Chidori is a ninjutsu developed by Kakashi when he was a teenager. Although the destructive power is amazing, it is just like that because of eyesight. Raise Non is different. This is a ninjutsu developed by Namikaze Minato according to the method of Tailed Beast Canon, and the development time alone has been several years. 1.0. Moonlight Hayate frowned, walking towards Uzumaki Naruto with a somewhat ugly face. Uzumaki Naruto, what are you doing? Not to mention being late and being eliminated, and now you are still interfering in other people's battles, get out of here quickly. Uzumaki Naruto looked sideways at Moonlight Hayate, and the corner of his mouth curled up. I said you finally took your life, can't you be quiet for a while? What? Moonlight Gale's eyes widened, eyes full of astonishment. How dare Uzumaki Naruto say that to a special jonin of his own? Just when Yue Guang Gale's eyes were flickering with anger, and when he was about to make a move, a cold voice suddenly came from his ear. Shut up, don't be rude. Moonlight Gale felt a pain in his legs, and before he could react, he fell to his knees with a plop on his knees, and his neck was cut short. Chapter 149. Who? The expressions of the ninjas in the audience changed and they stood up one after another. Who dares to attack the referee during the Chunin exam, or is it under their noses, who is tired of working? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was ugly. However, when Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the ninja holding Moonlight Hayate, his eyes gradually became astonished. Uchiha Shisui. Can't go wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen feels that he will never admit his mistake, that familiar figure is the strongest ninja of the Uchiha family. Uchiha Shisui. Holding the short sword in his hand, Uchiha Shisui looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with indifferent eyes. Master Hokage, long time no see. Uchiha. Jiraiya frowned and looked in the direction of Uchiha Shisui. He had also heard about the Uchiha family and regretted it. But he also knew that the Uchiha family's affairs definitely had other inside stories, otherwise such a big family could not be wiped out overnight. 05 did not expect to come back this time and meet Uchiha Shisui, the strongest member of the Uchiha family. Once the strongest Uchiha family, now the S-rank rebel, Jiraiya certainly would not think that he came back to reminisce about the old days. Jiraiya felt a little bad, stood up from the audience stand, looked at Tsunade aside and said, Tsunade, it looks like we are in trouble today. Tsunade snorted coldly, if you want to make a move, you go, I won't make a move for Konoha. While everyone was talking, Uzumaki Naruto smiled, looked at Gaara and said, I'm sorry, Gaara, it looks like you need to run away for a while. Gaara's expression changed. Yet Uzumaki Naruto didn't give him time to say no at all. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan turned slightly. Phantom Tsukuyomi. Gaara's eyes suddenly turned blood red, a monster-like growl sounded from his mouth, and his body changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a blink, a tailed beast with a height of about tens of meters, which looked like a giant civet cat and was covered with black patterns, appeared on the field. Go to hell. One tail shower he made a sharp sound, and slapped the ground full of tyranny. There was only a loud bang. The originally solid ground instantly deserted and turned into endless yellow sand. Under the control of one tail shower the yellow sand swept across the sky like a sandstorm. The Moonlight Gale couldn't dodge in time, and was swallowed by the yellow sand amidst the screams, and gradually disappeared at the bottom of the quicksand. This is one tail shower known as the natural disaster in the desert. As long as one tail shower is willing, he can turn a large area of soil into yellow sand at any time. This is the power that can really change the terrain. Shape of Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi looked at One Tail Shokuru in shock. In the pupils of One Tail Shokuru, the pattern of Mangekyo Sharingan is revolving impressively. Naturally, this couldn't be some kind of colored contact lenses. There is only one possibility, and that is that the One Tail Shikaku in front of him has been controlled by Mangekyo Sharingan. Now One Tail's movement of guarding the crane is completely performed as a puppet. I didn't expect that Uchiha Shisui's pupil power is so powerful, and he can control the tail beast. Kakashi couldn't help swallowing. Although I also have Mangekyo Sharingan now, not to mention controlling the tail beast, even if I just use the pupil technique, I feel like my pupil power has been drained. Manipulating a tailed beast, what kind of pupil power is this? Face Kakashi is in shock, not to mention Kamen's Konoha village ninja. Seeing the tailed beast wreaking havoc and changing the terrain, the ninjas of Konoha village only felt their scalps go numb, and they were ready to attack without saying a word. When the Konoha village ninja was about to strike, Uchiha Shisui yelled, "Orochimaru, don't you do it yet." Orochimaru's pupils shrank. This guy actually knows my plan. Although the plan was uncovered, Orochimaru had absolutely no means to leave. Activate the 4 purple flame formation. Orochimaru said hoarsely. Without too many words, following Orochimaru's voice, the light purple enchantment quickly appeared, enveloping him and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Immediately afterwards, loud rumbling noises were heard from everywhere in Konoha village, and giant pythons burst out of the ground, destroying the buildings of Konoha village wantonly. All this seems to be very slow, but in fact it is only completed in a few seconds. Everyone is an apex expert, and when it comes time to do it, many things can often be done in a second. When Jiraiya came back to his senses, the 4 purple flame formation suddenly appeared, even covering a large area. Besides, the ninjas of Kirigakure followed suit and slaughtered the ninjas of Konoha village. The originally peaceful Chunin exam suddenly became chaotic. The pungent smell of blood, the howls of pain, the screams of terror. In an instant, it changed from singing and dancing to hell on earth. Even the ninja was in a hurry, not knowing what to do. Damn it, Orochimaru that BD. Jiraiya couldn't help yelling. He really didn't expect that Orochimaru guy would join forces with Uchiha Shisui. How? Should we save Mr. Sarutobi or deal with these giant pythons first? Jiraiya is distraught. Emotionally speaking, he wants to save Sarutobi Hiruzen now. But from a rational point of view, I have to kill those chaotic pythons first, otherwise Konoha village will suffer even more serious losses if they continue to wreak havoc. The old man Sarutobi is not so weak yet. Let 020 go to fight Orochimaru for a while, and let's get rid of the runaway tail beast and summoning beast first. Tsunade stood up and said in a deep voice, "I'll deal with that tail beast. Jiraiya, you go and deal with those pythons." Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade excitedly, and nodded vigorously. "No. Shua. Shua." 2 figures flickered. Jiraiya appeared in front of the chaotic python, bit her thumb, slapped the ground with both hands, and shouted, "Summoning technique." Bang bang bang. White smoke exploded. Huge toads rushed out of the white smoke, armed with various weapons, and fought the giant python head-on. The other side. Tsunade seemed to be transformed into a bull in human form, completely unafraid of the attack of the one-tail shower he, and started a fight with a tail beast head-on. It's so lively. Uzumaki Naruto sat on the field, looking at the bloody scene around him with great interest. It's really interesting, as expected of the climax in the original book, it actually turned out like this. The battle has reached a fever pitch in a short period of time. All Konoha shinobi are engaged in hand-to-hand combat, trying to hold off the invaders for a moment. At this critical juncture, Kakashi accidentally saw Uzumaki Naruto, and almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Uzumaki Naruto, are you here for the theater? Chapter 150. Uzumaki Naruto, are you here to see the fun? While dodging Uchiha Shisui's attack, Kakashi looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a dark face. Kill. It's terrible. The remnant of Namikaze, Uchiha Shisui. Orochimaru, the former rebel in Konoha village. There are many elite jonin in Tsunagakure, and one tail shower he who ran away. These 3 forces joined hands at this moment. The purpose is to fight against Konoha village, and things that were unimaginable in the past have actually happened. It can be said. The situation reached the peak of chaos in an instant. And at such a critical juncture, Uzumaki Naruto, who is a great power, actually, just watched the excitement from the sidelines. Kakashi nearly vomited blood. Not good. Kurashiro Yui gasped heavily, barely used illusion to kill a Tsunagakure ninja, wiped the cold sweat off his head and said, "Did Uchiha Shisui and Orochimaru team up because of Namikaze's death?" Might Guy kicked a Tsunagakure ninja away, and said anxiously, "If this continues, Master Hokage will be in danger." "I know." Kakashi said in a difficult voice, "but the enemy in front of me is already overwhelming me, While speaking, Kakashi's eyes flashed silver, and there was an extra wound on his arm. It's too fast, as expected of Shisui in Legendary, the speed is so fast that even Sharinon can't see clearly, whoosh. Kakashi panted heavily, covered the wound on his arm, and looked at Uchiha Shisui in shock. Too fast. Although I knew Uchiha Shisui's speed was fast before, I didn't expect it to be so fast. I am already in the state of 3 Tomo Sharinon, but I can't even see Uchiha Shisui. I can't imagine how strong Namikaze is, which is stronger than Uchiha Shisui." Uchiha Shisui looked at Kakashi indifferently, and waved the short sword in his hand, "Master Myanmar's power." "Kakashi, I think it won't be long before we see you. Naruto, you helped Tsunade control the claw first." Jiraiya growled loudly. It happened so suddenly that people were caught off guard. Even with my own strength, I could only deal with those giant pythons temporarily. Damn, these Tsunagakure ninjas. Jiraiya nearly gritted her teeth, looking at Tsunagakure's ninja angrily. Too fast. It's like these guys are premeditated. Without giving anyone any time to react, he went straight to the ninjas in Konoha village. Wenta. With a loud roar, Jiraiya jumped and stood on top of Bunta Toad. Use toad oil. Toad Wenta agreed, took a deep breath, and spit out viscous toad oil like a flood. Jiraiya formed a mudra in his hand and spewed out a mouthful of flame. Fire-style toad oil flame bomb. When the flame hit the oil, it formed a river of flames overwhelming the sky, and instantly engulfed a python several tens of meters long in it. The other side. The Tsunagakure ninja was also full of bewilderment, but subconsciously attacked the Konoha village ninja according to the plan. What the hell? How did 4th Kazekage become Orochimaru? And Uchiha Shisui, when did he get added to the plan? Hurry up, kill these Konoha village ninjas, Kazekage-sama is coming soon. Although I don't know what's going on, the situation on the field should be in our favor, right, ha ha ha. I didn't expect Master 4th Kazekage to have made it this far. That's right, Uchiha Shisui is our helper, this must be a plan that has been decided long ago. What about Jiraiya and Tsunade? We have Uchiha Shisui on our side, wait until the 4th Kazekage adult day comes. Although he was confused, the Tsunagakure ninja quickly found a reason and frantically attacked the Konoha village ninja. Uzumaki Naruto leaned against the wall of the arena, listening to the excited voice of the Tsunagakure ninja, he couldn't help laughing. 4th Kazekage's plan. It's really interesting, the corpse of 4th Kazekage is going to be an account now. Having said that, Uzumaki Naruto thought of something, and looked thoughtfully at Siz in formation. Mr. Lang Orochimaru, your purpose is not to destroy Konoha village. If it is to destroy Konoha village, there is no need to do it to this extent. If it is to destroy Konoha village, the golden sand of 4th Kazekage Luasha will definitely come in handy, after all, it is a large-scale attack. However, that Orochimaru guy killed 4th Kazekage first, and after creating chaos, he directly activated the 4 purple flame formation. Orochimaru's goal seems to be to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen all along. Uzumaki Naruto, what are you still doing? Are you scared stupid? Tsunade looked at Uzumaki Naruto angrily. From the very beginning, the blonde kid was lazily leaning against the wall, completely showing no intention of making a move. Uzumaki Naruto regained his senses and looked at the battle between Tsunade and One Tail. Every punch and every kick of Tsunade is powerful, and it can smash a big hole in the yellow sand with one punch, but it is difficult to cause damage to One Tail Showerhe, who can continuously heal itself in the yellow sand. Uzumaki Naruto smiled and said, "It's hard to use brute force. One Tail guarding the crane is not completely rampant now, his body is formed of yellow sand, and brute force has no effect on yellow sand." Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's sarcastic remarks, Tsunade's teeth itched with hatred. "Then why are you standing still? You can't control him with your adamantine sealing chains." Tsunade shouted with a dark face. Uzumaki Naruto's adamantine sealing chains are undoubtedly more suitable for dealing with tailed beasts than his own Kylie Quan. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and smiled, No, aren't you playing well now? I'll just watch the excitement from the sidelines." Tsunade almost gritted his silver teeth in anger. "I really hate this brat. Susanoo." Uchiha Shisui roared loudly, the green chakra on his body burned, and punched out like the green armor of the exoskeleton. Ugh! Kakashi let out a miserable snort, his body was sent flying, and fell heavily on the field. Before Kakashi came back to his senses, he felt the ground below him wriggling, full of pulling force, as if it wanted to swallow him in. Quicksand. Kakashi's expression changed, and he realized that he was thrown beside One Tail Shikaku. The original soil has turned into yellow sand, and in the process of flowing, it seems to swallow itself into the bottom layer of the yellow sand. Go away! With a roar, Tsunade raised his right foot high, and kicked One Tail Showerhe in the stomach. Heaven guards the feet. How zhao! There was a loud bang, and a huge hole was blasted out of One Tail Showerhe's huge belly instantly, and countless yellow sand surged. But even so, One Tail Showerhe's body is still recovering. Countless yellow sand flows like life. The entire arena has turned into a desert, sinking in a spiral shape, which is the quicksand that is one of the most terrifying and murderous scenes in the desert. Kakashi gritted his teeth and barely escaped from the quicksand. Seeing that Uchiha Shisui did not chase after him, he propped himself up and shouted loudly at Uzumaki Naruto. "Naruto, why are you standing still? Quickly use your adamantine sealing chains to kill One Tail Shikaku. Have. With your adamantine sealing chains, it should be a breeze to solve it. Don't watch the fun from the sidelines. The situation is already very critical." Uzumaki Naruto heard the words, leaned against the wall, smiled slightly and said, "Mr. Kakashi, I don't even know any aggressive ninjutsu, how can I be the opponent of this monster? By the way, why didn't you teach me Rinhi? Obviously he is a clone ninja who has mastered thousands of ninjutsu." Chapter 151. What? Kakashi frowned, there is no time to talk about this now, hurry up and control this runaway monster. Kakashi looked a little ugly. He also knew that he was a little too much. He taught Chidori to Uchiha Sasuke, but he didn't teach Uzumaki Naruto any ninjutsu. But now that the situation is so critical, how can there be time to worry about this? Uzumaki Naruto stepped on the yellow sand and said with a smile, "No, I'm still curious about the answer. If I don't know the answer, I'm not reconciled to the next thing, after all. Konoha village is at the end." Kakashi's brow furrowed even tighter, he couldn't understand what Uzumaki Naruto said at all. "Naruto, don't mess around, the reason why I didn't teach you ninjutsu is because you have adamantine sealing chains which are already very strong." "Wrong." Uzumaki Naruto shook his index finger and interrupted Kakashi. "Even if I don't know one kind of ninjutsu, you will not teach me such a powerful ninjutsu as Chidori. This is not the real answer. Uzumaki Naruto in the original book is so miserable. During the Chunin exam, there was only one multi-level shadow clone technique that was not very useful. Even so, Kakashi did not say that he would hand over the real ninjutsu to Uzumaki Naruto 940, and he had to meet Jiraiya in the original book to learn Raise Non from Jiraiya." Kakashi's face gradually turned cold. "Uzumaki Naruto, what nonsense are you talking about? This is the real answer." Uzumaki Naruto smiled and said with great interest, "Since Mr. Kakashi, you don't want to talk about it, let me guess." Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his temples, "I don't have any grievances with Mr. Kakashi, it should be impossible for you to hate me. Then it should be because of my parents, because of some unknown factor, did you spread your resentment towards my parents, to me? So, Kakashi-sensei, although you don't hate me, you don't want to teach me real ninjutsu, do you?" Kakashi's complexion changed drastically, and he yelled loudly. "Uzumaki Naruto, what nonsense are you talking about, how can I have a grudge against your parents? Don't say such unreasonable words, hurry up and kill that monster, only your adamantine sealing chains can control him." Uzumaki Naruto was silent for a moment, then with a bright smile on his face, he said, "I know, I'll do it." Only then did Kakashi breathe a sigh of relief, but his mood was extremely, complicated. "I don't teach ninjutsu to Uzumaki Naruto, is that really the reason? Adamantine sealing chains." As Uzumaki Naruto's voice fell, 4 gold chains suddenly shot out from Uzumaki Naruto's back. The gold chains are like 4 meteors, and in an instant, they run through the sky, like a gold shock across the sky. Coming! All the ninjas in Konoha village saw the 4 golden locks in the sky. A smile couldn't help showing on his face. Uzumaki Naruto shot. "Is it finally coming? Adamantine sealing chains, this is the strongest sealing technique that can control tailed beasts. Why? Master Uzumaki Kushina relied on adamantine sealing chains to suppress the 9 tails demon fox who was completely rampant. Uzumaki Naruto also has adamantine sealing chains. The mere 1 tail is nothing at all. Ha ha ha, let Tsunagakuer see our killer feature in Konoha village." As expected of Uzumaki Naruto, he will always make a move at the most critical moment. Konoha village ninjas talked excitedly. Kurenei dodged the attack of the Tsunagakuer ninja in front of her, and looked in the direction of Uzumaki Naruto with a smile. "I haven't seen you for a few days, it feels like Uzumaki Naruto is strong again, it looks like, the dawn of victory will bloom there." Mitarashi Anko sneered and looked at Shizenzen, "Orochimaru, you teamed up with Tsunagakuer and even liberated 1 tail Shikakuer, I'm afraid you didn't make it to this point. Is Naruto going to make a move? I can't believe that Uzumaki Naruto, who is about our age, has become a savior." Haruno Sakura watched gold in the sky in both surprise and admiration. "It's amazing, as expected of Uzumaki Naruto, he can deal with that kind of horrible monster." Inyazuka teeth muttered in shock. "That Naruto guy, even if he didn't take the Chunin exam, he's still so conspicuous." Nara Shikamaru scratched her head helplessly. "Naruto-kun, come on." Little Hinata clenched her fists and looked at the golden lock in the sky with a red face. Jiraiya's eyes lit up, even though there was a giant python in front of her, she couldn't help looking in the direction of Uzumaki Naruto. "As expected of my disciple, you are so eye-catching even when you move your hands." Gamabunta heard the words, looked in the direction of Uzumaki Naruto, and said in surprise, "This hair color, and this ability, Jiraiya, that kid is." Jiraiya smiled, "That's right, it's Minato's child, how about it? Who would have thought that the little baby at the time has now become the savior of Konoha village?" Seeing the golden lock in the sky, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief, but still snorted coldly, "Is it finally time to make a move?" Although she was a little upset with Uzumaki Naruto, she also knew that Uzumaki Naruto's adamantine sealing chains was the most effective sealing technique against tailed beasts. As long as it is entangled by adamantine sealing chains, Omori Crane will be beaten back to its original shape in an instant. When he is liberated, Konoha village will have an extra heavyweight chip on the balance of victory. Just when everyone was looking forward to it, a cold light flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's blue eyes, "Shoot him adamantine sealing chains." Of the 4 golden locks that shot towards 1 tail Shaohui in the sky, one of them suddenly changed direction and stabbed downward like a shooting star. SHH. The sound of body piercing resounded. Blood flashed. A gleam of blood stained everyone's sights red. The bright red liquid dripped onto the ground along the golden lock, exploding bloody flowers, turning the stadium into a desert. The end of the golden lock pierced through the body and pierced into the yellow sand, where it was dyed blood red. The Konoha village ninja was stunned. The Tsunagakuer ninja was stunned. The villagers and ninjas in the audience were even more stunned. The world seemed to be silent at this moment. In the arena of the Chunin exam, there was no sound, so quiet that even a feather falling on the ground could be heard. The ninja who was in the middle of the battle was so shocked that he couldn't help but stop what he was doing, and looked at the arena in disbelief. No one dared to speak, no one dared to move, not even to breathe. The silence lasted for more than 10 seconds. During these 10 seconds, the surrounding ninjas even felt the sound of blood dripping on the ground. Thump. Kakashi couldn't support his body, and half-kneeled on the ground with a plop. Wow! Spit out a mouthful of blood. Kakashi didn't wipe the blood stains from the corner of his mouth, and looked at the golden locks piercing through his shoulder in disbelief. The golden light is bright, how dazzling! However, the blood flowing on it is constantly dyeing red and yellow sand. Uzumaki Naruto tilted his head slightly. Mr. Kakashi, I made a shot, how do you feel? Chapter 152. Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Uzumaki Naruto's adamantine sealing chains, even pierced Kakashi's shoulders. If it hadn't happened right in front of them, even if they were killed, they wouldn't be able to believe that the scene in front of them was actually real. It was reported that Uzumaki Naruto, who was expected to be able to compete with one-tail Shower, unexpectedly chose to shoot Kakashi. A shot is a killer move. The golden lock that ran through Kakashi's shoulders directly smashed Kakashi's collarbone, nailing him to the ground. Such a serious injury, even if it is not dead, is a serious injury. Uzumaki Naruto is a ninja from Konoha village. And it's not common ninjas, it's Nine Tails Jinchuriki. How could such a heavyweight ninja backstab Konoha at this juncture? Naruto. Jiraiya's eyes widened, staring at Uzumaki Naruto blankly, not even paying attention to the roaring python in front of him. Why? Jiraiya's heart was beating wildly, her face turned pale all of a sudden, and her palms trembled a little. Why would you do this? I think of Uzumaki Naruto I observed during this time, that is a gentle, kind boy with a smile like the sun. Uzumaki Naruto in front of you. His expression was indifferent, there was no smile on his face, and he couldn't see his previous appearance at all. It wasn't just Jiraiya who was stunned. Everyone present was stunned, including a group of small powerhouses. Naruto, he attacked Kakashi-sensei. Haruno Sakura couldn't help shouting. Naruto, why did he do that? Could it be that he got angry because of Kakashi's words? Inyazuka said dryly. This is going to be a big deal, Naruto, why on earth did you attack Kakashi? Cold sweat broke out on Nara Shikamaru's forehead. Naruto-kun. Little Hinata's face turned pale, her hands were clasped together uneasy, and she looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a hint of worry in her nervousness. Uzumaki Naruto, are you crazy? Mitarashi Anko couldn't help shouting. Seeing that victory is at hand, as long as one-tail Shikaku is resolved, Tsunade and Uzumaki Naruto help other ninjas, this war will be resolved very quickly. Result. This. Naruto, why? Kurenayui clenched her lower lip, is it because Kakashi is too biased? Crazy, this kid is crazy. Tsunade looked at Uzumaki Naruto incredulously, and threw out a punch, smashing the oncoming yellow sand. Little ghost, do you know what you are doing? You are betraying Konoha village. Tsunade couldn't help shouting. At such an important and dangerous juncture, Uzumaki Naruto chose to shoot Konoha. This is no longer a simple dispute, but a complete act of rebellion, something only the ninja who betrayed Konoha village did. There was chaos around the Chunin test arena. All the ninjas in Konoha village changed their faces and roared loudly to vent their shock and confusion. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out at all. Uzumaki Naruto awakened adamantine sealing chains and participated in S-level missions. He is the most apex young genius in Konoha. If he shows his talents today, he will become the savior of Konoha village. It can be said that the future is bright. But why would he do this? If I could describe the shock and bewilderment of Konoha village people in one sentence, it would be: why did His Majesty rebel? No matter how loud Konoha village's shocked voice was, Uzumaki Naruto looked at Kakashi quietly with his usual expression on his face. Cough cough cough. Kakashi coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood in pain, raised his head with difficulty and looked at Uzumaki Naruto's Shenguang was full of disbelief. Naruto, why? Just because I didn't teach you ninjutsu, so you chose to attack me? Is this reason too far-fetched? Uzumaki Naruto walked up to Kakashi and knelt down, smiled and said, well, to be precise, it was planned for a long time, that's why I shot you today. Just because. I didn't teach you ninjutsu? Kakashi asked with difficulty. No. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head, although the teacher has the obligation to teach students, if I don't teach, I won't feel resentment superficially. Why? Kakashi's eyes widened, puzzled. Uzumaki Naruto said with a slight smile, that's because, you guys are different from others. Under Kakashi's puzzled eyes, Uzumaki Naruto continued. Kakashi, you are one of Namikaze Minato's disciples. You have received a lot of care from Namikaze Minato, and even saved your life. This is kindness. But you know my identity and situation clearly, but in the past 10 years or so, you have ignored me, and even, you have not fulfilled your duty as a teacher. 0. Asking for flowers, 0. That guy Uchiha Sasuke knows Chidori, but I don't have any ninjutsu. Kakashi, don't you think this is a betrayal? Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, Kakashi's pupils trembled, and he said in disbelief, Naruto, how do you know this? About the identity of Uzumaki Naruto, there are only a handful of people who know about Uzumaki Naruto. How did Uzumaki Naruto know the truth of all this? Uzumaki Naruto continued without answering, let me guess, Kakashi, why on earth do you hate my father? Probably, because of Uchiha Obito and Harano Rin. Uzumaki Naruto tilted his head to look at Kakashi. In the last ninja war, you had a bit of resentment because Namikaze Minato didn't save Uchiha Obito and Harano Rin. So due to Hokage's order, or my own selfishness, I didn't reach out a hand when I was desperate. After becoming our teacher, in order to repay Uchiha Obito's kindness, you chose to repay Uchiha Sasuke, the descendant of the Uchiha family, but you ignored me, am I right? Kakashi's pupils shrank to the size of pinholes. He couldn't believe it. So many secrets can come out of Uzumaki Naruto's mouth. Not only his own identity, but he also knows about Uchiha Obito and Harano Rin. Naruto, did Uchiha Shisui tell you? Kakashi swallowed, gritted his teeth and said, Naruto, don't be fooled by Uchiha Shisui, he is an S-rank rebellious ninja, the enemy of Konoha, these are all here to lie to you. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help laughing, looked in the direction of Uchiha Shisui and said. Kakashi, haven't you found out yet? Has that Shisui guy been coming this way since you came to me? Kakashi's face changed, and he thought of something unbelievable, and subconsciously glanced in the direction of Uchiha Shisui. I saw that Uchiha Shisui had no intention of chasing after him at all, and just stood there watching quietly. No. Not so much watching. Rather, it is a respectful wait. Respectfully waiting. Who is waiting for? Uzumaki Naruto? Cold sweat broke out on Kakashi's forehead. Uzumaki Naruto pointed his right hand at Kakashi, a bright smile appeared on his face, but he said in a cold voice. I've wanted to do this to you for a long time. Hey, take Kakashi and. Chapter 153. Ba. 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 4 consecutive sounds of breaking through the air sounded, and at the same time there was the sound of friction of the golden lock. I only heard the sound of piercing through the flesh and blood. 4 gold chains simultaneously broke Kakashi's limbs. Kakashi's pupils suddenly dilated to the extreme, his hands tightly grasped the yellow sand, and a heart-piercing scream came out of his mouth. Uzumaki Naruto showed no mercy, and stared at Kakashi who was screaming indifferently. Kakashi, I won't kill you. I'm just taking back the kindness that Namikaze Minato gave you, and next, when I see Namikaze Minato, I will atone for him. Having said that, Uzumaki Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Since I was a child, I have always hoped that someone would extend a hand to me and pull me out of the quagmire full of disgusting 483 and bullying. Unfortunately, no one. Even you, Kakashi, have never shown any mercy to me. Uzumaki Naruto. The Konoha village ninja looked at Uzumaki Naruto as if in another world. If the first serious injury Kakashi is an accident, then the second attack was definitely deliberate. Uzumaki Naruto, he, has become a traitor. Yuhihong said dryly. This brat, was he just pretending before? Mitarashi Anko nearly gritted his teeth. Hard to imagine. The boy who smiled from time to time on weekdays unexpectedly had such an indifferent face. And it's not just indifferent, but also has a cold heart, breaking a person's limbs without even blinking an eye, it can be called a cold iceberg. Is this the nature of Uzumaki Naruto? Damn it, Uzumaki Naruto is the enemy, is he really bewitched by Orochimaru or Uchiha Shisui? This is not good, he is Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Don't talk about that, Uzumaki Naruto is too dangerous, his character alone is a huge hidden danger. I can't believe that Uzumaki Naruto has such a face. A monster is a monster. I said at the beginning that I would drive him out of Konoha, but now he has become a serious problem for Konoha. The ninjas of Konoha village grit their teeth. None of them expected that Uzumaki Naruto, who usually looks harmless to humans and animals, would show such a face. Only a few individual powerful jonin heard clearly the conversation of Uzumaki Naruto and Kakashi. Among them was Hyuga Hayashi, who was stunned. Uzumaki Naruto, what is he talking about? He calls Namikaze Minato his father, doesn't that mean he is the child of 4th Hokage and Yuzumi Kushina? Hyuga Hayashi couldn't help swallowing. Although he had guessed before, he still couldn't believe it after hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words. Master Hokage actually kept this kind of thing a secret until now. If Uzumaki Naruto didn't tell it, wouldn't he have kept it a secret for a lifetime? It wasn't just Hyuga Hayashi who heard it. Yamanaka Hiki, Akamika Choza, Aberame Jiwei, Might Guy, Jiraiya, Tsunade. The vast majority of elite jonin have heard the words of Uzumaki Naruto. For a while, his face couldn't help but become complicated. It feels normal when you don't know some things, but when you know it, you feel that your worldview has changed. Why did Uzumaki Naruto awaken the adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki family? Why did Uzumaki Naruto become Nine Tails Jinchuriki? And why Uzumaki Naruto has gold hair? All the truth is revealed today. Naruto, don't you know this from the beginning? Jiraiya watched Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists involuntarily. Originally, he thought that Uzumaki Naruto was well trained by Konoha village. Not to mention his strength, he was also very kind to people. But now it seems that this is clearly a disguise made by Uzumaki Naruto. During the more than 10 years since he disappeared, Uzumaki Naruto was gradually dyed black, completely becoming a black lotus in the dark. Jiraiya's guts are going to regret it. If I had known that Uzumaki Naruto would be treated like this in Konoha village, I should have stayed in Konoha village in the first place. Now, the other side. Tsunade let out a cold snort, abandoned the one-tail Shikaku who was wreaking havoc, leaped towards Uzumaki Naruto, and slammed his fist hard with his right hand. Little ghost, no matter who you are, since you have achieved this step, you should have thought of the consequences. Even Uchiha Shisui can't save you. Seeing Tsunade's aura like a rainbow, and the violent chakra bursting out from his fist, Jiraiya's face changed drastically. Tsunade, you can't kill Naruto. Tsunade snorted coldly, the strength of his fist slowed down a little, glanced sideways at Uchiha Shisui, then looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said coldly, "Little devil, it seems that your companion has no intention of saving you at all." Uzumaki Naruto raised his right tail quietly without any fear. "Yet. Then why don't you think, why didn't Uchiha Shisui come to save me?" Tsunade froze for a moment. "Why didn't I come to save you? Of course you were abandoned, can there be any other reason?" Under Tsunade's astonished gaze, Uzumaki Naruto grabbed his fist with his right hand. Boom! The yellow sand exploded under Uzumaki Naruto's feet. But Uzumaki Naruto's movements didn't fluctuate at all, and he firmly held Tsunade's fist. "Impossible." Tsunade's face changed, "How can a brat like you catch my fist?" Although it was his fist with 70% of his strength, even so, one punch was enough to break a rockery into pieces. Not to mention hitting people, it can easily send people flying hundreds of meters away. Uzumaki Naruto twitched his mouth, took a step forward, leaned into Tsunade's ear and said, "Master Tsunade, don't you recognize me by now?" Hearing the familiar voice, Tsunade was stunned for 2 seconds, then his pupils trembled, his palms trembled, and he lost his voice. "This voice, U0.1 is..." Without giving Tsunade time to speak, Uzumaki Naruto clasped his thumb in his palm, and clasped his 4 fingers firmly on Tsunade's chest. Boom! With a loud bang like an explosion, Tsunade spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body shot out like a missile. Boom! Boom! The huge force makes Tsunade roll continuously on the sand, and every time it hits the sand, it will blow up a large piece of yellow sand. Fully retreat tens of meters. Finally, Tsunade's body slammed into the wall with a bang, and then barely stopped. "Tsunade, how is this possible?" Jiraiya's eyeballs almost popped out. "Is this still the strange power Tsunade in my impression?" He was actually slapped by Uzumaki Naruto for dozens of meters, and even knocked out spider web-like cracks on the walls of the arena. Chapter 154. Jiraiya rubbed her eyes involuntarily. The scene just now was too astonishing, making him wonder if he saw it wrong, or if he was blind. Tsunade would lose power to a boy? Do not make jokes. Looking at today's ninja world, there may be ones whose body skills are stronger than Tsunade's, but those whose strength is stronger than Tsunade's are absolutely impossible to exist. It wasn't just Jiraiya who was shocked. Even Konoha village couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Am I not mistaken, Master Tsunade was blown away by Uzumaki Naruto. I know that Uzumaki Naruto's physical skills are good, but this is too strong, it's completely monster-level power. Damn it, how did Uzumaki Naruto have such a powerful force zone? Might Guy, Uzumaki Naruto once studied with you for a while, is Uzumaki Naruto so powerful? Mitarashi Anko couldn't help but look at Might Guy. Might Guy shook his head and said solemnly, "This is not strength, but a strange power fist, Master Tsunade's strange power fist." Mitarashi Anko's eyes widened suddenly. Monster power fist? Isn't that the secret of the 05 Senju clan? Ugh! Damn it, this power! Tsunade wrenched himself off the wall with difficulty and looked at Uzumaki Naruto in disbelief. What kind of power are you? Although he said that he only used 70% of his power, but the other party was able to shoot him into the air, which meant that he could at least have a power comparable to his own. Uzumaki Naruto? A 12 or 13-year-old kid. Tsunade swallowed, recalling Uzumaki Naruto's whisper in his ear just now. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This voice. Namikaze noodles. At the entrance of the Chunin exam, there was a heart-piercing roar. Tired and panting, Naralu finally arrived at the arena of the Chunin exam. With his right hand resting on the wall, he roared loudly. Uzumaki Naruto is Namikaze, and Namikaze is Uzumaki Naruto, they are one person. He wasn't killed at all, now he's standing there. Be careful, he is really dangerous. Narashiju roared profusely with sweat, although the sound was not loud, it hit the Konoha village ninja's mind like thunder. If struck by lightning. The Konoha village ninjas turned into stakes one after another, unable to move even if they were so stiff. Real or fake? Uzumaki Naruto is Namikaze, is that Namikaze? S-rank rebel. How is it possible? Namikaze is an S-class rebel who appeared 5 years ago. He is extremely powerful. How could it be Uzumaki Naruto? If Namikaze's face is numb, doesn't it mean that he was already very powerful 5 years ago? The Konoha village ninja completely ignored the Tsunagakuer ninja and looked at Uzumaki Naruto incredulously. This is already the first time I have been shocked today, as if all the surprises of a lifetime have been exhausted today. Every news made their scalps tingle with shock. Uzumaki Naruto is Namikaze noodles? It's outrageous anyway, why don't you say he's the reincarnation of first Hokage? Cuckoo uncle. Uzumaki Naruto smiled and waved to Narashikaku, I thought you would come earlier, why did you come so slowly? Naraluyu's eyelids twitched, not only did she not feel relieved, but she felt a chill in her heart. Monster, do you know how powerful your hypnosis is? How much power did you expend to deal with me? Uzumaki Naruto smiled, and said with a little helplessness, really, it seems that I am not familiar with these eyes. While speaking, Uzumaki Naruto's blue eyes turned into scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan. Although I have eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, I haven't used it much at all, let alone my understanding of Mangekyo Sharingan. It's almost like when Uchiha Sasuke just awakened Mangekyo, he only cast Pupil and Susanoo. Seeing the eyes of Uzumaki Naruto, the Konoha village ninja felt even colder. Mangekyo Sharingan? This is the god eye of the Uchiha family, Uzumaki Naruto can have this kind of eyes, really Namikaze. That terrifying S-rank ninja, is really a boy from Konoha village. Namikaze noodles. Tsunade gritted his teeth and looked at Uzumaki Naruto, Chakra once again gathered his hands and punched him hard. How could you be that monster? That BD who lied to himself, ate tofu, and stole his money, how could he be a brat? Uzumaki Naruto looked cold, and said. Tsunade, do you want to die? Tsunade gritted his teeth and said nothing, because he didn't believe the truth. Last time I showed mercy to you, this time, I won't hold back anymore. As the voice fell, Uzumaki Naruto stepped on the ground, and the wings of Sage Body Red stretched out behind him, shooting out as if encountering a red streamer. With 5 fingers clenched tightly, Uzumaki Naruto bulged his right fist muscles, and punched hard together with Tsunade's right fist. The moment the two fists collided, it exploded like thunder. The yellow sand under the feet of Tsunade and Uzumaki Naruto couldn't bear this strange force. With a bang, a big pit appeared on the yellow sand. Next second, Tsunade's figure flew out like a missile. Boom! Tsunade slammed into the wall again, his body was deeply embedded in it, and blood was continuously flowing from his palm. Wow! Tsunade spat out a mouthful of blood, looking bitterly at his fist. Dead bone pulse. Sage body. Strange power fist. 693. Uzumaki Naruto, you are really Namikaze. There is nothing more convincing than seeing it with your own eyes. The combination of these abilities is undoubtedly Namikaze. Not only did he not die. Instead, he appeared in the Konoha village Chunin examination venue openly, revealing his identity under everyone's gaze. Why, Senju Tobirama? Didn't Senju Tobirama kill you? Tsunade couldn't help shouting. No. Uzumaki Naruto raised his foot and walked towards Tsunade, and said indifferently. Isn't my presence here the best proof? If it wasn't for him being the body of impure world reincarnation, he would be dead now. Speaking of which, Uzumaki Naruto has stepped up to Tsunade. Master Tsunade, it's time for you to be quiet too. Uzumaki Naruto stared at Tsunade indifferently, flexed his middle finger with his right hand, and flicked slightly at Tsunade's horrified gaze. Boom! As if struck by lightning, Tsunade's forehead hit the wall with a bang, and he passed out on the spot. Naruto. Anger appeared in Jiraiya's eyes, and he strode towards Uzumaki Naruto, ignoring the raging python. What the hell are you doing? Stop it! While Jiraiya was running, a high-speed rotating blue ball appeared in his hand, and it gradually became bigger and bigger. Big ball raise non. Chapter 155. Uchiha Shisui's expression changed, and the figure just flashed, and then firmly blocked Jiraiya's way. Master Naruto didn't tell you to go there. Jiraiya. Emerald green chakra flames boiled from Uchiha Shisui's body, and the exoskeleton-like Susanoo gradually condensed an arm. Stay here for me. Uchiha Shisui spoke indifferently. Jiraiya's heart sank slightly. Really? Narashika Issa was right. Uzumaki Naruto is the S-rank ninja Namikaze who does all kinds of evil. If not, there is no need for Uchiha Shisui to block himself, and there is no need to call Uzumaki Naruto so respectfully. Naruto. Jiraiya's expression became complicated. Naruto, you can possess the strength of S-rank rebellious ninja at only 7 years old. Naruto, your talent is better than I imagined, but why do you want to do this step? Jiraiya clenched her teeth, and without stopping, she held the big ball Rasengan in her hand and threw it towards Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui looked indifferent, and controlled Susanoo's arm to meet him. Etc. In the nick of time, Uzumaki Naruto interrupted Uchiha Shisui's movement. Shisui, let him come here. If you use Mangekyo Sharingan again, your Mangekyo Sharingan will be blinded. Yes. Uchiha Shisui respectfully agreed, and after a cold glance at Jiraiya, the figure began to retreat quickly to the audience stand. Even though he stepped aside, Uchiha Shisui didn't rest. Uchiha Shisui Mangekyo Sharingan stared indifferently at a certain direction of the audience stand, holding the short sword in his hand, ready to strike at any time. Uchiha Shisui, he's staring at us. Konan swallowed and said. Yeah, it's better for us not to make any moves, otherwise Namikaze may go crazy with facial numbness. He nodded his head deeply. Ever since they saw Namikaze's numb face, they have been restless, and they simply didn't leave Konoha village. Originally, I wanted to see how Namikaze would destroy Konoha village, but unexpectedly, I learned such a shocking secret. If you make trouble at this time, the enemy of Namikaze is not Konoha village, but them. Might kill them on the spot. Naruto. Jiraiya roared, and threw the big ball Rasengan fiercely towards Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto stared at the sky indifferently, stretched out his right hand, and a high-speed rotating orange-red ball appeared in the palm of his hand. What? Jiraiya's pupils shrank. This is. Although the color is different, the chakra is different, but this is Rasengan without a doubt, and so much bigger than my big ball Rasengan. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Compared with the Rasengan in his own hand, the Rasengan in Uzumaki Naruto's hand was more than 10 times larger, just like a huge meteorite. Big ball Rasengan. Uzumaki Naruto said lightly, and the big ball Rasengan in his hand smashed towards Jiraiya's big ball Rasengan. The moment the two Rasengan collide. Just for a split second. The Rasengan in Jiraiya's hand was devoured mercilessly, and the orange Rasengan fell like a meteorite. Not good. Jiraiya didn't hesitate at all, and quickly backed away. The second after he left, there was a bang and the entire arena was completely destroyed. It's not about being smashed out of a big hole. The entire arena seemed to be hit by a meteorite, and a huge deep pit of nearly 100 meters was hit, and wisps of green smoke filled the air from it. Hoo-hoo! Jiraiya wheezed and walked out of the smoke with a disheveled face, looking at the bottomless Tiankang under his feet in extreme shock. To be able to do this, Naruto, how strong is your talent? Uzumaki Naruto withdrew his hand, stared at Jiraiya indifferently for a moment, then turned his head and strode towards the direction of the four purple flame formation. Jiraiya froze for a moment. Uzumaki Naruto ignored himself? Does this mean that he doesn't have too much lethality? Etc. Jiraiya growled loudly at Uzumaki Naruto's back. Uzumaki Naruto paused, turned back and asked indifferently, Mr. Jiraiya, is there anything else? Jiraiya clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and said in a deep voice, Naruto, why did you do this? There may be some misunderstanding, don't be impulsive, we can have a good talk about anything. Speaking of this, Jiraiya took a deep breath and said earnestly, I didn't come back before, maybe you suffered some grievances, but now I'm back. Ah! Uzumaki Naruto suddenly chuckled and interrupted Jiraiya, Mr. Jiraiya, but, you are late. Jiraiya's expression froze. Uzumaki Naruto said with a smile, if you had come back 10 years earlier, Mr. Jiraiya, things might not have developed to this point, Shinobu is now, everything is too late. You haven't come back for 10 years, what right do you have to preach to me? How can you solve my 10 years of hardship and pain with one sentence? Just watch quietly. Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, Jiraiya stood on the field like a wooden stake. He originally thought that Uzumaki Naruto had a good life in Konoha village, and he understood this kind and gentle native. But now it seems. I don't know Uzumaki Naruto. What I see seems to be only the current Uzumaki Naruto, and I don't know anything about Uzumaki Naruto's past. Etc., etc. Jiraiya regained consciousness and wanted to stop it, but saw Uzumaki Naruto's right hand ignited hot magma out of thin air, and the magma burned and rotated violently. Uzumaki Naruto said indifferently. Mr. Jiraiya, you are too weak, you can't stop me now, let me go to the side and watch the show. Sage Art Lava Style Rasengan. The Rasengan in Uzumaki Naruto's hand became hotter and hotter, almost like a magma sun, relentlessly exuding a burning sensation. This is not an ability purchased by oneself, but one of the trump cards that has been continuously practiced in 5 years. Lava Style's Blood Succession Boundary, Immortal Chakra, and Rasengan Trinity are combined into a Super S-Class forbidden technique. Go! Uzumaki Naruto threw it casually. Unlike the Rasengan in the original book, this time the Rasengan was thrown like a missile. Jiraiya's face changed drastically, and she hid aside without hesitation. Such a scorching rays non, Chenos, nature transformation. Naruto, you have reached this point. Added attributes to raise non, an ability conceived by myself and Namikaze Minato. But neither he nor Namikaze Minato has fully completed it, but unexpectedly Uzumaki Naruto learned and integrated it. The magma-like rays non hit the field in front of Jiraiya. Boom. A large piece of lava swallowed everything around in an instant, the yellow sand was completely turned into a magma ground, and billowing pungent gunpowder smoke filled the air. Jiraiya let out a miserable snort, and flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. Withdrawing his gaze, Uzumaki Naruto continued to walk in the direction of the four purple flame formation. Lu Xian. Uzumaki Naruto paused slightly, and looked at the familiar teenagers in front of him. Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Koji, Aberame Shino, Inyazuka Tooth, Small Hinata. Many Ziokyang's legs trembled and looked at Uzumaki Naruto in horror, but they still blocked Uzumaki Naruto's way. Naruto, Naruto, I won't let you pass. Inyazuka Tiba said in a crying voice. Chapter 156. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto walking in front of him, Inyazuka Tiba's legs trembled, and his voice was crying. DNA. Terrible. Uzumaki Naruto in front of my eyes, gives a visceral fear. Unlike the usual Uzumaki Naruto, the current Uzumaki Naruto, just standing there gives people an invisible sense of oppression. Ice cold, dark, evil, tyrannical. It seems to be a collection of evil in the world, and people can't help but sink into it at a glance. It is not so much a human being as it is a humanoid monster standing there. Naruto, Naruto, calm down, don't do anything to Ninja-sama. Harano Sakura's face was pale, and she sat on the ground and said in horror. Naruto, I can treat you to potato chips, don't do it anymore. Akimichi Koji handed over the potato chips with a confused face. That's right, Naruto, there's still time to stop now. If there's anything you can say later, Lord Hokage will definitely listen. Nara Shikamaru's forehead was covered with cold sweat. The other Xiaoqiangs also had trembling legs, but they still stood in front of Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto-kun. Little Hinata had tears in her eyes, clasped her hands together, looked at 900 Uzumaki Naruto with fear and worry, and said with a baby voice. Naruto-kun, don't do this, don't shoot at everyone, you will get hurt. Uzumaki Naruto showed a smile, and walked over to rub little Hinata's hair indifferently amidst the terrified eyes of many small powerhouses. It's okay, I won't get hurt. Speaking of this, Uzumaki Naruto gently hugged little Hinata in his arms. Little Hinata, I'm sorry for keeping you from it for so long. But I'm really sad, it's the only wish I've had since I was a kid. Little Hinata, can you support me? Little Hinata's complexion gradually turned rosy, slowly turning red into a big apple, and white smoke gradually emerged from the top of her head. Little Hinata hummed with a mosquito-like sound. But, Naruto-kun, don't hurt everyone. Little Hinata looked at Uzumaki Naruto worriedly with big watery eyes. Uzumaki Naruto nodded with a smile. Letting little Hinata loose, Uzumaki Naruto looked at his former companion and said with a smile. Everyone, can I go there? After 2 seconds of silence, Inyazuka raised his head with tears in his eyes, just as he was about to speak. Boom. Uzumaki Naruto's body burst out with violent chakra, not red, but gold's chakra. Although it is gold, it is still full of tyranny and evil, and just seeing it a little bit can make people feel extremely frightened. Thump. 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 The few Xiaoqiangs maintained a dull expression, and fell to the ground with a thump, with incomparable fear in the depths of their eyes. What chakra, it's horrible. No, my legs are weak. Who can help me? Several Xiaoqiang were terrified and shed tears. In chakra of 9 tails, the tyranny and darkness in it are not something common ninjas can bear. Thank you. Uzumaki Naruto smiled and walked past the collapsing Xiaoqiangs. Sudden. Uzumaki Naruto looked sideways behind him, swung his right hand, and firmly held Uchiha Sasuke's wrist. Sasuke. This is Chidori in your hand, are you trying to kill me? Uzumaki Naruto looks at Uchiha Sasuke behind him. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth and looked at Uzumaki Naruto, and roared loudly, Uzumaki Naruto, Namikaze, are you the one who killed our Uchiha clan? Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his temples. Trouble. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't say anything, he flicked Uchiha Sasuke directly, and fell to the ground and passed out. Go back to that guy Shisui and ask. Just when he was about to approach the purple enchantment, Uzumaki Naruto frowned, and looked impatiently towards the left side of his body. Afda, one by one, always come like this, do you really think I can't kill people? Seen to the left of Uzumaki Naruto. Narashika Issa, Yamanaka Hiki, Akamika Choza, and the older Ino, Shika, Cho trio charged forward. Luyu, I leave it to you, you must control Uzumaki Naruto. Yamanaka Hai shouted with the seal in his hand. Narashika Issa nodded with a serious face. Uzumaki Naruto is too strong, I may not be able to control him for a long time, you have to grasp the timing. Akamika Dingzo's body gradually enlarged, and he said in a deep voice, you control him, I will try to get rid of him with one move. The coldness in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes deepened. Ino, Shika, Cho, you want to stop me too? While speaking, Uzumaki Naruto stomped heavily on the ground, and said coldly. Dead bone pulse dance of the ferns. Ba. 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 Sharp bones in dark red burst out of the ground one after another, at an extremely fast speed, like sharp spears stabbing out of the ground. Akamika Dingza roared angrily, and smashed his fist like a titan to the bone. Expansion Jutsu. Pang. After a loud bang, an red skeleton was unharmed, but Akamika Dingza's fist was bleeding. This hardness is harder than steel. Akamika Dingza looked at the dark red skeleton in shock, and with his full blow, he didn't even break a single bone. Uzumaki Naruto's expression was indifferent. Dead bone pulse, sage body, immortal chakra, dead bone pulse with the three abilities integrated into one, can be called immortal art, and it cannot be easily destroyed by common physical strikes. Next second, the dark red skeletons stabbed out one after another, and the trio of Shenshenzuladi were cornered. The sharp bones aimed at the skin of the Ino, Shika, Cho trio like spears, and the flesh and blood of the trio could be pierced by only 1 centimeter. The three of them couldn't help sweating, and looked at the dark red skeleton stiffly. Is the gap so big? We can't even connect. No, Uzumaki Naruto didn't even take a serious shot. It's as terrifying as a monster, as long as he wants to, he can kill us at any time. The older Ino, Shika, Cho trio looked bitter. They thought they could stop Uzumaki Naruto by themselves, but they couldn't even stop Uzumaki Naruto. Humph, just stay there. Uzumaki Naruto snorted coldly, and looked back at Purple's square barrier. Walking to the purple barrier, Uzumaki Naruto's right hand covers it. Adamantine sealing chains. As Uzumaki Naruto's voice fell, Purple's barrier shattered like Tongtian, revealing the scene inside. Uzumaki Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen held the stick formed by the Monkey Demon King and looked at Uzumaki Naruto angrily. Why are you doing this? Chapter 157. The four purple flame array, which can be called the strongest barrier, shattered like glass. Among them, Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding a Vajra cudgel turned into a Monkey Demon King, with blood-red eyes, looked at Uzumaki Naruto in disbelief. Uzumaki Naruto is Namikaze noodles. This is the truth that even Sarutobi Hiruzen can't imagine. Don't say it was unexpected, even if you guessed it, you wouldn't believe it, but it's such an outrageous thing. Fang, of course it is heavy. Discover the true face of Namikaze by yourself. Result. After taking off the mask, unexpectedly, it was Uzumaki Naruto right under his nose. Thanks to myself, I thought I could control Uzumaki Naruto. Little did he know that this chess piece had already jumped out of the chessboard, and even grew into a towering tree that he could not shake. Uzumaki Naruto, what reason do you have for doing this? Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored Orochimaru and looked at Uzumaki Naruto angrily. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret and anger. Especially when he thought of his son Sarutobi Asuma, it was because of Uzumaki Naruto that he became that mentally ill. The anger in his heart was even stronger, and the killing intent flickered in his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at Orochimaru, who had an expression of interest, folded his arms, and had no intention of making a move. Really are. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head slightly, thought for a while and said lightly, Sarutobi Hiruzen, why do you think I did this? A large part of the reason is that you concealed my identity and let me be bullied by others in Konoha village, even to the point where I couldn't eat enough. I remember when I was a child, when I was walking on the street, the pedestrians on the road looked at me with disgust on their faces, and some even threw stones at me. Aren't you responsible for all this? Sarutobi Hiruzen was suddenly speechless and speechless. The ninjas in Konoha village also bowed their heads in shame. Really? People hate dogs and dogs are the true portrayal of Uzumaki Naruto. Even they didn't treat Uzumaki Naruto well before Uzumaki Naruto showed his strength. Just leave him to fend for himself in Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, that's to protect you, otherwise your identity. Come on. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but sneered. Do you still have to be hypocritical at this time? Could it be that my identity as a child of the fourth Hokage is more dangerous than that of Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless again, and Uzumaki Naruto held out his right hand with a sneer and said, and it's not just that. As far as I know, the Nine Tails rebellion wasn't all an accident, was it? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed, because he said, what nonsense are you talking about? Uzumaki Naruto said coldly, isn't the Nine Tails rebellion the same as the Uchiha family's genocide Yoryuki, a plan that you have made a long time ago? It's fine if the root ninja doesn't make a move, not even the Uchiha family. You are still stalling for time, waiting for Namikaze Minato to come over. What can Namikaze Minato do when he comes over? With his flying thunder god, can any attack hurt the tailed demon fox? Speaking of this, Uzumaki Naruto has no intention of talking, and the flames and magma are boiling in the palm of his hand. Today I have been waiting for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Today is the day you in Konoha village die, bury it in your dirty ideals. Lava-style meteor volcano. Scorch-style fire dharma. The continuous two-layered flame blood continued to attack the boundary, and the ground under Uzumaki Naruto's feet suddenly burst into a billowing fire. At the same time, Uzumaki Naruto swung his fists crazily, and each punch carried billowing magma, hitting Sarutobi Hiruzen like a meteor. Not good. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils dilated, and his hands dazzled with quick seals. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. Earth-style earth flow wall. The thick water dragon roared out, slammed into the billowing flames around Uzumaki Naruto with its teeth and claws. A large area of water vapor emerged, and the flames and water flow collided together and died together, but the high-temperature water vapor still has a strong lethality. A huge earth wall rose from the ground, like a mountain peak blocking the hot lava meteor. Boom! 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 The magma hit the earth wall, making a deafening sound, and the entire earth wall was smashed to the ground, with thick cracks all over it. It doesn't work at all. This is not Common's blood succession limit, but a blood succession limit that combines the magic of chakra. Cold sweat broke out on Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead. The ninjutsu I use are all above A-level ninjutsu, but I can't restrain the Whirlpool Naruto at all. The strength of the latter is too strong. Although Uzumaki Naruto has long been known, no, Namikaze is very strong. But at the moment of the real fight, Sarutobi Hiruzen can feel how tricky Uzumaki Naruto is, a hedgehog at all. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt extremely regretful in his heart. If he had known today, he should have promised Shimura Danzo to train Uzumaki Naruto into a murderous weapon. Even if you don't cultivate Uzumaki Naruto into a murder weapon, you should keep Hyuga Hinata firmly in your hands. 0. Seeking flowers, 0. Rather than the way it is now, there is no way to control Uzumaki Naruto either. Is running useful? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen running around with a sneer. Adamantine sealing chains. 4 Rui gold chains spread out from Uzumaki Naruto's back, like 4 sharp javelins intertwined in the sky. Klalala. Accompanied by the sound of the chains rubbing against each other, a large gold net came down from the sky, instantly forming an enchantment stronger than the 4 purple flame formation. No, I can't escape. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and looked at the gold chain in front of him. When he was about to turn back, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly changed, and he subconsciously fled from where he was. Next second. Dead bone pulse. With the voice of Uzumaki Naruto, countless red bones stabbed out from the ground, aiming at the heart of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Whenever Sarutobi Hiruzen slows down by a second, he will be pierced by hundreds of bones. Although he didn't succeed, the bone forest is still stabbing out, reducing Sarutobi Hiruzen's dodging space. Sarutobi Hiruzen is worthy of being Hokage. Although his personality is sinister, his strength is still very strong. Even though there are sharp bones in all directions, they can still dodge freely and avoid one danger after another. I'll see where you can go. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes flickered coldly. He had already reached this point, and he didn't want to hide at all. Ice escape Ice Rose Garden. Uzumaki Naruto slapped his hands on the ground, a touch of pure white spread along his hands, and the billowing cold air shrouded in all directions. Kaka. The ground was frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye, but extremely cold ice. The freezing speed is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it spread nearly 100 meters. The high platform of the Chunin exam has turned into a world of ice and snow. No matter how you look at it, it is pure white. The Konoha village ninjas below look stunning. Ninjutsu can still do this step, it needs chakra with multiple districts. It has completely changed the terrain, and actually created such a huge ice and snow world in a waterless land. This kind of power. First Hokage's wood style can also change the terrain. Could it be that Uzumaki Naruto has reached that level? God's power. Rather than being a god, it's better to say it's Shura who is more cruel and ruthless than a god. Master Hokage. Can you really defeat such a monster? Towel. Chapter 158. The Konoha village ninja looked at the high platform in shock. Unexpectedly, with the power of a ninja, I can do this step. It's all terrain changing ninjutsu. Uzumaki Naruto, is there no limit to the chakra inside him? It's all map guns, and there is no room for people to hide. Konoha village looks more and more shocking. From the very beginning, Uzumaki Naruto seemed to be a different person, and each attack covered a range of nearly several hundred meters. First lava style, scorch style, then adamantine sealing chains, dead bone pulse, and now even the powerful ice escape that changes the terrain. It is simply impossible to see that this is an ability that humans can use. More like some kind of miracle. Cough. Naralu coughed a few times, and said bitterly, Hi Yi, Dingzo, it seems that when you fought with us, Jusanshi Uzumaki Naruto didn't take it seriously at all. Yamanaka nodded in shock. Yeah, if Uzumaki Naruto was serious, we'd be dead bodies. Akamika Chosen nodded bitterly. That dead bone pulse alone would kill me, not to mention his other bloodlines. How can there be so many kinds of monster like blood inheritance boundary? Jiraiya looked at Pure White's high platform in disbelief. Although he has heard about the blood successful boundary that is numb in many ways, seeing is better than seeing. He didn't know what a real attack is until today. It's completely a map gun. Regardless of the consumption of chakra, everything is the maximum consumption to kill the enemy. A normal person's release of one shot is quite amazing, but Uzumaki Naruto is unscrupulous and uses it continuously without any scruples. No, plus I'm not an opponent. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya quickly rushed to Tsunade and shouted loudly, "Tsunade, get up, now is not the time to rest." "No, Sarutobi, you can't hide from this appearance." During the continuous running, the ape demon king in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand roared loudly. Even he can understand it, Sarutobi Hiruzen continues to hide like this, the space for movement will only get smaller and smaller. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with no room to dodge, will be a caged bird to be slaughtered. I know. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was extremely ugly, and he also knew that it was wrong to hide like this. What can I do? Uzumaki Naruto's ninjutsu is all massive and doesn't give me a chance to fight head-on. He is still young, and the Nine Tails chakra has not been released, just wait until his chakra is exhausted. While Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered to himself, he leaped quickly, avoiding the pure white ice spreading on the ground. Snort. Uzumaki Naruto snorted coldly, put his right hand on his forehead and said, "Want to consume my chakra, Sarutobi Hiruzen? I have wanted to say it since I was a child, are you underestimating me?" 100 Healings Mark. As Uzumaki Naruto's voice fell, half of the diamond-shaped pattern on Uzumaki Naruto's forehead was shattered, and almost a large amount of celestial chakra poured into Uzumaki Naruto's body. Ugh! Uzumaki Naruto let out a deafening roar, his eyes gradually turned scarlet red, and the wings on his back became bigger and bigger. Chakra, which is almost tyrannical, forms the red celestial chakra flame on the surface of Uzumaki Naruto's body. Don't talk about touching it, you can feel the surging power just by looking at it, as if the battle will not stop for 3 days and 3 nights. Damn, this is Sage Body and 100 Healings Mark. Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly gritted his teeth. Use 100 Healings Mark at this time, free chakra from 100 Healings Mark. Uzumaki Naruto's chakra is almost bigger than Tailed Beast. Wanting to wait until Uzumaki Naruto runs out of chakra is like a tortoise. Dumbly. Seeing the sound of freezing, Sarutobi Hiruzen came back to his senses and looked down, suddenly breaking out in cold sweat. Just as I was thinking, the solace of my shoes had fallen into the ice, and the ice was still spreading. Gradually spread from the sole of the shoe to the calf, and then spread from the calf to the thigh. If this continues, it will not be long before I will be frozen into a lump of ice. Hateful. Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed loudly, and quickly crossed his hands in seals. Shadow Clone Technique. Bang bang bang. Following a series of white smoke, 4 Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped out of the white mist. Using compound ninjutsu, it is necessary to smash the ice all over the sky. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared loudly, and the other 4 avatars quickly formed seals with both hands. Wind Style Great Breakthrough. Wind Style Sudden Wind. Fire Style Big Flame Bullet Technique. Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. The wind and fire merged together, and the power instantly formed a sea of flames, which burned over the spreading ice. However, it only lasted for 2 seconds. The flame extinguished at a speed visible to the naked eye, and was gradually replaced by icy ice, turning into a crystal clear world of ice and snow. There was more cold sweat on Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead, and he felt an inexplicable sense of powerlessness. Although the attack just now is not his strongest attack, it is also a relatively powerful ninjutsu, but it has no effect in the face of Uzumaki Naruto. It's useless at all. The ability of the blood succession limit alone has suppressed my ninjutsu. Chakra is too huge. It was difficult for Sarutobi Hiruzen to see the pole, and he had an inexplicable premonition in his heart. Uzumaki Naruto's attack is completely unreasonable. It is simply a combination of Zyonshu chakra and blood successor limit, but it is impossible to attack. Hateful. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and roared again. The 4 shadow clones and the main body form seals with both hands at the same time, releasing 5 completely different ninjutsu. Wind. Fire. Water. Thunder. Earth. 5 escaped alien bullet technique. Seeing the terrifying energy contained in the 5 attributes, which hit like a natural disaster, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes flickered coldly. Susanoo. A trace of blood dripped from the corner of the eye, and the skeleton of Red Susanoo suddenly appeared on Uzumaki Naruto's body. Facing the 5 attributes that are approaching in 5.2, even though it is Susanoo in the 3rd stage, she swipes down without hesitation. Boom! After a loud bang, the ninjutsu attacks of the 5 attributes were slashed, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen flew out with a snort. Without the slightest hesitation, Uzumaki Naruto directly released Susanoo, stepped on the ground, and rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen like a golden light. Ape Devil! Sarutobi Hiruzen roared ferociously, raised the Vajra stick in his hand, and hit Uzumaki Naruto fiercely. Oh! Give it to me! The ape demon agreed, and the Vajra wishful stick was extended infinitely, and it hit Uzumaki Naruto's neck fiercely. Snort. Uzumaki Naruto snorted coldly, and grabbed the Vajra wish stick with his right hand. Crack. Chapter 159. Are you actually picking up the Vajra stick with your bare hands? Orochimaru's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. What a crazy kid, the ape demon is the strongest summoning beast. Sarutobi Hiruzen was overjoyed. The ape demon's attack power is the strongest among all summoning beasts. A single stick can almost seriously injure a person. Even Uzumaki Naruto is no exception. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen threw all his strength towards Uzumaki Naruto without holding back his hand. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes flashed coldly, dead bone pulse. The 5 fingers of Uzumaki Naruto's right hand were covered with bones spreading out, revealing a trace of red chakra, and he grabbed the end of the Vajra Omni stick. Crack. Crack. There was an ear-piercing crackling sound. The ground under Uzumaki Naruto's feet gradually shattered a crack, and then there was a bang, and the ground suddenly sank 2 meters. Catch it! Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils contracted, subconsciously manipulating the ape demon to grab Uzumaki Naruto's arm with his arm. Hey, what a nice summoning beast! Uzumaki Naruto took a breath, and looked at the 0-5 end of the Vajra stick in his hand indifferently. With my current strength, I almost failed to catch this stick. But that's all there is to it. Scorch-style oversteam kill. Brilliant. Uzumaki Naruto holds the palm of the Vajra-like end, and a flame burns, burning the Vajra stick with a highly scorching temperature. The Vajra wishful stick appeared in the eyes and mouth of the ape demon, and he waved his hands desperately, making a heart-piercing scream from his mouth. Even if he can turn into a stick and has an extremely hard appearance, he can't withstand the flames that can melt steel. Ape Devil! Sarutobi Hiruzen roared anxiously, desperately wanting to pull the stick back. However, all in vain. With the power of Uzumaki Naruto, he punched with all his strength, and could smash even a mountain peak. Compared to Uzumaki Naruto's power, Sarutobi Hiruzen's power is pitifully small, like a feather on a mountain. After burning for 10 seconds, the ape demon couldn't bear it anymore, and disappeared into Uzumaki Naruto's hands with a bang and turned into white smoke. Run away! Uzumaki Naruto withdrew his palm indifferently, and muttered to himself, I thought I could kill you, but sure enough. Summoning beast is also a troublesome existence. Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth, looked at Orochimaru sharply, and roared, Orochimaru, do you still want to help this guy now? Orochimaru couldn't help but licked his lips with his tongue. Mr. Sarutobi, what you said is wrong. This brat and I have never been in the same group, we just happened to be together. While speaking, Orochimaru was also annoyed inside. I had planned a well-planned Chunin exam, and everything went smoothly, but the sudden Uzumaki Naruto directly disrupted all of this. Compared to his own plan, Uzumaki Naruto came in almost arbitrarily. Uzumaki Naruto stopped in his tracks, looked at Orochimaru and said, Orochimaru, if you don't do anything, just go and stay aside. Otherwise, I will kill you. Orochimaru's face darkened, and he looked at Uzumaki Naruto like a lion majesty, with a hint of unkindness in his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto, no one has dared to talk to me like that yet. Snort. Uzumaki Naruto let out a cold snort. Without too much nonsense, he rushed directly to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and was slammed down by the middle pair like a cannonball. Boom. Boom. After the deafening bang, a deep pit nearly 10 meters wide appeared on the ground. After Sarutobi Hiruzen dodged, he looked back, his eyelids twitched involuntarily. This kind of power. If he was hit by this fist, he might not even be able to keep his whole body, and he would be blasted to pieces in an instant. Swallowing, Sarutobi Hiruzen kept walking, and quickly led Uzumaki Naruto towards Hokage Rock. Don't try to run. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes turned cold, his hands quickly crossed into a mudra, his chest puffed up, and he suddenly spit out a mouthful of violent flames. Fire-style Longian singing technique. Flames gushed out of Uzumaki Naruto's mouth in an instant, not only scorching flames, but also terrifying magma. Flame magma in the shape of a fire dragon smashed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen like a meteorite. Boom. 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 Every burst of magma flames hit the ground, making Sarutobi Hiruzen even more ashamed, and he was so embarrassed that he could hardly tell that he was Hokage. Just a few seconds. Sarutobi Hiruzen feels as if he has lived through a century. Fortunately, at this time, the Umbu ninja finally came to support him, looking at Uzumaki Naruto warily. Master Hokage, we are here to help you. The Umbu ninja stood behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, looked at the oncoming flames solemnly, and said in a deep voice. Use water style. The Umbu ninja roared loudly. Yes. More than a dozen Umbu ninjas agreed, quickly formed mudras with their hands, and spit out a violent stream of water from their mouths. Water style water barrier. Water style water barrier. Water style water barrier. A combination of multiple water-style ninjutsu forms a water wall that is more than 10 meters high in a short period of time, as if a dam releases water. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen also heaved a sigh of relief, stopped and prepared to join forces with the root ninja. However, Uzumaki Naruto didn't stop walking at all, he plunged into the water, a cold air burst out from his body. Ice escape. Uzumaki Naruto spoke coldly in the water. The unrestrained chakra turned into cold air, and only the chakra of the ice attribute completely frozen the huge water wall. The rushing water turned into icebergs, exuding wisps of cold air, and Uzumaki Naruto broke through the ice in the next second. Umbu Ninja's complexion changed drastically. It didn't stop for a second. Oops, Uzumaki Naruto is a bit stronger than we thought. His blood inheritance limit is too much. Don't worry about that, look at the 940 feet, we are frozen. An Umbu Ninja looked at his feet in horror. The feet that were just on the water flow were completely frozen at this time, standing on the ice like ice sculptures. The momentary freeze even made them lose the feeling of their feet, and they couldn't feel the pain but they couldn't move a step. The faces of the Umbu Ninjas changed drastically, and they tried their best to pull their feet out, but they couldn't do it at all. The water flow, which was originally used as an attack weapon, now seemed to be their life-threatening lock. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at his feet covered in cold sweat, and suddenly felt his eyes go dark. Really? His feet were also frozen in the ice. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly raised his head, just in time to see Uzumaki Naruto rushing over. Strange power! Uzumaki Naruto roared, and the fist in his hand smashed down like an iron body. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen tried his best to dodge, the fist made of white five fingers still hit his shoulder like a wolf. Boom! Sarutobi Hiruzen's body smashed hard on the ice, and the huge wave ice sculpture was smashed into cracks and shattered in an instant. Wow! Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and crisp bone fractures came from his body, and his body smashed into the ice hard. Just one punch? No hit yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt like half of his life was gone. Jiraiya, Tsunade, are you two alright? And Orochimaru, UBD, are you going to watch me get beaten to death? Chapter 160. Sarutobi Hiruzen growled loudly with a ferocious face. Too dangerous. It's really too dangerous. With the punch just now, my left arm bone was shattered and fractured, and the pain flooded into my brain like a knife cutting. The piercing pain, almost made Sarutobi Hiruzen faint. But he didn't dare to faint at all, fainting at this time meant death. Orochimaru's face moved slightly, but after thinking for a long time, he finally didn't make a move, and just stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen indifferently. Jiraiya wanted to come over to help, but he looked at the unconscious Tsunade, he could only grit his teeth and continue shaking Tsunade. Tsunade, wake up! Naruto, how much strength did you use, why can't Tsunade wake up now? No one can save you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uzumaki Naruto looked cold, Mangekyo Sharingan stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen indifferently, clenched 5 fingers and punched down hard. Boom! The sea wave ice sculpture with countless cracks fell apart, and the ice cubes that looked like hills crashed to the ground. Some Umbu Ninjas couldn't dodge in time, and were crushed by the iceberg in front of them, screaming incessantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen dragged his hanging arms and ran out of the ice with a grim expression. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked extremely embarrassed, his eyes were bloodshot, his body was covered with a mixture of dust and blood, and he couldn't see his original style at all. Hateful! Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and ran quickly in the direction of Hokage Rock. Lava-style Great Eruption. Uzumaki Naruto punched down, and the billowing magma gathered into a fist, smashing a hole in the Hokage building. The surrounding ninjas screamed and were blasted out, their bodies were ablaze, and they rolled and struggled desperately on the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even dare to turn his head, he just ran in embarrassment, trying to delay a little longer. Ice escape Ice Age. Uzumaki Naruto was hanging behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, the cold air spreading from his hands instantly condensed into ice. Among the Konoha village ninjas who came to support, one or the other was frozen on the ground, unable to move a step. It's just a blink of an eye. The Konoha village ninjas who came to support were all easily solved by Uzumaki Naruto. It's over. Uzumaki Naruto stopped, looked at the desperate Sarutobi Hiruzen under the Hokage rock, and said indifferently. Die with your depraved ideals. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was livid and ferocious, but behind him was Hokage rock, a piece of bare stone, and there was no way to continue to escape. Sage Art Wind Style Raise Non Shuriken. In the hands of Uzumaki Naruto appeared a high-speed spinning, pure white, giant Raise Non like a shuriken. Taking a closer look, the smears of pure white are clearly invisible wind blades, and it is impossible to see how many there are with the naked eye. Damn! Sarutobi Hiruzen roared ferociously, and no longer cared about any support, he grabbed his disused right hand with his left hand and forcibly formed a seal. Si Highway Mao Suzi. Seeing the seal in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand, both Orochimaru and Jiraiya's faces changed drastically. This is, the ghoul seal. Sarutobi-sensei, are you crazy? Ignoring that Tsunade was in a coma, Jiraiya put Tsunade on his shoulders and headed for it. Sarutobi-sensei, no matter what you say, you can't use that ninjutsu. Orochimaru's face showed a tangled look, struggling uncertainly, but in the end he gritted his teeth fiercely and slapped his hands on the ground. Reanimation jutsu. Bang. 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 3 simple and solemn coffins gradually rose from the ground, like a slow shield in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. 3 big characters were written on the 3 coffins. Equals 4. In other words, it is difficult for others to understand the meaning of these words, but Uzumaki Naruto understands at a glance. 10 traces of murderous intent burst out in his eyes. Looking at Orochimaru, Uzumaki Naruto said coldly. Orochimaru, are you guys still going to be on Konoha's side? Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue and licked his lips, showing a lion majesty-like expression, and laughed hoarsely. Ho ho ho! Uzumaki Naruto, no, Namikaze's face is numb. No matter what, you are just a brat, and you don't even know how scary the seal in Hokage's hand is. Ghoul seal, the forbidden sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. I don't want to be sealed into Shinigami's stomach by Mr. Sarutobi like you. Sarutobi Hiruzen heaved a sigh of relief. Really? It is really a correct choice to use the Ghoul seal as his trump card. The Ghoul seal can summon the phantom of Shinigami, reach a contract with Shinigami, and swallow the opponent's soul into Shinigami's stomach. But at the same time, his soul will be swallowed by Shinigami. The souls of the two will hate and fight each other forever in the belly of the Shinigami, and they will never be reborn forever. Orochimaru knew this, fearing that he would be swallowed into Shinigami's belly, so he chose to help himself. Uzumaki Naruto didn't have Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts, just looked at Orochimaru and said lightly, Orochimaru, you don't want Sarutobi Hiruzen's soul to be swallowed by Shinigami. Orochimaru's face froze slightly. Uzumaki Naruto said lightly, Orochimaru, how can Sarutobi Hiruzen have such a disciple as you? It is really a lucky thing. I don't know why, but I can quite understand you. In order for Sarutobi Hiruzen not to fall again, Orochimaru, your plan is to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen in battle and let him die as a hero, just die right. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened, looking uncannily like Orochimaru. This disciple of mine, does he think so? Does he feel like he's fallen too? Orochimaru was silent for a moment, then said hoarsely. Have no idea what you're talking about. Uzumaki Naruto sneered, and threw the wind-style Raise-Non Shuriken towards Orochimaru. Whatever you think, go to hell. Orochimaru shrank his pupils, bit his thumbs without hesitation, and slapped them on the ground. Summoning technique Triple Rashomon. Accompanied by a loud bang, 3 heavy iron gates rose from the ground, as if 3 walls blocked the wind-style Raise-Non. However, boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by 3 loud bangs, a big hole was blasted out of the 3 huge thick iron doors in an instant. Wind-style Raise-Non broke through the triple defense, still with violent attack power, and hit Orochimaru's chest head-on. Ah! Orochimaru let out a heart-piercing scream, and the snake pupil looked at the wind-style Raise-Non that exploded in his chest in disbelief. Qian Lihao, this Raise-Non. Raise-Non himself has learned about it, and will even release it. But the Raise-Non I know is completely different from the Raise-Non in front of me, the latter's lethality is on another level. How could it be so powerful? Wind-style Spiral Shuriken, formed by countless tiny blades, can use the deformation and high-speed rotation of high-density chakra to directly destroy 130 trillion cells in the opponent's body from a microscopic perspective, and its attack effect is closer to toxins. Uzumaki Naruto said coldly, the cells in the whole body are destroyed, even you can't survive. Cold Lord Orochimaru. Accompanied by an explosion. Orochimaru's body was instantly swept by the pure white explosion wave, and the wind was strong, his figure was completely swallowed by it, and Ji was no longer seen. Uzumaki Naruto turned his head, looked at the 3 coffins that were gradually rising, and stretched out his right hand indifferently. Now is not the time for you to come out, go back for me. Dead Bone Pulse. Ice Escape. Adamantine Sealing Chains. Lava Style. Chapter 161. Orochimaru. Jiraiya looked at the place where Orochimaru disappeared and let out a loud growl. However, there was no response for a long time. Jiraiya's face became ugly. Although Orochimaru is a traitor, he is still the former partner in his heart. But now, my former companion was killed by my current disciple. Chakra's Wind Attribute Nature Transformation. Jiraiya forced herself to forget about Orochimaru, clenched her fists, and looked at Uzumaki Naruto with an extremely complicated expression. Naruto, you can actually do this. The Raise-Non of the Lava Style attribute has already shocked him, but unexpectedly Uzumaki Naruto can also achieve the nature transformation of the Wind attribute. Double Nature Transformation, has almost used Raise-Non to ultimate. But with a little practice, one can create a Raise-Non of other attributes. I've done things I haven't done in years, Naruto, your talent. Jiraiya's mood is very complicated, almost filled with regret and remorse. She knew earlier, she should not have left Konoha village. I clearly know what kind of virtue Konoha village is. Result. Or let Uzumaki Naruto grow up in Konoha village. The growth is indeed very good, but it is a dangerous big tree, and every leaf is covered with darkness. I am not an opponent, Tsunade is not an opponent, such a terrifying talent. But it is Konoha's enemy. Mr. Sarutobi 827, you really did something wrong. Absolutely can't let Naruto go on like this. Jiraiya made up her mind. Even if you use Sage Mode, you have to stop Uzumaki Naruto, and it's your atonement. The other side. 12 thick red bones crossed each other above the coffin, firmly suppressing the coffin's rise. 4 shining golden chains were tightly wrapped around the coffin, tying it tightly together, preventing it from being unsealed at all. Ice shrouded the ground, freezing the soil beneath the coffin. The hot magma spread on the surface of the ice, continuously devouring the coffin, slowly turning the wooden coffin into flames. Each of the quadruple immortal technique blood succession boundaries is enough to become a cage-level combat power, even crushing the existence of members of the Akatsuki organization. But now using the 4 blood successor boundaries at the same time is just to suppress the appearance of these 3 coffins. Impure world reincarnation summoned with several genin as sacrifices, this is enough, it is impossible to break out of the coffin. Uzumaki Naruto muttered to himself. In the original book, Uchiha Madara used White Zetsu as a sacrifice, and after strengthening the impure world reincarnation, he could break the coffin with 1 kick. Orochimaru used only a few genin to swipe and swoosh. It is impossible for the subject of impure world reincarnation to have full strength. Impure world reincarnation has been blocked. No, you must destroy all of these, otherwise reanimation jutsu cannot be activated. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and was about to make a shot against several blood successors. Sudden. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a golden light flash in the corner of his eyes, and took a step back subconsciously. Clatter. A golden lock was like a javelin, a streak of gold flashed across the air, piercing Sarutobi Hiruzen's right calf. Ugh! Sarutobi Hiruzen groaned miserably, with blood flowing from his calf. He knelt on the ground with a plop, raised his head and looked at Uzumaki Naruto angrily. Uzumaki Naruto. The chains just now came towards his abdomen, if he was hit, he would lose his fighting power instantly. Uzumaki Naruto walked up to Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly, pointed his right hand to his forehead and said. Third Hokage-sama, you probably didn't count towards today's result, did you? Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth, and moved his right hand undetectably. Next second. A cold light flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. Do not move. A golden lock pierced out like a javelin following Uzumaki Naruto's mind, and pierced through Sarutobi Hiruzen's right hand palm fiercely. Ugh! Sarutobi Hiruzen screamed, clutching his bloody right hand with an unusually ferocious expression. Uzumaki Naruto didn't show any mercy, he let Jinshuo coil around him, and a hot flame appeared in his right hand. Master Third Hokage, don't move, otherwise I will evaporate all the water in your body in an instant. After all, I don't want to try the ghoul seal. Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with an ugly face, Uzumaki Naruto, I can't move, but I have a question for you, your electric is designed to kill me. Or, your purpose is to destroy Konoha village. Uzumaki Naruto tilted his head slightly, looked at the flame in his hand and Sarutobi Hiruzen, thought for a while and said, the purpose from the beginning was to kill you. But now, I'm going to take Konoha village, the land of fire, and those guys who bullied me and killed me together. Having said that, Uzumaki Naruto lowered his head with an inexplicable smile. Third Hokage-sama, you look very angry. You don't have to be so angry, even if Konoha village and the nation of fire are destroyed, you won't be able to see it. But maybe you can hear it. After all, I will send Asuma to you after you die. Hear hear. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared angrily at Uzumaki Naruto with eyes bigger than a bullfrog. Uzumaki Naruto, how dare you do that? Ha 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 ha. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help laughing out loud, put his right hand on his forehead, and laughed and said. Yes, Lord Third Hokage, this is the expression, I have been looking forward to it for a long time, you can be a little more angry. If you are more angry, I will be happier. I've been looking forward to this expression for a long time. You know, when I was young, I had this expression almost every day, ha ha ha. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help laughing. He knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen should be killed now to prevent future troubles, but he just wanted to see Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger. This expression makes people excited, happy, and even a kind of joy from the heart. Uzumaki Naruto especially understands the villains in the original book at this moment. There is no greater sense of accomplishment in seeing former enemies, especially grudge-filled ones, fall before them. It's so funny, that's the look. Sarutobi Hiruzen, your anger now, I was experiencing it every day before. How, what do you think? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen excitedly. In the years before I was 7 years old, I didn't spend a day in pain. Even if he was 16 years old in his previous life, he couldn't stand the endless bullying and cold eyes, and he almost went crazy during that time. This is not heaven at all, but hell. At the moment, I was finally able to return all the anger and unwillingness to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and let him experience what it means to be powerless. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were almost bleeding. But in the face of absolute strength, what he can do is simply pitiful. Naruto. Jiraiya's angry voice was heard in the distance, and Jiraiya looked at Uzumaki Naruto angrily, almost gnashing her teeth. What you did before can be described as revenge, but what is it now? Isn't this just torture? Chapter 162. Teacher Jiraiya. Uzumaki Naruto heard the voice and turned his head slightly to look at Jiraiya. Jiraiya clenched her fists, with extremely complicated eyes, regretful or annoyed, and said loudly, Naruto, no matter what you have experienced, you are a ninja from Konoha village. Even if Konoha village treats you badly, you can't do such a thing. Your parents believed in the will to burn, do you think they would really want to see you do it if they were alive? Listening to Jiraiya's voice, Uzumaki Naruto's expression became more and more indifferent, and he couldn't help laughing. Mr. Jiraiya, your eloquence is really good, but what kind of capacity do you use to preach to me? Dear ones. Teacher. Then what? If you haven't experienced my hardships, how can you understand my every move? Stop talking nonsense there, you don't understand anything at all, you don't know what kind of treatment I have in Konoha village. You, who have never experienced all this at all, are not qualified to preach to me. Uzumaki Naruto said in a cold voice. If little Hinata criticizes his own practice, he can still accept it, and that is the only light in his life. But Jiraiya. What right does he have to criticize himself? I haven't returned to Konoha for more than 10 years, and I don't care about myself. Before I was 7 years old, I hoped that he could come back to save me. DJ. Empathy? There is no empathy in this world. If you haven't experienced your own pain, how can you understand what you do? Jiraiya gritted her teeth, feeling more and more regretful. I should have come back earlier. If I had come back sooner, Naruto, the vortex, would definitely not be what it is today. Call. Uzumaki Naruto let out a breath, aiming the flame in his hand at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Go to hell, 4th Hokage. Scorch-style oversteam kill. Uzumaki Naruto handed it to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a scorching flame in the palm of his hand, in the terrified eyes of Konoha village ninja. This moment, the entire Konoha village fell into silence. Konoha village ninjas, Tsunagakure ninjas, Akatsuki members, Jiraiya, Uchiha Shisui, all staring at the flames. The atmosphere did not dare to take a breath. His heart was beating wildly, and sweat was dripping from his forehead involuntarily. Hokage-sama, is he dying? In the arena of the Chunin exam, this sentence came to everyone's mind. Is Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as the strongest Hokage, in the hands of Uzumaki Naruto who is finally, death? Next second. The scorching flames instantly ignited Sarutobi Hiruzen's clothes, and in the blink of an eye, the flames engulfed the whole person. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a painful scream, his hands in the flames forcibly trying to seal. But only for a second. The flames of Sage Art Scorch style evaporated all the moisture in Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, and the already wrinkled skin became dry at a speed visible to the naked eye. The movements of the dehydrated palm also became stiff. It seems that several dead branches are intertwined. Ugh! Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uzumaki Naruto with angry and unwilling eyes, his expression gradually became dim, and finally fell to the ground with a plop. Before completely losing consciousness, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt inexplicably regretful. Myself, Uzumaki Naruto really shouldn't be treated that way. I really should have used the ghoul seal earlier. Thump! Sarutobi Hiruzen's body hit the ground heavily, without a trace of breath, like a piece of dead wood fell on the ground. The sound of the body falling was not very loud, but it sounded like a thunderbolt to the ears of those who cared. Thump! Yui Hong slumped on the ground with weak legs, staring blankly at the scene on the high platform. Master Hokage, is dead. I remembered what happened in Kirigakure. As now, it was Uzumaki Naruto who killed 2nd Hokage, standing in front of 2nd Hokage's body. No way! Master Hokage, is he really dead? Uzumaki Naruto, he killed Lord 3rd Hokage, how is this possible? How is it possible for him to be so strong? Evaporate all the water in the body, Hokage-sama, will definitely die. It's over, even Master Hokage has been killed, what will happen next? The Konoha village ninja muttered dully. In their impression, 3rd Hokage is the strongest ninja in Konoha village, even 4th Hokage is not as good as 3rd Hokage. 0, ask for flowers. But now? A 12-year-old S-rank rebel easily killed 3rd Hokage of Konoha village. Jiraiya also froze, carrying Tsunade on her shoulders, staring blankly at the dead body of Sarutobi Hiruzen on the ground. Ms. Sarutobi. My own teacher, 3rd Hokage of Konoha village, just, died at the hands of Uzumaki Naruto? Ms. Sarutobi. Jiraiya couldn't help shouting, but there was no response for a long time. Things happened so fast. It makes people feel overwhelmed and overwhelmed. Uzumaki Naruto did not stop his movements, and indifferently let the flame in his hand burst out a trace of magma, and said lightly. The dead will stay in the underworld, and you will not be allowed to come out again. The magma in Uzumaki Naruto's hand rolled and spread, and hit Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. As long as the body is damaged, Sarutobi Hiruzen has no way to resurrect through impure world reincarnation, that is, he is completely dead. Only then did Jiraiya come back to her senses, and the meaning in her eyes became more and more obvious. Naruto, you actually killed Sarutobi-sensei. Tsunagakure's ninja was dumbfounded. A strong cage-level player, third Hokage of Konoha village, was easily defeated by Uzumaki Naruto? Just a second before the magma in Uzumaki Naruto's hands was boiling hot, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's body was devoured by Kazumi, Orochimaru's voice came from a distance. Summoning technique impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru was covered in mucus, his face was extremely pale, and he slammed his hands on the ground. Bang! 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 The three coffins that had been pushed back by Uzumaki Naruto before were gradually lifted up in front of Orochimaru, and the coffin lids hit the ground, revealing three of the corpses. One of them, Uzumaki Naruto, is very familiar with him. It is the second Hokage Senju Tobirama who just fought against each other not long ago. The remaining two people, one of them has long black hair and wears a tight black combat uniform with a red layered armor on the outside. The logo of the Senju clan is tattooed on the layered armor on the left shoulder. The other has golden hair and wears a Hokage cloak, which gives people a gentle feeling just by looking at it. First Hokage Senju Hashirama, second Hokage Senju Tobirama, fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. Is it finally out? 10,000. Chapter 163. First Hokage Senju Hashirama. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. Uzumaki Naruto stared silently at the three ninjas in the coffin. Although the three corpses have not moved yet, Uzumaki Naruto knows that first Hokage and second Hokage already have their own consciousness. Only fourth Hokage still doesn't have any chakra fluctuations. The next thing to face is the first generation and the second generation. The soul of the fourth Hokage is still in the belly of the Shinigami. Orochimaru, you are indeed the most troublesome. Uzumaki Naruto flashed serious killing intent, his original purpose was to join hands with Orochimaru. But did not expect. Orochimaru's purpose was to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. I didn't even expect that Orochimaru would do it to himself, even using impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru was covered in disgusting slime and stared at Uzumaki Naruto like a lion majesty. 613 was lying under Orochimaru's feet, not knowing whether it was alive or dead, but it seemed that it had lost its breath. Needless to say. Certainly Orochimaru used the living corpse reincarnation technique. Just like crawling out of Sasuke's body in the original book, he performed a reincarnation, which can be regarded as an alternative resurrection. Ho ho ho! Uzumaki Naruto, I am more interested in your body now than killing you and Fei teacher. Why can your body hold so many bloodlines? Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue, licked his lips, looked at Uzumaki Naruto with fiery eyes, and said frantically. Ho ho ho, multiple blood inheritance boundaries are fused together. This kind of thing has never happened even in the history of ninjas. I have also done experiments to fuse multiple blood inheritance boundaries together, but at the end of the experiment, the experimental subjects collapsed without exception due to the rejection of the cells. Speaking of which, the greed in Orochimaru's eyes almost takes on substance. Uzumaki Naruto, can you tell me how you did it? Uzumaki Naruto didn't answer, he stepped on the ground, burning flames in his left hand, like a ray of flames going straight to the big snake. Orochimaru, since you dare to do this, you are ready to fight against me, right? Uzumaki Naruto's icy voice fell, 5 fingers pointed at Orochimaru's neck and grabbed it. Raise non. Seeing this, Jiraiya held the raise non and pressed it towards Uzumaki Naruto's chest without saying a word. Uzumaki Naruto glanced coldly, his footsteps didn't mean to stop at all, Red's wings spread out on his back, and the baby blocked Rasengan's front. Boom! Rasengan slammed heavily on Red's wings, only to hear a loud bang. Red flapped his wings, and directly sent Jiraiya flying, and he retreated dozens of steps before barely stopping. Unharmed. Jiraiya's pupils dilated. Although my Rasengan doesn't have nature transformation, it's impossible to be so fragile. The other side. Orochimaru's face was unusually pale, and his mouth opened at an exaggerated angle. Vomit. There was a vomit. Orochimaru's head reappeared in Orochimaru's mouth, the neck extended infinitely, biting towards Uzumaki Naruto's neck fiercely. Before Orochimaru can bite Uzumaki Naruto's palm grabs Orochimaru's neck. Scorch-style oversteam kill. The flames burn. Orochimaru let out a scream, and the water in his body evaporated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Amid the heart-piercing screams, Tsunade finally woke up from a coma. Tsunade rubbed his forehead in pain, opened his beautiful eyes and looked around in a little confusion. Finished. Not yet, Tsunade, let's do it together. Jiraiya roared with a serious face. He knew that now he could not restrain Uzumaki Naruto by himself alone, and the three of them had to fight together to win. Tsunade gradually came back to his senses, recalled what happened before, and stood up solemnly. The fight is not over until now, and Orochimaru, are you a helper now? Seeing Orochimaru gradually turning into a mummified corpse, Tsunade frowned in disgust, but kicked Uzumaki Naruto anyway. Heaven guards the feet. Uzumaki Naruto moved, and grabbed Tsunade's ankle with his right hand. Boom! The ground under Uzumaki Naruto's feet was stepped on countless cracks, but Tsunade's ankle was also tightly held by Uzumaki Naruto. Raise Non. Taking this opportunity, Jiraiya used Raise Non again and pressed it towards Uzumaki Naruto's heart. Holding something with both hands, unable to make seals, Uzumaki Naruto did not panic, but said indifferently. Adamantine sealing chains. Clatter. Rui Gold's chain shot out, like 4 shooting gold meteors, 2 of which blocked Raise Non, and the remaining 2 blasted Jiraiya away. Looking in front of him again, Uzumaki Naruto waved his hands, and the mummified Orochimaru and Tsunade were sent flying out and hit the ground heavily. In a blink. Jiraiya, Tsunade, all 3 were beaten out because of the snake. Ugh! Tsunade spat out a mouthful of blood, and stood up from the ground with strong support. Damn it, can't the 3 of us work together? Tsunade gritted his teeth and looked at Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the 3 former partners, but they couldn't hurt Uzumaki Naruto in front of me, it was incredible. To know. The last time the 3 of them teamed up and couldn't fight against was the demigod Hanzo in Legendary. And now. Not to mention that the 3 of them have become stronger, the opponent is just a kid, but there is no way to defeat them. If it wasn't for not being able to see Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade couldn't help but want to yell loudly. What kind of monster did you be, Raise? Ho ho ho, what a monster-like brat. But. We still have 2 monsters here. Orochimaru, who was like a mummy, let out a hoarse laugh. Just when Jiraiya was thinking about the meaning of Orochimaru's words, a cold light flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, and his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Shua! Silver light flickered. Flying thunder god slash! A ruthless voice sounded in the indifference. A long knife cut across the place where Uzumaki Naruto was before, and if Uzumaki Naruto didn't leave, it would be pierced through the throat in an instant. Who? Jiraiya's face changed, so fast that even she didn't see it clearly. What shocked him even more was that Uzumaki Naruto dodged the attack that he had no way to see. Dodged. The ruthless voice sounded again, and at the same time, there was an extra person holding a long knife on the field. It was a burly, silver-haired, ruthless man in blue armor who was originally in the coffin. Jiraiya lost her voice. This looks, you are Master Second Hokage. Senju Tobirama ignored Jiraiya, holding a long knife, looked at Uzumaki Naruto with cold eyes and said. Little ghost, I didn't expect to continue fighting with you. In the previous battle, he was actually deceived by this brat, and he was stabbed in the back under the condition of trust, and then sealed by adamantine sealing chains. This is simply a disgrace in my fighting career. Even when I was fighting against the Uchiha family, I have never been so embarrassed. Brat! Go to hell! Senju Tobirama's eyes flickered with murderous intent, and when he was about to make a move, a hand was pressed on his shoulder. Wait, Tobirama! Chapter 164. Senju Tobirama's body froze, and he turned his head stiffly to look at the black-haired man behind him. T.S. Senju Tobirama's voice was dry. He was too anxious when he came out. He didn't pay attention to the surrounding scene, but he didn't expect that he wasn't the only one who was reincarnation by impure world this time. My own big brother. The patriarch of the Senju clan. Known as the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, was also featured by impure world reincarnation. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, the faces of the 3 gradually became serious. The atmosphere was deadlocked. The ninja who was fighting in the distance couldn't help feeling very puzzled when he saw this scene. Who is that black-haired man wearing red armor? Why did everyone stop moving when he came out? Might Guy asked confusedly. He didn't like the knowledge in those textbooks since he was a child, so after seeing the 2 of them, he still couldn't recognize their identities. Only a few studious ninjas could not help but sweat coldly on their foreheads when they saw the appearance of the 2 ninjas. Naradir licked his lips for a long time, and said dryly. Master First Hokage. Second Hokage Big 05 people. Hearing Orochimaru's words, all the ninjas in the distance gasped. Konoha village is as shocking as it gets. Tsunagakuer ninjas are scared. The 2 ninjas stopped their hands at the same time, staring at the high platform. That's right. Kureneyu, I said dryly, the one with black hair is the 1st generation, and the one with white hair is the 2nd generation. They are all praised as the best ninjas. Hokage-sama who built the current village of Konoha Shinobi. Hear the words of Yuhi Hong. Whether it is a ninja who knows about impure world reincarnation or a ninja who doesn't know about impure world reincarnation, all of them are scared to death. The 2 generations of Hokage, who created the ceremonial foundation Tree village, returned to this world after decades of death. No, it's not good. The Tsunagakuer ninja was sweating coldly, looking at the high platform in horror. Konoha village, there is such a forbidden technique. Resurrect the dead 2 generations of Hokage, let the former strongest rejoin the battle, how can we be opponents? Are you kidding me? Konoha village has this forbidden technique. Doesn't that mean that Konoha village has always been in its heyday? How do you fight? Even if Kazekage-sama is here, he is not the opponent of these two legendary ninjas. Damn it, Konoha village is still hiding this method. What should we do? Should we run away? If we continue to stay here, we will definitely be killed. The confidence of the Tsunagakure ninja was instantly shattered, and some even put down their weapons and knelt down on the ground in despair. It's so overwhelming. If Konoha village were icebergs, they would be fairies. Originally, I thought that the iceberg was very small, and could be broken with a slight impact. As a result, under the iceberg was a huge mountain range that spread up from the bottom of the sea. Sky. Konoha village can revive dead ninjas. Who knows how many strong people died in Konoha village in the past 100 years. Well-known ones include 1st Hokage, 2nd Hokage, 4th Hokage, Heitake Mishuo. The unknown ninjas are even more numerous. If all these ninjas are revived, the hidden village of Konoha alone can destroy the 4 hidden villages. Although only 2 generations of Hokage, 1st generation and 2nd generation, have been revived now. But who knows if Konoha village can resurrect other ninjas. Even if 1/10 of the number is resurrected, it is enough to kill them. Just thinking of this made Tsunagakure's heart shudder, and he lost his last bit of resistance confidence. Unlike Tsunagakure's despair, the ninjas in Konoha village seemed to have had their blood pumped, and they became radiant in an instant, looking at the high platform with bright eyes. 1st Hokage and 2nd Hokage, ha ha ha. Master 1st Hokage is known as the god of ninja. I didn't expect him to be resurrected. In other words, not only the 1st generation, Master 2nd Hokage has also been revived. Master 2nd Hokage is not weak. During the Sengoku period, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to kill the owner of a Mangekyo Sharinon. It's a pity that there is no 4th Hokage, and the Flying Thunder God technique of 4th Hokage is also very strong, even known as Gold Flash. It is also a good thing that Lord 4th Hokage has not been resurrected. After all, according to Uzumaki Naruto, he is the child of 4th Hokage. That's right, that's enough. If the 1st generation and 2nd generation take action, Uzumaki Naruto will definitely die. The Konoha village ninja swept away the previous decadence and despair, and looked at the high platform with confidence. Even if 3rd Hokage is killed, there are 2 Hokage masters, 1st generation and 2nd generation, so there is no need to worry even if the sky falls. Young man, your blood successor boundary is adamantine sealing chains. It should be a ninja from the Uzumaki clan. Why did you attack Konoha village? Senjo Hashirama looked at Uzumaki Naruto in confusion. You don't look too old, don't you know that Uzumaki and Konoha are friends? Just after Impure World reincarnation, Senjo Hashirama saw Uzumaki Naruto, and he was puzzled. Why did such a young prodigy fight against the Konoha village ninja? MB. If I'm not mistaken, the blonde boy in front of me still has chakra from 9 tails on his body. Senjo Hashirama feels confused. What happened? Uzumaki Naruto crossed his arms and was about to speak when he was interrupted by Senjo Tobirama. Brother, the Uzumaki clan has been wiped out long ago. This brat is the 9 tails Jinchuriki of Konoha village, and he is also a heinous S-rank rebel. Senjo Tobirama looked at Uzumaki Naruto, and said coldly, the last time I was reincarnation by Impure World was to deal with him, but in the end, I was attacked and killed by this brat secretly. Senjo Hashirama frowned. 9 tails 620 Jinchuriki will be an S-rank ninja. Tsunade, tell me what happened. Senjo Hashirama looked at Tsunade with a frown. Why is 9 tails Jinchuriki such a small girl, and also a rebel from Konoha village? Tsunade frowned. I don't know. It's complicated, it's hard to explain, and I don't know what's going on. Having said that, Tsunade also feels depressed. I didn't know anything, so I got into a fight with Uzumaki Naruto out of nowhere, and was beaten half to death. The main thing is, I have no idea why Uzumaki Naruto became Namikaze. Although listening to Uzumaki Naruto, he suffered a lot of unfair treatment in Konoha village, such as concealing his identity, such as being bullied. But the deeper inside story, I don't know. Senjo Hashirama's heart sank slightly, and he said in a deep voice, who is Hokage in Konoha village now? Let him come to see me. Senjo Tobirama also came back to his senses, frowned and said, that's right, the current Hokage is that monkey, but where is he? Why didn't he appear here as Hokage? Quiet. Silence. After a while, Jiraiya sighed and pointed behind Senjo Tobirama. Master 2nd Hokage, 3rd Hokage, is right behind you. Senjo Tobirama looked back, frowning even tighter. Isn't this a pile of ashes? Chapter 165. Isn't this a pile of ashes? Senjo Tobirama turned his head and looked at Jiraiya and the others with a frown. Tsunade, tell me, where did the monkey guy go? Why was he not present as Hokage on such an important occasion? Although most of the ninjas present are Konoha shinobi, Senjo Tobirama still remembers and trusts only Tsunade. Tsunade sighed, and said helplessly to Senjo Tobirama, second grandpa, that is really 3rd Hokage, but most of it was burnt to ashes. Senjo Tobirama's eyes widened suddenly, and he looked at the pile of ashes behind him in disbelief. Is this Sarutobi? After carefully looking at ashes for a moment, Senjo Tobirama's face became extremely ugly. Although the ashes were mixed with magma, and there was still a touch of scorching heat, but some dry body tissues could indeed be seen inside. Brat, you are tailing Hokage from Konoha village. Senjo Tobirama looked at Uzumaki Naruto angrily, blue chakras surged on his body, the ground couldn't bear it, and large cracks shattered. His former disciple turned into a wisp of ashes in front of his eyes. Even if it feels like Sarutobi Hiruzen has changed a lot, it can't hide the anger in Senjo Tobirama's heart. Tobirama. As soon as Senjo Hashirama stepped on his feet, a light red appeared on his body, and he touched Senjo Tobirama's chakra. At the same time, the ground beneath Senjo Hashirama's feet also crumbled. As expected of the Hokage in the 2 generations of legendary, chakra alone can do this. Orochimaru couldn't help sighing. T3. Senjo Tobirama clenched his fist, looked at Senjo Hashirama and gritted his teeth and asked, "Why don't you let me do it? The Hokage in Konoha village has been killed, and the other party is obviously a vicious traitor. In this situation, do you still have to be merciful?" Senjo Tobirama's voice is that of a man who hates iron. This is the case with the newly released Uchiha family, which can obviously be wiped out. But his elder brother was merciful, so he left the Uchiha clan, so that he and Uchiha Madara died together. Are we going to repeat the same mistakes now? Senjo Hashirama didn't speak, but looked at Tsunade, and said in a deep voice, "Tsunade, do you think this Uzumaki boy did something right or wrong? The reason why he wants revenge on Konoha village is because Konoha village sorry him first." After some previous conversations, Senjo Hashirama was keenly aware that Uzumaki Naruto did not take revenge on Konoha village for no reason. He can also understand this. After all, even in my own time, Konoha village had a lot of dark things happen. If it's really the boy Konoha village is sorry for, Senjo Hashirama has some ideas. 9 Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha village, the blood of the Uzumaki clan, if possible. It is best not to let him betray Konoha village. Tsunade was a little distressed, frowning and thinking carefully, but he didn't come to a result, so he could only tell Senjo Hashirama the whole thing. Jiraiya also added on the side. Senjo Hashirama gave Senjo Tobirama a hard look after learning the ins and outs of the matter, and even the Uchiha family being wiped out. "Tobirama, UBD, told you not to target the Uchiha clan, but your disciple still inherited your will." Senjo Tobirama knew he was wrong, but he still didn't admit his mistake, and said coldly with his arms crossed. "The Uchiha family is a family of betrayal. Regarding this point, I absolutely think that I did something wrong. The best choice is to destroy them." For the Uchiha clan, Senjo Tobirama doesn't like it at all. The original Konoha village was extremely prosperous and enjoyed a peace rarely seen since the Sengoku period. The results of it. Uchiha Madara betrayed Konoha village and fought Senjo Hashirama in the Valley of the End, and the two almost died together. Senjo Hashirama was anxious, but he could only give him a hard look, and then looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a gentle expression and said, "Your name is Naruto, right? I have a general understanding of the matter. It cannot be said that it is all your fault. We can have a good talk next time." Hearing this, Jiraiya and Tsunade's complexion gradually improved, and they didn't want to fight Uzumaki Naruto if possible. But Orochimaru's face turned dark all of a sudden, 2 more kunai appeared in his hands, and he said unkindly, "Master First Hokage, I didn't resurrect you for negotiation. You need to catch this experimental subject for me." Senjo Tobirama frowned when he saw the paper talisman, looked coldly at Orochimaru and said, "You're going to control us with reanimation jutsu, UBD, aren't you a Konoha village ninja too?" He came out of impure world reincarnation and knew it was the ninjutsu used by Orochimaru. "I thought it was a ninja from Konoha village, but it seems, the situation is completely different from what I imagined." Senjo Hashirama glared at Senjo Tobirama again, and scolded. "This forbidden technique was developed by you, didn't you destroy it at the beginning?" Orochimaru laughed like a lion majesty, stepped forward, and was about to stab the 2 kunai in his head. At this time, "That. Did you forget about me?" Uzumaki Naruto said lightly. "You communicated well, but you seem to, haven't asked my opinion." Ever since he escaped Senjo Tobirama's attack before the fight, he has not opened his mouth, and he seems to have become a marginal person for a moment. "I didn't speak, just looked at these guys quietly. However, these guys really treat themselves as air, ignore themselves and don't say anything. Do they think that they will keep their hands at this point? Are you kidding me? This is not a child's playhouse." Uzumaki Naruto stared at Senjo Tobirama and Senjo Hashirama with cold eyes. "Get Zhao, hey." Senjo Tobirama looked at Uzumaki Naruto, and said in a cold voice, "Little devil, do you still have the right to speak in this situation? This is not the last time. I won't be attacked by you, and, there are so many helpers, do you think you can defeat us alive? Shut up obediently." Uzumaki Naruto looked indifferent, pointed his right hand at Senjo Tobirama, and said coldly, "Of course I am qualified to speak. On the contrary, you dead guys, since you are already dead, stay in the underworld for me." The first gate of the 8 inner gates is open. 8 inner gates second gate Shuman open. 8 inner gates third gate students open. 8 inner gates fourth gate injury gate open. 8 inner gates fifth gate Duman open. 8 inner gates sixth gate Jingman open. 8 inner gates seventh gate Shocked open. Chapter 166. Kaka. Seventh gate of 8 inner gates, blue steam will emerge from the body, boiling on the body like a blue flame. At this time, the blue steam emerged from Uzumaki Naruto's body. With the appearance of the blue steam, the ground under Uzumaki Naruto's feet shattered crazily, violent smoke and dust rose up, pouring into the surroundings almost like an overwhelming mountain. Senjo Hashirama, Senjo Tobirama, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, the faces of the 5 people changed drastically at the same time. 8 inner gates, directly opened the 7th gate. Did you die? Activate the 8 inner gates at this time, and the subsequent counterattack will make you lose any fighting power. Barely shielding himself from the oncoming dust, Orochimaru stared in shock at the figure of Uzumaki Naruto in the blue steam. He had secretly learned the forbidden books on the Book of Seals, and naturally, he also had some understanding of the 8 inner gates. This physical technique is definitely the strongest one. Even if I saw it myself, I was moved by it, and even thought about learning it. But the more I studied and understood, the more my mood of learning 8 inner gates became weaker and weaker, and finally I gave up completely. The difficulty of 8 inner gates is extremely high, and only particularly powerful physical ninjas can use it, and they must go through a long period of penance 040. Of course, this is not a reason to give up. The reason for giving up is that the backlash against the 8 inner gates is too strong. The former 6th gate is easy to say, but at the 7th gate, the backlash against the body will be greatly increased, and even completely lose combat effectiveness. As for the strongest dead door, let alone. No one knows what kind of powerful destructive power it is, but the backlash is ridiculously strong, and it can be called death. Except for some individual ninjas, few ninjas are willing to learn 8 inner gates. I didn't expect Uzumaki Naruto to be 8 inner gates. Jiraiya's mood became more and more complicated, and her heart was even more regretful. Even this kind of ninjutsu that requires a long time of hard work can be mastered in such a short period of time. Naruto's talent is really too high, I regret it. What's the use of saying that? Tsunade said in a deep voice, Uzumaki Naruto must be subdued first, and he cannot be allowed to wreak havoc. Having said that, Tsunade set his sights on Senjo Hashirama and Senjo Tobirama. Grandpa, second grandpa, it's your turn to stop Uzumaki Naruto. Senjo Tobirama stared at Uzumaki Naruto indifferently, clenched his long knife tightly, and said in a deep voice, I will kill him, you back off. Senjo Hashirama sighed, there is no way, you must be controlled first. See, both first Hokage and second Hokage are shot. Orochimaru's eyes lit up, and he laughed hoarsely, ho ho ho, are you finally going to do it? First Hokage and second Hokage in Legendary. Jiraiya said, if it was first generation and second generation, they might be able to control Uzumaki Naruto without hurting him. Tsunade said in a deep voice, that's right, Uzumaki Naruto alone is invincible. Not just Orochimaru Jiraiya, they are full of confidence. Konoha Village's eyes were even more fiery, and he clenched his fists involuntarily, looking at the high platform excitedly. Great, Mr. First Hokage is finally going to make a move. His wood style is the strongest blood succession limit. This is a sure win. How could Uzumaki Naruto be the kind of ninja opponent in Legendary? As long as Uzumaki Naruto is resolved, this crisis will cease to exist. Ha ha ha, Uzumaki Naruto wait to be judged, you damn. Konoha Village ninjas are extra excited. Although there is a popular saying in Konoha Village that the third Hokage is the strongest Hokage, ninjas are not fools and know how terrifying the first generation and second generation are. With only 2 people, not only the Uchiha clan was overthrown, but even the real ninja world was created. It can be said. In the Sengoku era where the strong are like clouds, Senjo Hashirama and Senjo Tobirama are undoubtedly the apex powerhouses of that era. Facing the siege of such powerful players, the Konoha Village ninja really couldn't imagine that Uzumaki Naruto still had the possibility of victory. Naruto big, bitch, man. The figure of Uchiha Shisui flickered and appeared above Hokage Rock, gritting his teeth and putting his right hand over his left eye. If you are not your opponent, I will stop these Konoha Village monsters for you even if you lose your sight. Brother, let me go first. Senjo Tobirama spoke. While speaking, Senjo Tobirama took a step forward, holding an extra flying thunder god kunao in his hand, and said coldly, I won't be careless this time, just relying on your words, I can solve it by myself. Roar. Yet. A sudden voice sounded from the back of Senjo Tobirama's head. Senjo Tobirama shuddered suddenly, as if struck by lightning, his body looked back at a speed of 180 miles per hour. This voice. Before he finished speaking, Senjo Tobirama saw the figure behind him, which was Uzumaki Naruto who was still in front of him just now. Little ghost, when did it appear here? Senjo Tobirama's face changed drastically. Uzumaki Naruto's speed was faster than before, but he didn't even have the reaction speed. Uzumaki Naruto stretched out his right hand, pressed on Senjo Tobirama's head, and slammed down hard. Boom! Senjo Tobirama's head hit the ground like a missile, and his entire upper body was almost embedded in the soil. Thousands of grey confetti float in an attempt to repair the wounds on Senjo Tobirama. Ha! Jiraiya's eyeballs almost popped out. The Konoha village ninja also lost his voice at the same time, looking at Senjo Tobirama's figure on the ground in disbelief. For a moment. Just for a moment. I just feel that the light of blue is gone in a flash. Before they could see clearly, Uzumaki Naruto's body appeared behind second Hokage like a ghost, and smashed second Hokage's head into the soil. Are you kidding me? That's Master Second Hokage, the ninja from Legendary. In a split second. Didn't Master Second Hokage still be full of confidence just now? How could be beaten like this in an instant? Did Uzumaki Naruto use an illusion? How did I see such an outrageous picture? Is this fake? Although the words are different, they all shocked the Konoha village ninja. Just now. Second Hokage's momentum is like a rainbow, and Haki's astonishment, he opened his mouth to kill Uzumaki Naruto. Result. Less than a second after the voice fell, Senjo Tobirama smashed into the soil while maintaining a headlong posture, and his head was almost smashed. Is the contrast a bit too great? Konoha Shinobi even has an urge to cry. What the hell? Wasn't Master Second Hokage still uttering wild words just now? How could he be beaten like this in the blink of an eye? Isn't this Second Hokage Senjo Tobirama? Chapter 167. The ninja of Konoha village was dumbfounded, with a dumbfounded expression. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade were not much better. Looking at Senjo Tobirama, who was in the shape of an upside-down onion, their eyes almost popped out. Jiraiya rubbed her eyes. Are the rumors in history all false? How can Master Second Hokage be so weak? Really? Tsunade couldn't help but said. She once saw Senjo Tobirama take a shot, raised his hand and shot an S-level water style, smashing a forest. Although people say that Senjo Hashirama is the god of ninjas, in Tsunade's heart, Senjo Tobirama is not weaker than Senjo Hashirama, much. But now. In a single encounter, Senjo Tobirama nearly punched the shit out of him. Not good, circle. Cold sweat broke out on Orochimaru's forehead, he thought of something, and couldn't help taking a step back. Tobirama. Senjo Hashirama shouted, and when he was about to rush over, he saw Uzumaki Naruto looking over with cold eyes. An emergency stop break. Senjo Hashirama stopped and looked at Uzumaki Naruto with apprehension. Little devil, what did you do? Uzumaki Naruto didn't speak, and looked at Senjo Tobirama under his feet. The latter gritted his teeth in the soil and said coldly, "Don't be complacent, I was just careless just now, and I won't let you succeed." As he said that, Senjo Tobirama's figure flickered and appeared at the location of the coffin. It's just that he became extremely embarrassed, his face was ashamed, and his armor was filled with dirt, so he couldn't see the seriousness and demeanor at the beginning. Senjo Tobirama gritted his teeth, filled with humiliation, and quickly crossed his hands in mudra. Water-style big explosion water shockwave. Blue chakra boiled all over his body. Senjo Tobirama opened his mouth, and was about to use an almost S-level water-style ninjutsu. Just at this very moment, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes flickered coldly, he clapped his hands in a weird gesture, and shouted. Day Tiger. The blue steam gradually condensed into substance, transforming into a ferocious roaring tiger, turning towards Senjo Tobirama with berserk force. Roar. The steam-formed tiger let out a deafening roar. Uzumaki Naruto turned his gesture again, and let out a low growl. Before Senjo Tobirama could use the water style, the shocking sun tiger crashed into his chest with a bang. Boom. Senjo Tobirama's body seemed to be hit by a missile, and his figure retreated in a straight line, hitting the mountain wall below Hokage Rock with a bang. There was only a loud noise, and a big hole was blasted out of the huge Hokage Rock wall. Cracks like spider webs spread crazily, spreading all the way from the bottom to the top, and the statue of Second Hokage cracked instantly. Large pieces of rubble fell down, and the Hokage Rock of Second Hokage completely collapsed. Senjo Tobirama's figure was also covered by gravel, and he lost his breath for a while, as if dead. Looking at the collapsed Hokage Rock, large pieces of falling stones, everyone was dumbfounded. The first time was not enough, the second time came again. Second Hokage-sama, I have absolutely no power to fight back. Second Hokage's strength, isn't it as strong as we imagined? The Konoha village ninja muttered to himself, and the confidence that had just been ignited gradually sank again. Guy, are 8 inner gates that strong? Mitarashi Anko couldn't help but look at Might Guy. As a ninja who also has 8 inner gates, why does Namikaze Naruto look so strong, and the Might Guy beside him is like a funny comparison? No matter how I look at it, I don't see Might Guy having what it takes to beat Second Hokage. Might Guy shook his head solemnly, I rarely use 8 inner gates, but even if I use 8 inner gates, it is impossible to have the destructive power of Uzumaki Naruto. But, when he said this, Might Guy frowned, and said with some doubts, even if it is such a strong 8 inner gates, Second Hokage shouldn't be powerless to fight back. The second Hokage in the textbook is the most talented ninja in the ninja world, second only to first Hokage in strength, and far surpasses first Hokage in wisdom. Such a powerful ninja. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be just this little power. Kong dang. One arm pushes away the large rock on his body, revealing the figure of Senjo Tobirama. After seeing the figure of Senjo Tobirama, Tsunade exclaimed and covered his mouth involuntarily. Second Grandpa. A big hole was blown out of Senjo Tobirama's chest, his left arm completely disappeared, and countless ashes were constantly repairing his body. This cannot be said to be miserable. It can only be said to be horrific. If it were a normal human being, he would have died 8 times from this kind of injury. Tobirama, what's going on? Senjo Hashirama frowned at Senjo Tobirama. It's impossible to be unstoppable with your strength, do you have any special ninjutsu? Senjo Tobirama gritted his teeth, looked down at his body, and said word by word. It's not that he's getting stronger, it's that I'm getting weaker. If it were in Kirigakure before, his own strength can definitely block Uzumaki Naruto's attack. But now? Hateful. Senjo Tobirama gritted his teeth, made seals with his hands again, and then took out a detonating talisman from his pocket. Tandem paper bombs. Before Senjo Tobirama threw out the detonating talisman, the red-blue light flashed in front of him. The indifferent Uzumaki Naruto appeared in front of Senjo Tobirama, and Senjo Tobirama's face changed drastically, but before he could react, he saw Uzumaki Naruto's right middle finger and index finger took the detonating talisman in his hand. Tandem paper bombs. Uzumaki Naruto held the detonator in his hand, looked at Senjo Tobirama with a sneer and said, "Stupid, did you not notice it because you haven't been reincarnated by Impure World? I can tell from the first time you attacked me, you are dozens of times weaker than when you were in Kirigakure." After the voice fell, Uzumaki Naruto directly stuck the detonator that was about to detonate on Senjo Tobirama's chest. Boom! With an explosion, Senjo Tobirama's body was blown to pieces. Senjo Hashirama woke up like a dream, lowered his head and looked at his palm with an ugly face. Chakra is the same as before, but the physical fitness is dozens of times weaker. The same goes for Tobirama's physicality, otherwise he wouldn't be unstoppable. Turning his head, Senjo Hashirama looked at Orochimaru and said in a deep voice, "Your name is Orochimaru, right? How did you use Impure World reincarnation?" Orochimaru's face was a little pale, and he said hoarsely, "The reason for the sacrifice, I just used 2 genin as a sacrifice, which is not enough to exert the full strength of the 2 generations of Hokage." Jiraiya and Tsunade's faces froze instantly. "Orochimaru, you've already used Impure World reincarnation, why don't you get 2 powerful offerings?" Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru with a dark face. When the first Hokage and second Hokage were reincarnation by Impure World, he originally thought that the 2 generations of Hokage could easily resolve the crisis. Result. These are the 2 powerhouses of Impure World reincarnation who quelled the chaos. They obviously found 2 scapegoats. Orochimaru's face was also a little dark. When I used Impure World reincarnation, the expected enemy was only Sarutobi Hiruzen, which limited the strength of first generation and second generation. Who would have thought that there would be such a freak as Uzumaki Naruto? Before the complaint was over, Jiraiya felt the light flickering in front of her eyes. Boom! After a loud bang, Senjo Hashirama's figure flew backwards in a straight line, crashed into his own Hokage rock with a bang, and was deeply embedded in it. Uzumaki Naruto shook his neck and held out his hand indifferently. "Go back to me obediently." Adamantine Sealing Chains Dry. Chapter 168. Adamantine Sealing Chains. Uzumaki Naruto made a move with his right hand, and 4 golden chains wound towards Senjo Hashirama. Adamantine sealing chains are the strongest seals, as long as they are entangled, they will be sealed in an instant until the Impure World reincarnation releases them. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto's face was a little unhappy. Impure World reincarnation, what a bug incarnation. Not to mention the souls of the dead strong who summoned from the underworld, the problem is that they cannot be completely sealed. Even if it is sealed, as long as the caster unlocks the Impure World reincarnation, the soul of the deceased will still break through the seal and return to the underworld. This is like the Senjo Tobirama last time. He was obviously sealed by himself when he was in Kirigakure, but when the reanimation jutsu was released, his soul still returned to the underworld. If things go on like this, even if these guys are sealed, they will come back again and again. Uzumaki Naruto frowned, and began to think while manipulating the golden lock to wrap around it. Spiritualization Technique. 270. Truth-Seeking Ball. On Myoji. Just when Uzumaki Naruto was thinking, Senjo Hashirama had crawled out from the ruins, looking at his chest in shock. There is a big hole in Red's armor, which is penetrated together with the body. If it wasn't for Impure World Reincarnation's body, this punch alone would be enough to send him back to the underworld. It actually pierced my chest with a punch. This power, even in my heyday, I may not be able to easily defeat it. Senjo Hashirama muttered to himself, his expression gradually became dignified, and he completely regarded Uzumaki Naruto as an opponent of the same level as himself. It's such a terrifying talent and strength, what a troublesome opponent. Such an excellent boy is actually the enemy of Konoha village, that monkey guy really did something wrong. But for the sake of Konoha village, I will not let go of my child. Senjo Hashirama took a deep breath, didn't think about those messy things, clapped his hands together, and shouted. Wood-style King Kong moves wood. Boom. Accompanied by a piercing loud noise, the soil on the ground arched high, and 4 towering green trees rose from the ground. Senjo Hashirama didn't stop, clapping his hands again. Wood-style wood dragon technique. The 4 towering trees changed, the trunks twisted, the branches and leaves fell, and scales gradually emerged, turning into 4 deep brown big-nosed dragons. Roar! The 4 dark brown wooden dragons roared, and fiercely entangled with the gold chain. 4 gold, 4 brown. The golden lock and the wooden dragon entangled each other in the sky, and they fought hard, and it was hard to tell the winner for a while. Uzumaki Naruto raised his head, looking at the wooden dragon in slight surprise. Adamantine sealing chains were actually blocked, and chakra was not imprisoned. Is this also an ability of wood-style ninjutsu? Adamantine sealing chains is the strongest sealing technique, but anyone who is entangled by golden locks will be imprisoned chakra, but the wooden dragon violates this law. Master Naruto, the wood-style wood dragon technique of first Hokage can also imprison chakra and devour chakra. Uchiha Shisui yelled in the distance. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he has a clear understanding of the abilities of first Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto nodded slightly, but he didn't know much about first Hokage's wood style. But it doesn't matter, I don't only have the ability of adamantine sealing chains. Step on the ground. Boom. Under the blessing of 8 inner gates, Uzumaki Naruto rushed to Senjo Hashirama in an instant like a flash of blue and red, and punched Senjo Hashirama's chest. Senjo Hashirama took a deep breath, and also swung his right fist to meet him. Boom. There was a fist-to-fist impact, and Senjo Hashirama's right arm was instantly shattered, and his body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. This strange power. Senjo Hashirama gritted his teeth, and his own strange strength did not block Uzumaki Naruto for a second. Uzumaki Naruto didn't give Senjo Hashirama time to breathe, stepped on the ground again, caught up with Senjo Hashirama who flew upside down, and blasted his fists wildly in midair. Towards the peacock. Instantly. The sky seemed to turn into a sea of fire. With a punch, a peacock-like fire appeared in the sky, and countless fires fell down like meteorites. To the peacock. Might Guy shrank his pupils, but then lost his voice. No, this is not common's peacock. Chao Peacock uses the friction between fists and air to form flames, while Uzumaki Naruto's flames are more like bursting from fists. This is the fusion of Scorch style and Taijutsu. Might Guy said in a deep voice. Senjo Hashirama slapped his hands on the ground and shouted, Wood-style birth of the tree world. Accompanied by the sound of Senjo Hashirama, the ground cracked and cracks appeared, and large tracts of trees broke through the ground and rose from the ground, forming a large dense forest in the blink of an eye. The trees in the forest are intricate, and the roots even break through the soil. The roots are intertwined, coiled, and crouching, and a virgin forest is impressively created in the open space. And it's not just that, the trees in the forest seem to have life, and all the trees move like giant pythons. Seeing this situation, the Konoha village ninja suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. Wood-style ninjutsu. Can first Hokage-sama beat Uzumaki Naruto, the strongest blood successor limit? The terrain has been changed, and such a large forest has been created, as expected of Mr. First Hokage. I heard that most of the forests in the Nation of Fire are made by First Hokage with wood style. Second Hokage-sama was blown away, but First Hokage-sama looks like he could win. The Konoha village ninjas talked a lot, and their confidence in victory was rekindled in their hearts. Wood style. Orochimaru couldn't help licking his lips. This is also a very powerful blood inheritance limit. I really want to study the cells of First Hokage. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. Such a big forest, even Naruto can't destroy it. Tsunade clenched his fists nervously. Can you win? The moment the wood-style forest appeared, tree roots shot towards the flames in the sky as if they were alive. Explosions and crashes followed one after another, and countless sparks almost covered the sky. Look from afar. It's the forest fighting against the sky fire, and the Konoha village ninja felt extremely shocked just looking at it. Wood style. Uzumaki Naruto looked towards the forest, sneered, and clapped his hands on the ground. It's still possible to change to the wood style of your victory period, but this level of wood style isn't enough. Sage Art Lava style magma explosion. As Uzumaki Naruto's voice fell, boundless and violent magma gushed out from Uzumaki Naruto's hands, like magma erupting from a volcano, rushing towards the forest overwhelmingly. The berserk chakra gushes out from Uzumaki Naruto's body, and this move alone consumes nearly half of Uzumaki Naruto's chakra. But the effect is also obvious. It's just a blink of an eye. The red and hot magma covered the ground, and the lava rushed to the forest, instantly igniting the big tree into a raging fire. Sage Art. Senjo Hashirama's 3.6 face changed drastically. It never occurred to him that Uzumaki Naruto could still use chakra. You must know that the blood succession boundary and ninjutsu used by Xianshu Chakra will have a huge improvement, even if they are facing wood style, they may not be at a disadvantage. Looking at the forest he summoned again, Senjo Hashirama felt a chill in his heart. In such a short time, the magma has set the forest on fire, and the trees and roots have almost been reduced to ashes. Here you can smell all kinds of smells such as burnt trees, pungent gunpowder smoke, etc., which almost makes people have an urge to suffocate. This kind of huge chakra is comparable to a tailed beast, but his chakra should be exhausted too. Senjo Hashirama looked at Uzumaki Naruto seriously. I am the body of impure world reincarnation, so I don't need to worry about chakra consumption at all. But Uzumaki Naruto should not be able to. A boy of about 12 years old can't release such a large-scale destructive ninjutsu a few times. Uzumaki Naruto stamped indifferently. 100 Healings Mark Solution. Chapter 169. 100 Healings Mark Solution. As Uzumaki Naruto's voice fell, the rhombus imprint suddenly shattered. Almost a massive amount of chakra burned out from Uzumaki Naruto's body like a flame, forming a bright red curse pattern on the body. Han. The ground under Uzumaki Naruto's feet couldn't bear this violent chakra, and it shattered one after another, opening huge cracks. Red's chakra fire is almost tens of meters high, and this violent chakra can be felt from far away. Uzumaki Naruto closed his eyes and moaned. It's the first time for me to completely liberate 100 Healings Mark. I can hardly control the rampaging fairy chakra. In the sealed space, Nine Tails waved its 9 huge tails and roared, Naruto, quickly take back the adamantine sealing chains, or you will go completely berserk. I know. Uzumaki Naruto agreed. 5 years of fairy chakra were released in an instant, and the content was almost comparable to the chakra of Nine Tails Demon Fox. Adamantine sealing chains. Whirlpool 05 Whirlpool Naruto thought, and the 4 golden chains gave up the wooden dragon, wrapping around Uzumaki Naruto's arms as if they were alive. Until this moment, chakra's unrestrained rampage gradually ceased. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto looked at the 4 wooden dragons rushing towards him, stretched out his right hand and said, Die. Clenched fingers. He didn't use any other ability, just punched it out. Boom. There was an explosion in the sky, and the 4 ferocious big-nosed wooden dragons were instantly blasted into debris as if struck by lightning. Is this the fully liberated chakra? Uzumaki Naruto twitched into a smile and clenched his fists. This destruction can be done with only chakra, which is worthy of the chakra I have accumulated for 5 years, which is so huge that it is frightening. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the few people present. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, the 3 of them suddenly felt their scalps go numb, as if they were being stared at by some ferocious beast, and they felt a little cold unconsciously. What is this chakra? Jiraiya resisted chakra with difficulty, and looked at Uzumaki Naruto with shocking eyes. He knows that Uzumaki Naruto's chakra is huge, but, however, this is a bit outrageous. Just relying on chakra makes me feel a sense of danger. Is Uzumaki Naruto in front of me a human or a tailed beast? The chakra of a normal tailed beast is not so huge, Uzumaki Naruto, he really is a monster. Tsunade gritted his teeth and said. Ho ho ho! Sage body and 100 healings mark, what a wonderful combination, this is at least a few years of fairy chakra, almost like the chakra of 8 Tails Jayaki. Although Orochimaru resisted very hard, but the eyes looking at Uzumaki Naruto became more and more greedy and fiery. Uzumaki Naruto withdrew his gaze, slapped his hands on the ground and said. Be careful not to die. Even I can't control the next ninjutsu. Ice escape ice age. Kaka. The pure white spread out under the palm of Uzumaki Naruto, and in just 1 second, the pure white spread to nearly 1,000 meters, covering the entire high platform. Whether it's growing trees, or boiling magma, all turned into ice and snow in an instant. Not only that, the ice is still spreading crazily all the way, climbing up the mountain wall, covering Hokage rock in ice. After devouring the Hokage rock, the pure white ice spread all the way to Konoha village. The Konoha village ninja's face changed drastically after being frightened, and he backed up again and again in horror, until it almost turned into a desperate run in the end. What are you kidding? Is this ice going to swallow the entire Konoha village? Why hasn't it stopped? The Konoha village ninja looked back in disbelief, and let out an unbelievable growl. I saw the ice spreading wildly all the way, almost devouring the entire center of Konoha village, and the original simple buildings turned into ice and snow. All this seems to be very slow, but in fact it is only completed within 10 seconds. Nearly half of the buildings in Konoha village were covered in ice, and the villagers fleeing in terror on the road were even frozen and unable to move. The 3 of Jiraiya were even shivering from the cold, and had to retreat a long way in order to be able to bear the biting chill. Hateful! Boy, are you going to destroy Konoha village? Senjo Hashirama's eyes flashed with anger, he slapped his hands hard, and shouted loudly, Wood-style tree world descends. On the ice, big trees broke through the ice one by one, and the thick roots twisted like horned dragons, trying to attack Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto snorted coldly. Freeze it for me. As the chill became colder, the big tree that had just broken through the ice was frozen into a big tree ice sculpture in the next second. Senjo Hashirama didn't show any weakness either, and summoned more trees again, but without exception, they all turned into crystal clear ice sculptures. The fight between the two completely turned into chakra consumption. Trees continued to grow, and then they were covered by cold ice and snow. The high platform has almost turned into a world of white ice sculptures, and as far as the eye can see, there are all white ice sculptures of trees. The battle of attrition lasted about 2 minutes. In these 2 minutes, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru also wanted to make a shot. But before they attacked Uzumaki Naruto, they were instantly frozen into ice by the terrifying chill emanating from Uzumaki Naruto. No. Tsunade gritted his teeth and said, Uzumaki Naruto's chakra is too scary, he uses the magic chakra regardless of consumption. Jiraiya nodded bitterly. In terms of consumption alone, I'm afraid 10 of us can't match Uzumaki Naruto. Crazy use of the blood successor boundary like a normal person would have been turned into a mummy long ago. However, Uzumaki Naruto's momentum is like a rainbow, and the boiling red chakra flames on his body are burning fiercely. It is estimated that he will not be tired after using it for a day and a night. Senjo Hashirama was already in a cold sweat. He realized that in terms of a war of attrition, he was actually no match for the young man in front of him. The cold ice not only spread to his feet, but even frozen the soil dozens of meters underground into cold soil. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes flashed coldly, and he said, "Freeze for me." A swipe of ice broke through the barriers of the trees, instantly freezing Senjo Hashirama's feet in the ice. Senjo Hashirama's face changed drastically, and he was about to smash the ice into pieces, but at this second, Uzumaki Naruto had already rushed in front of him. Dead bone pulse. Uzumaki Naruto slapped the ice hard with his right hand and said in a cold voice, "Crack! Crack! Crack!" Several dark red bones broke through the ice, pierced through Senjo Hashirama's body in an instant, front, back, left, and right. Senjo Hashirama couldn't move for a moment, watching Uzumaki Naruto punch him. Boom! A heavy and powerful punch opened a big hole in Senjo Hashirama's head. Before Senjo Hashirama could recover, a gold chain wrapped around it, quickly suppressing Senjo Hashirama's chakra. Hateful! Senjo Hashirama almost gritted his teeth, full of unwillingness, and desperately tried to break free of the gold chain with his hands. If he was in his heyday, such an attack would not be able to hurt him at all, but now his strength is not even 1 in 10. No solution anymore. Senjo Hashirama showed determination in his eyes. For Konoha village, he had to make sacrifices. This was for the peace of Konoha village and the ninja world. 1 second before being completely sealed, Senjo Hashirama quickly crossed his hands to seal. Has highway Mao Suzi Iu Wuha. Clap your hands together. Senjo Hashirama shouted, Ghoul Seal. Chapter 170. Ghoul Seal. Uzumaki Naruto's pupils shrank, and he took 2 steps back subconsciously. If there is anything else in Konoha village that can make you feel afraid, it is undoubtedly the 3 taboo ninjutsu of the Ghoul Seal, Lizi Xiang technique and Impure World Reincarnation. Needless to say, Impure World Reincarnation can revive the dead strong. As for the Ghoul Seal and the Lizi Xiang technique, they are both extremely powerful, but they are the same means of killing both of them. I didn't expect even First Hokage to use this trick, but it's normal. First Hokage's wife is Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Senjo Hashirama gravely. Grandfather. Tsunade's eyes widened and he reached out to stop Senjo Hashirama. But it was too late. A phantom appeared behind Senjo Hashirama, slowly turning into a phantom of Shinigami holding a short sword. Seeing this phantom, Tsunade knelt down on the ground weakly, and closed his eyes in pain. The Ghoul Seal, once used, is a taboo ninjutsu that will perish together, even after death. Even the soul cannot get peace. Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's all UBD. Tsunade gritted his teeth in his heart and looked at the ashes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, wishing to throw his ashes away now. If it weren't for you, how could Uzumaki Naruto become Namikaze, and how could he become an enemy of Konoha-kun? It's fine now. As soon as you die, your own group, and even the dead first generation and second generation Hokage will wipe Yura for you. Master Hokage. The Konoha village ninja looked at Senjo Hashirama sadly. Although they didn't know what the Ghoul Seal was, looking at Tsunade's expression, they knew that it was definitely not a simple ninjutsu. It was sad and painful, but at the same time, the Konoha village ninja was relieved. Using this taboo ninjutsu, Uzumaki Naruto should be killed, right? Under the spotlight. The Shinigami phantom behind Senjo Hashirama finally appeared, holding a bracelet in one hand and a short sword in the other, looking terrifying like a ghost. After the Shinigami phantom gradually appeared, Senjo Hashirama slammed chakra with all his strength, clapped his hands hard and shouted, wood-style laughing Buddha Jutsu. W. Bang. 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 3 big hands made of wood broke through the ice, like the arms of a titan, and pinched Uzumaki Naruto's legs and waist. A cold light flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, and he stomped the ice with his right heel. There was only a bang, and huge cracks appeared on the ice surface, and the 3 wooden arms were shattered wildly into sawdust all over the sky. However, taking this opportunity, Senjo Hashirama shouted, and Shinigami reached out and grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's stomach. A faint blue soul was pulled out from Uzumaki Naruto's body, gradually pulled outward. As long as the soul is taken away, Uzumaki Naruto will die instantly and become a soulless corpse. It's truly a ninjutsu of mutual destruction. It's powerful enough. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his teeth, clutching his soul tightly with both hands, preventing it from being taken away by Shinigami's hands. It's useless. When things got to this point, Senjo Hashirama looked very open, and said in a deep voice, "Give up, your strength alone cannot shake Shinigami." Hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto forced a smile and said, "That's not necessarily the case, I'm different from those stupid guys, I have companions, you don't want to take my soul away just by yourself. Kurama. It's your turn, haven't you been trying to kill that BD Senjo Hashirama? Kill him to death." Along with Uzumaki Naruto's roar, a touch of gold chakra boiled from Uzumaki Naruto's body. There is a touch of rage in the gold chakra, almost forming a substance, and finally forming a giant fox head as huge as a mountain. The whole body exudes a violent and tyrannical breath, and the chakra on it is even more massive. Just the breath makes people tremble all over. Roar! 9 Tails let out a roar, opened its mouth wide, exposed its sharp fangs, and ruthlessly bit Senjo Hashirama's body. 9 Tails! Senjo Hashirama's pupils shrank, he didn't expect, Uzumaki Naruto is the perfect Jinchuriki for 9 Tails. The phantom of the 9 Tails demon fox in front of him was clearly formed by the 9 Tails chakra. Although it was still terrifying like a natural disaster, it had a hint of gentleness. The perfect 9 Tails Jinchuriki at such a young age is unbelievable, even Mito can't do it. Senjo Hashirama felt a regret in his heart, wishing to revive Sarutobi Hiruzen and beat him hard. Perfect 9 Tails Jinchuriki. This is the first perfect 9 Tails Jinchuriki in history. Uzumaki Naruto is definitely a genius of geniuses. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what the hell did you do to push such a genius to the opposite of Konoha? Damn it, since that's the case, 9 Tails, come with me too. Senjo Hashirama gritted his teeth and brought 9 Tails into the attack range, trying to take 9 Tails' soul away. In Konoha village. The residents of Konoha village, who were already in a bit of confusion, screamed in fright when they saw the head of the 9 Tails fox. The fear of the 9 Tails rebellion flooded the minds of Konoha village residents again after decades. All the villagers went crazy, panicked, rolled and crawled, and ran desperately to the shelter. 9 Tails, that's 9 Tails demon fox. The 9 Tails demon fox has been released, hurry up and stop it, otherwise Konoha village will be destroyed. 1. My god, how did the 9 Tails fox go berserk? Did Uzumaki Naruto turn into a 9 Tails fox? Run, or you will be killed by the 9 Tails demon fox. The villagers of Konoha were frightened and cried for their fathers and mothers for a while, and everyone scratched the street like crazy. Just a moment. The streets and alleys of Konoha village are full of people, and all the villagers are looking at Jotai, Nyohao, in horror, for fear that the 9 Tails demon fox will suddenly attack them. At this time, Konoha's ninja should have evacuated the chaotic crowd. But unfortunately, all the ninjas were dumbfounded looking at the huge fox's head, their bodies trembled involuntarily with the incomparable fear in their expressions. 9 Tails, how did 9 Tails be released? Uzumaki Naruto, did he die? No, this seems a bit different from 9 Tails, the chakra of 9 Tails seems to be more tyrannical. You really say that? The chakra of 9 Tails is a bit stable, not so much the runaway 9 Tails demon fox, it's better to say that it's formed by the perfect Jinchuriki. Are you kidding? Do you mean Uzumaki Naruto became the perfect Jinchuriki? After the Konoha village ninja fell into extreme shock, they couldn't help arguing. No matter what. It is impossible for a 12-year-old boy to be a perfect Jinchuriki. Chapter 171. Konoha village is in shambles. Old people, adults, children, all fled in the street in panic. The Konoha shinobi practitioners stood on the roof of the house in a daze, their hands trembling, and they stared blankly at the golden touch on the high platform. First there was an explosion, then terrifying ice, and then big trees. Nowadays, the 9 Tails foxes with apocalyptic powers have been unleashed. What the hell happened over there? On the high platform of the Chunin exam. The head of 9 Tails formed by gold chakra appeared on the high platform, bearing its fangs, firmly protecting Uzumaki Naruto's body inside. Look from afar. It's like a huge fox poking its head out of the soil. Roar! 9 Tails roared from the head, and stared at Senjo Hashirama with tyrannical eyes. Hashirama! It's been decades, I never thought we'd see each other again. Senjo Hashirama forced a smile. Yeah, I really didn't expect that I would meet you again one day, 9 Tails. While speaking, Senjo Hashirama felt a bitterness in his heart. If it was his heyday, let alone many 9 Tails as enemies, even the 9 Tails 223, he could easily defeat him. But because of this fragile body, there is no way for him to use all his strength. Gritting his teeth, Senjo Hashirama used all his chakra, trying to pull out Uzumaki Naruto and Nine Tails chakra. However, the combined souls of Uzumaki Naruto and Nine Tails can already initially resist Senjo Hashirama's pull. At this moment, Blue's soul seemed to be a rope in a tug-of-war, and no one had the upper hand. Nine Tails! Uzumaki Naruto roared. Nine Tails roared, and the berserk chakra merged into Uzumaki Naruto's body again. Uzumaki Naruto stretched out a few claws formed by golden yellow chakra, extending infinitely, grabbing the soul violently. Moment. Uzumaki Naruto's power increased greatly, and half of the souls that were torn out were pulled back 2/3. Kaka. The ground crumbled under Senjo Hashirama's feet. Senjo Hashirama himself had blue veins on his forehead, almost gnawed his teeth, and almost stuck his feet into the soil, but even so, he was still being passed over. Damn it, Nine Tails, no, it's Uzumaki Naruto. This guy Uzumaki Naruto is so strong that he is going to withdraw his Hokage soul with only chakra. Senjo Hashirama panted heavily, his eyes fixed on the soul that was gradually withdrawn. I have not encountered such a situation. Being grabbed by Shinigami's soul, he can still resist so fiercely, and even wants to take his soul back from Shinigami's hands. Uzumaki Naruto still kept his strength, saw Senjo Hashirama being gradually pulled towards him, and kicked hard. Boom! Senjo Hashirama's left leg was broken, and he knelt on the ground with a plop, and countless ashes quickly recovered the injury of his left leg. Kong ku. A few more feet down, Senjo Hashirama's chest and face were pierced with several large holes. Thanks to Impure World Reincarnation's body, if the body of a normal person gets these feet, even if they don't die, they will be seriously injured. Senjo Hashirama turned black, looked at the three of Tsunade and roared, "What are you still doing? Come and help me. I was almost beaten to death on my side, and the three on the other side were still watching the fun." Senjo Hashirama almost had the urge to vomit blood. "I am the first Hokage, no one will help me when I am beaten for wool?" Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade woke up like a dream. Look at the two ditches that were dragged out under Senjo Hashirama's feet, and look at Senjo Hashirama's tragic situation at this time. The three of them shuddered all over, and rushed over to help without saying a word. Neither did they. First Hokage and Legendary, after using this taboo-level ninja, not only did not turn defeat into victory, but was beaten black and blue. Snort. Uzumaki Naruto snorted coldly, and glanced at the situation of Uchiha Shisui. The latter is battling Konoha village ninjas. Mangekyo Sharinon turned crazily, blocking the attack of Kurenuyui, Might Guy, and 7 or 8 other ninjas with the power of one person. Uchiha Shisui, this guy is hopeless. Uzumaki Naruto muttered to himself, then let go of his soul with one hand, slapped the ground hard, and said with a loud roar. Summoning technique Isofo. Pang! Billowing white smoke exploded. Three Tails Isobu, wearing a giant turtle shell, emerges from the fog. Three Tails looked at the situation on the field for a while, raised his head and roared, and swept his tail towards the three of Jiraiya. The faces of the three of Jiraiya changed drastically, and their figures retreated quickly. There was only a bang. Three Tails slammed its barbed tail against the Hokage rock of fourth Hokage. The power of the tailed beast was like a natural disaster, and it smashed the Hokage rock of fourth Hokage into pieces, and a large piece of rubble fell to the ground, stirring up dust all over the sky. Three Tails. The eyeballs of the ninjas in Konoha village are about to pop out. First there was one tail Shao'er, then 9 tails Kurama, and now even 3 tails Kurama appeared. What is this for? Could it be that Konoha village will be destroyed today? Oh my god, using a tailed beast as a summoning beast, how could there be such an outrageous thing? Damn it, one tail Shikaku is running rampant over there, and there is another 3 tails, how are we going to fight? The Konoha village ninja yelled bitterly. Tailed beasts are a natural disaster, and today, a total of 3 tailed beasts ravaged Konoha village. Even with the help of the first generation and second generation Hokages, the Konoha village ninja didn't have much confidence, and even felt a sense of bitterness. Uzumaki Naruto looked at 3 tails while pulling his soul, and said coldly, 3 tails, don't worry about it, just kill those 3 people for me. I was merciful for a while before and didn't kill Jiraiya and Tsunade. It's fine now. Not only are they not grateful to Dade, but they also want to stop themselves. Roar. 3 tails roared, agreeing to Uzumaki Naruto's words, opened his mouth wide, and the berserk chakra gathered in his mouth. Tail Beast Cannon. Jiraiya's pupils contracted, and when he looked in the direction of the tailed beast cannon, his expression changed drastically. That direction is Sarutobi Asuma and the Hokage building. No, we must not let this tailed beast cannon shoot through. Forget about helping Senjo Hashirama. Jiraiya and Tsunade grabbed Orochimaru who was trying to escape, and blocked in front of the tailed beast cannon. Summoning technique Katsuyu. Tsunade slapped the ground, and a giant Katsuya comparable to a mountain appeared on the high platform. Summoning technique Hama Hiroshi. Jiraiya also slapped the ground, and a toad holding a long knife appeared on the high platform. Jiraiya, Tsunade, you two bastards. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya and Tsunade through gritted teeth. These two bastards grabbed him so tightly that he had to stand in front of the tailed beast cannon. Call. Letting out a breath, Orochimaru slapped his hands on the ground with an ugly face. Only this time, after blocking this shot, I don't care about it. Summoning technique triple Rashomon. The three of Jiraiya fought against Three Tails in full swing, completely ignoring Senjo Hashirama's previous request for help. Tsunade took a moment to look at Senjo Hashirama and shouted. Grandpa, hold on a little longer, and we'll go over to support you right away. Senjo Hashirama almost blown alive. Chapter 172. Senjo Hashirama almost vomited blood in his heart. Can't you come and support me first? Because of myself and Uzumaki Naruto's soul, the two are almost face to face. It is difficult for one's own fist to hurt Uzumaki Naruto, but the opponent's fist is like an iron fist, and every punch can make him stare at himself. In this case, you still make me insist? You are human? Senjo Hashirama has an urge to curse. I have the determination to resist, but I don't have the strength to resist. With my own body alone, I don't even have 1/10 of the strength of the heyday, not to mention the magic, even the wooden golem technique. Thinking of this, Senjo Hashirama looked down at his body and almost fainted on the spot. In just a few seconds, his body was riddled with holes by Uzumaki Naruto. When the light shone on his body, the shadows were full of holes like cheese. No, if things go on like this, there will be no soul at all, and my soul will be taken away first. Senjo Hashirama almost gritted his teeth, trying to suck out the souls of Uzumaki Naruto and Nine Tails. He didn't expect to take out both of their souls, but at least part of them had to be taken out so that the Shinigami's scythe could cut them down. Roar! Nine Tails let out a growl. He opened his mouth wide, exposed his fangs, and bit down on Senjo Hashirama fiercely. This time Senjo Hashirama didn't dodge in time, and was bitten on the shoulder, almost swallowing an arm. Ugh! Senjo Hashirama let out a groan, clenched his teeth and shouted, Tobirama, are you still not well? My body is too weak. If I continue like this, before I can seal Uzumaki Naruto and Nine Tails, my soul will be taken away by Shinigami first. Hold on! Senjo Tobirama's feeble voice came from afar. At this time, his situation was not optimistic. His body was shattered by the detonating talisman, and he recovered for a long time. Now he is also missing an arm. Senjo Hashirama knew that he could not count on Senjo Tobirama, gritted his teeth, clapped his hands and shouted, Wood-style wood expulsion jutsu. The soil surged on the ground, and the trees created a wooden shield shaped like a grimace with fangs, directly defending Senjo Hashirama inside. Senjo Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief, and tried his best to pull Uzumaki Naruto's soul again. Wood expulsion jutsu is one of his strongest defenses. In the Battle of the Valley of the End, he blocked Uchiha Madara Suzanu's slash with this move. Wood expulsion jutsu technique, no matter how you say it, can defend against 2-bar. Senjo Hashirama gasped. Without the power of the heyday, using the ninjutsu of mutual destruction can only be so miserable. Click. Before Senjo Hashirama came back to his senses, he saw a crack appear on the wooden shield, and the light from outside came in through it. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his 5 fingers, and with a few punches of Kong Bang Bang, he punched a big hole in the shield. Uzumaki Naruto's cold eyes emerged from the crack and grabbed Senjo Hashirama by the neck. You can't escape, first Hokage. However, you really found a good grave for yourself. In this kind of defense, you don't even have room to escape. Senjo Hashirama pupil constriction, wood expulsion jutsu, didn't even win a few seconds. Adamantine sealing chains. Uzumaki Naruto roared, and 4 gold chains pierced through the wooden shield, and also pierced Senjo Hashirama's body. Belonging to the massive chakra of first Hokage, it is imprisoned at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thump! Senjo Hashirama fell to his knees, and the chakra in his whole body could no longer be mobilized. What a monster! Senjo Hashirama looked at Uzumaki Naruto unwillingly. If he was in his heyday, he would definitely not have this result. However, there are no ifs in the world. Black's mysterious words constantly emerged from the gold chain, flowing like life, gradually covering the surface of Senjo Hashirama's body. With the coverage of the black mantra pattern, the consciousness in Senjo Hashirama's eyes gradually disappeared. The phantom of the Shinigami who had been silent for a long time also moved at this moment. With a wave of the knife in Shinigami's phantom, Senjo Hashirama's soul was cut off instantly, and Blue's soul was caught in Shinigami's hand. With a plop, Senjo Hashirama's body fell to the ground. Is this the end? First Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto sneered, pulled Senjo Hashirama's body out of the shield, and threw it aside. I thought I could fight wooden golem jutsu, or even the top Buddha, but I didn't expect it to be so weak. 0. Seeking flowers. Uzumaki Naruto said coldly. I wasted 5 years of magic chakra, if there is a next meeting, I will give you a good beating. After the voice fell, Uzumaki Naruto made a mudra with both hands. 100 healings mark. All the chakra remaining in the body gathered on Uzumaki Naruto's forehead, forming Red's diamond-shaped imprint again. There are still about 3 years of Zyonjo chakra left. After a while, I will go to a place with a lot of Zyonshu chakra. Muttering to himself, Uzumaki Naruto looked at Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. The three of them were sweating profusely, struggling against the three tails, constantly changing the direction of the tail beast cannons one after another. The original forest on the edge of Konoha village has now become ruins, and the deafening explosions of the tailed beast cannon are constantly coming. The defense of three tails is too strong, and my strength has no effect on its turtle shell. Tsunade gritted his teeth and said. Green purple emerged from her pair of jade hands, trembling slightly, showing the terrifying defensive power of three tails. After all, it is the tailed beast with the strongest defense, but, this monster is almost unable to hold on. Jiraiya said with difficulty while holding Rei's non. It is too difficult to deal with a tailed beast in a short time by brute force alone. Jiraiya, Tsunade, not so much to deal with this tailed beast, but I feel, we are the ones who are dealt with first. Orochimaru's eyelids twitched wildly, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva and said, I think I should leave now. Tsunade snorted coldly, Orochimaru, if you dare to run, believe it or not, I'll blow your head off right here. Orochimaru said dryly, that's not the problem, Tsunade, you look back. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked back, frowning. Look what, it's not my grandpa seal Uzumaki Naruto. Shodai should still be there. The voices of Tsunade and Jiraiya stopped abruptly, and they stared blankly at the scene behind them. Uzumaki Naruto sat on Senjo Hashirama's corpse, waving 4 gold chains behind him, and waved to them with great interest. Yo, you go ahead. E.T. That. Tsunade, into. Chapter 171. Quiet. Silence. The atmosphere on the high platform was extremely awkward. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade were stunned and stood in place like stakes. Sky. The hearts of the three were overwhelmed, as if 100,000 grass mud horses were galloping back and forth in their hearts. When the three of us dealt with three tails, first Hokage was beaten into a corpse in less than 5 minutes. Tsunade was screaming and roaring in his heart. Grandpa, why do you? Tsunade stared in disbelief at the dead body under Uzumaki Naruto's A. Although it is not what Senjo Hashirama looks like now, just a few minutes ago, this was first Hokage in Konoha village. The Konoha village, known as the God of Ninjas, the first Hokage where 747 put down the turmoil in the ninja world. Unexpectedly, fell to the ground without any breath. Jiraiya's eyelids twitched wildly, and she couldn't help rubbing her eyes. Shodai was killed so quickly. This is the ninja in Legendary, even if its strength is weakened, it still has cage-level strength. He was beaten to death in less than 5 minutes. No. To be precise, first Hokage died decades ago and is now the resurrected man of impure world reincarnation. But then he also has an immortal body, how could he be easily defeated? Uzumaki Naruto tilted his head, that. Jiraiya-sensei, Tsunade, and that disgusting snake, are you underestimating my strength? What makes you guys think that I can't beat first Hokage? It's not good to underestimate people. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the three of them indifferently. Knowing that Senjo Hashirama was not in its heyday, I was indeed relieved. But that doesn't mean you're afraid of first Hokage. A first Hokage who has been weakened to this extent, if he hadn't used the ghoul seal, he could have stuffed his head in his A. Jiraiya swallowed dryly. I really didn't expect. Although he had heard of the terrifying reputation of Namikaze's numb face, he had never seen it with his own eyes. When he learned that Namikaze was Uzumaki Naruto, although he was shocked, there was no fear in his heart. Until now. It was only then that Jiraiya realized what Namikaze was. I know why Namikaze is called the strongest S-class rebel. Regardless of age, Uzumaki Naruto's strength is definitely a strong man standing at the top of the pyramid even in the ninja war where monsters are rampant. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. Uzumaki Naruto stood up and glanced at the corpse at his feet. The original appearance of first Hokage has disappeared, replaced by the appearance of a teenager. Gold. Uzumaki Naruto muttered to himself, and recognized the boy who was sacrificed by Orochimaru as a ninja from Union Village who took the Chunin exam. A genin, no wonder it's so weak. Looking back, Uzumaki Naruto kicked the corpse away, looked at Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, and said with a smile. It's up to you to decide. Ms. Jiraiya, Master Tsunade, and that disgusting snake, are you going to be my enemy? While speaking, Uzumaki Naruto stretched out his right hand, and the 4 golden chains, like 4 golden dragons, aimed at the three of them with a clatter. Tsunade swallowed, what if we don't agree? A cold look flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, then you all pray that you can escape from my hand. Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, both Jiraiya and Tsunade felt a little cold. Not good. Jiraiya took a deep breath and wanted to touch the palm of the ground with great speed. Wishful thinking. A cold light flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, without using adamantine sealing chains, his footsteps stepped on the ground, and rushed towards Jiraiya like a ray of light. Jiraiya's complexion changed drastically, she didn't care about using the summoning technique, and stepped back quickly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Toad Hero of Mount Miyaboku swung his long knife and slashed fiercely at Uzumaki Naruto's body. Boom! There was a deafening bang from the ground. Billowing smoke and dust. Hit! Jiraiya's body appeared on the high platform, looking at the dust in surprise. Uzumaki Naruto, who can't even stand up to Master First Hokage, was hit by his own summoning beast? No, this Emperor. Toad Guang's expression changed, and he tried hard to pull out the long knife, but the tip of the long knife seemed to be nailed in the dust. No matter how hard he pulled it, he couldn't get it back. When the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, the scene inside was revealed. Jiraiya's pupils shrank, and he opened his mouth and roared, "Ha Toad, hurry back!" Only in the dust. Uzumaki Naruto's feet were nailed to the ground like nails, and his 5 fingers on his right hand were closed, firmly holding the blade dozens of times larger than his body. Really are? Are you forcing me to kill someone? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Toma Hikaru with cold eyes, and slightly exerted force with his 5 fingers. There was only a click. The iron long knife, dozens of times larger than a human being, snapped off, and half of the blade was held in Uzumaki Naruto's hand. Throwing the broken blade aside casually, Uzumaki Naruto appeared in front of Toad Hiroshi, and tapped his right index finger on Toad's leg. Ice escaped the breath of the ice demon. Kaka. Hiroshi Toad, who is a giant summoning beast, looked terrified in his eyes, watching helplessly as his body was frozen inch by inch. Just for a second. A lifelike Toad ice sculpture appeared on the high platform. Toad Hiroshi. Jiraiya growled, but getting no response, the ice sculpture disappeared with a thud onto the ledge. Naruto. Jiraiya looked at Uzumaki Naruto angrily, and in the next second, an oversized Raise-non appeared in his hand. Before Jiraiya made a move, he only felt a violent surge of chakra behind him, and his expression changed drastically, and he looked behind him. 2.6 tails. The expressions of Tsunade and Orochimaru also changed. With Uzumaki Naruto behind them, they forgot that they were dealing with 3 tails. I saw 3 tails opened its mouth wide, roared, and a huge dark black ball hit the 3 of them head-on. No, I can't stop it. Orochimaru's expression changed, and he avoided it without hesitation. 3 tails Isofa's tailed beast cannon would definitely be unstoppable by himself, even the triple Rashomon would be ruthlessly destroyed. Jiraiya and Tsunade's expressions became extremely tangled. They also know that they can't stand it, but behind them is the arena of the Chunin exam. Besides ninjas, there are many genin students. Just when the two were extremely entangled, Uzumaki Naruto appeared in front of them and said indifferently, "Step aside." Chapter 172. Step aside. After hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, Jiraiya and Tsunade were stunned. Jiraiya looked at Uzumaki Naruto in surprise, stretched out his hand and said, "Naruto, what do you mean, you want to block this tail beast cannon?" Tsunade took a step back, away from Uzumaki Naruto, and said vigilantly, "Don't be kidding, there is no way to fly the tailed beast cannon at such a short distance, you are trying to trick us not to resist, right?" Both Jiraiya and Tsunade raised great vigilance. The 3rd Hokage was killed by you, and even the 2 generations of Hokage were beaten badly by you, would you be so kind now? Wouldn't it be optimal for you to let the tailed beast cannon explode in Konoha village? Orochimaru smiled hoarsely, and slipped into the distance without stopping. Interesting, although you want to destroy Konoha village, don't you want Konoha village to suffer too much damage? Uzumaki Naruto turned his head to look at Jiraiya and Tsunade, and said indifferently, "I said it, get out of the way, I won't say it a second time." Jiraiya and Tsunade gritted their teeth, feeling extremely conflicted in their hearts. But looking at the dark black sphere coming towards 05, Jiraiya and Tsunade felt inexplicably powerless, sighed and took 2 steps back. The reason why they were able to stop the tailed beast cannon before was because they used an attack to change the attack arc of the tailed beast cannon at the beginning. But now this close, there's nothing you can do. Seeing that the two gave way, Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath and said indifferently, "Kurama." Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying gold chakra erupted from Uzumaki Naruto, boiling on his body almost like a flame. Jiraiya and Tsunade's expressions changed. It's not Susanoo, and it's not those bloodlines, it's 9 tails. Does he want to settle the fight the Jinchuriki way? Too exaggerated, has he experienced the perfect Jinchuriki pose? Jiraiya and Tsunade's eyes hardened. After the battle just now, they clearly knew that Naruto the Whirlpool was the perfect 9 tails Jinchuriki. But there is also a gap between a perfect Jinchuriki and a perfect Jinchuriki. A Jinchuriki like Killer Bee, who has experienced the form of a tailed beast many times, can perfectly control the chakra of a tailed beast. On the other hand, Uzumaki Naruto, who has been hiding his strength before, has never heard of the situation of becoming a tailed beast. Using this ability suddenly really won't cause any big problems? Master Naruto. Uchiha Shisui parted ways in the fight, and Mangekyo Sharinon looked at Uzumaki Naruto. The state of 9 tails, Naruto-sama. Is this the tail beast form that 9 tails is going to use? Uchiha Shisui frowned slightly, and looked along Uzumaki Naruto's back, and sure enough there was a girl with white pupils in the distance. Hyuga Hinata, Naruto-sama is here to save her, no, also to save those little devils in his class. This girl is Uzumaki Naruto-sama's weakness, and the last runaway seems to be because of him. Uchiha Shisui was stunned, but he was also a little worried. Can Naruto really control the transformation into Nine-Tails Fox state? Completely Nine-Tails state, maybe it will go berserk. Kurama, come and try our cooperation. Uzumaki Naruto said in his heart. Oh, leave it to this day to make trouble. Nine-Tails frantically agreed, and unrestrained chakra poured into Uzumaki Naruto's body, making chakra boil even more. I can lend you all of my chakra, so that I can beat that big turtle hard. Gold chakra boils gradually. First, a golden fox head is formed, followed by a body as huge as a mountain, and finally 9 tails that cover the sky. Roar! 9 tails let out a roar that pierced the sky and was clearly visible throughout Konoha village. Not just voices can be heard. The villagers and ninjas in the whole Konoha village can see the majestic and terrifying 9 tails demon fox of chakra on the high platform. It is different from the berserk stance of 9 tails itself. In the 9 tails state controlled by Uzumaki Naruto, chakra is no longer dark red, but gold to add a touch of elegance and grandeur. But the terror remains the same. You can know the terrifying energy in it just by looking at it with the naked eye. The first time I use it, I can use such a perfect tail beast state. This talent is much stronger than mine. Orochimaru looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a look of shock in his eyes. He knew that Uzumaki Naruto was using tailed beast form for the first time. However, the first time I used the form of the tailed beast, it has reached the point of perfection, and I used the power of 9 tails perfectly. As far as I know, the 2 perfect Jinchuriki in Cloud Shinobi village all failed when they first used the tailed beast form. Orochimaru swallowed, realizing more and more how dangerous the boy in front of him was. If no one in Uzumaki continues to grow, he will definitely be an apex powerhouse like Ninja Shura. Jiraiya and Tsunade don't understand these though. But looking at the 9 tails demon fox who was as high as a mountain, he was still frightened and took 2 steps back. Tsunade felt even weaker all over, and with a plop, he fell to the ground in a duck-sitting position, looking at Uzumaki Naruto dully. Perfect 9 tails state, when fighting with Grandpa Hashirama, Grandpa Tobirama, never use this move. Tsunade muttered dully to himself. If Uzumaki Naruto had used this trick in the previous fight, it goes without saying that the fight would have ended much quicker. Naruto, come on, with the help of my uncle's power, let you feel what is my real power. 9 tails let out a growl. He wanted to say before that let Uzumaki Naruto use his own power to use the tail beast form to deal with Senjo Hashirama and Senjo Tobirama. It turned out just right. Those 2 scumbags didn't force Uzumaki Naruto to make the move at all. Of course I know your strength, Kurama, after all, you, a fox, have lived in my body for more than 10 years. Uzumaki 937 Naruto smiled, stood in the body of 9 tails, looked indifferently at the oncoming tailed beast cannon. Let them see, Kurama, what is the true power of the so-called scourge. As soon as the words fell, the 9 tails form controlled by Uzumaki Naruto let out a fierce roar, and the 5 tail wolves that covered the sky lashed out fiercely. The tail slashed through the air, and there was even a sound of breaking through the air. I saw 9 gold tails crashing into the tailed beast cannon like a meteor. Jiraiya and Tsunade's eyes widened suddenly, and they lost their voices. Hit the tailed beast cannon with your tail, Uzumaki Naruto, are you crazy? That's the tailed beast cannon, Naruto, you have to use the tailed beast cannon to fight back, otherwise it's impossible to block it. Boom! The voices of the 2 did not fall. Uzumaki Naruto's 9 gold tails collided with the tailed beast cannon fiercely. An astonishing thing happened. 3 tails tail beast cannon not only failed to shatter Gold's tail, but was slammed into the distant forest with a bang. Boom! Deafening explosions sounded, large areas of forest trees were destroyed, and a huge mushroom cloud rose from the ground. In contrast, Uzumaki Naruto's 9 tails state, 9 tails covering the sky, without any wounds on them. Uzumaki Naruto withdrew his tail, looked at 3 tails indifferently, and said, enough, calm down. Stop messing around, or I'll kill you. Chapter 173. Uzumaki Naruto stared at 3 tails indifferently. Although the giant tortoise in front of him is his own summoning beast, and he has been beaten by him, it seems, he still hasn't surrendered to himself. Based on the situation just now, there is absolutely no need for 3 tails to release the tail beast cannon. But this guy. Not only was the tailed beast cannon released, but it was also the largest ever. 3 tails, you just now, are you trying to kill me too? Uzumaki Naruto walked up to 3 tails Isayafo, and the sharp claws of 9 tails touched 3 tails Isayafo's forehead. With just a slight movement of his arm, Uzumaki Naruto can smash the monster known as the Scourge through the head. 3 tails let out a moan, slowly lowered his head, and sat on the ground like a real turtle. Call. Uzumaki Naruto let out a breath, and said lightly, only this time, if there is another time, I will kill you. Having said that, Uzumaki Naruto lowered his head while maintaining the nine-tails state, and said without a trace of emotion. Don't take chances, even if you are a tailed beast, I have the strength to kill you completely, so that you cannot be resurrected. Uzumaki Naruto wasn't trying to scare people. The tail beast is a natural disaster formed by chakra. After being killed, it will only lose its strength, but it will still be reborn in another place. Just like the fourth Mizukage in the original book, although he was killed by Terumi Mei, the three tails in his body died along with him. But only a few years have passed. Three Tails Jifu was resurrected in a lake until he was captured by people organized by Akatsuki. It can be seen that the tailed beast is an invincible existence. But their existence can also be erased by yin-yang done, just like the death of human beings, leaving no trace. Three Tails' body trembled slightly, relying on the beast's intuition, he could hear the killing intent in Uzumaki Naruto's words. Roar! Three Tails let out a low growl. Uzumaki Naruto nodded slightly, looked back, and said, okay, then you can go back first. Boom! Huge white smoke suddenly rose, and the huge body of Three Tails Jifu disappeared, returning to a lake in the land of water. Hey, Naruto, you said you're going to kill Three Tails, are you kidding me? Nine Tails growled in Uzumaki Naruto's heart. No. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head, looked sideways at Nine Tails, who was as huge as a mountain, and laughed, Kurama, such a thing, how can you think I'm joking? Just now. I really want to kill this turtle. No matter what else, buy the truth-seeking ball directly, and use the yin-yang escape of the truth-seeking ball to completely erase this giant dog from the world. After all, it touched its reverse scale. The last few words, Uzumaki Naruto muttered in a voice only he could hear. Turning his head, Uzumaki Naruto looked at the examination room with cold eyes, and his eyes stayed on a certain girl who was at a loss. If he hadn't shot himself just now, the tail beast cannon would have exploded there, and no one would have survived. Nine Tails was silent for a moment, then gradually got down on his stomach, and growled, Naruto, you are such a scary guy. However, you have to be careful, an obvious weakness like yours, but any ninja can detect it. I know. Uzumaki Naruto nodded, I won't give them a chance, but if there is a threat to someone I value, I will eradicate them. Expectations of the enemy. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't even imagine such a thing. Ninja Shiuluo use Haibo Madara, even a strong man like him can design to kill Yuan Yelin, let alone those insidious guys. But I won't give them a chance. After talking with Nine Tails, Uzumaki Naruto looked down at Jiraiya and the others again. Ms. Jiraiya, Master Tsunade, and that disgusting snake, what are you thinking about? Although it was the same problem, but this time, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, the three obviously felt a stronger sense of oppression than before. Jiraiya and Tsunade swallowed uncontrollably. Being stared at by the mountain like Nine Tails, anyone who comes here feels a lot of pressure. Before Uzumaki Naruto's Nine Tails state, these human beings were as insignificant as an ant, as if a slap from the other party could kill them. Gyulu. Jiraiya took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the uneasiness in her heart, and said in a deep voice. Naruto, you have your revenge, what are you going to do next? Tsunade looked at Uzumaki Naruto nervously, this question was also what she wanted to ask. The third Hokage is dead, the soul of the first Hokage was swallowed by the Shinigami, and the second Hokage is now beaten half dead and crippled. It can be said. In Konoha village Uzumaki Naruto has no rivals. As long as Uzumaki Naruto is willing, he is the absolute king of Konoha village. In this case, what else does Uzumaki Naruto want? Purpose. Uzumaki Naruto said lightly, didn't I already say the purpose? I want to destroy Konoha village and the land of fire, so that only 10 countries exist in this ninja world. Economy and power will gather to one point only if a country exists. In this way, Vice Admiral of the ninja world will have no more wars, no one will be displaced by wars, and we will have eternal peace. Why, you don't expect this peace? Jiraiya and Tsunade were sweating coldly. For the first time, they knew that Uzumaki Naruto's ideal is actually so lofty. What if the other hidden villages disagree? Tsunade killed loudly, it is impossible for other hidden villages to agree to your plan, and it is impossible for those small countries to agree. Then there's no need for them to exist. Uzumaki Naruto interrupted Tsunade coldly, for the sake of peace, appropriate sacrifices are necessary, and I will erase them all. How can this work? Isn't this an outright hawkish approach? Tsunade muttered to himself with difficulty. Using force to forcefully unify the ninja world and create the dreamed peace is exactly the same as Uchiha Madara's original idea. It is the most terrifying and most radical hawkish approach. Completely Shura. Just by listening, both Jiraiya and Tsunade could hear what a terrifying bloodbath it was going to be. The same goes for ninja war. Okay then, give your decision. Uzumaki Naruto was condescending, watching the three of them coldly. By the way, don't think about using the summoning book to escape, you don't, Wang Dihao, have a chance. Don't move around. Jiraiya and Tsunade were sweating profusely, and felt that their clothes were soaked in sweat. The atmosphere fell into a stalemate. As time passed by every minute and every second, the atmosphere not only did not ease, but became more dignified. Orochimaru was very relaxed, standing aside with his arms folded, looking at Uzumaki Naruto with great interest. Sudden. A drop of sweat dripped down Tsunade's jade neck, and the spray exploded on his chest. It was this drop of sweat that made Tsunade tremble subconsciously. But this move. The cold light in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes flashed, and he shouted, "I told you not to move." Boom. The claws of Nine Tails slammed down, and with a bang, it slammed the figure down under its feet, causing the ground to shatter terribly. Wow! The figure spit out a mouthful of blood, only felt that all the bones in his body were smashed, and his body was almost smashed into the soil, and he couldn't help letting out a scream. Orochimaru shouted angrily, "Uzumaki Naruto, why are you hitting me?" Chapter 174. There was a desire to vomit blood in Orochimaru's heart. And he did vomit blood, being slapped by Nine Tails Demon Fox, he vomited blood, almost staining the ground in front of him red. "Uzumaki Naruto, I didn't move at all." Orochimaru looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was as high as a mountain with grief and indignation. After Uzumaki Naruto spoke, he just stood aside and watched the excitement quietly, not to mention moving, even the weather didn't make a sound. The results of it. Nine Tails slapped it down with a paw, almost slapping himself to death. Uzumaki Naruto in the Nine Tails state retracted his claws, glanced at Orochimaru indifferently, and then looked at Jiraiya and Tsunade. "Did you see that? I beat him like this even if he didn't move. If you dare to move again, this place will be the end of your life." Orochimaru. Jiraiya and Tsunade's eyelids twitched wildly. In their line of sight, on the ground that Nine Tails slapped just now, huge cracks resembling an earthquake suddenly appeared. This is Orochimaru, who has a software technique that is immune to most physical attacks. But if another ninja comes, let alone alive, the bone dregs may be smashed into powder. Now, Jiraiya and Tsunade are really caught in a dilemma. They dare not move, but they agree. It is absolutely impossible. Jiraiya and Tsunade's faces were extremely ugly, their hearts were overwhelmed, and they only felt a cold air rushing straight to the spirit cap of 807. Unify the ninja world by force? This is not just talk, but a real all-out war, and even the most tragic ninja war. At that time, the entire ninja world will be in a melee. Cloud Shinobi Village. Tsunagakuer. Iwagakuer. Kirigakuer. These four powerful hidden villages will definitely not ignore them, let alone agree to Uzumaki Naruto's plan. And it's not just the four hidden villages. In the ninja world, all powerful countries will launch wars against Uzumaki Naruto. That would be a war more terrifying than the ninja war. Just thinking about the consequences, Jiraiya and Tsunade shuddered, and they didn't want to agree to Uzumaki Naruto's horrible plan even more. "This, Naruto, isn't this plan a bit too radical?" Jiraiya didn't care to wipe off the cold sweat, and said dryly, "If you want to realize this plan, do you know what you will face? Not just Konoha village, your enemy will be the whole ninja world." Jiraiya earnestly wants to dissuade Uzumaki Naruto. But Uzumaki Naruto had already made up his mind, he just looked at Jiraiya indifferently and said, "An enemy of the ninja world. Of course I knew there would be consequences, and I was prepared to suffer them. It's just an enemy of the whole world. In the following battles, my enemies will be at the level of destroying the world. It's just a few shadows, it's nothing compared to those monsters." After hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, the corners of Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru's mouths twitched. "The strong who destroys the world? What are you kidding? Is there such a strong man in the world? Could it be that you have lost your mind? Crazy, Uzumaki Naruto, you are really crazy." Jiraiya looked at Uzumaki Naruto in disbelief. "I thought you just wanted revenge, but what you're doing now, isn't it mentally insane?" Uzumaki Naruto sighed slightly, and said indifferently, "So? I don't want to explain anything, because Jiraiya-sensei, you don't know anything. I don't know my past sufferings, and I don't know my next enemies. I just stand high as a righteous party. Even if I explain it to you, you won't believe it. Never mind." Uzumaki Naruto's expression gradually became indifferent, and four gold chains spread from his body, winding straight towards Jiraiya. He gave up on a peaceful solution. Even if they tell Jiraiya that Uchiha Madara will be resurrected, they will definitely not believe it. As for Atsutsuki Kagaya, Atsutsuki Yuyi, and even the scarier Atsutsuki clan, they'll just think they're talking nonsense. Everyone is drunk and I am sober. It turns out that I am not so chic. With a sneer, the adamantine ceiling chains controlled by Uzumaki Naruto crossed a gold arc in the sky and rushed towards Jiraiya at an extremely fast speed. Crash! 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 Straight towards his own gold chain, Jiraiya's scalp tingled, he didn't dare to let the chain touch his body. Summoning technique, Toad's mouth bondage technique. As Jiraiya's voice fell, Uzumaki Naruto was surprised to find that the terrain around him changed. The ice surface, which was originally a ruin, is being covered by fleshy red flesh, and the flesh is jumping and jumping, as if in the stomach of a monster. Just for a moment. The surrounding area has completely turned into a monster's stomach, with twists and turns, and Jireya's figure has disappeared into it. This is Jireya's ninjutsu used against Uchiha Itaki and Kisame, so Toad's belly looks like this. Muttering to himself, the surprise in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes gradually disappeared, and he waved his hand indifferently. Do you think you can stop it with this kind of thing? The gold chains turned into javelins, crazily piercing through the tough stomach wall of the Yinsu giant toad, blasting out big holes one after another. The big toad in Yinsu was in pain, and the intestines in the stomach twisted quickly, but no matter how twisted, the gold chain that turned into a javelin was still rampaging. In just 3 seconds, the gold chain rushed to Jireya's side, and the golden chain suddenly wrapped around it. Impossible, Yinsu Toad's stomach wall can't stop it. How many holes have been drilled? Jireya's pupils shrank, and he yelled without saying a word, Ninja Jizo. Swish, swish, swish. The white hair of the shawl behind Jireya's back, like the needles of a porcupine, stood upright, blocking the entanglement of gold's chains. But Jireya was not happy for a second. A deafening roar was heard. With a bang, the claws of Nine Tails Gold blasted in from the outside world, piercing through the stomach wall of Yinsu Toad like a dead man. Gold's claws were like a gold meteor, and Jireya was thrown flying with a bang, without giving anyone time to react. Boom! Jireya's body was like a shell that was blown away, drawing an arc in midair, and slammed into the icy forest fiercely. Bang, bang, bang! After smashing dozens of ice trees one after another, Jireya's speed gradually decreased, and finally hit the ruins with a bang. Wow! Suffering such a serious injury, even Jireya couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Not caring about wiping off the blood, Jireya propped up her body and looked at the high platform in shock. The stomach wall of the giant toad covering the land gradually disappeared, and Uzumaki Naruto, who was like a mountain, lowered his head and looked at himself indifferently. There is no way to fight back. Naturally, he also gave a bitter smile. If he was in the state of a fairy, he might fight back, but there is no such time at all. With a thought in Uzumaki Naruto's mind, the 4 gold chains quickly wrapped around Jireya's chest. It is different from imprisoning first Hokage. It only took adamantine sealing chains a split second to overwhelm Jireya's chakra. It's over. Uzumaki Naruto said lightly. 4 gold chains shuttled quickly around Jireya's body, and in the blink of an eye, Jireya was tied up like a pig on the ground. With Jireya under control, the rest of Tsunade and Orochimaru are like fish on a sticky board, not much of a threat at all. The same goes for the other Konoha village ninjas. And at this very moment, silver light flickered. Shua! Senju Tobirama, who had not seen for a long time, suddenly appeared on the back of Uzumaki Naruto Nine-Tails state. Senju Tobirama maintained the state of a big hole in his chest, and slapped his hands on chakra in Nine-Tails state fiercely, roaring angrily. Stop thinking of hurting people, Uzumaki Naruto, go to hell. Tandem paper bombs. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes moved slightly, a golden tail waved, and sent Senju Tobirama flying with a bang. Didn't I just say that you are, very weak now? Chapter 175. Boom. Senju Tobirama's body was severely smashed to the ground, and the chest armor was shattered with cracks. Damn it, that BD actually used this level of impure world reincarnation. Senju Tobirama looked at the chest that had been thrown out of the crack, and had the heart to kill Orochimaru in his heart, clenched his fists angrily. Even if the impure world reincarnation this time is half of what it was last time, I won't be so powerless. T.S. Senju Tobirama glanced at it, happened to see the offering that originally belonged to Senju Hashirama, and couldn't help but hold the palm of his hand. My elder brother has used the forbidden ninjutsu of Ghoul Seal, so I... Dead Bone Pulse Dance of the Ferns. Uzumaki Naruto didn't give Senju Tobirama the time. With a slight stomp on the ground under his feet, sharp red bones broke through the ground one by one, forming a scalp-numbing bone forest. Right in the bone forest, 4 sharp bones stabbed out, stably penetrating Senju Tobirama's body. Ba! Ba! Fi! Accompanied by the sound of bone and flesh piercing. Senju Tobirama's palms and feet were all pierced by bone spurs, and he was lying on the ground in a zigzag shape, unable to move. So weak, but you still want to defeat me. Uzumaki Naruto stared at Senju Tobirama indifferently. This time, he would not give him a chance to escape. Second Grandpa. Seeing Senju Tobirama's miserable state, Tsunade couldn't help but clenched his fists, wanting to rush forward. But, seeing the figure of Uzumaki Naruto, Tsunade felt powerless again. Is everything over? How did that guy Sarutobi Hiruzen do it? He was able to give birth to such a terrifying genius, completely helpless. Jireya closed her eyes in pain. Without the ability to resist, I was in front of Uzumaki Naruto, as if I was the student. Seeing the golden lock entangled, Senju Tobirama wanted to make a final effort. Water-style heaven cries. Senju Tobirama spit out several water needles from his mouth, and stabbed straight at Uzumaki Naruto's head. Ah! Uzumaki Naruto sneered and didn't move. The sage body red behind him waved its wings and easily blocked several water needles. It's over. Adamantine sealing chains. Uzumaki Naruto's golden lock touched Senjo Tobirama, and at this moment, an invisible white shrouded the sky. Boom. The invisible white seems to have the terrifying power of the sky, and wherever it touches, it will shatter and explode. The Hokage rock shattered in an instant. The towering icy trees also exploded one after another. The sudden change alarmed everyone. The ninjas even had a feeling of suffocation, and they all raised their heads to look at the sky, their hearts filled with a sense of shock. Which warrior is it that dares to intervene in this kind of monster-level battle? Isn't he afraid of destroying himself with a single aftermath? I saw it in the sky. Standing out of nowhere was a ninja with orange hair, purple spiral eyes, black sticks stuck in his nose and ears, and wearing a black fire cloud robe. A mysterious man who looks extremely indifferent but gives people a sense of invisible oppression. Pen. Uzumaki Naruto's pupils shrank. This is the super god Luo Tian sign. Before he had time to think about why Tiandao Pain appeared here, Uzumaki Naruto pointed his right hand at the sky and shouted in a cold voice. Adamantine sealing chains. The 4 gold chains dropped Jiraiya and Senjo Tobirama, like 4 shooting stars intertwined rapidly in the sky, intersecting each other. In less than a second, the sky was filled with gold chains. Gold chains vertically and horizontally form an impenetrable gold net, defending the sky above Konoha village like a skynet. Boom. The invisible repulsive force bombarded the gold chain, and the photovoltaic meteorite hit it, making the golden lock make a piercing sound of gold and iron. The gold chain was bent, but it still firmly blocked the violent repulsion. Karama. Uzumaki Naruto took this opportunity to roar, and the 9 tails, which was as huge as a mountain, raised its head and opened its mouth violently. Furious chakra gathered in his mouth. Gradually formed a dark black irregular sphere larger than 9 tails' body. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, one can feel the explosive energy contained in the irregular sphere, and once it explodes, it will be devastating. With the compression, the huge dark black irregular sphere gradually shrunk, and was finally swallowed by the 9 tails form. This is... Tiandao Pain's expression changed, and he used the repulsive force of the god Luo Tian's sign to fly away without saying a word. 9 tails Demon Fox's tail beast cannon, with such violent energy, even he would be instantly blasted into pieces by the tail beast cannon. Call out. Uzumaki Naruto's 9 tails form opened its mouth wide, and the tail beast cannon suddenly fired. The dark black sphere flew up to an altitude of 1,000 meters, and in the shocking eyes of everyone, the light of pure white gradually spread out. Immediately afterwards, there was a deafening explosion, the sky was filled with flames, and the violent explosion wave attracted the entire Konoha village in an instant. 0, asking for flowers. Strong winds swept across Konoha village, and some not-so-sturdy houses were uprooted and blown far away. Big trees were smashed down the middle. Common people and ninjas were blown to the ground, and the painful wailing and loud calls for help came and went in Konoha village. Tiandao Pain is not much better. Although it was hit by the aftermath of the tailed beast cannon, it was still seriously injured and on the verge of death, hitting the ground from the sky and unable to move. His. Konan gasped when he saw that. No, it's too strong. Let alone kill Uzumaki Naruto, we will all be killed by him. While talking, Konan looked at Uchiha Obito, and said anxiously, Uchiha Madara, you should think of a solution quickly. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito's face was covered with cold sweat under the mask. 0. He came to Konoha village through Konan's information, and he planned to see what Namikaze wanted to do. I didn't expect to know the shocking news, and even saw a tragic scene. Uzumaki Naruto is Namikaze, and this monster beat Konoha village's first Hokage and second Hokage all over the place. First Hokage is a powerhouse at the same level as Uchiha Madara. Facing such a monster, how can he fight against it? Can't catch 9 tails, doesn't that mean the plan has failed? I know, it looks like Namikaze is numb. No, Uzumaki Naruto didn't consume too much at all, our plan failed. Uchiha Obito was in a cold sweat. It seems that my plan to take advantage of the void has failed. #T**. Uchiha Obito looked at second Hokage, a plan inexplicably popped up in his mind, and his eyes suddenly became hot. After thinking for a moment, Uchiha Obito swallowed, and said dryly, I'm going to save those guys, you run quickly. Hear the words of Uchiha Obito. Konan rushed out at a speed of 180 miles per hour. Picking up Nagato, who was handicapped, and dragging the nearly broken Tiandao Pain, Konan spread his white paper wings and left Konoha village as if flying. Uchiha Obito. He wanted to say, can you run slower? But looking at the figure of Uzumaki Naruto, even Uchiha Obito felt a little apprehensive. After hesitating for a while, Uchiha Obito still didn't dare to go over, just put his hands to his mouth and shouted loudly, Second Hokage, run, don't think about defeating Uzumaki Naruto, now the only way to win is to run away. Chapter 175. Uzumaki Naruto froze for a moment. What did I see? This guy Uchiha Obito actually reminded second Hokage to run away? For him, if he wants to achieve Project Tsuki no Mi, aren't he and second Hokage enemies? Baffling. Uzumaki Naruto's face was indifferent, although he didn't know what medicine was sold in Uchiha Obito's gourd, but as long as he killed it, it would be fine. Wind-style Raise-Non Shuriken. A high-speed spinning Raise-Non Shuriken appeared in Uzumaki Naruto's Nine-Tails state in his claws. The Raise-Non Shuriken used in the Nine-Tails state is larger than the human state, as if holding a meteorite in his hand, and smashed it at Uchiha Obito. Just for a moment. The wind-style Raise-Non Shuriken passed through Uchiha Obito's body. With a bang, a hill in the distance was blasted into 363 pieces. Well. Uchiha Obito was frightened into a cold sweat. This is not pretending, but really frightened. This kind of powerful weapon is simply a small-tailed beast cannon. It must not be used physically. TTB. Uchiha Obito suppressed the desire to escape, and ran towards Kakashi while maintaining a hollow state. Kakashi, your eyes should also be Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Shisui shouted loudly. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Obito suspiciously, but he didn't recognize this mysterious man wearing a mask. But looking at his body with severed limbs, Kakashi gave a wry smile and nodded slightly. Well, I own the Mangekyo Sharingan. Do own the Mangekyo Sharingan yourself. But I don't use it often, because Mangekyo Sharingan consumes too much on the body, and the chakra in the whole body can be consumed within a few times. That's right, your eyes must be time-space pupils, use your Mangekyo Sharingan to take away second Hokage and Jiraiya. Uchiha Obito shouted loudly. Kakashi smiled wryly, no, once my ability is used, there is no way to save them. I have tried Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique. Unlike other Sharingan, his own Sharingan seems to be a time-space pupil technique, which can banish people into a void space. But once a person is swallowed by Kamui, there will be no way to return. Never mind. My Mangekyo Sharingan can save those people. Uchiha Obito said. Kakashi's Kamui can exile people into the Kamui space, and his own hollow can freely shuttle in that space. Looking at Uchiha Obito's exposed Sharingan, Kakashi's pupils constricted, as if thinking of something. This Mangekyo Sharingan? Could it be? Kakashi's heart was turned upside down. No matter what, I can't calm down. The other person's eyes actually have a sense of inexplicable connection with his own eyes, could it be that person? But how is it possible? That person died more than 10 years ago, how could he be alive now if he died to save himself? Uchiha Obito's face was gloomy, there is no time to talk nonsense now, hurry up and save second Hokage, or we will all die here. If possible, he didn't want to meet Kakashi, because every time he met, he would think of Yuan Yelin who died tragically. But there is no way now. I definitely can't catch Nine-Tails Jinchuriki by myself alone, and I can't let Nine-Tails Jinchuriki continue to grow, otherwise God knows what kind of terrifying monster Uzumaki Naruto will grow into. Now only by joining forces with second Hokage and using the power of Hokage, can it be possible to capture Uzumaki Naruto, the terrifying Jinchuriki. Call. I see. Knowing that this is not the place to talk, Kakashi took a deep breath and nodded. Kamui. Moment. Kakashi's eyes became the shape of Mangekyo Sharingan, and where he was looking, a twisted space gradually formed Uzumaki. And the space where Uzumaki is located, happens to be the dying second Hokage Senjo Tobirama. Senjo Tobirama did not resist, allowing his body to be swallowed by the space Uzumaki, and gradually disappeared in front of Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto frowned slightly. These two guys actually joined forces, what kind of development is this? In the original book, Uchiha Obito and Kakashi, who are called life and death enemies, actually joined forces to rescue Senjo Tobirama under their own pressure. Boring. Uzumaki Naruto looked indifferent, and rushed over while controlling the Nine-Tails form. Uchiha Obito's scalp was about to explode, and he roared loudly, quick! Take all those people away quickly, or we will really die here, no one can stand against Uzumaki Naruto now. Don't waste time, even if you consume all your pupil power, run away. Kakashi, don't you know that you don't want me to die again? Uchiha Obito growled distraught. His own hollow also has a time limit. Once this time limit is broken, it only takes 1 second for Uzumaki Naruto to smash himself to pieces. Thinking of the consequences, Uchiha Obito felt his scalp go numb and wanted to run away. Kakashi further confirmed the identity of Uchiha Obito, shouting with all his strength. Kamui. Moment. The figures of Jiraiya and Tsunade also disappeared on the high platform, followed by the corpse of Might Guy, Sarutobi Hiruzen. After doing all this, Kakashi's eyes were bleeding and tears, and he fell to the ground and passed out on the spot. Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto had already rushed in front of him, Uchiha Obito trembled all over, and grabbed Kakashi's body without saying a word. Space rotates, creating Uzumaki-like waves. Next second. A massive Raise-Non hits where they were before. The Berserk Chakra in Big Ball Raise-Non blasted the place where Uzumaki is located into a black hole invisible to the naked eye. Violent explosions resounded through Konoha village, billowing dust and smoke, huge cracks spread, and the high platform that was originally in ruins shattered again. Large swathes of soil and stone fell into the black hole, making a loud explosion and impact. Uchiha Obito, whose body is hollow, was shivering all over, and felt a chill in his heart. If his movements were 1 second slower, he would be smashed into pieces in an instant, and 1.7 might not even have bones left. One big ball raised non, can almost blow a mountain to pieces. What a monster, I can't even imagine. This kind of monster actually grew up under Konoha's nose. Uchiha Obito swallowed, not daring to let go of the big talk, and fled into the space Uzumaki in desperation. Run away. Uzumaki Naruto stared indifferently at the space where Uzumaki disappeared. The troublesome guys are all together, but it doesn't matter anymore. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the chaotic Chunin test arena, and the Nine Tails roared, instantly calming down the scene. Stop it. The voice of Uzumaki Naruto resounds throughout Konoha village. Whether it was a ninja fighting or a ninja not fighting, they all stopped at this moment. Casts shocked eyes on Uzumaki Naruto. It was Uzumaki Naruto who won. Chapter 176. Uzumaki Naruto won. All the Konoha village ninjas present showed shocked expressions. Just now, because of Pain's super god Luo Tianxin, the crowd panicked, and they didn't pay attention to the things on the high platform at all. I just blinked my eyes, and when I looked again, there was only Uzumaki Naruto who turned into Nine Tails left on the high platform. Where is second Hokage-sama? Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama have also disappeared. Third Hokage-sama has also disappeared. It seems that only Orochimaru is left on the high platform. Where are the others? Did they all get killed by Uzumaki Naruto? Might Guy, he's gone too. The ninjas of Konoha village couldn't help rubbing their eyes. When I opened my eyes again, there was still only Orochimaru alone on the high platform, and there were no other figures at all. Suddenly, a chill enveloped the Konoha village ninja's mind, as if he came from the warm Konoha village to the ice and snow in an instant. It's all gone. Yu Yihong collapsed on the ground, staring blankly at the high platform. Where did everyone go? Although the situation just now was considered a crisis, at least there were a few strong people present, so that they had a little bit of backbone in their hearts. But now, although there are many ninjas present, none of them can provoke the leader. Could it be that we're all killed by Uzumaki Naruto? Mitarashi Anko said with a pale face. Master Second Hokage, Jiraiya, Tsunade. It's hard to imagine that these apex powerhouses would be killed in an instant. But thinking about the terrifying strength of Uzumaki Naruto, it seems that only this explanation is the most appropriate. Hey, because. Narashikageya gritted his teeth and roared loudly, where did Master Second Hokage and Master Tsunade go? Why can't they be found? Orochimaru preparing to flee. Orochimaru turned his head stiffly, and looked at Narashika-isa who looked very anxious. Narashikaku, are you trying to kill me? Just now, he watched Jiraiya Tsunade being rescued, followed by Kakashi and Might. These bastards even rescued Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, and as a result, left him alone here. Forget it, just run away quietly. At this time, what do you mean by calling me? Do you still want me to be buried with you? Oh. Uzumaki Naruto heard the voice, looked back thoughtfully, and just happened to meet the big snake covered in cold sweat. Orochimaru, so, you were not rescued. Uzumaki Naruto's mouth curved into a sneer. Orochimaru swallowed, wanting to kill Narashikaku in his heart, and slapped the ground hard. Summoning technique triple Rashomon. Bang! 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 3 unusually familiar thick iron gates rose from the ground. Then Uzumaki Naruto slapped it, and the claws in the Nine Tails state smashed and blasted the 3 thick iron gates. The triple Rashomon was blasted out and slammed into Orochimaru's body. Boom! After hearing a loud noise, the iron gate pressed Orochimaru and hit the ice, and the latter was pressed firmly against the ice by the iron gate. Uzumaki Naruto didn't care about this. Orochimaru had too many life-saving means, this kind of attack couldn't kill him. So. Sage Art Wind Style Raise Non Shuriken. The Raise Non of Nature transformation with wind attribute was suddenly thrown out by Uzumaki Naruto, and smashed on 3 heavy iron gates. Only a loud bang was heard. The big iron gate, which was already smashed into the air, was shattered into countless lines, and a big hole was blasted out in the middle. Not to mention Orochimaru who was hiding below, screamed continuously from his mouth, and the cells of his body were destroyed at a terrifying speed. Uzumaki Naruto looked away. Being hit head-on by the wind-style Raise Non Shuriken, all cells will be destroyed, and Orochimaru in front of him is already a corpse. Konoha village's ninja heart sank to rock bottom. As expected, Master Jiraiya and Master Tsunade are both dead. Damn it, Uzumaki Naruto is too strong, Lord Lang Orochimaru has no room to fight back. That is to say, Uzumaki Naruto, who has this kind of strength and is still hiding in Konoha village, is indeed a monster. I offended him before, this monster won't take revenge. Those 2 adults are dead, what shall we do next? The ninjas in Konoha village panicked and whispered to each other. Especially those ninjas who had bullied Uzumaki Naruto were even more panicked, and almost had the urge to faint on the spot. But look at the terrifying size of Uzumaki Naruto's nine tails form. The flustered ninja decisively gave up the idea of escaping. Running wildly with his own two legs, it is estimated that he would be slapped to death by Uzumaki Naruto before running tens of meters. Unlike Konoha Village Ninja Despair, the Tsunagakure ninja was almost in ecstasy, wanting to dance and laugh. Ha ha ha, we won, we killed the ninjas in Konoha Village. Great, I said that Kazekage-sama will not fight unprepared battles. As expected, Uzumaki Naruto is really great as our ally. Isn't it? Kazekage-sama didn't even come over, and the ninjas in Konoha Village were dealt with by allies alone. In this way, we may also get the fertile land of Konoha Village. Tsunagakure ninjas put a smile on everyone's face. Among them, Jonin Baki walked towards Uzumaki Naruto with a smile on his face, waved his hands and said loudly, 663. Master Namikaze, thank you for your hard work, and I will definitely thank you very much when Kazekage-sama comes over. Gyulu. Temari and Kankuro swallowed uncontrollably. Looking at the huge nine tails form like a mountain, Temari said dryly, Hey, Kankuro, do you think such a domineering monster will join forces with others? Kankuro's eyelids twitched, and he said dryly, No, otherwise, he wouldn't have fought Orochimaru. Temari's palms trembled, and he said bitterly, Then Baki will pass by this time. Is it going to kill someone? The ninjas of Konoha Village gritted their teeth and looked at Uzumaki Naruto with angry eyes. Actually teamed up with the Tsunagakure ninja. Not only a hidden monster, but also an unforgivable traitor. Ha! Uzumaki Naruto lowered his head, looked at Baki who was coming, waved his paw impatiently and said, Don't get involved, get out. Boom! Baki was hit hard by Nine Tails' claws, flew backwards at a faster speed than before, and hit the wall with a bang. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out. The soil in front of him was stained red. The elated Tsunagakure ninja froze for a moment, staring blankly at Baki who was seriously injured and dying. Chapter 177. Tsunagakure's ninja was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Jonin Baki who kept spitting out blood. What the hell? Isn't Uzumaki Naruto an ally? Why do allies attack them? Could it be, crossing the river and tearing down the bridge, but isn't he afraid that Master 4th Hokage will kill him? Not only Tsunagakure ninjas, Konoha Village ninjas also have dull eyes. What is the situation? Who is Uzumaki Naruto and why did he attack Tsunagakure's ninjas? Temari and Kankuro sweated profusely, with an inexplicable premonition in their hearts. Uzumaki Naruto has no allies, he is the strongest fighting force, and he is a force. Temari gritted his teeth and said. It is only now that she understands that she has been disturbed by misunderstandings all along, thinking that Uzumaki Naruto must be joining forces with one party. But now it seems that Uzumaki Naruto has no allies at all, let alone help him. All the people are his enemies, and it is he who has defeated all those enemies by virtue of his great strength. Temari and Kankuro figured it out. But Tsunagakure also has some ninjas who don't have eyes. Looking at Baki who was seriously injured and dying, a Tsunagakure ninja looked angry, took a step forward, looked at Uzumaki Naruto and shouted. Namikaze's face is numb, you BD, betraying our allies and attacking us, aren't you afraid that Master 4th Hokage will kill you? Temari and Kankuro almost cried and ran over desperately to cover the ninja's mouth. Shut up! Are you an idiot? But it was too late. Uzumaki Naruto looked indifferently in the direction of the Tsunagakure ninja, and Kyujo Gold's chakra flicked his tail hard. Boom! With a loud noise, nearly 50 Tsunagakure ninjas were sent flying like missiles. The Tsunagakure ninja is like a trapeze man, leaving an arc in midair, and then smashing down from the sky. Bang bang bang! Nearly 50 Tsunagakure ninjas fell hard on the ground, walls, and roofs, and some were even hung from tree trunks. Act recklessly. 4th Hokage is already a corpse, you still dare to use him to threaten me? Uzumaki Naruto said coldly. I don't want to kill the Konoha village ninja because of the little Hinata, but it doesn't mean I don't want to kill. Tsunagakure ninja, this is delivered to your door. Undoing the form of the tailed beast, Uzumaki Naruto's voice seemed to turn into a bolt of lightning. Every time it flickered, many Tsunagakure ninjas must have fallen to the ground, blood flowed, and there was no breath. Just a minute. Of the Tsunagakure ninjas who invaded Konoha village, only Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara are left. The remaining Tsunagakure ninjas were all bloody and fell to the ground, without any sign of life. Thump! Temari lay limp on the ground, staring blankly at the corpse of his companion. In an instant, all dead. Kankuro was almost frightened, he held the puppet tremblingly, and said tremblingly. I can't see his movements at all. The Konoha village ninjas were also terrified. Uzumaki Naruto can kill all Tsunagakure's ninjas in an instant. That is to say, as long as Uzumaki Naruto is willing, he can also kill all the Konoha village ninjas in an instant. Uzumaki Naruto, what else do you want? Narashika Issa asked bitterly. The rest of the Konoha village ninjas also looked at Uzumaki Naruto nervously. Those ninjas who are alone can run away and even fight Uzumaki Naruto to the death. But these ninjas with a family, if they don't manage well, they might become the second Uchiha. Thinking about the consequences made them shudder. Uzumaki Naruto pondered for a moment, and under the watchful eyes of many Konoha village ninjas, he smiled and said, "What do I want to do? Well, 5th Hokage at Konoha village, what do you guys think?" Having said that, Uzumaki Naruto put his arms around Uchiha Shisui's shoulders and said with a smile. Under the rule of 3rd Hokage, Namikaze Minato Uzumaki Kushina died in battle, Heitake Mozaku committed suicide, Orochimaru defected, Jiraiya Tsunade left the village, and the Uchiha family was destroyed. It can be said that Konoha village has been in a mess for decades, and has even become weaker and weaker. Don't you guys think that I can do better than the main generation Hokage? Uchiha Shisui smiled, then became serious, half kneeling on the ground and said in a deep voice. The Uchiha clan supports Uzumaki Naruto. The Konoha village ninja stared at Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Shisui in disbelief. Uzumaki Naruto to be Konoha's 5th Hokage? What are you kidding? Not to mention your S-rank traitorous identity, just because you killed 3rd Hokage, it is impossible to become 5th Hokage. And your age is only 12 years old, at most 13 years old. 13-year-old Ying has never appeared in the history of each hidden village. Uzumaki Naruto smiled brightly. Does anyone have any opinions? You can stand up. Konoha village ninja. The ninjas in Konoha village looked at each other, but none of them dared to stand up. They have all seen the terrifying power of Uzumaki Naruto, and to stand up at this time is simply courting death. Arrogant brat. Mitarashi Anko almost gritted his teeth and clenched his fists to stand up. Wait, Anko. Kurane Yui hurriedly put her arms around Mitarashi Anko's waist, bit her lower lip and whispered, "Don't go, you will be killed." Uzumaki Naruto, don't look at him smiling now, actually, he was smiling when he killed 2nd Hokage. Mitarashi Anko's eyes widened. Red, what are you talking about? Call. Hyaga Hayashi, Narashika Issa, Yamanaka Hiki, Akamika Choza, the patriarchs of these big families breathed a sigh of relief. Uzumaki Naruto as Hokage may feel ridiculous to others, but they don't care. As long as Uzumaki Naruto doesn't destroy Konoha village, let alone the 5th Hokage, they will support him even if he wants to become a daimyo. And it is normal for Uzumaki Naruto to be Hokage. Not to mention Uzumaki Naruto's terrifying strength, his true identity alone is enough to qualify as the 5th Hokage. Child of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Fiery red pepper Uzumaki Kushina's blood follower limit. It can be said that Uzumaki Naruto is the Konoha village prince of Genshung, Niolihao, Miaohong. I see. Nara took a deep breath. Naruto, we know what happened, but please give us some time. Yamanaka said in a deep voice, no matter what you say, you can't make a decision now, the time is too fast. Hyaga Hayashi nodded, that's right, Konoha village is in chaos now, and it's not suitable to discuss this matter anyway. Listening to the procrastination of the patriarchs of the major families, Uzumaki Naruto smiled indifferently. It's up to you, but I'll only give you 1 day. After the day is over, I will give you an order. If you don't agree at that time, don't blame me. After the words fell, Uzumaki Naruto ignored the faces of these patriarchs at all, stepped on the ground, and appeared next to little Hinata. Looking at the tearful girl with white eyes, Uzumaki Naruto knelt down and rubbed little Hinata's hair. Little Hinata, don't cry. I'm still Uzumaki Naruto, the same Uzumaki Naruto who always liked little Hinata. Chapter 178. Naruto-kun. Little Hinata looked at Uzumaki Naruto tearfully, and then threw herself into Uzumaki Naruto's arms with a hint of crying in her voice. Naruto-kun, you killed many people, even Grandpa Hokage was killed by you. Everyone is frightened by you. Naruto-kun, I'm so scared, why did you become like this? Little Hinata held Uzumaki Naruto and refused to leave with a cry in her voice. Uzumaki Naruto gently stroked Hinata's head, comforting softly, okay, don't be afraid, it's over, no one will die anymore. Little Hinata, you must be very scared. I'm so sorry for making you so worried, I didn't think about you. Uzumaki Naruto looked at little Hinata with a chuckle. Seeing that the latter was still lying on his chest, he poked little Hinata's cheek helplessly. Little Hinata, don't be afraid, I am still me, I just did what I should do, and I won't fight anymore. Little Hinata looked up tearfully. Real. Uzumaki Naruto nodded with a smile. Real. Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead, Shimura Danzo would rather die, and most of the hatred in his heart has disappeared. The next thing to do 167 is just some trivial matters, used to deal with those terrifying enemies that may be encountered in the future. Thinking. There was a cold light in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito. Atsutsuki Kagayaheim. Gyulu. The Xiaoqiangs around couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Obviously Uzumaki Naruto is right in front of their eyes, but they feel that Uzumaki Naruto is thousands of miles away from them. The cold bursting from Uzumaki Naruto's body almost made people shake, as if they were in a world of ice and snow. Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth and looked at Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto turned his head slightly and said with a smile, "What's the matter, Sasuke, do you want to fight me again?" Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, then let them go weakly. "No. I'm not your opponent now." When speaking, Uchiha Sasuke's expression was unusually bitter. He originally thought that he learned Chidori from Kakashi, and his strength was greatly enhanced, so that he could catch up with Uzumaki Naruto's strength. Result: Uzumaki Naruto's strength has soared in a straight line, almost breaking through the sky. The terrifying power tail posture makes people despair. Uzumaki Naruto smiled, "Then keep working hard, but I think you have a more urgent matter now." Uchiha Sasuke nodded bitterly, then looked at Uchiha Shisui. Just like in the dilapidated house before. Uzumaki Naruto lay on the bed with a smile and closed his eyes slightly. Finally able to sleep well. Uzumaki Naruto is enjoying the long-lost peace. Konoha village is gradually returning to its former order. Only in a certain forest in the land of fire, thousands of ninjas fell into chaos. In the Kamui space, Senjo Tobirama stood on a square pillar, his expression indifferent, his eyes constantly looking at the surrounding environment. "This is different dimension," Senjo Tobirama muttered to himself. While developing the Flying Thunder God technique, he already knew about outdated space ninjutsu. But I didn't expect that space-time ninjutsu could actually connect to such a space. You can't see the sky, you can't see the earth, it seems to be endless, there are only endless rectangular stones. Kakashi, what is this place? Jiraiya stands on a rectangular stone in the distance, looks at Kakashi in bewilderment. How did he not know that Kakashi has this ability? Kakashi gradually regained his sanity under the treatment of Tsunade, and after hearing Jiraiya's words, he smiled wryly and said, "I don't know. My Mangekyo Sharingan pupil art is Kamui, which is also a time-space ninjutsu similar to Flying Thunder God, which can banish people to different dimensions. Although I threw a lot of things here, I really don't know what this place is." Senjo Tobirama frowned, "Then how do we get out?" He just tried it, and even with the Flying Thunder God technique, he couldn't get out of here. In other words, this is a sealed space. This. Kakashi took a deep breath, "It depends on the person who pulled me in." Might Guy asked confusedly, "Is that the mysterious man wearing the mask?" "Kakashi, do you know him?" Kakashi nodded with a complicated expression. "Well, if I'm not mistaken, you also know that person, Might Guy." Might Guy's eyes widened. "I know it too." "Who?" Kakashi said complicatedly, "He is." Before Kakashi could finish speaking, he felt his eyes spinning, and then he appeared in the forest. Out. Senjo Tobirama became vigilant, holding the short sword in his hand, and looked around solemnly. "Don't worry, it's safe here." Uchiha Obito, wearing a Uzumaki mask, sat on a big tree and said in cold sweat, "That monster didn't come after us, so we don't have to worry about it for now." As he spoke, Uchiha Obito's heart beat wildly. At this moment, he is extremely thankful that his pupil technique is hollow. But any other pupil technique, even Amaterasu, would be mercilessly killed by Uzumaki Naruto. That horrible monster is stronger than ever. Call. Hearing Uchiha Obito's words, Senjo Tobirama also breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know when, Uzumaki Naruto has almost become his own nightmare, and his scalp feels numb just thinking about it. "That, you. Is it Obito?" Kakashi looked at Uchiha Obito nervously, his palms were sweating. Uchiha Obito slowly took off the mask, revealing his true face, with half of his face destroyed, only one Mangekyo Sharingan. "Well, it's me." Kakashi's pupils contracted. "It's really you, you're still alive." Kakashi's face showed ecstasy, and he couldn't help asking, "Obito, since you are still alive, why didn't you come back to Konoha village? Everyone thought you were dead." Might Guy's eyes widened too. "Obito, Uchiha Obito, you're still alive." Jiraiya and Tsunade were also a little surprised. Although they had not participated in that ninja world war, they had all heard of the Konoha Bridge battle. That battle was extremely tragic, and it was unexpected that there were still people alive. Only Senjo Tobirama frowned. "It's Uchiha's again." Uchiha Obito was silent for a moment, and finally did not speak, and changed the subject and said lightly, "I'll talk about my business later, what we should consider now is how to deal with Uzumaki Naruto." Chapter 179. Uzumaki Naruto. Hearing this name, all the ninja faces in the forest were covered with a thick layer of haze. Especially Senjo Tobirama, the group with black face, as if the bottom of the pot was painted on the face. "That brat is just like a monster. How could someone have that kind of strength at this age?" Senjo Tobirama couldn't help but said. In his view, the current generation is particularly weak, far inferior to the war-torn Sengoku period, but it is such a weak generation that gave birth to a monster that is almost evil like Uzumaki Naruto. A monster like him, even in the Sengoku period, was a strong man comparable to my big brother. Senjo Tobirama said. The ninja present nodded with lingering fear. Especially Jiraiya, sighed, and said bitterly, it's not an opponent at all, even Raise-non, Uzumaki Naruto is more powerful than me. Tsunade snorted, as far as your Raise-non doesn't even have a bit of nature transformation, Uzumaki Naruto is dozens of times stronger than you. Jiraiya choked to death, but couldn't find a reason to refute. Master Second Hokage, what do you think should be done? After thinking about it to no avail, everyone turned their eyes to Senju Tobirama. As the strongest person present, you must have some ideas. Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama frowned, pondered for a moment and looked at Xianghe Kakashi. Your name is Kakashi, right? Kakashi nodded slightly. Yes. Can you be sure this Uchiha guy is trustworthy? Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Obito. He doesn't trust this guy, or rather he doesn't trust any Uchiha clan ninjas. Kakashi hesitated. He really wants to say that he trusts Uchiha Obito, but after all, he hasn't seen each other for many years, and he doesn't know if Uchiha Obito is still the same as before. Uchiha Obito said indifferently, you don't have to trust me, I'm just a mercenary now, as long as you give me money, I will help you deal with Uzumaki Naruto. Having said that, Uchiha Obito's eyes flickered coldly. Of course I have to deal with Uzumaki Naruto, if I don't kill this monster, how can I catch 9 tails? Mercenary. Kakashi was taken aback. Obito, are you a mercenary now? Uchiha Obito nodded, and said indifferently, yes, you should have heard of my organization. Don. Hearing the name, not only Kakashi was shocked, but Jiraiya and Tsunade were also taken aback. Akatsuki Organization, is that the organization that Uchiha Itachi defected from? Obito, you are actually a member of that organization. Jiraiya couldn't help but said. You know, he has been in the ninja world for so many years, and he has been investigating the Akatsuki Organization. If Namikaze hadn't been born, he would still be investigating the leader behind the Akatsuki Organization. Senju Tobirama was a little surprised. Tsunade, what happened to this organization? Tsunade frowned, second grandpa, you have just been resurrected, and you don't know about this organization. Akatsuki Organization is a mysterious organization composed of dozens of ninjas, super S-class criminals wearing black clothes with red cloud patterns printed on them. It is an evil organization that only appeared in the ninja world in recent years to take on some war missions and complete them 100%. After Senju Tobirama heard this, he nodded slightly, but there was no change in his expression. He just said indifferently, it's nothing to be rebellious, since you want money, I can give it to you, but you must join hands with us. Although mercenary organizations are not trustworthy, their strength is still very strong. Especially the strong man who had Rinnegan before, if it wasn't for his shot, none of his party would have been able to escape. Uchiha Obito nodded slightly. Good. A group of people left the forest and soon came to a remote cave. Members of the Xiao organization projected over one after another, standing in every corner of the cave without falling. Tendo Pain, Konan, Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, Kakuzu, Haiden, Deidara, Scorpion of Red Sand. The rare presence of all members of the Akatsuki organization can be described as a group of demons dancing wildly, 100 ghosts walking at night, and all kinds of weird people. During the conversation, the faces of the members of the small organization gradually changed. That guy is Second Hokage, he was beaten like this by a brat, ha 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 ha. Haiden Phantom, holding a sickle, looked at Senju Tobirama with disdain and laughed. I thought the Second Hokage in Konoha village was so strong, but it turned out that he couldn't even beat a little devil, so why don't I let the old man come and sacrifice it to him? Lord Evil God. In other words, it's too weak, it's better to let me go there and blow them all up. Deidara said excitedly. As they were relatively young, although they had heard of Senju Tobirama's name, they had never seen its terrifying power at all. 0. Ask for flowers. Senju Tobirama just snorted coldly, disdainful of these rebellious conversations. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked ugly, but they didn't say anything. It was a shame for them to be reduced to teaming up with Renegade. Kakashi and Might Guy communicate with Uchiha Obito on the sidelines. Seeing that no one paid attention to themselves, Haiden and Deidara worked harder, almost belittling Konoha village to nothing. Enough. Kakuzu interrupted Haiden's words gloomily, and said in a deep voice, Haiden, you don't know the horror of First Hokage at all, if you don't want to die, just shut up. As he has fought against First Hokage, no one knows Senju Hashirama's terrifying deterrence better than him. Now someone can beat Senju Hashirama. Although it was not Senju Hashirama's full victory period, Kakuzu can also imagine that terrifying strength. The Red Sand Scorpion nodded slightly, and said hoarsely, that's right, I've heard rumors about Second Hokage, he was hailed as the most talented ninja of that era, and he definitely possessed stronger strength than me. Uzumaki Naruto can defeat him, it means there must be a power above it. Hearing Kakuzu and the Red Sand Scorpion both said that, Haiden and Deidara showed surprise in their eyes. Really, that's just a kid. Brother Scorpion, are you kidding? I don't know how strong Second Hokage is, but can a kid really have the power to destroy Konoha village? Senjo Tobirama couldn't bear it any longer, he clasped his chest with his hands slightly, and gave a cold snort. Next second. Boom. As if the real chakra fire was burning from Senjo Tobirama's body, the ground continued to crack, and a huge sense of oppression swept over the surroundings. Terrible cracks appeared in the huge cave, and large pieces of rubble fell down, as if it might collapse at any time. Hiss. The phantoms of several Xiao organization members gasped. Haydn and Deidara performed the most unbearably, the phantom flickered for a while, and almost collapsed completely. And in the cave of the Gadu statue, Haydn and Deidara stood on the finger of the golem, sweating profusely, their legs felt weak, and they almost fell off the finger of the golem. Now no one dares to question Senjo Tobirama's strength. Is this the strength of Konoha village second Hokage? Haki's scary. I feel like I'm going to be out of breath. Itaka-san, second Hokage is so strong, Uzumaki Naruto who is stronger than him, how strong is it? Door. Chapter 180. Second Hokage Senjo Tobirama, this guy is a monster, the amount of chakra in his body is bigger than mine. Nonsense, the Senjo clan, all of them are huge monsters of chakra. Then this is outrageous, not to mention the essence of chakra's formation, even chakra's aura can overwhelm us. It's said that Konoha village's first Hokage is the god of ninjas, but I don't think second Hokage is weak. Such a strong monster was almost beaten to death, I can't believe it's real. Uzumaki Naruto, Namikaze's face is numb, I really want to meet him, a kid about 12 years old, unexpectedly has such terrifying strength. I remember. Itaka-san, you had the power of a shadow when you were 13 years old, how does it compare to Uzumaki Naruto? No, it's not an opponent at all. 747. Many S-class traders organized by Akatsuki were talking about it. Even though they are rebellious by nature, they all recognize Senjo Tobirama's terrifying strength. Therefore, a question popped up. Just how strong is Uzumaki Naruto? All eyes are on Tendo Pain, and it seems that only Tendo Pain has actually played against Uzumaki Naruto here. Tiendeo Pain looked indifferent, and said without emotion, very strong, I am not an opponent. Akatsuki ninjas frowned. Based on this sentence alone, they can't judge Uzumaki Naruto's strength. Konan explained, Uzumaki Naruto is Namikaze. No one really knows his strength, but his strength is increasing at a terrifying speed. When we first met, we were able to make a 50-50 split. But when we met this time, it was just a face-to-face, and we were almost killed by him. Many S-level rebels organized by Akatsuki gasped. My heart is overwhelmed. Seeing that Tiendeo Pain didn't refute, he was so shocked that his scalp was numb, and he felt a cold air rushing from the solace of his feet to Tianling Gai. Tiendeo Pain was almost killed just by meeting him. Just how strong is Uzumaki Naruto? As unruly S-level rebels, most of them chose to join the Xiao organization because of the force of the Xiao organization. Among them, Tiendeo Pain, as the leader, has the power to convince them. But such a powerful leader was almost killed in a single encounter. What happened? Deidara couldn't bear it first, and asked loudly, Pen, what is the ability of that brat, even you are no match for me together. Silence. The air fell into an inexplicable silence. Konan sighed and said, Scorch style. Deidara's eyes widened, Tsunagakure's Scorch style, I know it's a very strong blood succession limit, but only with that kind of blood succession limit. Without waiting for Deidara to finish speaking, Konan continued to speak on his own. Lava style, Ice escape, Dead bone pulse, Sage body, Sharinon, Raise non, 8 inner gates, Adamantine sealing chains, Full tail beast form, Summoning art beast 3 tails. Konan's words were like pouring beans from a dustpan, and various powerful abilities came out of his mouth. Deidara's eyes widened, and finally almost popped out. Hey, how many kinds of blood succession boundary are these, and how many kinds of ninjutsu? Deidara was disheveled in a gust of wind. In the 10 seconds just now, I heard no less than 10 kinds of blood succession limits, and there are countless powerful ninjutsu. Are you deaf? How could so many powerful abilities be mastered by a 12 or 13-year-old kid? This is the horror of Uzumaki Naruto. He can deprive others of his blood inheritance limit. In addition, his own strength is also quite powerful. And he is also our most dangerous enemy next. Konan said in a deep voice. To deal with such a monster, we must work together. The first task is to find Orochimaru first. A corner of the cave. Tsunade moved closer to Senjo Tobirama and whispered, You brought up the fact that second grandpa found Orochimaru. Senjo Tobirama nodded, and said in a deep voice, That's right, we must find our guy from the last impure world reincarnation, he has my body tissue from before I was alive. As long as I use impure world reincarnation once more, I will return to my prime, and my strength will be greatly enhanced by then. There is no need to worry about the sealing technique of the ghoul seal. As long as we go to the Uzumaki family, we can take out all the souls inside. The next step is to let the big brother and the others restart the impure world reincarnation. Tsunade and Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. First Hokage and second Hokage are back to their prime, and with their strengths, a win over Uzumaki Naruto should. Second Grandpa, if it's your perfect time, can you beat Uzumaki Naruto? Tsunade couldn't help asking. Although he felt that his side had a great chance of winning, Tsunade was always a little uneasy. Damn Uzumaki Naruto, I'm getting a psychological shadow. Tsunade gritted his teeth. Well. Senju Tobirama's eyelids twitched slightly, and he said with a little doubt, it should be, okay. Jiraiya smiled bitterly, Nidame, don't you still not have much confidence? Senju Tobirama said with a dark face, don't be silly, I just thought of it too, Uzumaki Naruto doesn't seem to use his full strength. Jiraiya and Tsunade froze for a moment. Senju Tobirama said to himself, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes are eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, logically speaking, he should be able to use Susanoo, but he didn't. Not only that, but he's the perfect Jinchuriki for 9 tails, and if I'm not mistaken, he should be able to use the mighty Susanoo. Besides, he has the magic chakra. The more I think about Senju Tobirama, the more uneasy I feel. Uzumaki Naruto, he didn't care about the destruction of Konoha village, so he didn't use his real power. Tsunade said blankly, 0.7 second Grandpa, stop talking, otherwise. I don't have any confidence at all. Uzumaki Naruto, who almost killed himself in seconds, didn't use his full strength. Then what else? Why don't you just kneel down and beg for mercy? The other side. Tiandao Pain looked at the members of the Xiao organization, and said indifferently. The plan to capture the tailed beast has officially started. Now in pairs, collect the tail beasts as quickly as possible. Deidara and the Red Sand Scorpion, you two are in charge of guarding the crane at one tail. Uchiha Itaki and Kisame, you two are in charge of 4 tails Son Goku. Kakuzu and Haiden, you two are in charge of the 2-tailed cat. Be sure to complete the task as quickly as possible, and on the way to carry out the task, you can let things happen to Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 181. The next day. It was daylight. In a desert of yellow sand. Who are you? Why are you here to ambush us? Panting heavily, Temari gritted his teeth and looked angrily at the Red Sand Scorpion and Deidara. These 2 bastards had been ambushing in the desert early, and when they saw their group coming, they launched a terrifying attack without any explanation. The violent explosion and the unpredictable poisonous needle killed them almost instantly. Temari, run with Gaara, the opponent is strong. Kankuro fell to the ground, his face turned blue, and he yelled at Temari through gritted teeth. He has been poisoned, and the poison is quite violent. Although he is not fatal, he has already lost his combat effectiveness, so Temari must be asked to escape quickly with Gaara. Gaara. Temari gritted his teeth and looked at the unconscious Gaara on his back. If Gaara is not in a coma at this moment, with Gaara's strength, she might still be able to fight, but now. Gritting his teeth, Temari ran in the direction of Tsunagakure at 0.5 speed. Deidara threw out a clay spider with his left hand, and put the index and middle fingers of his right hand together. Art is a blast, drink. Boom. The flames exploded on Temari's right leg, but Temari screamed and fell to the ground, bleeding. I can't let you run away. Deidara looked at Gaara with great interest, and said, our goal is 1-tail Jinchuriki, if you escape, we will be scolded. With a slight movement of the Red Sand Scorpion's fingers, Gaara's figure flew up and was carried on his shoulders. After finishing all this, the Red Sand Scorpion turned his head and said hoarsely. Don't waste time, let's go. Ah, Brother Scorpion, don't you want to kill them? Deidara was a little taken aback. No, I hate being waited on, let's go. Watching the backs of the 2 gradually leaving, Temari gritted his teeth, braced his body and walked back. Kankuro, let's go back to Konoha. Kankuro was taken aback, back to Konoha village, are you crazy? Temari suppressed the pain and said, no way, now we have no way to go back to Tsunagakure, only Konoha village is closest to us. With the power of Uzumaki Naruto, I can definitely kill these 2 bastards. In a canyon in Cloud Shinobi village. The 2, wooden golem, looked at Haiden and Kakuzu on the opposite side angrily, and blue chakra erupted all over their bodies, like a cat demon. Who are you guys? Don't underestimate people. Haiden lazily shook the sickle in his hand, looked at Kakuzu aside and said. Kakuzu, don't interfere, I'm going to use this guy to sacrifice Lord Evil God. An unknown little hidden village. 7 Tails Jinchuriki Yu Gao looked at 6 Paths Pain with cold eyes. Who are you? Tiandao Pain said indifferently. We are Pain, Yuan Shen. Here to capture you, 7 Tails Kome. Iwagakure. 4 Tails Jinchuriki also encountered the same situation. Facing the oncoming huge waves, Lao Zi roared, the magma flowing all over his body, and rushed to Hoshigaki Kisame at the top of the tsunami. Kisame bared his shark-like teeth and sneered, Magma, your magma is much worse than Namikaze's numb magma. The magma and the water collided heavily, and in just a split second, the scorching magma was mercilessly swallowed by the water. It doesn't take a moment. Old Zi lost consciousness, and was carried by Hoshigaki Kisame on his shoulders with his sword muscle. Looking at Uchiha Itachi beside him, Kai Kakakasame smiled with sharp shark-like teeth. Mr. Itachi, you must have used summoningman to send a message to people just now, right? Uchiha Itachi looked indifferent, and said lightly, no, you guessed wrong. Kisame laughed hoarsely, but he didn't care. He picked up Lao Ziyi with his big sword shark muscle and walked towards the time when he came. Konoha village. Master Naruto, it's not good. Uchiha Shisui rushed into Uzumaki Naruto's house in a hurry, ignoring that Uzumaki Naruto was sleeping, and said anxiously, Master Naruto, just now Uchiha Itachi sent me a message with a crow. He said that the Akatsuki organization is capturing the tailed beast. Ugh. Uzumaki Naruto sat up from the bed with a dark face, rubbed his eyes, and said unkindly. Shisui, I haven't slept well for days, and you're quarreling with me for this kind of thing. Akatsuki organizes to collect tailed beasts, isn't that a matter of course? It's no big deal, as long as he has nothing to do, the Akatsuki organization will not be able to collect all the tailed beasts. Master Naruto, I'm a little worried. Uchiha Shisui said worriedly, according to Uchiha Itachi, once the Akatsuki organization collects most of the tailed beasts, it will create a weapon capable of destroying the world. Uzumaki Naruto nodded slightly, the weapon to destroy the world. I know, isn't it 10 tails? Call. It's really troublesome. Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his hair, sat up from the bed, got dressed and said. Okay, I know the matter, don't worry too much, let the person who is in charge of Konoha village come over, I have a task to release. 10 tails is indeed a terrifying existence, but as long as he becomes stronger, 10 tails has nothing to be afraid of. The corner of Uzumaki Naruto's mouth curved slightly. The land of fire is the richest of the 5 major countries and has the most fertile land. I don't know how much money the land of fire has, how much? Uchiha Shisui's head full of black lines. At this time, you are still thinking about money? In the reconstructed Hokage building, the patriarchs of the major families, the powerful Jonin, all gathered together, and the crowded office seemed very narrow. Naruto asked us to come, for what? Hyuga Hayashi asked anxiously. I don't know, no one knows what he thinks now. Narashika Issa sighed and shook his head. Could it be that we are still studying the matter of the 5th Hokage? Anyway, this is a bit too urgent. Yamanaka frowned and said. Is it for 2nd Hokage-sama and the others who escaped? It's really a troublesome thing, with 2nd Hokage on one side and Uzumaki Naruto on the other. Konoha village is fighting at this time. That is to say, I really don't know who to help. Konoha village ninjas talked a lot, with a hint of helplessness on their faces. Soon, Uzumaki Naruto walked in. Looking at the many ninjas present, Uzumaki Naruto showed a smile, sat down on Hokage's chair unceremoniously, and said straightforwardly. Gentlemen, I have decided to attack the name of the Land of Fire. Chapter 182. There was an instant silence in the office. All the ninjas present were stunned, and even wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. The patriarchs of several big families were not much better, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva one after another. The shock in my heart was like overwhelming the river. Even when they knew the true identity of Uzumaki Naruto, they were never so shocked. Naruto, are you kidding me? Narashiju reacted first, swallowed, and said dryly, do you still want to be the 5th Hokage when you attack the daimyo of the Fire Nation? The other ninjas also nodded. That's right, no matter how you say it, you can't attack the daimyo of the Land of Fire. This is treason, a crime that cannot be tolerated in any country. If you snatch the Fire Country daimyo, without the Fire Country daimyo's consent, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to become Hokage. The Konoha village ninjas present protested loudly. In their view, Uzumaki Naruto is still a child after all, and he doesn't understand what the name of the Fire Nation means. The Fire Country daimyo is the head of a country and has the right to decide Hokage. Without his consent, Uzumaki Naruto is not eligible to be 5th Hokage at all. Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but burst out laughing. After reacting, Uchiha Shisui quickly covered his mouth, but he still couldn't help but want to laugh. Uzumaki Naruto can't become Hokage without the consent of the Fire Nation daimyo? What are you kidding? Would Naruto-sama care about this with his character? Uzumaki Naruto tilted his head slightly, looked at the ninja opposite and said, you guys, did you misunderstand something? The Konoha village ninjas all showed puzzled expressions. Misunderstand? What's the meaning? Uzumaki Naruto continued, I mean, starting today, the Land of Fire will cease to exist. Hyuga Hayashi. Nara dear long. Yamanaka Hai. The Konoha village ninja was struck by lightning. The nation of fire no longer exists? How does this feel more terrifying than stealing the name of the country of fire? Naruto, what do you mean when you say that the Land of Fire no longer exists? Narashika Issa asked dryly. Uzumaki Naruto pondered for a moment, then said with a smile, don't you think that there are too many countries in the entire ninja world? My goal is to have only one country in the ninja world, so that there will never be wars, and there will be no rebellion. The face of the Konoha village ninja turned pale, and Tien Shivyu said. How can this work? This will set off a war in the ninja world. That's right, other countries won't agree, and they will definitely start a war with Konoha, and it will be a ninja war at that time. Uzumaki Naruto, do you know what this means? Regardless of Uzumaki Naruto's strength, the ninjas shouted loudly. Uzumaki Naruto's approach was even more radical than the last ninja war, and it was completely killing Shura. Uzumaki Naruto just smiled. Are you too aggressive? What about Uchiha Madara's project Tsuki no Mi? Too lazy to talk too much nonsense, Uzumaki Naruto looked out of the window and said lightly. So it's not to order you, but to inform you that several of my avatars have already gone to the capital of the Fire Nation. The ninjas in the office were all stunned. Immediately, his horrified eyes looked in the direction of the capital of the country of fire. The Fire Nation daimyo. Uzumaki Naruto, wearing a gold nine-tails chakra cloak, appeared in a certain palace, staring at the middle-aged man in front of him indifferently. You, who are you? The middle-aged man looked at Uzumaki Naruto in horror, and roared loudly to the surroundings, hurry up, save me, someone is going to kill me. Hula la. A large number of samurai and ninja broke in from outside the door. When they saw Uzumaki Naruto, they all froze for a moment. Brat. They came in only when they heard the cry for help, but they never thought that the intruder was actually a kid. Little ghost, are you the enemy? How dare you be rude to the name of the land of fire, do you want to die? Uzumaki Naruto looked over indifferently, and with a slight movement in his mind, the claws formed by gold chakras slapped him fiercely. Boom boom boom. Several samurai and ninjas were shot flying out, hit the wall fiercely, and fell to the ground without knowing whether they were alive or dead. This. The Fire Country daimyo was covered in cold sweat, looking at his subordinates in horror. Why are you all down? You are Jonin, so no one can defeat this guy. It was silent. The Fire Country daimyo's heart was half cold. If he had known that these wastes were so weak, he shouldn't have let Asuma leave. Raising his head tremblingly, the daimyo forced a smile on his face and said. Master Ninja, what do you want? Uzumaki Naruto's clone smiled. Money. All the money of the Fire Nation was sealed into scrolls by Uzumaki Naruto. Untold amounts of money. It took 3 full scrolls to barely seal it. It is several times more than the country of thunder and the country of water combined. Patting the scroll, Uzumaki Naruto showed a smile. With this money, he can finally get the ability that he has been longing for. Uzumaki Naruto walked out of the palace under the flattering gaze of the Fire Nation daimyo. Then, with a wave, the scorching flame instantly ignited the entire palace, and the scorching flame shot straight into the sky, causing everything to fall into a sea of flames. With the end of the old era, the luxurious palace was gradually engulfed by the fire and reduced to ashes. Uzumaki Naruto said lightly. The kingdom of fire no longer needs to exist. I will change this dirty world. And on the other side, another clone of Uzumaki Naruto, wearing the gold nine-tails chakra cloak, heading straight for the desert of the land of the winds. According to Tamari, those 2 bastards organized by Akatsuki should be around here. Uzumaki Naruto stopped while muttering, stood on the yellow sand, and closed his blue eyes. Kagura heart eyes. Instantly. The pictures of tens of kilometers of Fang Yuan are all reflected in the eyes of Uzumaki Naruto, Qian's. Sandstorms in the distance, gerbils under the desert, desert centipedes crawling, desert thorns, lonely mountains in the desert. Found it. Uzumaki Naruto opened his eyes with a smile, and Wei Blue's eyes looked at a mountain in the distance. There, but Chakra is a bit of a mess. Step into the desert. The figure of Uzumaki Naruto is like a flash of gold, disappearing in place without a trace in an instant. The screen changed. In just 2 seconds, Uzumaki Naruto appeared at the entrance of the cave on the lonely mountain. Sealing technique. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the stone at the entrance of the cave and frowned slightly. It's really a sealing technique, exactly the same as the sealing technique used by the Xia organization in the original book, and it's all for the ability to delay time. Although I am a clone, a seal of this level wants to stop me, isn't it too small? Aiming at the huge stone ball blocking the entrance of the hole, Uzumaki Naruto raised his middle finger and flicked on it lightly. Boom. Chapter 183. Boom. Only a loud bang was heard. The huge stone ball blocking the entrance of the cave was instantly shattered, smashed together with the seal, and smashed to the ground with a bang. It was just a flick of the fingers, but its power was like a landslide. If outsiders saw this scene, their jaws would drop in shock. Naturally, there was no way to hide such a huge movement, and the rumbling sound resounded through the sky. The members of the Akatsuki organization in the cave were alarmed instantly. What's that sound? The Phantom of Kakuzu frowned and said darkly, why does it sound like the stone at the entrance of the cave is broken? True or not, the sealing technique at the entrance of the cave is not the 5-seal enchantment. I heard that it is an A-level sealing technique, Haiden Shuiying said in surprise. Kakuzu's face was a little ugly. That's right, it is indeed a 5-sealing barrier. This sealing technique requires 5 people to untie it, but it was opened roughly. Hokage Kisame looked solemnly at the entrance of the cave, showing shark-like teeth and said, I can only think of one person with this kind of power. Konan said in a deep voice, that's right, judging by your position, the enemy you encountered is likely to be Uzumaki Naruto. Ju said with a very strange smile, this is not good, that is a strong enemy, Deidara, Scorpion, you two may die there. Deidara snorted coldly, and with a white clay lovebird in his palm, he proudly said, no matter who he is, he will die in my art. The Red Sand Scorpion said hoarsely, don't talk stupidly, what kind of art is that kind of explosion, only art that can be passed down forever is art. Suddenly, the voices of the members of the Akatsuki organization stopped abruptly. All eyes were on the cave entrance at the same time. Coincidentally, the gazes of members of Akatsuki met with Uzumaki Naruto who walked in. Allah! Pain, Konan, Kisame, Itake, and some familiar-looking guys. Uzumaki Naruto smiled, hey, it's the first time we meet, please give me some advice. All the members of the Akatsuki organization showed serious expressions on their faces, and they all looked up and down at Uzumaki Naruto. This guy is Namikaze. Kakuzu looked at Uzumaki Naruto in surprise. He knew the existence of Namikaze, who was defined as the most dangerous S-rank rebel in the current ninja world, and also the guy with the highest bounty in the current ninja world. Originally wanted to arrest this guy, but later gave up because of his terrifying power. When we meet again now, it turns out that he is just a kid in his teens, but the boiling gold chakra on his body should not be underestimated. Chakra from 9 tails, the breath alone is terrifying. Hokage Kisame said solemnly. The rest of the Akatsuki members were not much better, more or less shocked by the seething gold chakra on Uzumaki Naruto. Chakra mastered by perfect Jinchuriki. Konan couldn't help showing a bit of bitterness. This is a terrible situation. The Scarlet Sand Scorpion and Deidara are probably no match together. Konan shook his head slightly. At this moment, Tiendao Pain said indifferently, Uzumaki Naruto, although you have the chakra of 9 tails on your body, you are not the original body. Uzumaki Naruto raised an eyebrow. Did you see it? Rin-Egan fluctuated in the eyes of Tiendao Pain, and he said indifferently. Nothing can hide these eyes, you are not the main body, but a clone, a shadow clone with 9 tails chakra. Uzumaki Naruto nodded with a smile. As expected of Rin-Egan, the ability to see through chakra is very strong. That's right, I'm not the main body, I'm just an avatar. For you rats in the sewer, it's not enough for me to come here with the main body. Haydn suddenly became furious, regardless of his phantom state, he slammed his scythe towards him. Little ghost, don't underestimate people. Uzumaki Naruto glanced over, and said lightly, it's just that you don't want to be too arrogant. Call out. A gold chain instantly penetrated Haydn's phantom's chest. Haydn Phantom lowered his head stiffly, looked at the golden lock piercing through his chest, raised his head and was about to say something, but the phantom flickered twice and disappeared. It's just a clone, but it can also use the bleeding inheritance limit. Konan gritted his, teeth, looked at the Red Sand Scorpion and Deidara fiercely, and said loudly, Scorpion, Deidara, you two run quickly. Since this is just a clone of Uzumaki Naruto, this is your chance, take this opportunity and run away. It's impossible to have such tyrannical strength as the main body, as long as you escape before his main body arrives, you two may survive. As he spoke, Konan burst into ecstasy. Originally, when he saw Uzumaki Naruto, he was already desperate, thinking that the Red Sand Scorpion and Deidara must die. Unexpectedly, only a clone of Uzumaki Naruto came here. Deidara showed displeasure on his face, chewing with his mouth in his palm, and said coldly during this time. Konan, don't underestimate me, and don't underestimate art. My ninjutsu is a sublime art that transcends everything, a fleeting work of art, well, feel the art. After the words fell, Deidara slammed the white unknown object in his hand at Uzumaki Naruto and threw it. Konan's face changed, and he felt like cursing. If you don't run at this time, do you have to wait for Uzumaki Naruto's body to come and kill you all? The white clay grows in the wind, forming a 3-meter-long centipede in an instant, and the white centipede quickly climbs on Uzumaki Naruto's body. In just 2 seconds, the white centipede wrapped around Uzumaki Naruto's body. Deidara showed a look of complacency, relaxed and said, hee, the tone is obviously so loud, is it only this level? It's over, Deidara's right index finger and middle finger are close together, and they put it on the mouth frantically. Art is just. Etc. The Scarlet Sand Scorpion shouted loudly. The phantoms of the other Xiao organization members also spoke one after another. Deidara showed a proud look, Brother Scorpion, there is no way to do this, just admit that my art is better. The Red Sand Scorpion said hoarsely, idiot, you almost died. Uzumaki Naruto spoke at the right time, interrupted the words of the Red Sand Scorpion and said lightly, Deidara, you'd better look at yourself. Deidara froze for a moment, then his body shook, his eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the white centipede wrapped around his body. It was obviously the centipede wrapped around Uzumaki Naruto. It actually appeared on me. The phantom of Hokage Kisame took a deep breath, and said dryly, "It's really dangerous, it's almost going to explode." Kakuzu said gloomily, "Even I didn't notice, this illusion is really too strong. Never heard that Uzumaki Naruto is good at illusion, is that part of his hiding?" Konan looked at Uzumaki Naruto seriously. Deidara didn't pay attention to his companion's voice, and looked into Uzumaki Naruto's eyes in shock. Illusion. Mangekyo Sharinan twirled slightly in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. "Well, to be honest, I'm not very good at using illusion. The reason why I succeeded is that you are too weak. Alright. You just stand there obediently and don't move, otherwise, I can't guarantee that you won't get hurt." Chapter 184. Deidara's body stood there in a daze as if petrified. "Lost by yourself?" Moment. Spike. The other party didn't even make a move, just looked over with a look, and I was almost reduced to ashes by my own art. Impossible, impossible, impossible. When? Deidara lost her composure and couldn't help shouting loudly. "From the very beginning, when you looked into Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, you were in the illusion," the Scarlet Sand Scorpion said hoarsely. "There is a saying that the bystander is clear." He saw clearly from the side. Uzumaki Naruto just glanced over. Deidara seemed to lose his soul, and fanatically wrapped the clay centipede around himself. If he hadn't stopped at the last moment, Deidara would have turned into a corpse. Deidara gasped heavily, unable to believe what just happened. At this time, a ray of gold light flickered. Deidara looked up subconsciously. Immediately, pupils dilate. Uzumaki Naruto stood at the entrance of the cave, wearing a gold-tailed beast coat, as if wearing a cloak of burning flames, and stared at him indifferently with blue eyes. Strands of gold rays of light poured down, and the blonde boy seemed to be standing in the gold rays of light, like a god walking out of calligraphy and painting. What a nice view! Deidara stared blankly at Uzumaki Naruto. This is art. I feel as if I am in an ocean of gold, and what I am facing is the most exquisite art in the world. Thump. The white snake centipede on Deidara's body fell to the ground unconsciously, and with a plop, Devolaven woke up like a dream. Deidara covered his left eye, gritted his teeth and said, "I'm actually fascinated by other people's abilities, that's art. No, I don't admit it, I don't admit it." Uzumaki Naruto looked sideways slightly, thoughtful. It seems that Deidara has never fought against Uchiha Itachi, otherwise, he would not have shown such an expression. But it looks like this is your chance. Have the opportunity. The Red Sand Scorpion sensed Uzumaki Naruto's absence, quickly took out a scroll, spread it out, and slapped it. Human puppet third Kaze cage. Boom. White smoke exploded. A puppet with blue hair, wearing an earth-grey tattered robe, floating in midair appeared from the white smoke. "Deidara, what are you still doing?" The Red Sand Scorpion roared hoarsely, connected several chakra wires to the puppet in his hand, moved his fingers, and the puppet rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto quickly. Phi. Pi. The earth-grey robe was punctured, and two large knives appeared from the puppet's arms, aiming at Uzumaki Naruto's neck and slashing fiercely. Only then did Deidara manage to come back to her senses, and after a promise, she was ready to run out of the cave. The moment the puppet knife was about to touch Uzumaki Naruto's skin. Clang. Clang. Two sounds of gold and iron clashing sounded. The expression of the Red Sand Scorpion hidden in the puppet changed drastically. The phantoms of the other Akatsuki members were not much better, looking at Uzumaki Naruto in shock. I saw gold chakras surging on Uzumaki Naruto's body, converging and condensing to form substantial claws, holding two sharp big knives firmly. What? Uzumaki Naruto looked at the Red Sand Scorpion with a half-smile. "Although I'm a clone, you really look down on me. Although I am a clone, the nine tails chakra on my body can be said to be equivalent to hundreds of Kakashi added together. This level of chakra can make him fight Senju Tobirama of Impure World Reincarnation. A mere puppet." Uzumaki Naruto's eyes turned cold, the golden yellow on his body fluttered in the wind, and he stretched out his sharp claws instantly. Massive rays non. 4 huge cerulean spheres appeared on the 4 gold claws at the same time. During the high-speed rotation, it was like 4 cerulean meteorites falling from the sky. Clatter. The wall accidentally touched by big ball rays non, as if struck by lightning, large pieces of rags fell down. "If you can block it, come and block it." Uzumaki Naruto looked at the Red Sand Scorpion indifferently, and with a slight movement in his mind, the 4 golden claws held the big ball rays non fiercely and ran over. Not good. The Red Sand Scorpion felt something bad, and his 10 fingers danced almost like a cramp. Magnet-style sand iron wall. A large piece of black iron sand gushed out from the clothes of the blue-haired puppet, surging like an ocean current, filling half of the cave in a short time. With the control of the Red Sand Scorpion, the iron sand surged, forming a thick iron sand wall. But even so, the Scarlet Sand Scorpion couldn't rest assured, and the figure retreated quickly. This is really bad. A mere avatar has such destructive power, no wonder even Tiandao Pain is no match. What kind of monster are we fighting? Can the Red Sand Scorpion survive? It's not good, leave quickly, or our phantom will be shattered. 0. Asking for flowers. The hypocrisy of members of the Akatsuki organization feels bad. Before Tiendao Pain opened his mouth, they spontaneously moved towards various places to hide. Boom! 4 meteorite-like balls slammed into the iron sand fiercely, and violent fluctuations swept across the entire mountain in an instant. Deafening explosions resounded through the sky. The phantoms of Uchiha Itachi, Konan, and Ju couldn't bear it, and they disappeared in the explosion in just one breath. Violent smoke and dust enveloped the entire mountain, and the ninjas inside were all dizzy from the explosion. Outside world. Embarrassed Temari and Kankuro looked at the mountain in disbelief. Real or fake? That mountain was broken by the middle. 0. I saw standing in the desert in the distance, a lone peak soaring into the clouds, the middle was broken, and the upper half of the mountain crashed into the desert. The violent impact even caused the desert to form an ocean tsunami. A large amount of yellow sand fluctuated, sweeping in all directions like a tsunami. The faces of Temari and Kankuro changed drastically, and they looked at the sea of yellow sand that was hitting them head-on in horror. No way, we can still be affected by this far away. Boom! Accompanied by the surge of yellow sand, the world seemed to turn into silence. About 10 minutes passed. The disheveled Deidara managed to poke his head out of the yellow sand. Spitting out the yellow sand in his mouth and wiping the sand out of his eyes, Deidara barely had some vision. At the first glance, I saw half of the collapsed mountain peak not far away, and a lone peak soaring into the clouds. At this time, more than half of it was sunk in the yellow sand. This, no matter how you put it, is a bit too outrageous. A mountain was blown off just like that. Deidara's eyelids twitched wildly. Although my own explosion can also shatter a mountain, but that is the result of my best efforts. But in front of me, just a clone of Uzumaki Naruto, and even the clone didn't use all its strength. It easily smashed a mountain into pieces. What a monster! Where is that monster? Deidara swallowed, and began to survey the surrounding scenery, preparing to find a safe place to escape quickly. However, as soon as Deidara turned his head, he met Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. Uzumaki Naruto squatted on the desert, looked at Deidara with great interest, and said, "Deidara, would you like to see me, what is real art?" She. Chapter 185. Deidara. Deidara's mood at this time was extremely complicated. If I had to say it, I had just escaped from the perilous primeval forest, and before I could catch my breath, I turned around and saw a Siberian tiger ready to go. Uzumaki Naruto, no, namikaze noodles. Deidara's eyes flashed with anger, as if to burn himself out, and without saying a word, he threw a spider. Die in my art is real art. Uzumaki Naruto raised his eyebrows, and stood there without dodging or dodging. Boom! Accompanied by an explosion. The billowing smoke engulfed Uzumaki Naruto, and Deidara took advantage of this opportunity to quickly spit out a white lovebird, sat on it and flew into the air. Did you get it? Deidara was in mid-air, looking nervously at the billowing gunpowder below. Although he knew that it would be difficult to kill Uzumaki Naruto with only one clay spider, but in case of 793, cases of the weak defeating the strong abound in the ninja world. With the smoke and dust dispersed, Deidara's pupils shrank, and she looked at the white skeleton below in shock. Several white bones are interlaced to form a cone-shaped defense, firmly protecting Uzumaki Naruto inside. Not to mention killing Uzumaki Naruto, his own detonating clay didn't even leave a trace on the bones. Don't you even want to hide? Deidara nearly gritted his teeth, looking at the bone below with anger. Crack, click. The white skeleton gradually retracted into the ground, revealing Uzumaki Naruto in it. Uzumaki Naruto raised his head, looked at Deidara who was flying in mid-air, and said lightly. It's always like this one by one. Is there no way to make your rebellious forbearance agree with just what you say? During these 5 years, I also want to find some stronger ninjas as my subordinates, after all, I can't do it myself. It's a pity that one of those powerful rebels has an unruly character. No way, let's play a game. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath, his eyes gradually turned cold, and he looked at Deidara flying in the sky. Sage body. With his lips and teeth parted slightly, Uzumaki Naruto spat out 3 words. Instantly, a pair of red wings grew out behind Uzumaki Naruto, he spread his wings, swung them fiercely, kicked up a large piece of yellow sand, and flew directly into the sky. How could it make you fly? Deidara's face was slightly ferocious, and he quickly threw 2 clay lovebirds. Boom! The clay lovebirds exploded on Uzumaki Naruto's wings, and the billows swallowed Uzumaki Naruto. Although Uzumaki Naruto was not eliminated, it bought a lot of time with this move. Seeing that he had succeeded, Deidara directly put his right hand into the pocket, picked up the clay inside and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it with big mouthfuls. This is my trick, I will kill you immediately. Deidara opened his mouth full of killing intent, formed a seal with his hands, and spit out a torrent of white clay from his mouth. The white clay fell to the ground, enlarged at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the huge shadow gradually covered the sunlight. In just a few seconds, the group of irregular white clay suddenly formed an enlarged version of slightly whitish Deidara. This height is equivalent to 1/3 of my Susanoo. Uzumaki Naruto Red flapped its wings and stagnated in mid-air, as if walking in mid-air. Looking at the enlarged version of Deidara, he felt a little regretful. If the main body is here, in front of the Susanoo he uses, Deidara can only be regarded as a younger brother. And the other side. The red sand scorpion is far from being as relaxed as Uzumaki Naruto. Looking solemnly at the enlarged version of Deidara, the figure retreats quickly. That lunatic actually used C4 Garuda, did he want to kill me too? He knows this ability. C4 Garuda releases a large number of extremely small clay spiders that are invisible to the naked eye, and the creatures that suck the clay spiders into their bodies are equivalent to being bombed all over their bodies. Finally, with the help of countless small explosions, the entire creature can be gradually destroyed from the inside out, achieving the effect of complete destruction. With such a terrifying ability, even if he had the body of a human puppet, he would never dare to be within the range of the explosion. Deidara's eyes were wild, and the white clay lovebirds under his feet were quickly lifted up, and his hands were clasped together. Immediately, the enlarged version of Deidara's body seems to be inflated, expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The smooth lines, and the perfect two-dimensional shape, well, this is art. And my art is more than that. After flying to high altitude, Deidara's tone became extremely fanatical. Looking at his gradually exploding doll, he said loudly, "My work is fluid. It just looks like this shape when it is tangible, This is going to explode. It is my real work sublimated in the explosion. This is my art. Drink." With Deidara's final roar, the giant Deidara doll exploded. Boom. Different from the previous clay explosion, although the momentum this time was loud, it didn't have any flames, as if it was just a dumb egg. But in Uzumaki Naruto's perception, there are countless small clay spiders that look like dust, flying towards him. Hasn't reached the level of nanometers yet. Uzumaki Naruto sneered, this ability is very pervert in the original book. But the root bear Mei's ability to take roots is far more pervert than Deidara's miniature spiders, which are nano-level poisonous insects. And his wind-style rays non-shuriken has the ability to destroy 130 trillion cells in the human body in an instant. Sage Art Wind-style Spiral Shuriken. Uzumaki Naruto opened his lips and teeth slightly, and raised his right hand above his head, forming a white spiral shuriken like a shooting star in a short time. Aiming at the oncoming miniature clay spider, Uzumaki Naruto directly threw the white spiral shuriken in his hand. Shua! In just 1 second, the high-speed spinning wind-style spiral shuriken directly penetrates the torrent of white clay. Then, with a bang, it exploded in the desert in the distance. Shang Shang knocked the desert out of a deep pit of nearly 100 meters, like quicksand from a natural disaster, crazily devouring the surrounding desert. What? Deidara stared down with wide eyes. In order to prevent myself from being hurt by the fluctuation of the explosion, I flew to such a high altitude on purpose. However, I can't sense it anymore. No, the clay spiders in that piece can't sense it anymore, as if they were all destroyed. Deidara couldn't help but rubbed his eyes. But still, all other deserts are disappearing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Only where Uzumaki Naruto is, based on his front, a 0.3 road without clay spiders is impressively formed. Impossible. 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 Deidara couldn't help but collapse. The previous illusion instant kill, but now the explosion disappeared, almost destroying his self-confidence in a destructive posture. My art, my art. Art is without duds. Deidara's face was grim, and he tore off the clothes on his body, revealing the mouth that was sewn on the chest. Let you see my ultimate art. When I die I will be art. The unprecedented explosion will leave unprecedented scars on this land. Deidara roared to undo the seal on his chest, and when he was about to send the clay into his mouth, he suddenly heard an indifferent voice behind him. Stop putting that dirt in your mouth. One more move and I'll turn you into the world's stinkiest dud. Chapter 186. What? Deidara's body froze instantly, and the movement of chewing clay with his chest and mouth also stopped. Voice behind. Definitely that Uzumaki Naruto voice. He actually came behind him when he didn't realize it. Deidara's eyes moved slightly, and he caught a glimpse of a ray of gold light behind him, and his heart suddenly sank. Not some fancy ninjutsu. That's Uzumaki Naruto, right behind him. Gulu. Deidara swallowed, and moved her fingers undetectably. Swish, swish, swish. 4 gold chains spread out from Uzumaki Naruto's back, directly tied Deidara in 5 flowers, and fell to the ground like maggots. I told you not to move. Uzumaki Naruto sat down on Deidara's body, and said lightly, is your perception of Nine Tails Jinchuriki a vegetarian? Let me go. Deidara struggled desperately, but her heart sank to the bottom. There is no way to blow up. 05. If he blew himself up just now, although he couldn't exert the full power of the self-detonation, he could still exert at least 60% of it. Can now. The chakra all over his body was imprisoned, and the chakra on his chest and mouth turned into common clay. Not to mention self-explosion, now my mouth is covered with clay, and I can't even open it. I have become a useless person. It's a lot of chatter. Uzumaki Naruto was a little impatient, and with a thought, the end of the golden lock was stuffed directly into Deidara's mouth. Whoa! Deidara's eyes were bigger than a copper bell, and he retched continuously in his mouth, but all the vomit was pushed back. What a miserable word! That idiot! Seeing this scene, the red sand scorpion in the distance almost gritted his teeth, wanting to kill Deidara. I thought you were going to die with honor. It turned out well. Proud to be Uzumaki Naruto's captive. I knew that guy was an early death, and I was an idiot who would count on him. The red sand scorpion snorted coldly, took out a scroll from the puppet again, slapped it, and said hoarsely. Red secret technique performance with 100 machines. Swish, swish, swish. Visible to the naked eye, a large number of puppets dressed in dark red flew out of the scroll, and were connected to the blue chakra line floating in midair. After doing all this, the human puppet of third Hokage also floated into the sky. The red sand scorpion controls hundreds of chakra threads, looked at Uzumaki Naruto indifferently, and said hoarsely. Uzumaki Naruto, I admit that you are very strong, but in other places, I can't be your opponent. But this is the desert, and it is my home field. If you fight me here, even if you are strong, you will die at my hands. As soon as the words fell, the 10 fingers of the red sand scorpion moved slightly, and the puppet of third Hokage suddenly moved. The human puppet of third Hokage floated to the desert, but they did not see any movement, but set off a stormy sea in the desert out of thin air. Magnet-style iron sand great burial. The roar of the scarlet sand scorpion resounded. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of explosions, a large piece of black iron sand poured out of the yellow sand like a volcanic eruption. The scale is dozens of times larger than in the original work. In just a few seconds, the surrounding yellow sand desert has turned into black, and the blackness is covered with iron sand. This is... Uzumaki Naruto raised his eyebrows slightly surprised. This scale is bigger than the sands of 4th Hokage, and almost comparable to Gaara in its heyday. After thinking about it, Uzumaki Naruto understood. The yellow sand is rich in iron, fighting on the yellow sand is equivalent to the water-style ninja fighting on the sea. No wonder you said this is your home field. While Uzumaki Naruto muttered to himself, the red sand scorpion made a movement, and the overwhelming iron sand formed sharp thorns and pierced towards the sky. The iron sand spikes all over the sky are almost like drizzle in the sky, but the rain flows backwards. Deidara's eyes widened sharply, and he shouted loudly, Scorpion, UBD, do you want to kill me too? The red sand scorpion snorted coldly, an idiot like you who doesn't understand art at all, if you die, I can just make it into eternal art. It was an emergency, but Deidara couldn't help retorting, Brother Scorpion, I respect your art, but the real art is only the momentary beauty, a puppet is just a piece of wood. Enough. Uzumaki Naruto interrupted Deidara's words, and stretched out his right hand in a dark and indifferent way, aiming at the iron sand piercing the sky below. A circular, textured magma rays non appears in the hand. Sage art lava-style spiral shuriken. The lava-style spiral shuriken slammed down like a meteor, only to hear a bang, and the billowing magma fell from the sky. Not only that. Uzumaki Naruto's hands were still boiling with hot flames, as if the fire fell from the sky, igniting the entire desert in the blink of an eye. Lava and fire combined. It was as if the black desert had been turned into a flaming mountain. The high temperature shot straight into the sky, and all the clouds in the sky were evaporated in an instant. Deidara in midair almost turned Deidara dry. Woo woo woo. Deidara whimpered loudly. Uzumaki Naruto didn't even look at him, but just stared at the red sand scorpion in the distance indifferently. The red sand scorpion sneered, Idiot 050, iron sand cannot be destroyed by fire alone, do you even understand this truth? After the words fell, the red sand scorpion controlled the chakra line again. However, there is no way to control the iron sand. The red sand scorpion's face changed drastically. How could this happen? What did you do? The puppet of third Hokage is my strongest weapon, how could it suddenly lose the original blood inheritance limit? Idiot. Uzumaki Naruto said indifferently, high temperature can demagnetize, don't you know this? Unlike the yellow sand of Gaara, the iron sand of third Hokage is magnetic, and it becomes waste as long as the magnetic force is removed. After the words fell, Uzumaki Naruto's figure was like a golden light, rushing straight to the red sand scorpion in the distance. The crimson sand scorpion, whose IQ was crushed, gritted his teeth, ignored third Hokage, and concentrated on manipulating the hundreds of puppets. Even if there is no third Hokage, I still have 100 machine skills, you can't easily defeat. Boom boom boom. Before the scarlet sand scorpion finished speaking, he stared dully at the hundreds of puppets in the sky being scrapped one by one. Dozens of golden claws branched out from Uzumaki Naruto's back, extending infinitely, smashing hundreds of puppets into pieces with ease. Holding the last puppet in his hand, Uzumaki Naruto threw him into the flames after easily pinching the puppet's neck. So, Red Sand Scorpion, what is your choice? Chapter 187. The Red Sand Scorpion stared blankly at the sky. Just 4 seconds ago, there were hundreds of puppets of his own in the sky. 4 seconds later, all his puppets were shattered, and a considerable part even fell into the sea of fire and was burned to ashes. In a split second, the Red Sand Scorpion felt that he could finally understand Deidara. Not at the same level at all, monster-like guy. The Scarlet Sand Scorpion said dryly. He is completely a person from two worlds, his own attack has no effect on him at all, and every move of his attack can kill himself. The Red Sand Scorpion did not forget that what was in front of him was just a clone. A shadow clone has such powerful strength, if the main body is dispatched by itself, wouldn't it be able to destroy the entire desert in an instant? The Red Sand Scorpion was silent for a moment, and walked out of the puppet. It was the image of a red-haired boy. Ah, Brother Scorpion, so you look like this. Deidara was taken by surprise by Uzumaki Naruto. Because the Red Sand Scorpion has a relatively mature personality and is quite safe in doing things, coupled with his hoarse voice, he thought that the Red Sand Scorpion was dozens of years old. Idiot. The Red Sand Scorpion glanced at Deidara indifferently, and made the latter furious, yelling, but was gagged by Uzumaki Naruto again. Without too much nonsense, the Red Sand Scorpion put his right index finger and middle finger together. A light drink. The only surviving third Hokage puppet disappeared with a thud. The Red Sand Scorpion raised his head and said lightly. Since I can't win you, then I have no choice, I will follow you, go wherever you want. Uzumaki Naruto was a little surprised, I didn't expect to understand the truth unexpectedly. The Red Sand Scorpion snorted, and said lightly, I just want to see how long you can live. Uzumaki Naruto smiled. It doesn't matter what, since you agree, then come with me, first go to Tsunagakure. Correct. Uzumaki Naruto seemed to think of something, looked at the desert in the distance, and raised his hand slightly. Dead bone pulse W. 10-finger piercing. The bones at the end of Uzumaki Naruto's 10 fingers shot out like bullets, instantly hitting the phantoms of several Akatsuki members in the distance. I forgot about you. Uzumaki Naruto. What a dangerous and terrifying guy. In a dark cave, Kakuzu said with fear in his eyes. He finally knew why first Hokage was no match. In the face of monsters of this level, if it is not the heyday, even the first Hokage Senjo Hashirama will only have a dead end. The rest of the Akatsuki organization members didn't open their mouths. After this battle, they already knew the real five of Uzumaki Naruto thoroughly. Monster. A very powerful monster. It's uneasy to think about fighting such a monster. Dried persimmon ghost shark looked at Tiandao Pain, showing shark-like teeth and said with a smile, Pain, in the face of this monster, are you really confident that you can win? It's not that he looks down on Tiandao Pain, but with the power displayed by Uzumaki Naruto, he can almost be called a god. Although Tiandao Pain's strength is strong, it has not reached that level, otherwise it would be impossible to be defeated several times. Rest assured. Tiandao Pain said indifferently, the plan has reached the final stage, and only the last 3 tails, 9 tails, and 8 tails are left. No matter how strong Uzumaki Naruto is, I will beat him. And, we're not the only enemies he has. The next day. Cloud Shinobi Village Hokage Building. What? You said it was captured by Wooden Golem. Fourth Hokage's hair stood upright, lightning arcs flashed all over his body, and he looked at Mabai angrily. Grasping the information, Mabai gritted his teeth and said, yes, the place where the 2 wooden golems live suffered large-scale damage, obviously they encountered an enemy. No matter how hard we searched, we couldn't find Wooden Golem, which means she was probably taken away. A hole. Fourth Hokage flies into a rage boom smashes the table in front of him to pieces. How dare you attack a ninja in our village, do you know which BD it is? Fourth Hokage roared through gritted teeth. Orochimaru attacked 8 Tails Jinchuriki more than 10 years ago, and Namikaze invaded Cloud Shinobi Village not long ago, and now. These bastards, do you really think that Cloud Shinobi Village is a persimmon? Tell me who the intruder is. Fourth Hokage looked at Mabi furiously. If you let yourself know who that intruder is, don't let him know what Hokage's wrath is. Mabai nodded heavily, and said in an extremely difficult voice. I probably know that according to some eyewitness accounts, the person who attacked was probably Uzumaki Naruto from Konoha village. Fourth Hokage froze for a moment. Who did you say? As the fourth Hokage of Cloud Shinobi village, he is obliged to know the Jinchuriki of each village. If I remember correctly, Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha village is 9 Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha village, only 12 or 13 years old. The 13-year-old kid took away the 2 famous people who have been famous for many years by Wooden Golem? Not even a joke. Mabai swallowed, handed over a document, and said dryly. Mr. Hokage, these are the first 2 pieces of information we obtained, including the real identity of Uzumaki Naruto, you can take a look. After handing over the document, Mabai heaved a long sigh of relief. The content recorded in the document was too shocking. When she first read it, her jaw almost dropped in shock, and she couldn't believe what was said above was true. However, these 2 documents were obtained after numerous confirmations, and it is impossible to have. Sending out the hot potato now, the big stone in Mabai's heart has also sank. Fourth Hokage took the document impatiently, and read it 10 lines at a glance. Subsequently, Fourth Hokage's eyes widened, his mouth opened wide, and he frantically turned the document to the beginning and reread it several times. After a long while, Fourth Hokage slapped the document on the table, and said dryly, "By Li Zhao Namikaze is numb, that is Uzumaki Naruto." Mabai nodded bitterly. At first she couldn't believe it, until she got news from many sources, and Tuan believed the things in the document. Uzumaki Naruto. Konoha village. Holding the document in his hand, Fourth Hokage roared fiercely after a moment of silence, "What are they trying to do in Konoha village? Cultivating such a monster, not only invading Cloud Shinobi village, but also daring to attack our Jinchuriki, are they trying to start a ninja world war? I'm going to send someone to Konoha village immediately, don't these bastards take our Cloud Shinobi village seriously?" Azabi said dryly, "Master Hokage, the 3rd Hokage of Konoha village is dead, killed by Uzumaki Naruto. And, it's not just our Cloud Shinobi village that was attacked. Iwagakuer, Tsunagakuer, Kirigakuer, all have been attacked, and this is the 2nd document, someone wants to hold the 5 Kages conference." Chapter 188. 5 Kages meeting. Fourth Hokage's eyes widened. Who convened it, just for that brat to hold the 5 Kages conference? Konoha village 2nd Hokage, Senjo Tobirama. Mabi said dryly. Fourth Hokage's pupils constricted, and he clenched his fists. Senjo Tobirama, hasn't that guy been dead for decades? Could it be that Konoha village used impure world reincarnation? Fourth Hokage's face gradually darkened. The Tsuchikage building in Iwagakuer is the same site. Humph, Konoha village still retains that forbidden technique, damn it. Onoji threw the document on the table with an ugly expression. Konoha village has never used impure world reincarnation for decades, and he thought that this forbidden technique was brought to the grave with Senjo Tobirama's death. Unexpectedly, I saw this forbidden technique again today. Just when the shadows of the villages were in distress. On the ruins of the Uzumaki clan. Senjo Tobirama, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, the 4 have found the Shinigami mask among countless masks. Ho ho ho! Release the soul from the belly of the Shinigami, what a funny scene, 740. Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue, licked his lips disgustingly, and said hoarsely. I don't know what kind of attitude Namikaze Minato will have when he sees the current Uzumaki Naruto after he is resurrected, ho ho ho! Stop talking nonsense! Jiraiya said with a gloomy face, Minato will never agree with Uzumaki Naruto's approach, he is Hokage, and he will naturally stand on Konoha's position. Ho ho ho, who knows? Orochimaru said meaningfully, and then put the Shinigami mask on his face. I'm starting. Accompanied by a Shinigami mask belt, Orochimaru inexplicably ignited a flame like a soul, and his body danced involuntarily. The phantom of Shinigami appeared behind Orochimaru, and the atmosphere seemed extremely strange and frightening. But none of the people present were weak. Senjo Tobirama, Jiraiya, and Tsunade didn't feel any fear, but just watched quietly. Ugh! But with a roar, Orochimaru's abdomen suddenly drew blood. Blood gushed out of Orochimaru's stomach, and at the same time, Shinigami's stomach was also slashed, and 3 balls of souls shot out from it. Foul soil, reincarnation technique. Orochimaru took care of the wound on his abdomen and slapped the ground hard. 3 groups of souls fell on the 3 sacrifices that had been prepared, and a large amount of ashes and confetti poured in, gradually covering the 3 sacrifices. The 3 sacrifices made heart-piercing screams, but to no avail, their appearance changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At last, it suddenly turned into the appearance of the 3 Hokages. Senjo Hashirama with black hair and armor. Black-haired, aging Sarutobi Hiruzen. Namikaze Minato with gold hair and wearing a royal robe. Came back. He who knows everything. The ancestors of the Hokages. Orochimaru looked excitedly at the 3 Hokages of his impure world reincarnation. Different from the previous impure world reincarnation, this time the impure world reincarnation can be said to be fully prepared, able to exert nearly 99% of the strength of the 3 Hokages. Impure world reincarnation again. Senjo Hashirama looked down at his palm, and then squeezed it violently, a violent chakra boiled on his body. Nice, close to heyday power. Raising his head, Senjo Hashirama looked at Senjo Tobirama, and said in a deep voice, Tobirama, how is the situation now? Tell me. Senjo Tobirama shook his head. Things are pretty bad, Uzumaki Naruto is almost going to be Konoha village's 5th Hokage, and His approach is even more radical than Uchiha Madara. The situation is really not optimistic, otherwise I wouldn't be in such a hurry to revive you, big brother. Senjo Hashirama's heart sank. More aggressive than that Uchiha Madara guy. Senjo Hashirama felt a sense of foreboding. At the beginning, Uchiha Madara's idea was to start a war and destroy other hidden villages, making Konoha village the #1 hidden village in the ninja world. Even more radical than Uchiha Madara. Senjo Hashirama can hardly imagine the level of radicalism. That. Namikaze Minato listened for a long time, a little stunned, tentatively stretched out his hand and said. First Hokage-sama, second Hokage-sama, who is this Uzumaki Naruto you're talking about? Uzumaki Naruto, 0123041005 Fila 1444411361. Why do I have an inexplicable feeling of familiarity? Senjo Hashirama looked at Namikaze Minato, a question mark appeared on his forehead. Who are you? Namikaze Minato quickly turned his head, pointed to the cloak behind and said, I am 4th Hokage. Senjo Hashirama froze for a moment. You are 4th Hokage, doesn't that mean that Uzumaki Naruto is your child? Namikaze Minato blinks and blinks. Ha! First Hokage, what are you talking about? Why do I not understand? Namikaze Minato was at a loss. It's true that I named my child Naruto, but is it really the Uzumaki Naruto you mentioned? From what I heard just now, Uzumaki Naruto is a big villain, how could such a big villain be my child? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but sighed. Let me explain, after all, I did something wrong. But I hope you, Minato, can maintain your sanity as a Hokage after listening to this. Senjo Hashirama and Senjo Tobirama did not speak. They are very dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen. If it weren't for you guy, how could a boy from excellent become so dark? Sarutobi Hiruzen described his approach in detail. The more Namikaze Minato heard it, the more ugly his face became, and finally showed a rare anger, because he said. Third generation, how could you do that? Naruto is Nine Tails Jinchuriki, there is nothing wrong with that, but he became a Jinchuriki to protect Konoha village, how can you treat him so harshly and hide his true identity? Before Kushina and I were dying, I asked you to take care of Naruto. Namikaze Minato was furious in his heart. He knew that Naruto became Nine Tails Jinchuriki, which might be misunderstood by some people. But as his own child, even if he is misunderstood, there must be many ninjas willing to help him. But he never expected that after his death, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually concealed Uzumaki Naruto's identity and treated him so harshly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent. He knew he made a mistake, but he didn't expect to lose so badly, and it was too late to say anything now. Senjo Tobirama said, it is useless to say so much now, we must hurry to Konoha to stop Uzumaki Naruto. Otherwise, once the news spreads, the ninja war will be inevitable. Chapter 189. Uzumaki Naruto, what did he do? Why is it too late? Senjo Hashirama frowned at Senjo Tobirama. Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen also looked at the same time, they also wondered what Uzumaki Naruto did. Uzumaki Naruto. Senjo Tobirama's face was ugly, he took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, he killed the Fire Country daimyo, and even destroyed half of the capital of the Fire Country. Senjo Hashirama. Namikaze Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen. What? Senjo Hashirama couldn't help but lose his voice. He attacked the daimyo of the Country of Fire, and even destroyed half of the capital of the Country of Fire. This is unimaginably crazy, even during the Sengoku period, ninjas were not allowed to fight daimyo. No wonder you said it would cause a war in the ninja world, this is really... Senjo Hashirama took a deep breath. Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen were also taken aback by the news. If this news gets out, other countries will definitely take the initiative to start a war against Konoha, and then it will really be a ninja war. Uzumaki Naruto, are you crazy? You want to fight against the entire ninja world with one person. Hearing this news, the newly revived people couldn't sit still anymore, wishing they could rush to Konoha village to stop them now. Fighting against the ninja world with one's own strength, no matter how you say it, it is too crazy and too radical. Whether it is winning or losing, it will cause irreparable damage to the ninja world, and even cause a large number of people to die. Senjo Tobirama looked at Namikaze Minato, and said in a deep voice, 4th generation, Uzumaki Naruto is your child, you should know how to do it. Namikaze Minato's face was a bit tangled, but then he became firm. Don't worry, I will definitely stop Naruto. The Ninja World War is really too cruel, no matter what, one don't want the Ninja World War to happen again. Namikaze Minato's voice was extremely powerful, which convinced Senjo Tobirama, nodded slightly and said. Next, I will use Flying Thunder God to send you back to Konoha, and everyone will hold my hand or grab my body. Namikaze Minato had an extra kunai in his hand, and said in a deep voice, Second Hokage, there is no need to trouble you, I will also be Flying Thunder God, just let me go by myself. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures flickered and appeared in various places in Konoha village. This is Forest of Death. Senjo Hashirama looked at his surroundings with slight surprise. Tobirama, when did you leave the imprint of Flying Thunder God here? Senjo Tobirama put his right hand on a tree, and said lightly, I left the mark of Flying Thunder God here when I was alive, and the mark of Flying Thunder God will not be destroyed, so I can still use it. But... Senjo Tobirama frowned and looked at the people beside him. The fourth Hokage doesn't seem to be with us. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, fourth Hokage left a lot of Flying Thunder God imprints around here, maybe he went to other places. Never mind. Senjo Tobirama withdrew his gaze, looked at the Hokage building, and said in a deep voice. Don't worry about fourth generation, let's find Uzumaki Naruto first. With our current strength, we should be able to defeat him. The fighting power of the Heyday gave Senjo Tobirama great confidence. Teaming up with my elder brother is definitely the most apex combat power in the ninja world, even if Uchiha Madara is alive, he is not an opponent. Over there, go. At the same time. Inside a dilapidated house. Holding the scroll in his hand, Uzumaki Naruto seemed to notice something, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Kurama, are you aware? Nine Tails in the sealed space nodded slightly, with a slightly low tone. Well, this chakra, is Namikaze Minato. Uzumaki Naruto was slightly depressed, and nodded slightly, it's my father, but not only him, but also the breath of first generation, second generation, third generation. What a tyrannical chakra, I can feel it from such a distance, and I didn't even think about hiding it. Do you think you have a chance to win? Having said that, Uzumaki Naruto swept away the depression, chuckled and said, Kurama, do you want to go out and have a look? Nine Tails stunned. Excuse me, what are you? How about I say I will set you free? Uzumaki Naruto smiled, and slowly opened the clothes on his stomach, revealing Black's curse seal. I wanted to give you freedom a long time ago, but once I give you freedom, I will face my father and mother, so I have never made this decision, but... 0. Ask for flowers. What should come will always come, even hiding is useless. It's just right, take this opportunity to give you freedom. Nine Tails growled, Naruto, don't mess around, even if it's your father, you can't kill yourself. Uzumaki Naruto didn't listen to Nine Tails' words, he was silent for a moment, touched his stomach with 5 fingers, and said coldly. 8 sign seal solution. Instantly. The huge railings and paper talismans in the sealed space were completely destroyed at the same time, and the chakra of Nine Tails poured out recklessly. The berserk chakra of Nine Tails permeated the whole body in an instant, like a volcanic eruption, and the golden chakra flames shot straight into the sky. Naruto. You are crazy. Nine Tails widened his eyes, desperately suppressed his own chakra and roared, Jinchuriki and Tail Beast are one, you released me because you want to die. Although he wanted to escape from the seal before, after years of getting along with Uzumaki Naruto, he has already regarded Uzumaki Naruto as a friend. To exchange my friend's life for my own freedom, I can't agree anyway. Relax. Uzumaki Naruto laughed and said, Kurama, I won't die. While speaking, the scroll in Uzumaki Naruto's hand exploded with a bang, flooding the room with money. And the next second, the money is disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Uzumaki Naruto's aura became stronger and stronger, and even once suppressed Nine Tails' chakra. Roar! Nine Tails let out a roar, and the berserk chakra was rushing out of the seal at a speed visible to the naked eye, accompanied by his body. The berserk chakra almost turned into flames, and the entire Konoha village was clearly visible, and everyone's eyes were cast over, showing horrified expressions. Nine Tails' body gradually broke through Uzumaki Naruto's stomach, and chakra appeared first, converging into a berserk Nine Tails posture. Nine Tails. Senjo Hashirama, Senjo Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the three looked at the gradually appearing behemoth, and their faces changed drastically. What's going on? Why did Nine Tails appear? This is not the state of perfect Jinchuriki, this is the real Nine Tails, what the hell did Uzumaki Naruto do? Not good, hurry up. Chapter 190. The three Hokages really panicked. They couldn't help but not panic. Nine Tails Kurama, that is truly a terrifying tailed beast with natural disaster-like destructive power. Once a tailed beast cannon goes down, not to mention a mountain, even an island can be formed and blasted to pieces. Let the Nine Tails run amok in Konoha village, and in a matter of moments, the bustling Konoha village will be reduced to rubble. Hateful. Senjo Tobirama gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, what the hell is Uzumaki Naruto doing? Why would he allow the tailed beast to escape from the seal? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a gloomy face, Uzumaki Naruto did it on purpose, he deliberately released Nine Tails. Senjo Hashirama did not speak. There is no need to explain too much. With Uzumaki Naruto in the adamantine sealing chains, Nine Tails has no possibility of escaping as long as he is unwilling. Uzumaki Naruto, are you looking for your own death? Senjo Hashirama frowned. Perfect Jinchuriki deliberately released the tail beast, no matter how you think about it, you are looking for a dead end. By the time they arrived at Konoha village, Nine Tails had completely broken free from the seal, showing himself as the berserk chakra of a tail beast. While roaring, the 9 tails covering the sky waved, and the berserk chakra filled the entire Konoha village. 9 tails. Among the Hyoga clan, Hyoga Hayashi looked at the towering 9 tails, his eyes almost popped out, and he quickly looked at the little Hinata beside him. Hinata, do you know what Uzumaki Naruto is doing? Why is 9 tails released? Little Hinata shook her head worriedly. I don't know, Naruto-kun didn't tell me, he just reassured me. Hyoga Hayashi's face was extremely ugly. Before he had time to ask any more questions, he jumped up and quickly ran towards 9 tails. Anyway, you can't release the 9 tails demon fox in Konoha. Scenes like this happen in various places in Konoha village. 9 tails demon fox. Uzumaki Naruto, what the hell is he doing? Naralu looked at the towering 9 tails demon fox, her head went numb, and she ran towards the center of Konoha village. This is really breaking the sky. If you are not careful, the entire Konoha village will be razed to the ground. Yamanaka couldn't help swallowing. My family is in Konoha village, if Konoha village is destroyed, my family will not be spared. The Konoha village ninja scolded and hurried away in fear. The grievance in their hearts almost made them cry. Konoha village has been quiet until now. However, since Uzumaki Naruto revealed his identity, there have been major incidents every now and then. First, third Hokage was killed, then the Fire Country Daimyo was destroyed, and now 9 tails is released. I don't know if Konoha village will be destroyed in the future. Naruto. 9 tails raised his head to the sky and roared, and the berserk chakra spread from his body, as if turning the surroundings into a dark red field. There was no response to the roar for a long time. 9 tails got a little nervous, lowered his head, and swept his huge fox eyes across the ground, for fear of seeing Uzumaki Naruto's body. Uzumaki Naruto, UBD, you promised not to die, where are you? Release me, where are you now? Get out of here, Grandpa. The roar of the 9 tails was deafening, and the huge claws kept pawing and pulling on the ground. Boom. Houses were destroyed, and dust and smoke were everywhere, but 9 tails didn't care at all, just looking for Uzumaki Naruto. 9 tails. 9 tails didn't wait for Uzumaki Naruto's voice, but heard Senjo Hashirama's voice instead. Hashirama. 9 tails turned his head, looked at Senjo Hashirama angrily, opened his mouth and roared, I don't have time to talk to you, get out of here. Uzumaki Naruto didn't know life and death, so he didn't have the mood to care about Senjo Hashirama. Any grievances, 9 tails threw them all to the back of his head, only looking for Uzumaki Naruto who was never afraid of himself since he was a child. That's not okay, 9 tails, you are too dangerous, I can't let you mess around in Konoha village, you'd better play it safe. Senjo Hashirama looked at 9 tails solemnly, clapped his hands heavily, and shouted. Wood-style King Kong Zayamu. Boom. There was a loud rumbling noise from the ground, and immediately after that, huge cracks appeared on the road, and a towering tree rose from the ground. Looking at the towering tree in front of which few people could close, Senjo Hashirama did not change his gesture and shouted again. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Accompanied by a clicking sound, the trunk of the towering tree gradually deformed, with wooden hands and wooden feet growing out. The towering tree completely turned into a giant wooden golem that was almost the same size as 9 tails. The giant wooden golem has a strong body, with 2 giant wooden dragons wrapped around its body, as if it were an ancient titan guarding the forest. Looking up from below, you can't even see the giant wooden golem's head, just its towering form. Senjo Hashirama jumped up, and his body appeared on wooden golem's head. Without the slightest hesitation, he clapped his hands and shouted. Wood-style wood dragon technique. The wooden dragon wrapped around wooden golem flew up into the air, wrapping 9 tails around. Senjo Hashirama. 9 tails roared angrily, not caring about looking for Uzumaki Naruto, and opened its fangs, aiming at the wooden dragon on its body to bite. Instant hanging feather. In front of the sharp fangs of 9 tails, the wood became extremely fragile, and a large gap could be bitten into the wood dragon's body with one bite. Senjo Hashirama didn't care. Wooden dragon technique was originally used for consumption, and he was quite satisfied with being able to control 9 tails for a short time. Seeing that the wooden dragon was about to be bitten off, Senjo Hashirama took a deep breath, grasped the wrist of his right hand with his left hand, and pointed at 9 tails' head with a word "zo" in his right palm and shouted. Quan enters Kuang's hands. The giant wooden golem stretched out its right hand at the same time, and under the angry eyes of 9 tails, the big wooden hand covered the head of 9 5.5 tails. Successful. Senjo Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief. Quan Ruo Kuang Hangshao is one of his strongest sealing techniques. The effect is similar to adamantine sealing chains, which can imprison the chakra of the tailed beast. In the battle in the Valley of the End, I relied on this trick to solve the 9 tails that were summoned by Uchiha Madara. With this trick, you don't have to worry about 9 tails destroying Konoha village. 9 tails was pressed on the head by wooden golem's palm, as if hypnosis had been applied, and the eyelids gradually closed. No matter how 9 tails resisted, they still couldn't escape Chakra, who was gradually being imprisoned, and the eyes as big as lanterns gradually only had a slit left. At the moment when they were completely closed, Nine Tails suddenly opened his eyes wide and let out a growl. Naruto. P.S. This paragraph is really difficult to write, so it is a bit slow. I am very sorry, very sorry. Chapter 191. Naruto. The angry roar of Nine Tails resounded through the sky. UBD, didn't you agree that you wouldn't die? Where are you? Get out of my uncle, I haven't allowed you to die yet, what kind of freedom do you give me? You haven't killed those guys who bullied you, how can you die in this dirty place? Didn't you say you want to destroy this dirty world? The roar of Nine Tails is deafening, not only in the central area of Konoha, but even the entire Konoha village can be clearly heard. Cold sweat dripped from Senjo Hashirama's forehead. How could it be like this? Nine Tails couldn't resist this move when they were in the Valley of the End. Angry. The reason for the anger, and the resistance to the sealing technique has also increased. How good is the relationship between Uzumaki Naruto and Nine Tails? Senjo Hashirama's eyelids twitched, seeing that his seal was about to be destroyed, clapped his hands together again, and shouted loudly. Wood-style birth of the tree world. Boom. Large tracts of roads were destroyed, and towering trees that could not be closed by several people rose from the ground. The trees grew extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, the central area of Konoha village became a forest, and the towering trees even smashed the ceilings of the surrounding houses. Different from the last birth of the tree world, this time the scale is even bigger, and the thick tree roots look like giant dragons. Under the control of Senjo Hashirama, the brown tree roots, like a giant dragon, aimed at Nine Tails' body and climbed up. The tree roots wrapped around Nine Tails' waist, and the huge force pulled Nine Tails down. Boom. Nine Tails couldn't resist this huge force, and fell to the ground with a thud. Quan enters Kuang's hands. Senjo Hashirama shouted loudly. The violent chakra suppressed Nine Tails again, but Nine Tails was still desperately resisting. Senjo Tobirama snorted coldly, and a figure flashed on Nine Tails' forehead. Beast, let me go to sleep obediently. Illusion Dark Walk Technique. Senjo Tobirama formed mudras with both hands, and in just a split second, Nine Tails felt that his eyes had turned into pitch blackness. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't stop either, he slapped the ground with a slap, and summoned the summoning beast demon. Ape demon, become a Vajra wish stick. Oh. The old ape demon agreed, and his body directly turned into a Vajra wish stick. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, holding the Vajra wishful stick in his hand, aimed at Nine Tails' body, and the Vajra wishful stick quickly extended. Boom. The Vajra wishful stick hit Nine Tails heavily. Nine Tails screamed in pain, desperately trying to knock the Vajra wishful stick into the air. However, the infinite extension of the Vajra wishful stick actually formed a cage, directly locking Nine Tails inside. Massive tree roots wrapped around Nine Tails' waist. Illusion blinds Nine Tails. The cage traps Nine Tails inside again. As the strongest tailed beast, Nine Tails became a caged beast in just a split second. It's incredible. The Konoha village ninjas stared wide-eyed, looking at the trapped Nine Tails in surprise. Is this the true strength of the Hokage Samas? It's too strong. It took only a few minutes to solve the Nine Tails demon fox. It can't even move now. It's just a dead fox. That's right, this is the real power of the three Hokages, it was just a weak state before. Great, with the strength of the three Hokage Samas, even Uzumaki Naruto may not be an opponent. Konoha village ninja rapture. Compared to the crazy and aggressive Uzumaki Naruto, they certainly expect the three Hokage to win. Naruto. Nine Tails struggled frantically, roaring sounds came from his mouth continuously, but the strongest attacks of the three Hokages were not something he could break free at all. Senjo Hashirama, Senjo Tobirama and others were startled when they saw Nine Tails in a crazy state. Is this guy crazy? Still looking for Uzumaki Naruto at this time. In Senjo Hashirama's impression, Nine Tails is a real natural disaster without emotion, and the meaning of existence is to destroy and destroy. But now, who dares to say that Nine Tails has no feelings? This kind of affection even surpasses the ordinary friendship and is a real bond. As Senjo Hashirama increased chakra again, Nine Tails' eyelids gradually drooped, and this time he really had no ability to resist. Naruto, UBD. Nine Tails' voice was low, and she fell to the ground with a plop, her consciousness gradually plunged into darkness. It's clearly agreed that I won't die. 1. The Konoha village ninja watched Nine Tails fall to the ground in surprise. Win, we won. So what about Nine Tails? It's not about being defeated by Master Hokage. Great, the tailed beast ran away, Uzumaki Naruto is dead, now the tailed beast is subdued again, ha ha ha. Quick, hurry up and find a young man and let him act as a person to record. The Konoha village ninja was ecstatic, wishing he could find a teenager and seal Nine Tails inside. Senjo Hashirama and others also breathed a sigh of relief. Nine Tails is a typical high attack and defensive tail beast. The attack power can destroy Konoha village in an instant, but the defense power is a bit weak. Fortunately Uzumaki Naruto is dead. Senjo Hashirama muttered to himself, but another doubt appeared in his heart. Uzumaki Naruto, why did he release the tailed beast? 237 Senjo Tobirama snorted coldly, probably because he is too arrogant, thinking that he cannot die after releasing the tailed beast. Wrong. Namikaze Minato voice from parent. Shua. Namikaze Minato appeared on the field holding Flying Thunder God Kunao. Namikaze Minato looked at Nine Tails with a complex expression, slowly closed his eyes, clenched his fists and said in a deep voice. No, if Naruto is really as strong as you say, then even if the tail beast is taken away, it is impossible to die in a short time. Senjo Hashirama, Senjo Tobirama, and Sarutobi Hiruzen were stunned at the same time. Namikaze Minato said with a little pain, the Uzumaki family has a huge vitality, even if the tail beast is taken away, they can still live for several years. Kushina is like this. Even if the tail beast was taken away, she can still use adamantine sealing chains. After hearing Namikaze Minato's words, the faces of the three Hokages changed drastically at the same time. There is such a thing. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Since Uzumaki Naruto is not dead, where is Uzumaki Naruto? Just at this moment, a slightly smiling voice came from Nine Tails' forehead. What? Kurama, you are too embarrassed. Didn't you always say that you are the strongest natural disaster? With this kind of strength, how can you fight Uchiha Madara? Chapter 191. This voice. Senjo Hashirama, Senjo Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, all three of them changed their faces drastically. Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment, but he also reacted belatedly, and looked towards the sound from a distance with a face full of shock. That is Naruto. The four Hokages fixed their gazes on Nine Tails' head. As the line of sight narrowed, a blonde boy wearing a red royal robe sat cross-legged on Nine Tails' head. When did it appear? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, he didn't even notice when Uzumaki Naruto appeared. Naruto. Nine Tails seemed to be aware of something in the dark. Not good. Senjo Hashirama's pupils shrank sharply, clapped his hands together quickly, and shouted. Wood-style wood dragon technique. In the dark and dense forest, the trunks of two towering trees twisted and gradually turned into two wooden dragons, biting Uzumaki Naruto with their teeth and claws. Uzumaki Naruto noticed something, glanced at the wooden dragon indifferently, and said. Adamantine sealing chains. Clatter. The four gold chains stabbed out like javelins, more than twice as fast as before. Accompanied by the friction sound of the chains, the golden chains wrapped tightly around the wooden dragon's body, forcibly controlling the wooden dragon's movements. This is the blood succession limit after adding Zyonjo Chakra. Senjo Hashirama looked a little ugly. Using Senjutsu Chakra using any ninjutsu will make that ninja stronger, and blood succession limits is no exception. Adamantine sealing chains is the strongest sealing technique, and now it is driven by the fairy technique Chakra, which is more than a step stronger than before. Uzumaki Naruto ignored Senjo Hashirama, stretched out his hand to aim at the wooden dragon, and grabbed it with 5 fingers. Crack, click. Accompanied by crackling and crackling sounds, the two wooden dragons were divided into dozens of pieces and smashed to the ground with a bang. He is stronger than before, in such a short time. Senjo Tobirama gritted his teeth, with a look of disbelief in his pupils. It's only been a few days, how could Uzumaki Naruto's strength increase so much? He is facing the big brother in his heyday. Uzumaki Naruto withdrew his hand and glanced at the roots, illusion, and cage on Nine Tails. You bastards, why are you bullying Nine Tails when I'm not around? Uzumaki Naruto said indifferently. While speaking, Uzumaki Naruto slapped Nine Tails on the head with his right hand. Okay, big fox, don't sleep anymore. Nine Tails, who was plunged into darkness, suddenly felt a bolt of lightning strike into his consciousness, causing a discharge in his skull, and instantly opened his eyes. Naruto. Nine Tails roared in surprise first, then came back to his senses, snorted angrily and said in a low voice, Naruto, UBD, did you speak ill of me when I fell into a deep sleep? Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help laughing. Kurama, it's not that you are too useless. I left for such a short time, and you were tied up like this. Nine Tails looked down at the tree roots and cage on his body, his face darkened, and he tried to defend himself. I don't want to destroy Konoha, otherwise, if I shoot down a tail beast, the whole Konoha village will be flattened. Tisk tisk tisk. Uzumaki Naruto clicked his tongue and looked at Nine Tails suspiciously. When did you have this awareness? Nine Tails snorted and said, it's not your little girlfriend, if she wasn't here, I would kill these guys in minutes. When speaking, Nine Tails felt guilty. I do have concerns about Hyuga Hinata, but the more reason is that Senjo Hashirama cleaned himself up 3 times, 5 times, and 2 times, and there is no time to use the tail beast cannon. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at Nine Tails with a half smile, but didn't expose him, and said with a smile. Thank you so much. Nine Tails' face was so black that it was the bottom of a pot, roaring and using his teeth to bite the tree roots on his body. Swish, swish, swish. A few streaks of golden light shone, and the tree roots and the Vajra wishful stick on Nine Tails were all blown away. Uzumaki Naruto stood up from Nine Tails' head, smashed his fists together, looked at the 4 Hokages opposite, and said. Kurama, that's enough, let me handle it next. Ninetales was a little annoyed, but seeing Senju Hashirama still felt a little guilty, he groaned, and fell down on the ground. Then leave it to you, but be careful, if you die, I will not save you. The atmosphere fell into a stalemate for a while. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath, looked at the Whirlpool Naruto with a complicated expression and said, Naruto, do you know who I am? Uzumaki Naruto smiled, I know, it's my father who is so clear and stupid. Hashtag cough cough cough. Namikaze Minato nearly choked on his own spit. He thought about the scene where father and son met, or fighting, or sadness, or resentment, but he didn't expect it to be such a sentence. There is stupidity revealed in the clarity, is he talking about himself? And it is. Who made himself so naive that he sealed Ninetales into Uzumaki Naruto's body before he died? Without Ninetales, Uzumaki Naruto would be the prince of Konoha village, not the monster everyone shouted at, let alone the current enemy. Naruto. Namikaze Minato clenched his fists, and said in a complicated manner, stop it, you've done your revenge now, there's no need to fight anymore. Uzumaki Naruto laughed dumbfounded, father, it's already come to this point, do you think I'll stop? Even if I stop, do you think I will let go of those guys who bullied me? Speaking of which, Uzumaki Naruto sneered, before, Zhao Dihao, I just couldn't let go, but as long as today is over, I will not let those guys go. Namikaze Minato clenched his fists and wanted to open his mouth but didn't know what to say. It's too late to say anything. I have no regrets about giving myself medicine. Enough, fourth generation, now it's impossible to just talk. Senju Tobirama said coldly, Uzumaki Naruto must be defeated by force to completely dispel his arrogant thoughts. Namikaze Minato also wanted to make a last effort, saying sincerely to Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, I'm your father, I really don't want to do anything to you. This wait. Uzumaki Naruto interrupted Namikaze Minato with a wave of his hand, and said with a smile, I just went to see my mother, and my mother is gentler than you. Her original words were, beat your damn father hard, as long as immune to death, beat him to death. Namikaze Minato. Chapter 192. Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato stared blankly at Uzumaki Naruto. As long as immune to death, I will fight to death. This is what Uzumaki Kushina can say. With her temper called fiery red pepper, when she said this, she was probably furious and wanted to kill herself. Naruto, have you met your mother? Who are you? Namikaze Minato felt dry in his mouth, wanted to speak but didn't know what to say. Ninetales thought of something, and said with a little surprise, Naruto, did you release me just to meet your mother? Part of it. Uzumaki Naruto said lightly, I wanted to give you freedom a long time ago, but I just don't know how to face my parents. The resurrection of my father just gave me this opportunity. Having said that, Uzumaki Naruto showed a smile, compared to my father, my mother cares more about me. Although Hyun, I deliberately got angry and punched myself several times, but I didn't blame myself. I was just worried about myself, afraid that I would be injured in the process of fighting against Konoha village, and I didn't feel relieved until I showed my strength. Kushina. 003 Namikaze Minato looked at Uzumaki Naruto who was smiling, and felt as if he had eaten Coptis chinensis, which was bitter. Well. Namikaze Minato let out a long sigh. I knew things would turn out like this. Different from himself, Uzumaki Kushina is a direct descendant of the Uzumaki family, but because of disaster, he joined Konoha village as an ally. Although Uzumaki Kushina grew up in Konoha village, Uzumaki Kushina does not have much sense of belonging to Konoha village. Stop talking nonsense. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly, looked at Senju Hashirama and said in a deep voice, brother, do it. The four Hokages are all in their heyday, and even because of the impure world reincarnation, their strength has some advantages compared to before they were alive. Immortal body, infinite chakra, even if sealed, can lift impure world reincarnation and resurrect again. Senju Tobirama has extreme self-confidence in his heart. As long as you can kill Uzumaki Naruto, it will be a big victory for your team. Senju Hashirama nodded, clapped his hands together, and shouted loudly, wooden dragon technique. Accompanied by the twisting of the big tree, the huge wooden golem wrapped two wooden dragons around its arms again, and punched Uzumaki Naruto hard. Humph, Uzumaki Naruto, are you dumbfounded? Senju Tobirama looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a sneer, this is the real strength of first Hokage, you shouldn't have thought of this. In the last resurrection, my elder brother could only exert less than 1/10 of his strength. But this time the resurrection has the power close to 99% of the heyday, and it is the power of the real ninja god. Uzumaki Naruto raised his eyebrows, looking at the oncoming huge wooden golem without any fear. The right hand sticks out. 5 fingers aimed at the wooden fist that looked like a mountain. All the ninjas who saw this scene were terrified, even Ninetales, who was squinting and pretending to sleep, widened his eyes. Naruto, are you crazy, trying to block wooden golem with your body? Ninetales roared loudly. Don't think he is made of wood, but his attack power is not weaker than your full-body Susanoo, hurry up and defend. Nine Tails roared loudly. As it once fought against Senjo Hashirama, it clearly knows the horror of wooden golem jutsu. Although the size is not as large as Susanoo, but the pure strength can completely compete with Uchiha Madara's full-body Susanoo. Susanoo's sword can slice through mountains. A fist at the wooden golem can also shatter mountains. Are you crazy? That wooden man is almost bigger than the mountain. Uzumaki Naruto wants to block it with one hand. Does he still think that first Hokage is the previous first Hokage? He's asking for death. With a punch in the back, it is estimated that even the dead body cannot be found. Konoha village ninja can't help but comment too. Just as everyone was discussing, the wooden fist like a mountain collided with Uzumaki Naruto's 5 fingers. Boom! Only a deafening bang was heard. Uzumaki Naruto's feet sank, his feet stuck firmly into the soil, and the ground shattered a huge crack like an earthquake. Accompanied by the crisp cracking sound, the ground seemed to turn into a spider web. Dark, bottomless cracks appear here and there, almost turning Konoha village into a terrible earthquake zone. Nine Tails shuddered all over, and jumped up without saying a word. At this moment, huge cracks shattered under his feet. Such a terrifying power. Nine Tails hurriedly looked at where Uzumaki Naruto was, but it didn't matter, Nine Tails' eyeballs almost popped out. Uzumaki Naruto held wooden golem's fist in his right hand, his whole body was boiling with red chakra, and he stared at wooden golem indifferently. The fist that could smash a mountain was unharmed to Uzumaki Naruto, and was even easily blocked by Uzumaki Naruto. What, first Hokage, is this your full power? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Senjo Hashirama indifferently. Accompanied by the force of the 5 fingers, only the sound of crackling was heard, and spider web-like cracks shattered on wooden golem's huge arm. At last, there was a boom. Wooden golem's wooden fist shattered, and a large number of sawdust flew all over the sky, fluttering and falling on the ground. Gyulu! Senjo Hashirama couldn't help swallowing. The power of Uzumaki Naruto is stronger than before. His state at this time is Sage Body, Dead Bone Pulse, Strange Power Fist, and the shocking door of 8 inner gates. Senjo Hashirama felt parched. The combination of multiple states is indeed very powerful, but even so, Uzumaki Naruto shouldn't be able to block wooden golem so easily. If he didn't know that it was only 3 days since he was resurrected last time, Senjo Hashirama would have thought that decades had passed. It really is a monster, it can grow up in such a short period of time. Senjo Tobirama's eyes were full of fear, and he rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto with the flying thunder god Kunao in his hand, and shouted. Brother, you come to contain him, I will try to solve this monster with one move. Senjo Tobirama's thinking is very simple, with impure world reincarnation, he can resurrect infinitely at any time, and Uzumaki Naruto, who is seriously injured, is the opportunity. Seeing the flying thunder god flickering, Uzumaki Naruto looked towards a certain alley, and said coldly. Scorpion of Red Sand, Deidara, how long are you two going to watch? In a dark alley. The figures of Red Sand Scorpion and Deidara stepped out, looking at Senjo Hashirama indifferently. Peace. Chapter 192. Ah, so it's not dead. Deidara scratched his head helplessly, I thought Uzumaki Naruto was dead. Don't say stupid things. The Red Sand Scorpion said indifferently, how could a monster like this seek his own death, he must have planned it long ago. Brother Scorpion, why didn't you let me take action before, Deidara looked at the Red Sand Scorpion puzzled. Since I promised Uzumaki Naruto to be his subordinate, I naturally wanted to fight for him, how could I escape halfway? Idiot! The Scarlet Sand Scorpion mocked indifferently. As long as you dare to participate in the battle just now with your strength, let alone the 1st generation and 2nd generation Hokage, the 3rd generation and 4th generation alone can kill you. Deidara was dumbfounded. Indeed, no matter how crazy he is, he still has self-knowledge. Any one of the 4 resurrected monsters in front of him can kill himself 8 times. Not to mention self-explosion in front of them, it is estimated that even the clay will be killed as soon as it is stuffed into the mouth. Uzumaki Naruto, what order do you have, is it for me to intervene in a battle of your level? The Red Sand Scorpion looked at Uzumaki Naruto and asked. Although his 3rd Kazekage is Kazekage, he is just a puppet after all, and can be easily wiped out by the 4 Hokages. Of course not. Uzumaki Naruto laughed. Although Deidara and the Red Sand Scorpion are also good fighters, the aftermath of the next battle will destroy them. Uzumaki Naruto Mangekyo Sharinan looked in the direction of the entrance of Konoha village, with a hint of coldness on the corner of his mouth. You go to the entrance of Konoha village and don't let other people interrupt my battle. Wait until Deidara and the Red Sand Scorpion disappear. Uzumaki Naruto's expression turned indifferent, without turning his head, he stepped on the ground and said coldly. Dead Bone Pulse. Ba. Pi. Pi. Several sharp bones broke through the ground, as if the teeth of a wolf were interlaced, forming a defense behind Uzumaki Naruto. Clang! The sound of gold and iron clashing sounded. The flying thunder god Kunao in Senjo Tobirama's hand slashed fiercely on the bone, splashing a lot of sparks and making a piercing sound. Blocked. Senjo Tobirama's pupils shrank. You didn't even look back, and you didn't feel like Nine Tails, how did you do this? Senjo Tobirama feels unbelievable. The previous Uzumaki Naruto had extraordinary judgment. He originally thought it was the feeling of Nine Tails after Uzumaki Naruto became a perfect Jinchuriki. But now that Nine Tails are gone, how can Uzumaki Naruto still have such a strong sense? Snort. Uzumaki Naruto snorted coldly, and stomped slightly with his heel. Dead bone pulse. A few more sharp bone spurs protruded from the ground. Senjo Tobirama disappeared on the spot first, only a second away, the sharp bone spur could penetrate his heart. Senjo Tobirama, who appeared in the distance, had dozens of flying thunder god Kunao in his hand, looked at Namikaze Minato, and said in a deep voice. Fourth generation, you will also be flying thunder god, so join me, you don't want Konoha village to be destroyed on a large scale. Namikaze Minato's face was extremely tangled. After a while, Namikaze Minato nodded bitterly. I see. If you and Senjo Tobirama do it yourself, the damage to Konoha village will be greatly reduced. But if the first generation and the third generation were to do it together, it would only take a moment to cause massive damage and even change the terrain of Konoha village. I didn't expect Naruto to be so strong. Namikaze Minato bitterly threw out nearly 100 flying thunder god Kunao. The two flying thunder god Kunao together, almost more than 200 pieces, completely covered the terrain around Uzumaki Naruto. Gone. A cold light flashed in Senjo Tobirama's eyes, and the figure disappeared in place, as if a blue light was constantly flashing around Uzumaki Naruto. Followed by Namikaze Minato's gold light. The two couldn't see the figure at all, they could only see 10 blue lights and 1 gold light. This is... Uzumaki Naruto narrowed his eyes. Flying Thunder God's killing technique. Even if the terrain is changed, there is no way to destroy the mark of the Flying Thunder God, and I am always within the attack range. Listening to Uzumaki Naruto's muttering, Senjo Tobirama flashed a smug smile. Little ghost, what, are you scared? Or, do you think that the previous strength is my true strength? Senjo Tobirama's heart was full of joy, and it was nothing but elation. Think about my 2 impure world reincarnations. The first time, before I could use my real strength, I was stabbed to death by Uzumaki Naruto in the back. The second time was even worse, impure world reincarnation's strength was so weak that it was almost hanged and beaten by Uzumaki Naruto. Only this time, the impure world reincarnation can be regarded as displaying its strongest combat effectiveness. 0. Seeking flowers. Yet. Just when Senjo Tobirama was proud, Uzumaki Naruto showed an indifferent smile, and spit out 4 words. 8 inner gates open. The first door, open the door, open. Second gate Shuman open. Third gate Life gate open. Fourth gate open the wound. Fifth gate Duman open. Sixth gate Jingman is open. Seventh gate Shocking open. Boom. Chakra boiled on Uzumaki Naruto's body. The violent chakra almost formed a substance, burning like a flame, and the soil under his feet could not bear it, and it continued to crack. 8 inner gates. 0. Namikaze Minato's pupils shrank. Naruto, you know even this trick. However, this has consequences. Even though he is an enemy, Namikaze Minato couldn't help reminding him. It is reasonable to define 8 inner gates as forbidden technique. It can be said that it kills 1000 enemies and damages 800. Although it is a shock, it also causes great harm to the body. Stop talking nonsense, 4th generation. Senjo Tobirama said coldly, 8 inner gates of this level will not hurt Uzumaki Naruto at all, and this is not his real strength. Namikaze Minato froze for a moment. This is not the true strength of Uzumaki Naruto? After opening 7th gate of 8 inner gates, Uzumaki Naruto said again, Sage Body. 100 Healings Mark Solution. In an instant, the dark red magic chakra boiled on Uzumaki Naruto's body, and 2 wings covering the sky and the sun spread out. Looking at this situation, Namikaze Minato was shocked speechless. He originally thought that the danger of Uzumaki Naruto lies in 9 tails, but unexpectedly, even without 9 tails, Uzumaki Naruto's strength can be called terrifying. Innocent stupidity. Senjo Tobirama looked at Uzumaki Naruto coldly, do you think you can catch up with us by speed alone? How stupid, Flying Thunder God is. Before Senjo Tobirama could finish speaking, Uzumaki Naruto spat out the last 2 words indifferently. Excuse me. As the voice fell, Uzumaki Naruto's body appeared in front of Senjo Tobirama, who spoke like a flash of gold lightning. Uzumaki Naruto pressed his right hand on Senjo Tobirama's head, and in his horrified gaze, he slammed down on the ground. Boom. Down. Chapter 193. Boom. Uzumaki Naruto pressed the back of Senjo Tobirama's head, and with a bang, he smashed Senjo Tobirama's head into the soil heavily. During this process, Senjo Tobirama is like a 3-year-old child, completely unable to resist. Impossible. Senjo Tobirama's eyes widened in disbelief in the dirt. Again. It seemed to be the same last time, when Uzumaki Naruto threw him into the soil with no power to fight back. But last time, because of the impure world reincarnation, his own strength was not even 1 in 1, and it was understandable for him to be ravaged. But this time, I am the real Heyday, how could I be beaten like this bear? Second generation project. Namikaze Minato's pupils shrank, and his figure struck like a ray of gold light, with an extra raise-non in his hand. The figure flashed 927, and Namikaze Minato appeared behind Uzumaki Naruto. Namikaze Minato hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth, and pressed his right hand raise-non against Naruto's left shoulder. Uzumaki Naruto didn't look back, just said coldly, "Steel escape." A touch of black spread on Uzumaki Naruto's body, gradually turning into a steel-like black steel color. Boom! Raise-non exploded on Uzumaki Naruto's shoulder, and Red's god robe was blasted to pieces. However, unscathed. Namikaze Minato's pupils dilated, looking at Uzumaki Naruto's skin in disbelief. My raise-non did not cause any damage to Uzumaki Naruto, on the contrary, I felt that my arm was bombarded on the indestructible steel. What's with this defensive power? There was an extra flying thunder god in Namikaze Minato's hand, and Kunao aimed at Uzumaki Naruto's shoulder and stabbed it. Clang! It was obviously the collision of steel and flesh, but there was a sound of gold and iron clashing. Uzumaki Naruto grabbed it with his backhand, and said indifferently, "The blade cannot hurt me who has a steel escape." Namikaze Minato's heart is beating wildly. Steel escape, is it known as the strongest defense in the world? Before he had time to think about it, Namikaze Minato subconsciously wanted to use Flying Thunder God, but Uzumaki Naruto's palm was like lightning at this moment. Snapped. White fingers grasped Namikaze Minato's right wrist. Namikaze Minato broke out in a cold sweat. Next second, a majestic force struck from his wrist. Namikaze Minato had no strength to resist at all, and was slammed to the ground like a whip. Boom! 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 After several collisions, Uzumaki Naruto pressed Namikaze Minato's head, and said coldly, "Father, since my mother has already spoken, you shouldn't blame me." Namikaze Minato forced a smile. "Naruto, I think we can talk again." Boom! The voice did not fall. Uzumaki Naruto pressed the heads of Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato, and galloped quickly on the ground. The speed is as fast as gold thunder. The heads of Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato seemed to have turned into plowshares, dragged by Uzumaki Naruto to leave 2 ditches on the ground. The stones along the road were smashed by the heads of the 2 men. During this period, the 2 were almost powerless to fight back. Second generation, fourth generation. The faces of Senju Hashirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen changed drastically. They also didn't expect that the confident second Hokage and fourth Hokage would be crushed by Uzumaki Naruto the moment they fought against Uzumaki Naruto. Not to mention being evenly divided, it was simply being crushed. 2 generations of Hokage were pressed against the ground and rubbed against it, even blasting the ground into 2 ditches. Wood-style wood dragon technique. Senju Hashirama clapped his hands, and a big dragon wolf bit Uzumaki Naruto. Snort! Uzumaki Naruto snorted coldly, and his footsteps stopped instantly. Facing the raging wooden dragon, Uzumaki Naruto swung his hands fiercely and threw Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato like cannonballs. Boom! The bodies of the 2 people collided with the wooden dragon, and the huge force even broke the wooden dragon into 3 pieces. Tobirama! Senju Hashirama rushed over in a hurry, and when he saw the situation of Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato clearly, he couldn't help but gasped. Half of the heads of the 2 were ground flat, and their bodies were severely injured in a large area, with ashes covering them continuously to recover. This is the body of impure world reincarnation. If it were the body of common, he would have to go to see Hades even if he had 8 lives. This monster! Senju Tobirama ignored his injuries, gritted his teeth, and looked at Uzumaki Naruto with unusual fear. His speed is more than twice as fast as before. Flying Thunder God is a time-space ninjutsu, logically speaking, it is the number 1 speed in the ninja world. But Uzumaki Naruto actually took advantage of the gap of less than half a second from the Flying Thunder God, and instantly appeared in front of his eyes, and rubbed himself on the ground. This speed, is no less than the Flying Thunder God technique. Hateful! Senju Tobirama roared angrily, regardless of other people's support. The figure flickered again. Shua! A blue light appeared behind Uzumaki Naruto, and it was Senju Tobirama holding the short sword in his hand, aiming at Uzumaki Naruto's head and chopping off. Uzumaki Naruto's mouth curved into a sneer. "Excuse me." The short sword slashed across Uzumaki Naruto's head, and Senju Tobirama's eyes showed a gleam of joy. "Did you get it?" Next second, Senju Tobirama's pupils trembled, looking at Uzumaki Naruto who was gradually disappearing in front of his eyes. He lost his voice. After image. The speed is so fast that it leaves after images in place. What kind of speed is this? Idiots with brute force can't catch me. Uzumaki Naruto's indifferent voice came from behind Senju Tobirama. SHH. A white hand pierced Senju Tobirama's chest, directly piercing Senju Tobirama's heart. Senjo Tobirama gritted his teeth, it's useless, even if you are fast, you can't hurt my impure world reincarnation's body. He is ready to be injured, as long as he is not sealed, even if he is injured, he can rely on the body of impure world reincarnation to recover. And the seal of adamantine sealing chains cannot be done in front of several Hokages. Really? 4.1 Uzumaki Naruto sneered. Next second, a black sphere appeared out of thin air in front of Uzumaki Naruto. The black sphere seemed to be able to devour everything, as black as an abyss, it rammed straight towards Senjo Tobirama's body. Not good. Namikaze Minato felt something was wrong, flashed through the flying thunder god mark on Senjo Tobirama, and wanted to save Senjo Tobirama. But it was still a step too late. The black sphere scratched Senjo Tobirama's left shoulder, and more than half of his body disappeared out of the left shoulder, as if bitten by some ferocious beast. Ugh! Suffering from this heavy blow, Senjo Tobirama let out a miserable snort, and his figure disappeared in place. After returning to the distance, Senjo Tobirama looked at his arm in pain, gritted his teeth forcibly and growled. Impure world reincarnation's body cannot be restored, this is a simultaneous attack on the soul and body, this is Yin and Yang Escape. Chapter 194. Yin Yang Escape. Senjo Tobirama's voice was terrified. Even with his character, he was no longer calm, and was completely taken aback. As a forbidden technique master, he has studied various ninjutsu, so he understands the horror of Yin Yang Dun better than anyone else. Yin Yang Dun is the beginning of all ninjutsu. It is known as the art of creating everything out of nothing and giving life. It is also called Yin Yang Dun technique. Yin Dun technique can create form in the invisible. Yang Dun can inject life into the form. The combination of the two is the Yin and Yang escape technique, creating the ultimate power to destroy everything. Master second generation, what is Yin Yang Dun? Namikaze Minato was a little puzzled, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a little puzzled, only Zi. His face became extremely heavy. Senjo Tobirama said in a deep voice, the power of Yin with the mental energy in charge of imagination as the source creates form in nothing, the power of Yang with the energy of the body in charge of life as the source gives life to form, this is Yin Yang Dun. Seeing that Namikaze Minato didn't understand, Senjo Tobirama said bluntly, the Sage of Six Paths in Legendary has this kind of power. Mentioning the name of Sage of Six Paths, both Namikaze 05 Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen were terrified. Sage of Six Paths. That is really the existence in Legendary, the creation god sent by heaven, and is honored as the ancestor of the ninja and the god of the ninja. If Senjo Hashirama is a ninja in Legendary, then Sage of Six Paths is a god in mythology, a ninja that many people think does not exist, but does exist. Uzumaki Naruto actually has the power of Sage of Six Paths? Now everyone can't be calm anymore, the four Hokages looked at Uzumaki Naruto with fear at the same time. I saw Uzumaki Naruto standing in the distance, with black spheres constantly rising and falling around him. Seeing the eyes of several people looking over, Uzumaki Naruto's blue eyes looked over and asked, what's the matter, are you scared? Senjo Tobirama's face was livid. What I said before was returned again, so that it seemed that I was talking big. But there is no way, Uzumaki Naruto's power at this time is too terrifying, and even makes people feel horrified. Uzumaki Naruto, how can you use Yin Yang Dun? Senjo Hashirama looked at Uzumaki Naruto gravely. Even in his heyday, he didn't come into contact with Yin Yang Dun, and Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto smiled, stretched out his right hand, and a black sphere landed on the palm of his right hand. This is an ability I have just mastered, and I am not yet proficient in using it. While speaking, Uzumaki Naruto shook his head slightly regretfully. With the large sum of money from the Fire Nation, he almost exchanged all the blood succession boundaries, including the ability in Legendary. But that kind of ability is too dangerous and powerful, so even if I know it, I can't master it proficiently. Otherwise, Senjo Tobirama just got more than just a piece of flesh chipped by the truth-seeking ball. I'm asking why you have this ability. Senjo Hashirama said in a deep voice, the ability of Sage of Six Paths, Uzumaki Naruto, why do you master such a dangerous power? A cold light flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. Why? It's okay for you to see, the eyes in Legendary. The voice fell. Uzumaki Naruto's blue eyes gradually changed, not scarlet Sharingan, but pure white eyes. On Uzumaki Naruto's body, White's chakra flame boiled up, and even his hair turned into this color, as if he was wearing a white flame's cloak. At this time, the shape of Uzumaki Naruto is more like the shape of Ninetales chakra mode. The oppressive force is stronger than that, and those who stand there like life and are stared at with white eyes are all terrified. White, what kind of eyes are these? Senjo Hashirama, Senjo Tobirama, Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the four Hokage frowned at the same time. They all know the powerful pupil technique in the ninja world. Sharingan, White Eyes, Rinnegan. In addition, there are some other pupil techniques. But such powerful and white eyes, it's really the first time they've heard of it. Blind eyes. Senjo Hashirama said with a frown. No, when it comes to rolling eyes, the veins in the corners of Uzumaki Naruto's eyes are not bulging, and I have never heard that rolling eyes have such power. Senju Tobirama frowned in retort. Then what pupil technique is White's? Caught in a predicament of incomprehensibility. Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen are also confused. White's eyes, they can only think of the white eyes, but the white eyes can't even be compared with Sharingan, how can they be compared with Uzumaki Naruto's eyes? Forget it, it's Tensagen. Uzumaki Naruto interrupted the thinking of the four Hokages. Tensagen is the manifestation of Bun's evolution to ultimate, and also the ultimate power, a terrifying existence capable of destroying a planet. Uzumaki Naruto said coldly. Tensagen is the latest ability I have acquired, but because it is too powerful, I haven't mastered it yet. Different from the Tensagen in the original book, my Tensagen's pupils are White's, and the Tensagen chakra mode is also White's chakra. Tensagen. The four Hokages frowned. But no matter how I think about it, I have never heard of the name of this pupil technique. Let you take a look and you will see that the power of this pupil technique is even 340, and I am a little scared. Uzumaki Naruto White's eyes were indifferent, he stretched out his right hand to the four Hokages, and said, Tensagen. Instantly. Uzumaki Naruto released multiple black truth-seeking balls from the palm of his right hand. Looking at the black sphere in front of Uzumaki Naruto, Senju Tobirama's face changed drastically, and he lost his voice, so many yin and yang escapes. Before, it was just a black sphere that almost swallowed my own arm, but now there are dozens of them. Danger! Senju Tobirama roared loudly, don't be touched by these black spheres, otherwise even impure world reincarnation's body will die completely. While speaking, Senju Tobirama's figure quickly backed away. Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the three of them also felt their scalps go numb, and all of them backed away at the same time. Yin Yang Dun can create everything and destroy everything at the same time. In other words, touched by these black spheres, not only the body, but even the soul will be completely destroyed, and impure world reincarnation cannot save them. Uzumaki Naruto didn't mind their escape, spinning the fairway jade with both hands. While spinning, the truth-seeking ball is covered with a layer of white chakra, forming a silver halo from which terrifying energy spreads. Uzumaki Naruto with slightly parted lips and teeth. Yinlun. Reincarnation Explosion. Chapter 195. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Uzumaki Naruto's lips parted slightly. White's truth-seeking ball spins at high speed, and the speed soars to ultimate in a short time, forming a terrifying gale of yin and yang escape. The sudden wind turned into a tornado, and whizzed past while spinning at high speed, destroying all the houses and buildings on the way. The big trees were uprooted, and the roots and trunks with spring mud remaining were gradually smashed to pieces in the horrible wind. It's just a moment of effort. One direction of Konoha village became a vacuum, leaving only kaki, like soil after being hit by a meteorite. Not good. Senju Hashirama looked back, his expression changed drastically. The silver tornado came roaring like a silver dragon, swallowing everything in its path, and there was no way for my own wood style to stop it. Summoning technique five-fold Rashomon. Senju Hashirama stopped and slammed his hands on the ground. Bang! 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 5 heavy iron gates rose from the ground, and there was a relief of King Yama on the gate, which heavily blocked the tornado. Even so, Senju Hashirama felt insecure, yelling, let's do it together. Senju Tobirama, Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 3 Hokage stopped at the same time, looking at the oncoming tornado with ugly faces. Yin Yang Dun's attack, this is really incredible. Senju Tobirama gritted his teeth, quickly crossed his hands in mudra, and his body chakra boiled. Water-style big explosion water shockwave. Senju Hashirama yelled, and spit out a violent stream of water, forming an oval water flow space in the blink of an eye. Drink. Earth-style earth flow wall. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a loud drink, and spat out the wet soil from his mouth. When the soil fell to the ground, it grew in the wind. With the rumbling sound, the moist soil formed a huge thick wall tens of meters high. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath and clenched the Flying Thunder God Kunao in his hand. Flying Thunder God. Boom. 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 Accompanied by a series of roaring sounds, the tornado formed by the truth-seeking ball shattered one Rashomon after another. Senju Hashirama's face turned pale. 5-fold Rashomon, can't block it even for a second. In just 3 seconds, the 4 Rashomons of the 5 Rashomons were completely destroyed, not even blocking for a second. This is one of his strongest defenses. With a roar again, Rashomon was completely defeated, and the tornado hit the surface of the water fiercely. Boom! The oval-shaped water flow space was blasted, and the water flowed all over the sky into the sky, and it suddenly rained continuously in Kunyi village. With a roar again. The thick earth wall was blasted, but the tornado formed by the truth-seeking ball did not stop because of this, but devoured everything around it more and more violently. Ugh! Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a groan. The tornado hits the body. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen is the body of impure world reincarnation, he still feels the pain that goes deep into the bone marrow. This is a ninjutsu that really attacks the soul. Sarutobi Hiruzen panicked in the pain. Once the soul is torn apart, it means that there will be no chance of resurrection. Monkey! Senjo Tobirama couldn't help shouting. But he quickly forgot about Sarutobi Hiruzen because he was also within the range of the tornado. Damn it, Uzumaki Naruto is going to kill us. Senjo Tobirama roared, his eyes looked at his body angrily, but a large piece was cut off wherever the tornado hit. From a distance, his body seemed to have turned into cheese, riddled with holes. This is not a recoverable injury. If you are seriously injured, your soul will completely disappear in this world. Flying Thunder God guides thunder. Namikaze Minato roared, and threw out 3 sharp Flying Thunder God kunai from his hand. Shua! A large portion of the tornado was swallowed by the Flying Thunder God, disappeared into thin air, and reappeared on a mountain outside Konoha village. After finishing this, Namikaze Minato couldn't help wiping the sweat off his head. Transferring this kind of tornado is actually similar to transferring Nine-Tailed Beast Cannon. Senjo Hashirama, Senjo Tobirama, and Sarutobi Hiruzen all breathed a sigh of relief. When they looked at the body again, the faces of the 3 of them became extremely ugly, as if their bodies had been hacked into pieces. There are wounds left by the sharp blade of wind everywhere, but they will never recover. Boom! At this moment, there was a deafening roar in the distance. The 4 of them looked back and were stunned by the scene in front of them. I saw the tornado transferred away by the Flying Thunder God smashing through a mountain, and it was the collapse of that mountain that made the deafening roar. Even after breaking through the mountain, Yinlun reincarnation explosion still has no intention of stopping. Destroying all the way, rampaging all the way, leaving a vacuum in the forest around Konoha village until it disappears and becomes invisible. Wow! The 4 Hokages took a breath at the same time. This pupil technique is a bit too strong. Senjo Tobirama said dryly. If this ability is released in the center of Konoha village, the entire Konoha village will be razed to the ground. Senjo Hashirama nodded heavily. This kind of attack is almost stronger than the tailed beast cannon. Sarutobi Hiruzen, it can't be stopped at all. Is this the power of God? The ninjas who can become Hokage are rare among the people. But in the face of Tensagen's attack, they felt fear at the same time. Naruto, isn't your ability too strong? Nine Tails couldn't help standing up. My uncle's tail beast cannon is almost at this level, even weaker than this. Uzumaki Naruto smiled. This is the power of Tensagen, God's power. While speaking, Uzumaki Naruto was also secretly shocked in his heart. I originally thought that Yin, the Zhao who got it, would reincarnate and explode, and at most it would repel the 4 Hokages, so I used it recklessly. Result. Isn't this TM too scary? None of the 4 Hokages combined to block. You must know that in the original book, the Jinwei reincarnation explosion just knocked Uzumaki Naruto into the air. Even the Silver Wheel reincarnation explosion is so powerful, the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion that is stronger than the Silver Wheel reincarnation explosion. What a terrifying existence. In the original book, Jinlun Tensei Burst cut open the moon with just one move, put it in the ninja world. Even if it was a little weaker, it could easily cut off a continent. Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion. Maybe it can destroy the ninja world in an instant. Compared to Rinnegan's infinite Tsukuyomi, why do I feel Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion is more terrifying? The former is an illusion, the latter, but it's a real destruction. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath, looked at his hands and muttered, this ability is too dangerous. East. Chapter 196. Too dangerous. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help taking a deep breath. If you use this terrifying ability before you have mastered it, I am afraid that it will wipe out a country in minutes. Seeing the traces of destruction left by the silver reincarnation explosion, Uzumaki Naruto completely gave up the idea of the golden reincarnation explosion. So, let's play around with Kamen's blood succession boundary. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath, stepped on the ground, and rushed towards the 4 Hokages on the opposite side like a gold lightning bolt. Senjo Hashirama's complexion changed, and without the slightest hesitation, he clapped his hands, and green's curse marks appeared on his face. Sage mode. Uzumaki Naruto raised his eyebrows slightly. Like me, I entered in an instant, as expected of first Hokage Senjo Hashirama. I have a sage body, so I can instantly enter the fairy state. As for Senjo Hashirama, his Zanjutsu mode is more similar to Jiraiya, but it is stronger than Jiraiya and can be entered instantly. Sage Art Myojinman. Senjo Hashirama clapped his hands together and let out a drink. Thick red pillars appeared out of nowhere in the sky, and with huge force, they fell towards Uzumaki Naruto's body like a meteorite. Senjo Tobirama, Namikaze Minato, and Sarutobi Hiruzen did not stand still. Water-style water dragon bite explosion. Senjo Tobirama shouted loudly, spat out a violent stream of water, and a water dragon bared its teeth 840 and danced its claws, and slammed into Uzumaki Naruto head-on. Fire-style big flame bomb. A violent flame burst out from Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth. Karama! Namikaze Minato roared, and the fire of Nine Tails' gold chakra boiled on his body. Nine Tails lying on his stomach in the distance froze for a moment, then his eyes almost popped out, and he looked at Namikaze Minato in disbelief. This is, the other half of my uncle. Namikaze Minato ignored Nine Tails' shock, the fire of Nine Tails' chakra burning on his body converged into Nine Tails' claws and grabbed Uzumaki Naruto. This. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes moved slightly, intending to use Tensegan, but after thinking about it, he gave up. If this is the case. Uzumaki Naruto opened his lips and teeth slightly, and stretched out his right hand to the oncoming attack. Dark Style. Suck Hole. 2 diamond-shaped red marks appeared out of thin air on Uzumaki Naruto's right hand palm. The Berserk Water Dragon hit the right hand. Before showing its berserk attack power, it was swallowed by Uzumaki Naruto's right heart. It's another kind of blood inheritance limit. Senju Tobirama looked extremely ugly. Uzumaki Naruto showed, the blood succession limit, many of which he had never heard of, but they had powerful power. Land Dun Thunder Cloud Chamber Wave. Uzumaki Naruto spoke again, his body was surrounded by crazy black thunder clouds, and streaks of lightning flashed in the black thunder clouds. Crack! Accompanied by the roar of thunder, the violent thunder and lightning instantly shattered the oncoming flames. Looking at the hand of Nine Tails Chakra who was grabbing him again, the gold chain on Uzumaki Naruto's back clattered. Seal adamantine sealing chains. The gold chain was wrapped around Gold's Nine Tails Chakra's hand, and in just a split second, the Nine Tails Chakra's hand fell apart. After doing all this, Uzumaki Naruto looked at the Myojin gate that had been smashed down. Susanoo! Boom! The towering Susanoo rose from the ground, and Susanoo, who was playing the god of war, slammed down on the Myojin gate head-on. Boom! Just heard an explosion in the sky. Chuda's Mingshen gate pillar was split into 2 in just an instant, and smashed to the ground with a bang. Scorch-style fire extinction. In Susanoo, Uzumaki Naruto formed a seal with both hands, and suddenly spewed out a mouthful of violent flames. Brilliant! The flames grew longer against the wind, forming an overwhelming sea of flames in an instant, aiming at the 4 Hokages and burning them. Not good. Senju Tobirama shrank his pupils, took a step forward, and spewed a violent stream of water from his mouth. Water-style Great Waterfall Technique. Raging water and flames collided together, explosions sounded one after another, and White's water vapor filled the entire sky. The fire is still boiling in the water vapor, as if it is about to break through the shackles of the water flow and rush towards it. I come. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth, took a step forward and quickly formed a mudra with both hands. Water-style water column. Wow! The ground cracked a raging water flow, and a massive water flow gushed out from it, forming a huge water flow square wall. Boom! The remaining flame hit the water wall, making a squeaking sound, and the flame finally went out when the water was about to run out. Who? Sarutobi Hiruzen panted heavily, and said simply, it's just a common A-level fire style, and it actually pushed us to this point. It's not common ninjutsu, it's senjutsu. Senju Tobirama gasped and said, however, before he finished speaking, he raised his head abruptly, and his pupils trembled when he saw Chu Tien clearly. On the sky. Hundreds of red meteorites fell from the sky. Lava-style meteor volcano. Uzumaki Naruto opened his mouth indifferently, his fist was boiling with magma, and he hit the sky at super fast speed. SHH. SHH. SHHH. Flame meteors fell from the sky one after another, like a rain of fire, and only the 4 Hokages were blown to pieces. Boom. The 4 Hokages were disgraced and dodged in embarrassment. Karama, lend me your chakra. Namikaze Minato gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, Gold's 9 Tails chakra instantly burned on his body. Roar. With a roar of 9 tails, a complete 9 tails appeared in Konoha village, smashing all the oncoming magma meteorites into pieces. XE. Uzumaki Naruto looked at 9 tails with some displeasure, and said, Big Fox, being double-faced doesn't end well, be careful when the time comes, they will find you a female fox to mate with. Shut up. 9 tails growled with a black face. He also doesn't know what his other half thinks, to help Namikaze Minato. Stand up. 9 tails rushed towards Namikaze Minato in a terrifying gesture, and the 2 big foxes bit each other immediately. 2 9 tails. Am I reading it wrong? Why are there 2 9 tails? My god, one-tailed beast is enough to wipe out our Konoha village, and now there are 2. What the hell is going on? Can anyone tell me? The Konoha village ninja's head is numb. Since the battle started, they have completely lost sight of the situation. One wave is not flat, and another wave rises again. Before the battle here was over, there was a terrifying explosion at the gate of Konoha village. Master Naruto, there are members of the Akatsuki organization over here. Uchiha Shisui growled loudly. At this time in front of him, there are Tiendeo Pain, Konan, Uchiha Obito, Kakashi, Might Guy. Chapter 197. What? Konoha village and other ninjas changed their faces drastically. Who invaded Konoha? Is it treason? Yu Hihong looked at the entrance of Konoha village with an ugly face, frowned, and clenched the kunai weapon in his hand. Damn it, who the hell is taking advantage of this time to invade Konoha village? Mitarashi Anko gritted his teeth and glanced at the battle of Uzumaki Naruto and others, clenched his fists, and looked at the gate of Konoha village. These bastards, one counts as one, how can Konoha village be underestimated? The Konoha village ninja walked towards the gate of Konoha village angrily. They can't intervene in the battle between Uzumaki Naruto and Hokage, but some intruders really treat their Konoha as soft persimmons? It's rebellion. Narashiju recognized the ninja at the door at a glance. It's the rebellious ninja Kakuzu of Longian village, an S-rank rebellious nin. Snort. Hyuga Hayashi snorted coldly, stepped forward, and said in a cold voice, several S-rank rebels are you trying to invade Konoha village? Kakashi took a step forward and said helplessly, Clan Chief Hyuga, Chief Nara, these rebels are our allies now. We are here to help Lord Hokage, please step aside, we have no malice towards Konoha village. The Konoha village ninjas all showed expressions of astonishment. Kakashi, you teamed up with rebel ninja. Yamanaka couldn't help asking. Who are the rebels? They are a group of criminals who commit all kinds of crimes, and they are the existences that all the hidden villages want to exterminate. Result. Rebellion and Hokage teamed up. It's a joke in the world. Kakashi's face was flushed, but he didn't know what to say. Might Guy also blushed. But no matter how humiliating it felt, they didn't take a step back and had to deal with Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Shisui took a step forward, Mangekyo Sharinan turned slightly, looked at Tiendao Pain and said indifferently, give up, I'm here, I won't let you pass. Tiendao Pain's pupils flickered twice, ignored Uchiha Shisui, and slightly turned his head to look at Deidara and the Red Sand Scorpion. What about you? Have you also betrayed the Akatsuki organization? Deidara was a little embarrassed, and joined the opponent after being defeated once, which was indeed a bit embarrassing. The Red Sand Scorpion didn't take it seriously, and said flatly, well, we betrayed the Akatsuki organization, and we don't think you can defeat that monster. Uzumaki Naruto's strength convinced them, it was the strongest strength they had ever seen. To be an enemy with Uzumaki Naruto is not an enemy, it can only be regarded as hitting a stone with a pebble and asking for a dead end. Tiendao Pain's expression was indifferent, and his body slowly lifted into the air. Oh well. They're all here, it's really lively. Uzumaki Naruto withdrew his gaze and said in a cold voice. Not only the 4 Hokages, but also some members from the Akatsuki organization. It is a lineup comparable to a ninja war. Senju Tobirama's eyes lit up, Kakashi and the others are coming. Although the strength of Kakashi and others is not strong, Senju Tobirama is still sure of the strength of those rebels organized by Akatsuki. And don't worry about their lives. It would be good to stop Uzumaki Naruto with their lives, even for a second. Sarutobi Hiruzen also heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto said coldly. Then, let's clean up together. Susanoo complete body. As Uzumaki Naruto's voice fell, Susanoo, who was already in the 3rd stage, swelled up again. Wings grew from Susanoo's back, holding a big knife, and her body floated up like an ancient Valkyrie, standing in mid-air. Susanoo, and a full body. Senju Hashirama couldn't help swallowing. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto's Susanoo, he somehow thought of his old opponent for many years. Madara. I didn't expect to see Susanoo in full body after so many years. Senju Hashirama took a deep breath, clapped his hands together and shouted loudly. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Boom. The wooden golem, the same size as Susanoo, stood up, opened his arms, and slammed into Susanoo fiercely. Boom. 2 Valkyries as huge as mountains collided together, just the collision made the ground tremble and houses collapsed, and the whole Konoha village trembled accordingly. Boom. 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 Susanoo and wooden golem punch each other. Now and then a wooden dragon soars into the sky, or Susanoo's sword flashes, and the impact is almost loud. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Senju Tobirama used Flying Thunder God again, preparing to sneak attack Uzumaki Naruto. Shua. Gold's figure disappeared in a flash, and Senju Hashirama's figure flew out again, hitting the distant mountain wall with a bang. It wasn't just Senju Hashirama who went flying, but also Sarutobi Hiruzen. Dozens of Uzumaki Naruto, burning white chakra, stood high in the sky, watching Senju Tobirama, Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen indifferently. 0, seeking flowers 0. Shadow clone. Senju Tobirama gritted his teeth. Facing his 2nd Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto actually only used 1 shadow clone. I'm here to seal him directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was livid, he could no longer hold back the anger in his heart, and quickly crossed his hands in a seal. Ghoul seal. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, and a phantom of Shinigami appeared behind him out of thin air. Shinigami stretched out his hand and was about to grab Sarutobi Hiruzen's soul. As long as Uzumaki Naruto can be dealt with, Orochimaru can undo the ghoul seal, and he can still go to the net field. It's useless. Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clone said indifferently, Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you think this attack is still effective against me? Excuse me. Shua. 4 Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clone flickered, like 4 gold lightning bolts, rushing towards Sarutobi Hiruzen head-on. A shadow clone took the Shinigami's hand. A shadow clone blocks Senju Tobirama. A shadow clone blocks Namikaze Minato. The last shadow clone appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the black fairway jade appeared on the right hand, heading towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest. Not good. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face changed, and when he turned around, a mouthful of scorching flames spewed out. Fire-style flame bomb. Dark style. Uzumaki Naruto aimed his left hand at the oncoming flame, Black's gravitational force emerged, and directly sucked the flame into the memory of love in his left hand. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Sarutobi Hiruzen snarled and picked up the Vajra Omni stick and threw it at Uzumaki Naruto's head. Dead bone pulse. Uzumaki Naruto's indifferent opening. 2 sharp bones protruded from the ground, interlaced with each other, firmly blocking the Vajra wishful stick. Steel escape. Uzumaki Naruto spoke again, his left hand turned pure black, he held the end of the Vajra wish stick, and exerted a little force. Crack. The Vajra wishful stick that the ape demon turned into was snapped in two, turned into white smoke and disappeared into Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands with a bang. Sarutobi Hiruzen pupil dilated. Ape devil! Sarutobi Hiruzen roared in pain. The Vajra wish stick is the incarnation of the ape demon. If the Vajra wish stick is broken, it means that the ape demon is also dead. Do you still have time to care about others? Uzumaki Naruto stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen indifferently. The black truth-seeking ball in his right hand swallowed Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest in an instant. Jinlun Reincarnation Explosive Power. Chapter 198. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clone opened his lips and teeth slightly, and spit out 5 words. The situation changed in an instant. Black's tailed beast bomb truth-seeking ball is covered with a layer of white's chakra, which spins at high speed to form a gust of violent silver white. Ugh! Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart-piercing screams rang out. In silver white's gust of wind, his body seemed to be made of tofu. Whenever he was blown by the wind blade, there would be a big gash in an instant, and it was still a huge wound that could not be healed. Shua! A silver-white wind blade blew past. Sarutobi Hiruzen screamed again, his left wrist went down and disappeared. 4th Generation Project. Namikaze Minato yelled anxiously. But to no avail, facing the violent attack of the other half of the Nine-Tails Demon Fox, he could only resist with all his strength, and had no strength to support at all. Monkey. 643. Senju Tobirama gritted his teeth. He also wanted to go to support, but the shadow clone of Uzumaki Naruto in front of him was much faster than himself. The moment he used the Flying Thunder God, the other party appeared in front of him as if he had painted gold thunder, almost teleporting, and his body could be beaten to collapse with any punch or kick. Hateful! Senju Hashirama's eyes flashed with anger, seeing that he couldn't defeat Uzumaki Naruto for a while, clapped his hands together, and roared loudly. Sage Artwood style drew several thousand hands. Boom! The ground collapsed crazily, not just in the range of a few hundred meters, but in the range of nearly 1,000 meters, and the ground collapsed at the same time. It was as if something huge was about to come out of the ground, and the aftermath of the appearance alone brought Konoha village to the brink of collapse. Instantly. The earth shakes and the mountains shake. Everyone couldn't stand still, and fell to the ground with a plop. The screams and howls instantly resounded through the entire Konoha village, the streets were covered with cracks, and many villagers even fell into the abyss. Thick cracks run through the entire Konoha village, and each crack is invisible, as if reaching the abyss of hell. The ninjas were not much better either. They leaned on the wall and forcibly stabilized their bodies. They stared in shock at the spot where Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Naruto fought. True or not, it's already reached this level. Do those two monsters still keep their hands? Such a large-scale attack, even if it is only the aftermath, will kill Konoha village Kuidion. These two can't fight in Konoha village. Are they trying to bring down Konoha village? It's not as good as ninja war. Seeing that the situation was not good, Senju Hashirama quickly stopped his ninjutsu. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at the chaotic Konoha village, and then at the chaotic Hyuga clan in the distance. His face was covered with a thick layer of frost. Die! Uzumaki Naruto looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a cold gaze, and the floating black truth-seeking ball passed by. Drown in darkness with your ideals. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's horrified gaze, the black truth-seeking ball pierced through his chest, and then disappeared into the air. After all this was done, Uzumaki Naruto gave Senju Hashirama an impassive two-way look. This place is not suitable for fighting. If you have the ability, follow up. Uzumaki Naruto snorted coldly, his body flew into the air, as if walking in the air, and flew straight towards the open space far away from Konoha village. Snort! Ninetales also snorted coldly, no longer fighting with Namikaze Minato, and stepped on the ground with all fours, following Uzumaki Naruto's footsteps. Call. Senjo Hashirama wiped the cold sweat off his brow. Fortunately Uzumaki Naruto still cares about Konoha village, otherwise Sarutobi would be dead today. Senjo Hashirama was very happy in his heart. If Uzumaki Naruto were the enemy, he would not be able to protect Konoha village even if he wanted to. Senjo Tobirama looks somber. Brother, Uzumaki Naruto doesn't care about Konoha village, it's just that there are a few people in Konoha village that he values, otherwise, he would not allow Konoha village to be destroyed like this. Senjo Hashirama's heart sank suddenly. Glancing at the current situation in Konoha village, Senjo Hashirama couldn't help but believe Senjo Tobirama's words. Although neither he nor Uzumaki Naruto took the initiative to destroy Konoha village, it was only the aftermath of the battle that destroyed one-third of Konoha village. There are wreckage and ruins everywhere, and there are even fires in many places. The ground is covered with miserable white sharp bones. Rather than saying that this is the bustling Konoha village, it is better to say that this is a ruin. Even if the battle is over, if Konoha village wants to restore its former prosperity, it will take a long time to clean up these ruins. Uzumaki Naruto must be stopped. Senjo Hashirama gritted his teeth and said. Now just the fighting in Konoha village is bringing Konoha village to the brink of collapse. If it comes to the Ninja World War, I'm afraid the whole world will be smashed into ruins. Sarutobi, can you still move? Senjo Tobirama looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked, but there was no response for a long time. Senjo Tobirama's heart sank immediately, and he walked up to Sarutobi Hiruzen, only to find that Sarutobi Hiruzen had lost any breath. Impure world reincarnation, no, not right. The soul was completely shattered, there is no hope of saving it. Senjo Tobirama looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with an ugly face. Truth-seeking ball is Yin Yang Dun, and Yin Yang Dun is the ability to create everything and destroy everything at the same time. Souls can be created. The same can destroy the soul. For the body of impure world reincarnation, this means the mutual destruction of body and soul. Even if the impure world reincarnation is lifted, Sarutobi Hiruzen is already dead and cannot be revived again. Senjo Tobirama took a deep breath, stopped looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said in a deep voice, we are the only ones left now, we must do our best to stop Uzumaki Naruto, everyone is not allowed to hold back. Senjo Hashirama and Namikaze Minato nodded with ugly faces. They also know that things are urgent. If Uzumaki Naruto cannot be resolved now, then, Ninja World War will be inevitable. The other side. Tendo Pen Kakashi and others also played against Uchiha Shisui and others. In the face of rebellious ninja, even Hokage's allies, Yukin ninja don't want them to go into sleepy puke. Looking at the oncoming Hyaga Hayashi, Tendo Pain stretched out his right hand indifferently. God Luo Tien sign. The invisible white repulsion spreads. Boom. Hyaga Hayashi's body was struck by lightning, shot out like a missile, hit the wall with a bang, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Hyaga Hayashi opened his eyes wide and looked at Tendo Pain in shock. Can't even take a move. 3.1 He knows that the ninja of Tendo Pain is very strong, but no matter how you say it, it is a bit too outrageous. He is the patriarch of the Hyaga family, elite jonin of Konoha village, and he was smashed into the wall by the opponent with only one move. It's up to you, Deidara, to drink. 21. Tendo Pain looked at Deidara and Scorpion indifferently, pointed his right hand at Deidara, and said coldly. Universal pull. Deidara's body was attracted by the invisible attraction, and his expression changed drastically. What kind of ability is this? Danger. The red sand scorpion danced wildly with its fingers, looking at Tendo Pain with apprehensive eyes. Even if you can't beat Uzumaki Naruto, is it more than enough to deal with us? Tendo Pain grabbed Deidara's neck, and Purple's Rinnegan fluctuated slightly, and when he was about to pinch it, his expression suddenly changed. No, that guy Uzumaki Naruto found me. He is heading towards my body. Chapter 199. Uzumaki Naruto. Tendo Pain's brows were tightly furrowed, he couldn't care about Deidara anymore, and threw her aside casually. How could it be that direction? He shouldn't be able to find me, why did he go straight to my body? Konan suddenly became nervous, and said anxiously, Pen, I can't care about these anymore, let's hurry over. Tendo Pain nodded. Compared with Pain's 6 paths, his body is too weak and can be easily killed by Uzumaki Naruto. Tendo Pain's body flew into the air, and under the control of Rinnegan's gravity, he quickly chased in the direction of Uzumaki Naruto. That rascal! Uchiha Obito clenched his fists angrily as he watched the figure of Tendo Pain leave. My original idea was to completely destroy Konoha village in this war and turn Konoha village into a wasteland. Everything was fine. Just get past Uchiha Shisui and Konoha village's ninjas, destroying Konoha village is easy. 05. D#. No way, it doesn't matter if Nagato is dead or not, but his Rinnegan can't lose. Uchiha Obito's face darkened. I wanted to take away Nagato's Rinnegan a long time ago, but I never had a chance. I didn't expect that Nagato's Rinnegan would be in danger this time. No, maybe this is my chance. Uchiha Obito's eyes flickered, he no longer had a stalemate with the Konoha village ninja, and followed in the footsteps of Tiendao Pain. Kakuzu. Haiden. Kakuzu and Haiden's eyelids twitched slightly, they looked at Konoha village ninja's unfriendly eyes, and turned their heads decisively to follow the large army. Kakashi, shall we follow? Might Guy looks at Kakashi. Kakashi gritted his teeth and nodded, of course, at this juncture, we have a lot of fighting power. What should we do, big brother Scorpion, the fighting over there must be fierce, should we go and take a look? Deidara asked enthusiastically. Although he was almost killed by Tiendao Pain, Deidara didn't care at all, but was eager to try. The Scarlet Sand Scorpion nodded slightly, maybe we will be able to see this kind of battle in this life, we can't miss it. While talking, the Red Sand Scorpion jumped onto Deidara's white lovebird. The huge white clay lovebird flapped its wings and gradually took off. At this moment, there was another person on the lovebird. Shisui. The Red Sand Scorpion looked at Uchiha Shisui, then turned his head silently. Don't worry about him, let's go. Looking at the disappearing figures of the crowd, the Konoha village ninjas looked at each other in blank dismay. All gone. Then shall we follow up? Hyuga Hayashi frowned and looked at Narashika Issa and asked. The next battle will definitely be quite fierce. If we go in the past, maybe, the aftermath will kill us. He really didn't want to go there. Because not to mention Uzumaki Naruto and first Hokage, even the later rebellious ninja can knock him away with one move. When such monsters gather together, it is hard to imagine how devastating the ensuing battle will be. Hyuga Hayashi is acceptable if he dies in battle. But if he died because of the aftermath of the battle, Hyuga Hayashi felt that he couldn't rest in peace when he died. Naralu pondered, while thinking, Yaren noticed several fiery gazes behind him. Yuhi Hong, Mitarashi Enko, Gang Zisha, Aberame Jiwei. All Jonin looked at him with fiery eyes. Patriarch Nara, let's go and have a look. That is to say, a battle of this level only happens once in a lifetime. We also want to know whether Uzumaki Naruto will win or Hokage will win. 11. Yekun said with restraint. Although ninjas are ninjas, most of them are a group of militants. The current battle between Uzumaki Naruto and first Hokage is even more terrifying than the Sengoku period. If you miss it, you will regret it for a lifetime. Naralu smiled wryly and said, let's go and have a look, after all we also need to know the result. But it's better not to get too close, we are watching from a distance, otherwise, we can't deal with that monster. The Konoha village ninja nodded with lingering fear. Really? Whether it was the previous two Nine Tails, or Susanoo and Wooden Golem Jutsu, the devastation wrought in battle was devastating. It's here. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the mountains and waterfalls in the distance, stopped in midair, and slowly landed on a huge statue. Here it is. The statue of that guy in Madara. Looking at the two statues standing in front of the waterfall and the mountain, Senjo Hashirama has a surprised expression on his face. Because he is very familiar with this place, he fought to the death with Uchiha Madara here, and almost died together. This is the Valley of the End. Senjo Tobirama said indifferently. After you died, the village carved statues of you and Uchiha Madara in memory of you and Uchiha Madara. I didn't expect it to still exist after so many years. Oh Valley of the End. Senjo Hashirama sighed with emotion. It looks like everything is really going to end here. Taking a deep breath, Senjo Hashirama's face gradually became firm. If I can stop Uchiha Madara here, I can stop Uzumaki Naruto. For peace, we will win. Wood-style Wooden Golem Jutsu. Senjo Hashirama clapped his hands together and gave a loud shout, comparable to Susanoo's Wooden Golem Jutsu rising from the ground. Uzumaki Naruto stood on the statue of Uchiha Madara, looked at the wooden golem who was bumping into him, and snorted coldly, Wooden Golem Jutsu. Not true several thousand hands? Senjo Hashirama, do you think this ability is still useful to me? Karama. Uzumaki Naruto roared, looking at the Nine Tails running towards him, the red chakra on his body boiled, and his entire body rose from the ground. Susanoo difficulty of the beast. While running, Nine Tails bumped into Susanoo hard. This collision not only did not make Susanoo collapse, but made Nine Tails merge into Susanoo, like a fox wearing armor. Madara's ninjutsu. Senjo Hashirama's pupils shrank, and the ninjutsu in front of him happened to be the ninjutsu of Shiyu's Hibo Madara, who was fighting Uchiha Madara. Karama, let them see our cooperation. Uzumaki Naruto roared, and Nine Tails also roared. Next second, Nine Tails in red armor opened his mouth wide, and the berserk tail beast cannon gathered in his mouth, reaching more than 3 times his body in an instant. Roar. Chapter 200. With the blessing of Uzumaki Naruto and Nine Tails, the formation speed of tail beast cannon is more than 10 times faster than before. When Senjo Hashirama reacted, he could already see the huge tailed beast cannon hitting his wooden golem head on. This Senjo Hashirama's complexion changed drastically, and before he could react, he saw a huge tail beast cannon appear again from Nine Tails' mouth. Come on! Senjo Hashirama's eyeballs almost popped out. The tailed beast cannon can still fire continuously. The second tail cannon, Uzumaki Naruto and his Susanoo sword, went straight into Dark Red's tail cannon. Call out! Blessed by Susanoo, the faster and more tyrannical tailed beast cannon is coming towards you like a meteorite. Come again! Uzumaki Naruto shouted loudly. Oh! With a promise, Nine Tails opened its mouth again, and another tail beast cannon condensed in its mouth. Call out! A full 3 of Black's tailed beast cannons, like 3 pitch-black meteorites, rammed straight towards Wooden Golem. Senjo Hashirama's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he shouted, Tobirama, 4th generation, the first 2 are given to you. Even if I am myself, it is impossible to catch the 3 tail beast cannons without injury. At this juncture, we must rely on the strength of others. I know. Give it to me. Senjo Tobirama and Namikaze Minato agreed, and they drew Flying Thunder God Kunao at the same time. Flying Thunder God Guide Thunder. Flying Thunder God guides thunder. Senjo Tobirama and Namikaze Minato roared loudly, and the space in front of the 2 tailed beast cannons twisted until they swallowed the tailed beast cannons. Boom! Boom! In an open space far away from the Valley of the End, 2 black tail beast cannons appeared out of thin air, and then exploded like thunder. The fluctuations of the explosion can be seen with the naked eye, and the mushroom cloud rising from the sky seems to have shattered 2 mountains. Seeing that there was the last tailed beast cannon left, Senjo Hashirama gritted his teeth and controlled Wooden Golem to meet it. The huge Wooden Golem took a few steps forward, stretched out his right hand and pressed firmly on the tailed beast cannon, only to hear a loud bang. Boom! The tyrannical explosion wave swallowed the Wooden Golem, and the 2 majestic statues appeared cracks under the aftermath of the explosion. Even the mountainous Wooden Golem can't help but take 2 steps back. At this moment, Nine Tails and Susanoo roared, stomping on the ground with all fours and rushing towards Wooden Golem. The 2 arms of Susanoo that emerged from Nine Tails, under the control of Uzumaki Naruto, slashed at Wooden Golem with a knife. Shua! A red light flashed. A crack appeared on the body of the huge Wooden Golem, and then, the body was cut in 2 from top to bottom, and fell to the ground rumbling. Red's saber energy continued to castrate, and he split the ground into a canyon. This power is much stronger than that guy. Senjo Hashirama was covered in cold sweat. He treated Uzumaki Naruto as Uchiha Madara, but unexpectedly, Uzumaki Naruto was much stronger than Uchiha Madara. Susanoo, plus 9 tails, plus Zyonjo Chakra, and strange power, all kinds of blood successor boundaries. Senjo Hashirama's scalp tingled. Only now did he realize that what he was facing was not the second Uchiha Madara, but Ashura who was more powerful than Uchiha Madara. Brother! Senjo Tobirama snarled loudly, use that trick, or we can't win. No. Senjo Hashirama agreed, gritted his teeth, clapped his hands together, and used the ninjutsu that Konoha hadn't used before. Sage art wood style drew several thousand hands. Senjo Hashirama roared loudly and Chakra's body boiled. The ground of the Valley of the End began to crack rapidly, and the 2 statues were also covered with cracks, crumbling, as if they would collapse in the next second. In the huge crack, a huge statue of Avalokitesvara with countless giant arms towering into the sky slowly rose from the ground. As the Guanyin statue gradually rises, everyone's eyes are attracted by the Guanyin statue. No way! Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help staring dumbfounded, his eyes full of shock looking at the towering true several thousand hands. From the day I decided to destroy Konoha, I was prepared to be an enemy of Senjo Hashirama, and I was also mentally prepared for Senjo Hashirama's ability. Among them, Senjo Hashirama's strongest ninjutsu is true several thousand hands top Buddha. Originally, Uzumaki Naruto thought that this was just a ninjutsu bigger than Wooden Golem. But at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto knew he was wrong. Not on the same level. This ability is hundreds of times stronger than Wooden Golem Jutsu. What is that? The running Konoha village ninja looked at the towering wooden statue in horror. With their line of sight underground, it is even difficult to see the end of this ability, only huge statues can be seen blocking the starry sky. This. No matter how you put it, it's too exaggerated. The 3 mountains combined are not so high. This kind of height, even the clouds are only halfway up the waist, this is the true strength of, first Hokage. It's terrible, it feels like a hand is bigger than a mountain. God of Ninja, this is the real God of Ninja. The Konoha village ninja couldn't help but exclaimed. The members of the Akatsuki organization were also stunned, staring blankly at the huge size of true several thousand hands. Regardless of destructive power, just the huge size of wood-style ninjutsu already makes people feel daunting. Gyulu. Uchiha Obito swallowed uncontrollably. Looking at the towering wooden statue, Uchiha Obito wondered for the first time whether the resurrection of Uchiha Madara could really defeat this monster. 9 tails, no bigger than a hand. Uchiha Obito's dry mouth. Just kidding, just one hand is as big as a, bring money, mountain. Kakuzu said in shock, the armored Nine Tails is in front of him, just like a little doll. Haiden, who was not afraid of everything on weekdays, was also stunned at this moment, and said in a trembling voice, Kakuzu, after being hit by this punch, do you think I can still live? Kakuzu's eyelids twitched. Don't be kidding, if you get hit by this punch, your body will probably be turned into a pulp. Although Haiden's ability is immortal, but like a human body, it will bleed and heal pain when injured. Being hit by this punch, it is estimated that there is no time to recover, and he will be smashed into a puddle of flesh in an instant. Gulu. Haiden swallowed. This kind of monster, can anyone really defeat it? Not only Haiden thought so, but all the ninjas present had such a question in their hearts. Can anyone defeat such a monster as the fox?